My name is Chen Ping'an. 5 years ago, I came from Earth to this cultivation world. A cliched transmigration, the cliché of not having a spiritual root and being unable to cultivate, and a cliched system. I never thought all these things would happen to me. I can't believe it's already been 5 years, but what's different is that I can't get stronger until I complete 1,000 missions. The system is my only benefactor. The missions are trivial everyday tasks and the rewards are items for daily life. It's only thanks to the system that I can live such a comfortable life. Chen Ping'an slammed his cup down in anger. Damn it all, in this backwater mountain valley. What was the point of me giving up Wi-Fi and air conditioning to transmigrate here? The more Ping'an thought about it, the more this boring environment frustrated him. He sat down and sighed in disappointment. The system interface popped up. Ding, new mission received, he asked, devoid of any interest. What's the mission this time? Making toys for a child, or did another couple have a fight? Kaoshan Sect. Seeing the words on the screen, Ping'an was so surprised he nearly choked on his tea. The Kaoshan Sect? Don't you know that's the cultivation sect that manages the nearby mortal towns? In the past 5 years I've learned everything except how to cultivate. How is a mortal like me supposed to get in? Are you finally going to show me how to become stronger? His handsome face directed a suspicious look at the system. But the system dashed his hopes. A man must rely on himself. Time limit 3 months. Failure will result in the host's obliteration. I knew it, he muttered. Fine, over the years I've done everything from delivering babies to making toys for kids. What kind of bizarre mission haven't I done? You think a single mission to join the Kaoshan sect can make my 5 years of effort go to waste? I refuse to believe I can't solve this. Chen Ping'an slicked back his hair and spoke with confidence. He was a man of his word. Chen Ping'an set off alone on the road to the Kaoshan sect to carry out his mission. All right, where is the Kaoshan sect again? He asked the system blankly. Staring at the infuriating system, Ping'an said angrily, Fine, shut up, I wasn't counting on you anyway. Though his words were tough, being unable to find his way left Ping'an exhausted. I'm lost, he thought. If I keep searching blindly like this for 3 months, forget joining. It'll be a miracle if I even find the place. Cultivation sects like this were usually hidden in the mountains and forests, completely inaccessible to mortals. So how do I find a clue? Am I supposed to just wait for one to fall from the sky? A beautiful girl, trembling with fear, suddenly fell from the sky, crying as she plummeted without warning. Chen Ping'an heard the noise and looked up at the sky in confusion. As if his wish had been granted, a girl suddenly appeared before him, falling from the sky. Seeing this, Ping'an was so stunned he didn't know what to do. It's actually happening, he exclaimed. The girl crashed heavily to the ground. Unfortunately, the handsome protagonist had failed to catch her. Sorry, Chen Ping'an said, looking at the mysterious beauty groaning in pain on the ground. It's a girl, and a very pretty one at that. To fall from the sky, she must be a cultivator, right? But why did she fall? The girl's eyes slowly fluttered open. Before her was a young man squatting down and staring at her with an awkward smile. You? The girl blushed, tears welling in her eyes as she covered her body with her hands. Seeing this, Chen Ping'an quickly and awkwardly explained, Don't misunderstand, I didn't do anything. The woman turned to look at Chen Ping'an and her attitude suddenly changed. She assumed the man before her had saved her. She immediately knelt before him and said, Senior, save me. Seeing the beautiful woman act this way, Ping'an was completely taken aback. Senior, save you. Suddenly, a group of strangers appeared, surrounding the young man and the girl. Seeing himself surrounded by so many people, Ping'an thought worriedly. She's being hunted. He whispered, Miss, there are a lot of them. Why don't you run? He looked utterly pitiful. Senior, there's no use playing dumb. I'm just a mortal. How could I possibly fight so many cultivators? But the group of cultivators all knelt respectfully before Ping'an in unison, stunning him. One of them spoke up. We apologize for the disturbance, Senior. Do all of you cultivators like kneeling so much? Meanwhile, back in the courtyard, the chicken was leisurely preening its feathers. Sigh, I wonder when Master will return from this trip. I'm clearly a phoenix, yet I've been turned into a common chicken. It's so humiliating. I saw Master pack a lot of things for this trip, even that kitchen knife. Why wasn't I so lucky? Hearing the chicken's lament, the fish empathized. Me too, I've already transformed into a dragon, yet I have to humble myself here. That kitchen knife screams every day about how thirsty it is to cut someone down. Can't it just break free of its restraints? Don't worry. Master won't let it cut people, so it definitely wouldn't dare. At the same time, the girl looked at Chen Ping'an and thought, I was startled at first glance, but I wasn't mistaken. This senior is no ordinary expert. The cultivators also mistakenly thought, a Dao rhythm actually swirls around him. Under such immense pressure, just getting close is difficult. We thought our ambush on Murong Shui was foolproof, but we never expected her to run into an existence like this. It's terrifying. Just one look feels like my divine soul is about to be annihilated. He's a monster. The cultivator looked at the imposing man across from him, whose sharp eyes radiated a murderous aura, and said with a terrified expression, Senior, please give us your command. If you find us an eyesore, we will leave immediately. Seeing their attitude, Ping'an was also frightened by their rich imaginations. This is too much. I get it. They're actually good people who don't want to harm a girl but are bound by their superior's orders. That's why they need a mortal like me to say something. I should act friendly. Chen Ping'an spoke hesitantly. Why don't you all leave? Thank you, senior. Upon hearing the command, a group of cultivators vanished as if they had grown wings. The girl ran over excitedly and hugged Ping An tightly. This junior Mirang Shui, thanks senior for saving my life. Miss, please get up. I didn't do anything. You've misunderstood. I'm just a mortal, not some senior. Mirang Shui's eyes sparkled as she thought shyly. Would a mortal have a Tao rhythm swirling around him, capable of scaring off 4 golden core cultivators? But if senior says so, he must have his reasons. That's right, senior is a mortal. Seeing Mirang Shui's act of playing dumb, Ping An said angrily, "No, that expression of yours clearly says you don't believe a word of it. By the way, miss, you just said your name is Mirang Shui, the Saintess of the Kaoshan sect. Mirang Shui, senior knows of me. What a coincidence. Miss Mirang, I happen to need to visit your sect. Why don't we go together?" Wonderful, this junior will follow senior's arrangements. I can't believe I've latched onto such a powerhouse. Not only have I found the Kaoshan sect, but getting in through the back door will be no problem. I might even get to experience what it's like for a cultivator to fly asterisk. Mirang Shui thought, I never imagined the sect had ties to such an existence. Perhaps he can grant me some fortune. I might even get to experience how an immortal soars through the sky. A while later. Senior, the sect is this way, right? The two looked at each other and shared a friendly but awkward smile, a glint of anticipation in both their eyes. After another while, Mirang Shui's expression still left Chen Ping An at a loss. Ping An dropped a hint. Miss Mirang, since I'm a mere mortal and can only walk, well, you know. Understood, then this junior will accompany senior on foot, Mirang Shui replied, full of fighting spirit. After walking together for some time, they arrived at a lake where Mirang Shui practiced her techniques. Mirang used her ability, summoning the lake water into the air to form a vortex, but she was suddenly distracted mid-cast, causing her spiritual power to vanish and the ring of water to collapse. Water splashed everywhere. Mirang Shui said in frustration, I failed again. I've been observing the water to seek enlightenment for months, but I still can't break through this bottleneck. What should I do? Meanwhile, Chen Ping An was sitting on a rock saying, Sigh, I thought I'd get a free flight to the Kaoshan sect, but I still have to walk every step of the way. How annoying, senior. Hearing the call, he turned his head. What is it? He saw Mirang Shui, completely drenched, her graceful figure on full display. Miss Mirang, the favor you want to ask is probably related to water, isn't it? Mirang Shui looked at him with adoration and joy. Senior hit the nail on the head. This junior is truly impressed. He wore a helpless expression and thought, impressed my foot. You're soaked to the bone and you're asking a grown man for a favor like drying your clothes. Aren't you being a little too polite? However, Chen Ping An's gaze suddenly became entranced and shy. That figure, asterisk. Mirang Shui stood before Ping An in her soaked clothes, the curves of her exquisite body particularly alluring. She spoke Bigu. He not only saw that I cultivate a water-based technique, but also knew I was stuck at the peak of the grain avoidance bottleneck. Senior must have a solution, asterisk. Ping An cleared his throat and turned his head away, blushing. It's nothing. She took a step closer and said, Senior, this is very important to me. In the past, I would ask my father and grandfather for help. Now that they aren't here, I can only rely on you, senior. For something like this, it's not really appropriate for an outsider like me to help you. Poor Ping An was being relentlessly pursued. He frantically took out a cup of water and said, How about this? First, have a sip of water to warm yourself up, then think carefully about what to do. You cultivators must have plenty of methods. Are you sure you're out of options? Mirang Shui, who was drinking the water, suddenly had a thought. Wait, senior calls himself a mortal and doesn't want to get involved in cultivation matters. Wasn't that sentence just his subtle way of guiding me? Drink water. Mirang Shui's body felt as if it were immersed in the lake. It's not about comprehending by watching the water but by drinking it. A single drop of water fell onto the lake's surface. The girl instantly grasped the technique and successfully broke through. Thank you for your guidance, senior. This junior will never forget your great kindness for the rest of my life. This sudden action startled Ping An, who asked in confusion, What did I do? After a long journey, Ping An and Mirang Shui finally arrived at the Kaoshan sect. Phew, we're finally here. Chen Ping An walked in and looked around, thinking, as expected of the biggest sect in the area, it's truly magnificent. I never thought Miss Mirang would be the sect master's daughter, the young miss of the sect. No wonder she doesn't even know how to dry her own clothes, but this time, I should be able to get in through the back door. I have to join even as a handyman to complete the mission. Back in the sect's main hall, after hearing Mirang Shui's account, the Kaoshan sect's master Mirang Yunhai asked, You can't see his cultivation level. He has the ethereal temperament of an immortal. A Tao rhythm surrounds his body, and he can even divine heavenly secrets, allowing you to break through to the core formation stage. And a person like that wants to join our sect? The Wanyue sect's master, Zhang Qingxian, laughed heartily. I've never heard of such a powerful figure. Little Shui, you must be joking, right? Dead Uncle Qingxian, when have I ever lied to you? I was also shocked when I heard Senior wanted to join our sect, but he's right outside the door. Yunhai frowned. Say no more. Little Shui, you're too inexperienced. You've definitely run into someone who's just showing off with a little bit of power. Brother Qingxian, please wait a moment. I'll come back to study the treasure with you later. I'm going to meet this swindler first. Mirang Shui followed behind him worriedly. Father, please restrain yourself. HMPH, daring to deceive my daughter. What kind of expert haven't I seen? I'd like to see just what kind of great master he is. Murong Yunhai's steps had already brought him outside the door. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at the person before him. Little Shui, you just said a Tao rhythm surrounds him? Miss Murong asked, puzzled. Can't you see it, father? Asterisk, a colossal Tao rhythm erupted from where Chen Ping'an was sitting. Asterisk. And you call this surrounding? Seeing someone approach, he thought, here he comes. This must be the sect master of the Kaoshan sect. Since I'm asking for a favor, I need to be polite. Ping'an stood up to greet him. This junior was unaware of Senior's esteemed arrival and failed to welcome you. Please forgive me. Hearing this, the young man was startled. Sect master, you must be joking. I'm just a mortal. How could I be a senior? How could I trouble you to welcome me? Why do all you cultivators have a habit of calling others senior? And if you and your daughter both call me that, doesn't it mess up the family hierarchy? The young miss whispered. Senior is cultivating his heart as a mortal, so it's best you don't mention cultivation too much, father, lest you anger him. But this man must absolutely not be treated as a mortal. Murong Yunhai welcomed him enthusiastically. Senior, if you don't mind, you can just call me Little Hai. I hear that Senior wishes to join our sect. Ping'an returned the courtesy respectfully. That's right. What the hell is a Little Hai? Asterisk. If your esteemed sect doesn't mind, I'd like to stay, even if it's just as a handyman. Murong Yunhai said loudly. Absolutely not. Hearing this, Murong Shui shouted, Dad, are you insane? Ping'an looked at Murong Shui with the dazed expression of a lost puppy and asked, What's wrong? Why do you seem more anxious than I am? Murong Yunhai said excitedly, From this day on I will step down as sect master. From now on you will be the new sect master of our Kaoshan sect. Ping'an was petrified for 5 seconds. You really are insane, asterisk. No, absolutely not. How could I possibly be the sect master? Murong Shui and Yunhai, father and daughter, exchanged a look, worriedly blaming themselves. We were too presumptuous. Senior must feel the position is not high enough, asterisk, father and daughter said in unison. In that case, the sect master said sternly, Since it has come to this, I will no longer be polite. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an grew worried. Asterisk, no longer be polite, asterisk, he thought. Doesn't that mean he's going to kick me out? Then won't the mission fail? Senior, I'll make the decision on my father's behalf. I'll have my dad step down from the position of sect ancestor. From now on you will be the one and only ancestor of our Kaoshan sect. Hearing this, Ping'an's head throbbed. He could only cover his face and think, You're a truly filial son. Is it always this hard to communicate with cultivators? The sect's hierarchy pyramid. At the top is the founding ancestor, followed by the sect master, elders, saintess, deacons, inner disciples, outer disciples, and handymen. Asterisk. Although I can't cultivate, I've still heard a thing or two about sects. Ancestor, a mortal like me probably isn't even qualified to be a disciple. And you want me to be the ancestor? What am I going to do? I have to find a way to talk them out of this. Ping'an was suddenly startled as if he had thought of something. Murong Yunhai said magnanimously, Then it's settled. From now on you are our sect's ancestor. Please come in. It was truly rude to have Senior stand here for so long. Senior, please take a seat in the hall. He left the still confused Ping'an behind him. What's settled? Murong Shui tugged at her father's sleeve. Dad, Uncle Qingshan is still in the hall. You had that attitude toward him earlier. Uncle Qingshan doesn't know the situation. What if he suddenly disrespects Senior? How could I have forgotten? You entertain Senior. I'll go in first. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Yunhai shot off as if he had a motor attached. Running inside at lightning speed, Ping'an looked at the sect master and asked, puzzled, Does your dad have to pee? Miss Shui replied innocently, Probably, yeah. Inside the grand courtyard of the Kaoshan sect. In the room the great master Qingshan was still sitting inside waiting as he focused on an object. The Kaoshan sect master burst into the room and shouted, Brother Qingshan. Seeing him return, Master Qingshan asked, Brother Yunhai, did you get rid of the swindler at the door? You must not speak of Senior that way. Little Shui wasn't joking. Senior's power is unfathomable and they're on their way here now. You must not be disrespectful later. This person is now our sect's ancestor. Hearing these absurd words, Qingshan said with a confused and suspicious expression, Senior, ancestor, did he fool you too? Say no more. I'd like to see for myself what tricks this person has up his sleeve. With that he stormed off to meet them. When he arrived and saw the newcomer, his eyes widened, his face unable to hide his astonishment. Before him was a man who exuded a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Walking slowly toward them, Zhang Qingshan hurriedly dropped to his knees and kowtowed respectfully. This junior was unaware of Senior's esteemed arrival and failed to welcome you. Please forgive me. Seeing this, Yunhai just smiled smugly to himself. Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Qingshan was terrified, thinking with cold sweat beading on his forehead, what kind of insane luck did this Yunhai stumble upon to latch onto such an existence? Ping'an was once again dumbstruck. Do you people just love to kneel, or is this some kind of etiquette among cultivators? Maybe I should try kneeling too. Hearing this, Murong Shui and Zhang Qingshan were both alarmed and frantically helped Senior up, saying, Absolutely not. Suddenly, a small brown sphere fell out of Sect Master Yunhai's clothes. The sphere fell to the ground and rolled to Ping'an's feet. He picked it up, examined it and said, Where did you guys get this? Senior, a disciple of my Wanyue sect, found this on the road. The material is unknown, it's hollow inside. And even with our combined strength, Yunhai and I couldn't open it. I fear there might be a great treasure inside. What unknown material? This is just ordinary wood. And there's no treasure inside, it's something to eat. The two of them looked at Senior with a mixture of admiration and surprise in their eyes. Senior's discerning eye can see through it. I don't have that kind of ability. I made this thing, Chen Ping'an answered frankly. Making toys for kids was also a mission asterisk. He looked at the wooden ball before him, his gaze as sharp as a knife. He muttered to himself, use some wood chips to make a Lubin lock, but it seems the mechanism is broken. I'll have to open it another way. Let me see. Ping'an fumbled in his pocket for a moment and pulled out a knife. Found it. Seeing the blade, Yunhai and his daughter turned pale, not a trace of color left in their faces. An imagined image of a neck being sliced by the knife asterisk. That what just happened, that oppressive aura, no worldly treasure could ever compare. Even legendary immortal artifacts are said to fall short. That knife, it must be a divine artifact of legend, asterisk in the vision. Ping'an raises the blade high and brings it down fiercely on the wood, splitting it in two asterisk. Master Qingxian watched this immense power and thought, is this a clash of laws? But from Chen Ping'an's perspective, the knife had simply and lightly split the wood in half. It's open. Ping'an turned his head to find the group cowering in a corner, trembling. Why are you hiding so far away? Brong Shui asked hesitantly. Senior, what is this? Just a piece of candy. It was supposed to be a reward for a child who opened the toy. You can have it. Murong Shui looked at the half piece of candy Ping'an handed her, her heart filled with questions. Asterisk, a piece of candy with such potent spiritual energy, asterisk. She popped the candy into her mouth and chewed. A strange sensation suddenly washed over her. A green aura of power enveloped the young Mrs. Bati. I leveled up. I went straight from the first layer of core formation to the 10th. Not only did he save my life and guide my breakthrough, but now he's granted me such an opportunity. I truly don't know how I can ever repay you. Could I repay you with my body, asterisk? Murong Shui gripped Ping'an's hand tightly, her fairy-like face blushing shyly as she spoke. Being confessed to by the sect's young miss, Chen Ping'an's emotions erupted. He blushed and exclaimed, looking at the enchanting woman before him, he thought in a panic. A great figure, a beautiful face, a stunning beauty like this wants to marry me over a piece of candy. Unable to believe reality for a moment, Ping'an began to question his own sanity, thinking something was wrong with his brain. Miss Murong, there's no need for this. I didn't do much, so repaying me with your body is unnecessary. Besides, your father definitely wouldn't agree, he said, shyly refusing her. Contrary to his thoughts, Murong Yunhai happily agreed. Senior, since she was a child, I have taught little Shui to be grateful. I believe repaying you with her body is the best way to show her gratitude. Ping'an was speechless. So she gets this habit from you. Senior, he grabbed Miss Shui's shoulders and said decisively, Miss Murong, I'm just a mortal. I can't let you throw away your future for a piece of candy, do you understand? Murong Shui slowly pressed her body closer to Ping'an and replied, since Senior has come to the Kaoshan sect, you'll need someone to serve you. How about you let me be your handmaiden? Ping'an was shocked. Is that really okay? As a true man, faced with such a divine face and voluptuous figure, he couldn't control his emotions. Chen Ping'an turned to look at Murong Yunhai, casting a pleading gaze. Aren't you going to do something about this? Asterisk nearby. Zhang Qingxian saw this and grew annoyed with sect master Murong Yunhai. Didn't we agree that little Shui would be my daughter-in-law? Now not only are you not stopping this, you look proud, asterisk. Go ahead and try to fight Senior for her then. To not latch onto a powerhouse like this is to defy the heavens. Besides, little Shui developed these feelings herself. Are those really feelings? You're clearly just lusting after Senior's body, asterisk. I really don't know what kind of insane luck the Kaoshan sect has to be able to keep this great god in their sect. Not only did little Shui break through, she even jumped 10 levels. If only my daughter could have such a fateful encounter. My daughter is beautiful too. Elder Qingxian pictured the two of them in a loving, passionate embrace, thinking, if she could offer herself to him in marriage. He shot Chen Ping'an a murderous glare, making his hair stand on end. What on earth is this guy thinking? Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Ping'an said helplessly. That's enough, please let go of me. Murong Shui hugged the senior idly, overjoyed. This is wonderful, being in such close contact with a woman. Chen Ping'an struggled with the thought, don't hug me anymore. I can't take it much longer. Somehow the sect master pushed me into the ancestor's position, and his daughter inexplicably became my handmaiden. Is there anyone normal here? At least the mission was completed successfully. The bewildered senior cupped his hands and asked the sect master, by the way, what does the sect's ancestor usually have to do? Senior, you don't have to do anything. You are only needed when the sect has a major decision to make, or when we face a crisis we cannot resolve. In that case, could you all fly me back? Just hinting wouldn't work with this group. He had to be direct about wanting to be flown back. At Chen Ping'an's words, the sect master of the backing mountain sect and his entourage escorted him right to his doorstep. Senior, we have arrived as you requested, the senior sighed and said casually. What a pity, this terrified Murong Yunhai. Could it be that flashing several miles in an instant is still as slow as a turtle in the senior's eyes? Did we waste his time? But reality is always different from imagination. Ping'an was thinking gleefully to himself, it's a pity the speed was so fast I didn't get to feel what flying was like at all. Chen Ping'an pushed open the door and invited them in. All right, I was lost in thought. Since you're here, come in for a cup of tea before you go, Yunhai replied. Then we humbly accept. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the senior wasn't angry. The sect master turned to Elder Qingxian and said, I never expected the senior's residence to be like this. Qingxian, how about I arrange a fine residence for the senior within the sect? No need. I actually prefer this kind of life. Besides, I have chickens and fish to raise at home. Under the cherry blossom tree in Chen Ping'an's yard, a rooster glared, warily eyeing the group of people before it. Upon seeing it, Shaer, Qingxian and Yunhai's faces turned pale with fright. Puzzled, Ping'an looked at the people behind him and turned to ask, what's wrong with you all? It's nothing, I just suddenly feel a bit out of breath. Right, it's nothing, Zhang Qingxian managed to say, struggling to breathe as he stared at the chicken. Nothing, the senior walked inside happily, leaving the group outside. You can take a look around the yard first, I'll go make you some tea. Senior, don't. The esteemed members of a great sect stood in Ping'an's yard, yet the three of them were trembling, too scared to move. They were frightened out of their wits. This is bad. Looking at the scene around him, Zhang Qingxian exclaimed in horror. I've lived a long life, but I've never seen anything like this. That knife is wreathed in Dao charm. The fish pond is wreathed in Dao charm. The rooster is wreathed in Dao charm. That shed is wreathed in Dao charm. The entire courtyard is like this. The sight alone was terrifying enough for the three of them. Murong Shui gripped her father's arm tightly and said, These are all priceless treasures. The senior's residence is too terrifying. What should we do? Yunhai's face was dark as he said, Perhaps the senior is testing our endurance. We have to hold on. Looking at the objects before him, all surrounded by immense Dao charm, he thought, hold on, as if Chen Ping'an's residence was suffused with Dao charm everywhere, and because of this Murong Shui was feeling extremely unwell. She blurted out, Father, I can't hold on much longer. Just as she finished speaking, a cough suddenly came from the room. The sound also startled the surrounding creatures. The three of them fell into deep thought. Murong Yunhai spoke up. The senior must have rebuked them. Let's not stay here any longer. Let's go in quickly. Pushing the door open cautiously, Sect Master Yunhai said, Senior, we're coming in. He had thought something major happened inside, but it was just Ping'an choking because he drank water too fast. He turned around and asked, Finished with your tour? Sit wherever you like. The tea is freshly brewed. After looking at them closely, he was a little surprised and then asked, Did you guys just exercise in the yard? You're all out of breath, he thought to himself. My yard isn't an athletic field. Even a few laps shouldn't make them this tired, right? Could it be weak kidneys? Sigh, what is our protagonist's mind wandering to? A bit of a scamp, isn't he? His face flushed unconsciously. Ping'an continued to think, whatever, I'll give them something to replenish their vitality. So he handed the tea to the three of them, saying, Please try my tea and see how you like it. At that moment, the two sect masters were secretly communicating via voice transmission. Elder Zhang asked doubtfully, What level of treasure is this teapot? Sect Master Murong replied, I'm not sure, but it's definitely no weaker than the senior's kitchen knife. We'd best not make any rash moves. Still reeling from the shock, Murong Yunhai said, As for this tea, the moment they lifted the teacups, the three of them were stunned. Their spiritual roots were vibrating. A spiritual root is the foundation of every cultivator, and its level determines the speed and purity of spiritual energy absorption. As Cher drank, she thought, just smelling the tea's aroma has improved my spiritual root by a fraction. If I drink it. Seeing their strange expressions, Ping'an asked, What's wrong? Does it taste bad? They hesitated no longer, downing it in one gulp and then excitedly asked for more. He was stunned for a few seconds. Are you drinking this like it's alcohol? It seems you really are lacking vitality. Sect Master Murong's stomach was bulging, but his eyes were still fixed on the pot. He said, I'm not afraid of bursting, Senior, I want more. They drank cup after cup, leaving Chen Ping'an at a loss. He said, Aren't you afraid of bursting? You've drunk all the water I saved up for half a month. There's no more water. Hearing this, Elder Qingxian muttered, No more water. The next second he pulled a water pouch from his sleeve and said eagerly, Senior, I have more here. To be honest, these three were getting on Ping'an's nerves. He was already being so tactful. He roared, Get out, all of you. He waved his hand in annoyance and said, Drinking too much is bad for you. All of you go home. Go do whatever you need to do. They took their leave. Sect Master Murong said, We will remember the senior's teachings, he thought in confusion. What did I teach them? Ping'an sighed. Finally, they were gone. I need to go to town to buy some groceries. I'm starving. At that moment, under the blazing sun, Murong Gong sensed the signs of an epiphany. He was the former ancestor of the backing mountain sect. He thought, now is the perfect time to achieve an epiphany by observing the sun. There's a 60% chance of breaking through my bottleneck and reaching the soul division stage. An opportunity like this is rare and must not be missed. There can be no mistakes. At this moment, Murong Gong was incredibly focused and tense. The former ancestor stared at the sun, grudging even the time it took to blink. Almost there, just a little more. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Father, you're back. This sentence made him spit out a mouthful of blood. The opportunity he had waited so long for was ruined, all his efforts wasted in a single moment. Murong Yunhai said excitedly, Son has some wonderful news for you. He noticed his father's attitude was a bit off and asked, Father, you don't seem very happy. Old Murong repeated angrily, Good news? At the same time he drew his sword. My dear son has succeeded in infuriating his father, Murong Gong roared. Well, I have some bad news for you. His powerful aura was almost enough to crush his opponent. Having been interrupted at a critical moment by his precious son, Murong Gong was furious. He let out a roar as he attacked. You're happy, are you? Good news, is it? Murong Yunhai hurriedly begged for mercy. Stop hitting me. Alas, old Murong was relentless, cursing, you ruined my breakthrough. What great grievance did I have with you in a past life? Witnessing this, Elder Qingxian felt a bit awkward and said, Grandfather doesn't seem very happy. Cher stood to the side and replied with a dry laugh, probably yes. Yunhai knelt and pleaded, Father? But old Murong was still fuming and threatened. You think I'm hitting you too lightly, do you? Murong Yunhai quickly said, Father, don't be angry. Our sect has found a powerful backer. With the senior's help, your breakthrough will be a piece of cake, Murong Gong said irritably. Unless an immortal descends from the heavens to enlighten me, even someone at the tribulation stage can't help another break through a bottleneck, he chided. You ruined that perfect opportunity I had just now. Yunhai immediately replied, You don't believe me, Father? How about we make a bet? Do you dare? The old man snorted dismissively. What's there to be afraid of? If you can find someone at the integration stage, I'll concede defeat. Then he said confidently, Fine, I'll bet 10,000 spirit stones. Elder Zhang, who was standing by, also joined in. Count me in. I'll also bet 10,000 spirit stones. They were clearly confident of winning. Cher also excitedly placed her bet. Granddaughter bets 1,000 spirit stones. Seeing the three of them so full of confidence and the stakes so high, old Murong frowned and thought, that's practically their entire fortune. They dare to bet at all. Could it be true? Yunhai even provoked him. What's wrong, Father? Scared? The old man's anger flared and he slapped him again, scolding, Such insolence, lead the way. And so the group once again made their way to Chen Ping'an's residence. Yunhai announced, We've arrived. As soon as they got there, old Murong said disdainfully, This is it. Cher quickly reminded him. Grandfather, be careful what you say. Yunhai also chimed in. Father, yes, please don't say the wrong thing, and the senior is cultivating his heart here while pretending to be immortal. Don't mention anything about cultivation later. Murong Gong snorted, just being needlessly mysterious. He walked in saying, I'd like to see what this immortal looks like. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the aura of the place shocked him, and he blurted out, This? His eyes went wide. Worried, Cher and Yunhai quickly cried out, Grandfather, Father. By now, he was on his knees, unable to stand. This is a damn immortal's abode. From behind, Elder Zhang also cried out in astonishment, Uncle Murong? Old Murong struggled to get up but couldn't move an inch. Just the pressure alone is immobilizing me. Old Gong thought, What kind of terrifying existences are these things? Suddenly, a sturdy young man appeared from nowhere, rushing over to attack them. But the phoenix stopped him in time. Kitchen knife, stop. The punch had stopped just inches from Murong Gong. If it weren't for the phoenix, the old man would have been in trouble. The next second, the kitchen knife spun around several dozen times. Old Murong asked himself in a daze, Who was that? Someone's voice asked. The senior's kitchen knife. He then came to his senses. Kitchen knife, could it be an artifact spirit? The young man said unhappily. Phoenix, this old man doesn't look like a good person and I've never seen him before. It should be fine to chop him up, right? Murong Gong stared intently at the kitchen knife, thinking, an artifact spirit with such high intelligence. This is an immortal artifact, and he called that chicken a phoenix. Sigh, it was one surprise after another. Seeing the old man sitting there dumbly, the phoenix mocked, Is this old man an idiot? If you chop up an idiot, aren't you afraid you'll become one too? The old man was still lost in his thoughts. What is this place? The kitchen knife replied. That seems to make sense. Then he closed his eyes and warned, You'd better behave or I'll chop you up even if it makes me an idiot. Old Murong quickly replied, Yes, yes, yes. The next second the young man dashed into the house. Murong Gong hurriedly expressed his thanks. Thank you, divine beast, for saving my life. I will never forget this great kindness. Yunhai seized the opportunity. Father, you must believe me now. So when are you giving me those spirit stones? Unexpectedly, the old man angrily grabbed his son. Get down here. This left him completely baffled, and he asked jokingly, What? Unexpectedly, old Murong struck him hard and scolded. Your father was nearly killed and you're here gloating? Seeing the situation growing tense, Cher quickly and gently tried to persuade him. Grandfather, the senior doesn't seem to be here. Please bear with it for a moment. You should be able to get up when the senior returns. Only then did Murong Gong's anger subside a little. My granddaughter is still the best. Just then, Chen Ping'an was returning from the market. He had been in a good mood, but his face fell when he saw them. Why are they back again? I don't want to make any more tea. They pestered me all morning and now they've come back with reinforcements. Looks like our protagonist is a bit tired. His expression darkened. Maybe I should go hide somewhere. As Chen Ping'an approached his home, he saw them and was about to hide when Cher spotted him. Seeing him, she cried out happily, Senior, you're finally back. Ping'an was very embarrassed. He turned around and asked, Is there something else you need? Why are you back so soon? At this, Cher answered shyly, Senior, my grandfather. Hearing this, he was a bit confused and muttered, Your grandfather? He looked inside and was instantly stunned. Holy shit, Murong Shui's grandfather. Isn't that the true ancestor of the backing mountain sect? Why is he kneeling in my yard? He immediately rushed over. I can't afford to offend a figure like this. Whatever happened, I need to make peace first. Murong Yunhai whispered a reminder. Father, the senior is here. He is surrounded by Dao charm. It's your first time seeing it, so try to control your expression in a moment. Ping'an was about to help the old man up, saying Sen. Before he could finish, the old man looked all around him. It was only then that he was truly in a state of shock. Murong Gong thought, You call this surrounded? The stronger one's cultivation, the more one could see, so in the old man's eyes the Dao charm was far beyond the level of merely surrounding him. Immediately after, he bowed low and said, Greetings, senior. This left our protagonist with a head full of question marks. He still hadn't figured out the situation, thinking, this just makes the seniority even more confusing. The next second, Chen Ping'an hurried to help him up. Senior, please rise quickly. I am but a mortal and unworthy of such a grand gesture. Murong-gong's mind, however, was filled with respect. The pressure has vanished. To command immortal artifacts with such high intelligence, he is truly an immortal. And just as Yunhai said, the senior is cultivating his heart in the guise of a mortal. He kept staring at him, making Ping'an feel a little awkward. Old Murong spoke up. Senior, you are too kind. You can call me Little Gong or Old Gong, but please don't call me Senior anymore. I truly cannot bear it, he agreed. Then I'll call you Old Gong from now on, he invited the four of them. Since you're all here, please come in and sit for a while, he added. Just make yourselves at home. Hearing this, the group was thrilled. We get to have tea again. Chen Ping'an held up his vegetable basket. No tea this time, let's all have a simple meal instead, Old Murong replied respectfully. We will follow all of the senior's arrangements. Cher was overjoyed, cheering repeatedly. The four of them sat waiting for him to cook, but no one spoke. Old Gong grumbled. What do I owe you people? Why the long faces? HMPH, although I suppose I do owe you. I'll give you those spirit stones when we get back. I really misjudged this time, the old man continued, embarrassed. To think that such a senior was living in seclusion right within the territory of our backing mountain sect. Just then Murong Yunhai retorted, do we care about a few spirit stones? And, he said a bit loudly as if yelling at his father, we just want to drink the tea. The grandfather didn't understand why, and calmly countered, can't you drink the tea you make yourselves? The senior can't be that petty, can he? Suddenly the old man's expression changed. Something incredibly intense appeared in his eyes. The next second old Murong slammed onto the table with a bang. He struggled to lift his head, thinking, such powerful spiritual pressure, this must be an immortal artifact too, Murong Yunhai whispered. Father, we haven't dared to move since we came in, only you would dare to touch these treasures. The old man cursed angrily. Why didn't you say so earlier? Is there any son who screws over his father like this? Just as the former ancestor pushed himself up, a cough came from the kitchen, accompanied by plumes of smoke. Look at that walk, seems our protagonist's cooking skills are something else, Ping'an complained. These chilies are so pungent the aroma was already wafting out. Cher closed her eyes to savor it. What is this smell? It's so fragrant. Even Elder Qingxian was equally astonished, blurting out this scent. He then said, I've broken through. His words stunned them all. It was then that Murong Gong realized, wait, if you smell carefully, this isn't just a simple fragrance, it's pure spiritual energy. Yunhai was thrilled. What kind of spiritual elixir is this? If the fragrance alone contains such pure spiritual energy, then the dishes that will be served later. Soon after, a sumptuous meal of 4 dishes and a soup was served. Ping'an happily invited them. Try the dishes, don't be polite, I'll go get the rice. Their eyes lit up as they replied, okay senior, we definitely won't be polite. Hearing this, he froze for a moment. No, I'd rather you were a little polite. It'll be a disaster if it's like the tea last time when they drank all my water and still wanted more. As he turned to leave, his heart felt a little heavy. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Ping'an secretly comforted himself that he had made a lot of rice this time. He came out carrying the rice and said, who wants rice? As soon as he stepped outside, they utterly shocked him. Every one of them had their mouths stuffed full. From Elder Qingxian to Sect Master Murong, their cheeks were bulging with food. Even Cher couldn't be bothered to maintain her goddess-like image. All 4 of them simultaneously held out their bowls for rice. Senior, another bowl of rice, please. Good grief, there's never enough for them to eat. They have no self-control at all. Chen Ping'an roared angrily. Have you people never eaten a meal in your lives? The 4 of them ate like ravenous tigers, leaving Chen Ping'an stunned. I don't get it, but I'm completely blown away. They can eat simple vegetables and rice like they're reincarnated hungry ghosts. The life of a cultivator must be really miserable. He looked at Cher and thought, young lady, you need to watch your image. In a flash, the food was all gone, even the giant rice pot. As a result, everyone's stomach was bulging. They said with satisfaction, thank you for the meal, senior. You're welcome. Although he was polite, he was inwardly a bit contemptuous. They were even licking the plates just now. It was just a meal, but it meant the world to them. Elder Qingxian advanced from the 8th level of the nascent soul stage to the 5th level of the soul emergent stage. Old Murong went from the peak of the soul emergent stage to the 2nd level of the soul division stage. Cher advanced from the peak of the core formation stage to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Sect Master Yunhai did as well, going from the 8th level of the nascent soul stage to the 5th level of the soul emergent stage. Murong Gong was so moved he shed tears. He had finally broken through. I thought the bottleneck at the peak of the soul emergent stage would stay with me for the rest of my life until I died in frustration. I never thought I'd break through with just 1 meal and even reach the 2nd level of the soul division stage. He quickly knelt to express his gratitude. Senior, this opportunity is an immense kindness that I will never forget. Ping'an didn't understand why he was doing this and asked in confusion, Old Gong, what are you doing? His mind was currently full of question marks. Opportunity, is that like when monks ask for alms? Are they the same thing? Then he extended his hand and said, a mere opportunity is not worth mentioning. Old Murong jumped up excitedly. Then we'll come and dine with you more often when we're free. This old man was just short of moving in. Hearing this, he started to get annoyed. These people are so irritating. The next second, Ping An shooed them out, not forgetting to say politely, "You all should go continue your cultivation." Sect Master Yunhai immediately shot a reproachful line at his father. "Father, how could you say something like that? It's so shameless." The old man had a fiery temper and slapped his son hard across the face. "Why does he love hitting his child so much?" Gong roared. "That's what you call shameless. How dare you speak to me like that?" And the old man continued, embarrassed. "I was just a moment ago so excited that it slipped out. But the senior is immensely powerful. How could he get angry over such a small matter?" Meanwhile, Ping An was still fuming. "I didn't even get a single bite of food and they want to come every day. Are you people devils?" As old Gong walked, he said, "When the senior told us to go cultivate, he was reminding us that if we only covet level ups and have unstable foundations, the strength we gain will be superficial, understand?" The two of them turned their faces away to hide their smiles. Old Morong continued to lecture. "I see you two are truly shameless." Shire obediently replied, "Yes, grandfather, I understand. My granddaughter is still the best. Hook, line, and sinker." Alas, those two words. When she grows up, she won't so easily accept such partially false words. Then he called out, "Qingxian, you'd best tell only your father and your son about this matter, if too many people disturb the senior, for fear of angering the senior." "Got it," he replied, and Qingxian understood. "Then I shall take my leave and return to the sect." Suddenly a voice reached him, audible only to him. "Qingxian, remember, do not return to the sect. Do not return to the sect." Sect Master Zhang was astounded, recognizing it as his father's voice. Old Mu asked, "Could your father be using the heavenly voice transmission?" The elder Qingxian replied, "Yes, this is our sect's most urgent secret communication method. Using it means we are facing the calamity of sect annihilation. It seems this matter is not simple. At this moment, in the illusory moon sect, someone's ego was swelling," he declared arrogantly. "Zhang Xiaofeng, back when you crippled my legs, did you ever imagine that today I would break through to the first level of the nascent soul stage? I will have your entire sect buried with you." The person he mentioned was right below, less than section greater than 2gi, less than section greater than. He was the old ancestor of the illusory moon sect. Zhang Xiaofeng seemed to be struggling, but he still fought back with all his might. "You massacred an entire village of commoners. Anyone would be justified in killing you. My only regret is not slaying you back then." That fellow glared with vicious eyes, taunting. "And then what? Are you not afraid to die?" With valiant spirit, the old man said, "What is there to fear in death? Heaven protects my illusory moon sect. My son is not in the sect today, but one day he will avenge me." Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Father, I'm back," which made the old man spit up blood from anger. Zhang Xiaofeng roared, "What are you doing back here? Are you trying to get here in time for dinner? Didn't I send you a message telling you absolutely not to return?" Qingxian scratched his head and replied, "With something this major happening as the sect master, it wouldn't be right for me not to return. Besides, it's only the first level of the nascent soul stage." He spoke with disdain and a hint of amusement. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. The old ancestor Zhang let out a bewildered "Ha, only that? He actually used the word only?" That fellow began to mock him. "Is that Zhang Xiaofeng? I think your son has gone mad, hasn't he? Does he really think the nascent soul stage is as common as cabbage, something you can break through just by eating your meals every day? If you can summon another nascent soul stage cultivator, I'll call him Dad on the spot." Gong interjected from behind, "Who are you calling cabbage?" The man was scared out of his wits, his face a mask of astonishment. He spun around and stammered, You. It was overwhelmingly fierce. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask, "Who is that powerful figure?" The elder Qingxian replied, "Oh, that guy, he's no match for Uncle Morong, just an empty vessel making the loudest sound." After dealing with the arrogant villain, Gong laughed heartily, feeling utterly satisfied. He then said, "When did you offend a nascent soul stage cultivator?" "Luckily, I arrived in time." Zhang Xiaofeng was stunned and asked, Gong, is that really you old geezer? What's with your cultivation level?" Hearing this, he stroked his beard and said calmly, "It's a long story." Gong thought to himself that the man would never believe the truth about the senior, so he might as well use this chance to make a bet with him. He brought up the spirit stones he had just lost and said, "Actually, in a mortal town within my sect's jurisdiction, there lives an immortal. That immortal is so terrifying that his entire being emanates the rhythm and truth of the Tao, filling the sky, less than section greater than." I had one meal at the senior's place and broke through from the peak of the soul formation stage to the second level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Xiaofeng listened to this, utterly dazed. The next second he grabbed Morong's hand and said excitedly, "So that's how it is? Quickly take me to see the senior." Alas, it seemed the plan to expose the empty vessel had gone up in smoke. Gong asked with a puzzled look, "You believe me even though I was so vague? Aren't you suspicious that I might be lying?" Old Zhang answered decisively, "Impossible." Qingxian's strength also surged suddenly. "Do you think I don't know what a good-for-nothing he used to be? Besides, we've been friends for many years. If I don't believe you, who would I believe?" For some reason those words felt like a slap in the face to the young master. Qingxian was full of questions. "Am I his biological son?" At this point, Gong also told the truth. I didn't expect you to say that. To be honest, that senior has descended to the mortal world to cultivate his heart by living as a mortal, less than section greater than. We just left after receiving a fortuitous opportunity from the senior. It seems inappropriate to disturb him again so soon. Seeing Xiaofeng's troubled expression, old Mu called out, "What's with that look?" Old Zhang leaned in and retorted, "Are you lying to me?" Gong thought to himself, "Didn't you just say you believed me because of our many years of friendship? Where did that go?" As the two were arguing, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a strange spiritual pressure appeared. The elder Qing Xian asked loudly, "What is that sound?" An earthquake. Old Zhang immediately refuted, "No, a very strong spiritual pressure is coming." Just then, old Mu sensed something else. That spiritual pressure, it's coming from the direction of the senior's location. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Zhang Xiaofeng's hand and said, "Let's go take a look. We might even make it in time for dinner at the senior's place." They instantly flew off, leaving Sect Master Qing Xian standing there stunned, less than section greater than. He too was petrified for a few seconds. "Hey, what about me? Take me with you." Meanwhile, in Chen Ping'an's courtyard, a phoenix impatiently blocked them, having been drawn by the commotion. "Troublesome?" Old Zhang asked, unfamiliar with the place. "Is this the senior's residence?" Gong replied. "Yes, the main gate is shut tight. The senior must be out." Old Mu sighed in disappointment. "It seems we won't make it for dinner at the senior's place after all." Zhang Xiaofeng, standing to the side, was a bit impatient. "Why are you always so obsessed with the senior's dinner?" Old Zhang suddenly said with a serious expression. "But the sound just now came from that secret abyss," Gong analyzed. "Behind the secret abyss a secret realm is descending. An abyss this large probably means the secret realm is as big as a town. In other words, the towns below will be razed to the ground. This must be the senior's doing, but less than section greater than." Elder Su interjected. "Impossible. The senior is cultivating his heart as a mortal and has never used his cultivation. Besides, the senior would never do something so cruel." He turned to leave, saying, "Staying here is useless. While there's still time, let's go to the town and save as many people as we can." Zhang Xiaofeng agreed. "That's right." The two were about to leave when a brilliant light suddenly shot out from the pond, capturing their attention. A dragon's head gradually emerged and began to rise. It was a colossal and majestic dragon. It flew straight towards the secret abyss, indicating that something extraordinary was happening inside. The dragon circled the abyss a few times and then dove straight in. Old Zhang and old Mu witnessed this, dumbfounded and utterly shocked. "That's a dragon. I'm not seeing things, am I?" Less than section greater than. Gong replied with certainty, "No, you're not, but what if I told you there's also a phoenix inside?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng was flabbergasted. A phoenix, to have both a dragon and a phoenix serving him. Could he be an immortal emperor? What a sublime figure. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes today, they would have found it hard to believe. At the same time, another secret abyss appeared elsewhere. A sword shot out from within, exclaiming happily, "Excellent, I finally escaped to the mortal world. That damned Blood Moon sect actually wanted to make me its master." As if, now, it was furious, thinking to itself, "Although I was heavily damaged by the chaotic turbulence in the teleportation array, my spiritual body is intact. I will repay the grudge of my imprisonment 100-fold one day." Coincidentally, Chen Ping'an happened to be there. He walked closer, puzzled. Less than section greater than. "Why is there a sword here?" The sword also sensed a person, but it was confident and somewhat smug. "Any mortal who touches me will surely be shattered to pieces by my spiritual energy. Just blame your bad luck." He picked it up and couldn't help but admire it. "This looks pretty good." These words struck the sword like a lightning bolt. It let out a bewildered "ha," and even cursed under its breath. What kind of monster is this person? Now it understood who had the bad luck. In contrast to its dumbfounded expression, Ping'an was thrilled. "My luck is pretty good. I'll take it home." The sword shivered, thinking, "The sky is filled with the laws and principles of the Tao. Wasn't the passage I opened supposed to lead to the mortal realm? How can there be such a powerful expert here? What is this place?" The main character, seeing it, was excited as he held the sword. "It even moves on its own. Could it be a high-grade magical artifact?" Less than section greater than. With that, he tossed the sword into the basket on his back and walked away, laughing happily. "I might even be able to sell it for a good price," he mused, driving the sword from anger to despair. "Sell my ass a little respect, please." Left with no other choice, the divine sword could only console itself. "To think of my glorious reputation in the immortal realm, how many powerful experts wanted me to acknowledge them as master, only for me to end up in this state." Suddenly, it realized it was lying in a pile of herbs. It analyzed. "Most of these are common herbs and the best is only a first-grade spirit herb. Yet he couldn't see my grade just now. Could it be that I was right and he's just a mortal?" The sword chuckled smugly to itself. It lay there comfortably calculating. "My body is heavily injured and my sharpness has plummeted, which is why he could pick me up. What I saw earlier wasn't the laws of the Tao, it must have been a visual illusion. This is still the mortal realm." Less than section greater than. Suddenly a voice commanded, "Shut up." Forcing the divine sword to pay attention, the disdainful words of a weapon were directed straight at the immortal sword. Chen Ping'an saw the violent movement and turned to check, but the bamboo basket was shaking non-stop. Holding the basket, he was full of questions. Why is it suddenly moving so much? In the conversation between the two weapons, that weapon was still threatening the sword. "Don't move." The sword stuttered in fear. Hello, hello, big boss. Yes, big boss, no problem, big boss, the sword said, shocked and unable to believe its eyes. Am I seeing things? That weapon is actually a hoe, but what's special is the intense golden light radiating from it. This hoe is a divine artifact. Chen Ping'an looked up at the sky, less than section greater than. Seeing the sky had turned orange and was filled with circles that looked like a heavenly formation. A group of people stood on their swords moving towards a black hole in front of them. It's just ahead, look, that huge black patch in front of us. Gong sensed something was wrong and shouted in alarm, wait, slow down everyone, stop, stop. The black hole grew larger and larger. Then it shot out a dazzling green light striking down from above. Chen Ping'an watched from a distance and slowly recognized the black hole and the pillar of light. He laughed a little foolishly. Could that be the so-called secret realm? Suddenly, a prompt box appeared next to him, displaying a new notification. The main character guessed to himself, a new prompt. The mission shouldn't be announced this quickly, right? A thought flashed through his mind. Less than section greater than. Well, he said worriedly. Don't tell me you want me to deal with that pillar of light? The panel showed one lottery draw remaining, with a 5-hour time limit, asking if he wanted to draw now. It was only then that Ping'an gradually remembered he had forgotten to use his lottery draw after completing the last mission. I was excited when I first started drawing. He clapped his hands but later found he could only draw daily necessities which were completely useless, so he never paid much attention to it. Might as well draw whatever. I hope it has nothing to do with the light pillar. Saying this, the main character clicked the draw button without hesitation, feeling quite happy about it. Alright, just a random draw. Hopefully it's not related to the light pillar. After a few seconds of processing, a green orb appeared with a notification, completed. The draw was complete, and something appeared. The main character weighed it in his hand. It turned out to be a bamboo flute, less than section greater than. But soon after, he tossed it into the basket on his back with the other things. This draw isn't bad. I happen to learn how to play in my past life. I'll have to give it a try when I get home. Coincidentally, the bamboo flute was thrown next to the sword, which made the divine sword stand in awe. Another divine artifact. He just casually pulls out a divine artifact. It tried to calm itself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. Upon returning home, the main character stretched his back to relieve the day's fatigue. So tired. I'll wash my face first. He tossed the basket onto the table, letting its contents spill out. One surprise after another, the sword covered its face and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" In one room, everything radiated a dazzling golden light. The entire room was filled with divine artifacts. The divine sword, so arrogant just moments ago, was now hiding, less than section greater than. It had to admit to itself, I've roamed the immortal realm for thousands of years and have never seen such a sight. Looking at the blossoming peach tree outside, the sword was even more astonished. And what the hell is that peach tree outside? Its aura is even stronger than an immortal emperor's. Looking again at the fish swimming happily in the pond, that rooster and the goldfish in the pond are also hundreds of times stronger than an immortal emperor's dragon and phoenix. Another fierce bamboo stalk rushed over and said, "What is this piece of trash the master brought back?" The hoe from earlier also chimed in disdainfully. "HMPH, this ant has been chattering non-stop from the very beginning. If I weren't afraid the master would find out, I'd have destroyed it directly." Another teapot, hearing this, was furious. Peeved, daring to speak in front of the master, "Let's just destroy it." Hearing this, the sword's earlier arrogance vanished completely. It immediately humbled itself, trembling as it replied, less than section greater than. "Hello, hello, esteemed seniors. This little brother doesn't know the rules. Please, seniors, don't be like this." It silently cursed itself. What kind of place have I come to? In the dark of night somewhere, a strong beam of light shot towards the ground. A girl's hands were still performing some kind of technique. After finishing the incantation, she struck an attack pose and shouted, "Ha!" Then she thrust her hand violently into the light, creating an impact, but unfortunately her strength was insufficient. She frowned. The hand she had just used was now swollen and purple. She complained with a gloomy face, "It's too hard." Gong advised from the side, "Stop trying. This is an immortal's secret realm. Even someone like me at the second level of the nascent soul stage is helpless against it." He looked at the moon silently and sighed. "There's no entrance, and the pillar of light persists. It probably requires a secret password to open, less than section greater than." Zhang Xiaofeng silently walked over and interjected, "This is troublesome. Why don't we ask the senior for help?" Gong shrugged helplessly. "I know you want to see the senior, but with such a huge commotion he must be aware of it. The fact that he hasn't appeared means he wants us to solve it ourselves and not disturb his mortal cultivation." Suddenly, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes and calculated. "Wait," he said, breaking out in a sweat. "The senior might actually be coming later." Zhang Xiaofeng asked with a bewildered expression, "What do you mean by that?" Gong began to explain. Because, before he could finish, a strong gust of wind blew, attracting the attention of the three. The sky filled with strange circles, and the same happened at Chen Ping'an's house. The light even shone directly on the main character's bed, giving him no peace even while sleeping at home, making him sweat profusely. "So annoying, haven't Gong and the others solved it yet?" He threw off his covers in anger, less than section greater than. He shouted impatiently, "Is anyone going to let me sleep? Can someone stop this damned secret realm?" Over in the kitchen, a knife stuck in a cutting board suddenly glowed with a faint green light. In an instant, it transformed into a handsome, well-built man, standing with his hands on his hips. Roger that. With that he walked straight out of the kitchen and headed outside. In the sky outside the light grew stronger and the consequences grew greater. Mirang Shui saw something and said happily, "He's here." Zhang Xiaofeng hearing this was surprised. "He's here, is it the senior?" Mirang Gong knew who it was at a glance and covered his face helplessly, explaining to the two, "No, that's the senior's kitchen cleaver." Xiaofeng standing by was confused. "A kitchen cleaver? Why are you covering your whole body?" The young man silently acknowledged the destructive power of the object before him. To think something of this intensity exists in the world less than section greater than. Even in the immortal realm, interesting things are rare, but it's a pity. As he thought this, he smiled and recited an incantation, and a cloud of red mist enveloped his body. The young man's eyes widened, and he faced the cleaver seriously. Still just one strike. A deep red beam of light shot straight down from the origin point of the black hole towards the ground. Just like that, it met the green light in a head-on vertical attack. The cleaver continued to extend its hand and cast a technique, saying disdainfully, "Looks like I was overthinking it, so it's just this kind of trash." The red light gradually penetrated deeper into the pillar of light, shattering it into pieces. It detonated a large area, causing a terrifying earthquake. The three quickly formed a barrier to protect themselves. The wind whipped up dust everywhere, and only when the embers settled were the three lucky to be unharmed. A huge crater had appeared before them, and in its center was a shining sphere of light, less than section greater than. In the illusory secret realm, a hand was tidily bound by iron chains. It belonged to a girl curled up in the secret realm, her hands and feet shackled by talismans. After a few impacts she awakened and slowly opened her eyes. After sitting up straight, she smiled slyly. Outside, the young man called Cleaver was noticing something. Mirang Shui spoke happily, "Grandpa, the light pillar is broken, let's go see what treasures are inside." But Mirang Gong stopped her with his hand. "Wait a moment." Xiaofeng was alarmed. "What is that?" In the dark sky, a strange smiling face appeared, and the sphere of light in the crater began to grow to an enormous size as if it could explode at any moment. Suddenly a hand reached out from the sphere of light, surprising the young man called Cleaver. A pair of feet stepped out, making the young Cleaver man exclaim, "Less than section greater than." "I didn't expect this either." The girl from before emerged in her complete form, confidently flicking her hair. "An immortal origin realm expert who has fallen to demonism." Mirang Gong was shocked. An immortal origin realm. Could this entire massive secret realm be a cage used to imprison her? After less than 5 seconds of shock, he turned his head cheerfully and said, "Xiaofeng, well, there's the immortal you've been longing to see," which made Xiaofeng scold him angrily. "You still have the mood to joke at a time like this. I just wanted to meet the senior, not an immortal who wants to kill me." Mirang Shui hurriedly tugged on Mirang Gong's clothes and asked about the situation. "Grandpa, what do we do now?" Hearing her ask, he also sighed and pondered. "There's nothing we can do. We don't even have the right to flee in front of an immortal. Our only hope is that Senior Cleaver will intervene." Over there, the powerful young man spoke. "Hey, you down there, state your name." The girl turned back and saw him flying in the air, less than section greater than. Her gaze instantly changed. She shifted her feet into a ready stance, let out a fierce shout of "kill," and charged straight at him, waving her palms. But he calmly raised his hand to cast a spell and snorted coldly, "Overestimating yourself." The hand he was about to extend stopped again. A seal appeared like a wall blocking her. The domineering young Cleaver man said, "A mere immortal origin realm expert is worthy of screaming before me." A corner of his mouth lifted. "Let me tell you, even if some immortal emperor-level trash came here, they'd have to call me Dad." The two elders were shocked, repeating every word the Cleaver said. "Trash, immortal emperor level. What level is the senior then?" The young man walked up to the girl, pointed his index finger at her forehead and said, "I'd like to see what you were like before you went mad." As he spoke, a dazzling light emanated, less than section greater than. The scene shifted to a time when the girl was still a small, adorable child. While playing in a garden, she suddenly turned her head. Right behind her was the figure of a man raising his hand to attack her. He struck the girl's chest with a vicious palm, sending her to the ground. Seeing this scene, the Cleaver felt some sympathy and cast a spell to make her fall unconscious. He then gently supported her body. Next, the Cleaver turned back and ordered the 3 people below, "Hey, I'll leave this to you. Don't speak a word of this to anyone or you know the consequences. Understood?" With that, he took the girl into his arms. Below, Mirang Gong also said respectfully, "This humble one understands." With the matter settled, the young Cleaver man flew away with the girl, leaving everyone in a daze. "It seems the senior wants to see that crazed woman." Mirang Gong sighed. "He probably wants to investigate her identity, less than section greater than. After all, she disturbed the senior's cultivation. We must keep this a secret and not let more cultivators disturb the peace around here." He then turned to Mirang Shui and instructed, "Cher, go arrange for the disciples to keep what just happened to themselves. Anyone who dares to speak a word about this will be beaten to death with a staff, and anyone who flees will be hunted to the ends of the earth." Mirang Shui looked back in fear and replied, "Cher understands, but it seems we won't be able to keep this a secret." More strange and dangerous figures appeared around them, completely surrounding them. At this moment, the Cleaver had also completed his task and returned home. Seeing the strange girl, the rooster asked, "Why did you bring someone back?" The young man walked to the peach tree in front of the house and said, "Peach tree, I'll leave her to you. I'm heading back now." As soon as he finished speaking, several green specks of light appeared among the flowers. The cherry blossom tree, less than section greater than. Beautiful woman with a graceful figure gradually appeared. "Ha," she asked again. When she saw the girl on the kitchen knife, she was taken aback. "This person," her expression darkened. Raising a hand to cast a spell, she said, "What a werewolf immortal venerable to be so ruthless to a 6-year-old girl." A small flower materialized in her palm, flew slowly into the air and transformed into a cherry blossom. The blossom emanated an incredibly dazzling halo. Then it drifted down and merged into the girl's forehead. Instantly, the girl's entire body was enveloped in a layer of transparent light. Under the purification of this magical cherry blossom, she seemed to be healed. At that moment, the treasured sword peeked its head out from the crack in the door, curious about what was happening. Suddenly, it recognized with a shock that the person was Ling, the daughter of the Batian immortal emperor. Just then, the girl slowly opened her eyes and woke up. The peach tree sister and the rooster from earlier were also astonished, for she was simply too adorable. The expression on her face was now innocent and pure, with none of the initial malevolence. She looked around at the place, confused, not knowing where she was. Peach Sister quickly placed a spell seal on her forehead and said, "This is your home. From now on you are to call the Master Brother." The treasured sword, hiding in the house, witnessed everything and smirked. "I have a feeling the Batian immortal emperor definitely won't be able to sit still this time." Back in the immortal realm at that moment, a plume of black smoke was rising from a token. The immortal emperor picked up the token and frowned. "Who destroyed the secret realm I personally created and restored Linger's consciousness? Daughter, father will send people to find you right away," he then commanded. Guards, 3 black shadows immediately and slowly materialized. The group answered the summons and arrived at once. The immortal emperor waved his hand and issued an urgent order. "Send word, order all the experts of the heavenly court to descend to the mortal realm immediately, and search for my daughter's whereabouts. Whoever helps me find my daughter, I shall reward them with eternal power and nobility, and they will share this world with me." And so his subordinates swiftly took their leave. In a certain room, coughing could be heard repeatedly. It turned out the protagonist was lying uncomfortably in bed, asleep. He irritably pulled the blanket over his entire body and shouted, "This is the first time in years I've slept this late. It's all because of that noisy secret realm last night. I'm going back to sleep for a bit." He was completely unaware that a girl was standing silently by his bed. The girl reached out a hand and said, "Brother, it's time to get up." The protagonist, half asleep, mumbled, "Ha, brother?" The girl who had just spoken was sitting nearby and peeked her head out to remind him. "The sun is already high in the sky, brother." Chen Ping'an was instantly so shocked he was petrified right on the spot. A moment later he jolted awake and sat up. "Little sister, who are you? Why are you here?" The girl shyly introduced herself. "My name is Ling and this is my home." Faced with this overwhelming amount of information and his brain not yet fully awake, he dazedly processed it. "Here, you mean this town? But such an adorable girl. I've lived here for 5 years, there's no way I wouldn't have seen you." He slowly got out of bed. "Ling, is it?" Then he gently patted the little girl's head. "How about I call you Little Linger? Brother will take you to find your mommy and daddy, okay?" She blushed shyly. "Okay," he smiled gently. "You have to stick close to me, don't get lost." Hearing this, she reached out and grabbed Ping'an's hand, then asked, "Is this okay?" This took the protagonist by surprise, but he quickly replied happily, "Of course it is. Now that we're in town, point me in the direction of your house." Linger smiled with her lips pursed. Then, while sucking on a tonghulu, she pointed and said, "My little sister's home is right here." This made the protagonist's face darken. "Isn't this my house? Did we just go in a circle?" he thought to himself. He asked again with difficulty, "Little Linger, do you remember what your mommy and daddy look like?" Linger, focused innocently on her candy, said, "I don't remember, but Sister Peachtree." Hearing this, the nearby Peach Sister jumped in fright, breaking out in a cold sweat. Immediately, a rock from under the tree shot into the air and hit Linger right on the head, making the little girl cry out in pain. "Ouch!" She squatted down, holding her head. The protagonist, seeing this, rushed over in alarm to comfort her. "Little Linger, are you okay?" Chen Ping'an helplessly reasoned that Ling and her family must have been passing through Qingyuan town and somehow got separated. Then she must have accidentally fallen and hit her head, causing her memory to become scrambled. This was going to be difficult. As his thoughts ran wild, Ling spoke up tearfully, "Brother, don't you want Linger anymore?" Hearing this, he quickly patted her head and clarified, "How could that be?" He schemed in his heart. "I guess I'll have a temporary little sister for now. Her parents will surely come looking for her eventually." Suddenly, someone from outside the gate called into the courtyard, "Is the senior home?" Then the gate was pushed open. "So it's me. It's Zhang Xiaofeng and Gong," the protagonist asked in confusion. Why are you two here again?" Gong explained. "Senior, this is my good friend Zhang Xiaofeng. He wanted to come and thank you in person, so I took the liberty of bringing him here." Xiaofeng clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior. Thank you for saving my life." After speaking, he looked up and marveled to himself. It's just as Gong said, he's incredibly powerful. The protagonist's whole body was radiating a powerful golden mist, which is what led Xiaofeng to this conclusion. After hearing the reason for their visit, the protagonist was even more confused. He thought, bewildered. Saving your life, have we met before? After a moment's thought, the protagonist's expression turned wary again. No, they're here to mooch a meal. Linger also followed behind him and asked, Brother, who are they? Seeing her, Gong pointed in astonishment and asked, Senior, this is, Ping An immediately replied, This is my little sister Su Ling. She's 12 years old and an ordinary person just like me. Linger quickly greeted Grandpa Murong and Grandpa Zhang. Her whole body was radiating a mysterious purple light. She said softly, Hello Grandpa Murong. Hello Grandpa Zhang, the two men replied dazedly. But inwardly they shared the same thought. An ordinary person, look at the aura she's emitting, it's getting stronger and stronger. You call this an ordinary person? Xiaofeng gaped in amazement. This little lady looks much younger than Cher, yet even the youngest genius in the royal city doesn't possess such power, Murong meanwhile thought. I'm afraid she's an immortal too. Seeing the two men's silence, Ping An and Linger looked at them, puzzled. Murong found a reasonable explanation for this astonishing situation. Well, she is the senior's sister, so it's not that surprising for both siblings to be this terrifying. What kind of divine beings must their parents be? Then the protagonist broke the silence. Why don't you two go sit down for a while? Luckily it's just the two of you, the leftovers should be enough to eat. The two men were stunned to hear this. Zhang Xiaofeng said awkwardly, we wouldn't dare, how could we have the nerve to freeload at the senior's house? Upon hearing this, Murong immediately turned around and covered his friend's mouth saying we will follow all of the senior's arrangements. And so the protagonist and Linger led the two men into the house. He said, you're already here, so don't be polite. Just make yourselves at home and rest for a bit. Linger asked playfully, Brother, should I cook? At the same time, Murong turned again to glare at Xiaofeng even though he had no idea what he'd done wrong. Linger offered to help the protagonist cook, so the three men sat and waited. The protagonist was very expectant. He hadn't known Linger could cook and wondered how it would taste. He suddenly turned his head and carefully instructed the two men. By the way, there's a child here this time. Watch your table manners and don't be a bad influence. Murong replied, Yes, senior. Xiaofeng asked curiously in a low voice, What on earth did you do at the senior's house before coming here to mooch a meal? Have you no shame? Murong blushed slightly and said sternly, Let's see you try not to eat later. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted past their noses. Xiaofeng exclaimed in admiration, This smells amazing. Just then, Linger came in carrying a pot of food and said, It's ready. The moment the lid was lifted, a dazzling light burst forth. The two men were extremely curious. What kind of heavenly treasure is this? A short while later, two elderly men with completely empty, bulging stomachs lay back on their chairs, utterly content. There wasn't a single scrap of food left on the table. In unison, the two thanked him. Thank you for your hospitality, senior. The protagonist was once again deeply shocked. Another whole pot of rice gone. Are you two hungry ghosts? But he could only endure it. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Linger's cooking was indeed much better than his, practically at a chef's level. He turned his head and asked, Little Linger, who did you learn to cook from? Linger thought for a moment and then replied, I don't know either, but I just found out that I know how to make a lot of dishes. Hearing this, the protagonist's face lit up even more. He clenched his fist and thought joyfully, a lot of dishes, which means I no longer have to eat only the 3 dishes I know how to make. This sister, I'm definitely keeping her. Even the kitchen knife in the kitchen seemed to be voicing its long-suppressed feelings, crying with emotion. A kindred spirit, my apologies to master, but this is what you call cooking. Kitchen knife, you two go tell Peachtree to add a few more seals to Linger's memory. Tell her to stop looking for that useless old dad of hers, the sword retorted irritably. So noisy. Suddenly something strange happened. So much so that Xiaofeng even shed tears. A faint yellow aura emanated from his body. It turned out he had broken through. He said emotionally, I've finally broken through. I can't believe I broke through to the soul division stage just by eating a meal. It wasn't just Xiaofeng, Murong was the same, he thought with a tremor. Not only did it raise my level, but the taste was also divine. Linger is cute, an excellent cook, and overwhelmingly powerful. My granddaughter can't compare in any way. I'm so envious, jealous, and hateful. He clenched his fist in agreement. He rushed forward excitedly and grabbed the protagonist. Senior, can I trade you Murong Shui for Linger? The protagonist replied helplessly. Are you out of your mind spouting such nonsense? Far away somewhere, Murong Shui sneezed several times in a row. She rubbed her nose, puzzled. Who's bad-mouthing me? Speaking of which, with such an important matter at hand, where did father and grandfather run off to? She looked up at the sky. Ah, they're here. Before her was a massive airship floating in the sky. It descended slowly and gently, and a pair of legs gradually walked down. Little Shui, I'm here. It was an adorable pink-haired girl, none other than the kingdom's princess, Luo Lanqing. Murong Shui praised her. Princess, it's been a while. You're looking more beautiful than ever, the princess said smugly. Still so good with words. Then Luo Lanqing's gaze swept over Murong Shui's chest and she said thoughtfully, But you've also really grown. Murong Shui blushed beet red and denied it. And no, I haven't. Then a man's figure walked over. Luo Shaoji questioned, You don't see me, your cousin? Murong Shui pointed at him with a look of contempt. Are you a toad lusting after a swan's flesh? Little Qing, stay away from this guy. Hearing this, Shaoji immediately defended himself. Princess, don't listen to this little brat's nonsense. I'm actually a very nice person. He blushed and whispered threateningly into Murong Shui's ear. You've gotten bolder as you've grown up. Believe it or not, I'll still bully you like when we were kids, she pouted and explained. HMPH, your cultivation was higher back then. so I really couldn't beat you, but now you just try it if you dare, she said with a challenging tone. As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly burst forth, shocking the other two. Luo Shaoji fell to the ground in astonishment. How is that possible? How did you do it? She held her head high and replied, Nascent Soul 8th Layer. HMPH, how does that compare to one of the 3 great geniuses of the royal city at the core formation 5th layer like you? Seeing little Shui's sudden surge in cultivation, Luo Lanqing ran over, urgently grabbed her hand and asked, Little Shui, what's going on with your cultivation? Could it be related to that sword light? Mirang Shui didn't understand either. Sword light? Yes, that's why I came to find you today. The other day I was out with my father attending an auction. At night I was on top of a pavilion admiring a mountain. It said that this mountain peak is a local scenic spot with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and it's the foundation upon which that city's development depends. Before Luo Lanqing's eyes were towering mountains that blotted out half the sky. But suddenly a red light flashed from within the mountains. The red light moved at the speed of light. That sword light was probably a martial technique unleashed by some expert during their training. Its power left even Luo Lanqing dumbfounded. It was just a small beam of sword light, yet it sliced through countless mountain peaks, its might undiminished. It seemed that wherever it went, everything it touched shattered on impact, unable to resist. It wasn't just Luo Lanqing, many powerful cultivators who were training saw that scene and excitedly chased after the sword light arriving here. At this point Mirang Shui also realized what that sword light was. Mirang Shui said shyly, Actually that thing wasn't a sword light but a blade light. Luo Lanqing felt she had found an important clue, her eyes shining as if she had discovered gold. I knew you knew. With that, Mirang Shui turned to Luo Shaoji, her attitude angry and very displeased. She turned to leave with Luo Lanqing, leaving Luo Shaoji behind. Little Chain, let's go talk somewhere else. Don't let this lazy toad eavesdrop. Seeing himself being abandoned like this, Luo Shaoji felt a bit wronged and chased after them, pleading, Hey, don't be like that, cousin. Take your cousin with you. Mirang Shui pushed off with her feet, and the 2 young women shot forward, transforming into 2 streaks of starlight, rocketing into the sky like supermen, leaving Luo Shaoji pleading pitifully below. During their flight, Mirang Shui recounted what had happened to her. As a young woman meeting a long-lost friend, Mirang Shui forgot that she had to keep this a secret and told the princess everything. After listening, the princess was also a bit incredulous. An immortal senior, tea that can improve the grade of one's spiritual root and food that can raise one's cultivation? Does such an expert really exist? Little Shui, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Seeing that Luo Lanqing didn't believe her, Mirang Shui said proudly, Of course I'm not lying to you. I'll take you to meet the senior. At this point, little Shui herself had forgotten that she couldn't casually disturb the senior. Chen Ping'an was currently sitting dashingly in his courtyard holding a flute. It's been a long time since I played the flute. I wonder if I still remember the tune. As he was enjoying the tranquility, a loud shout shattered the atmosphere. Is the senior home? Ah, great, can we come in? Mirang Shui said as she pushed open the gate as if it were her own home. Chen Ping'an also slowly stood up and asked little Shui, Come on in, what brings you here today? Mirang Shui walked into the house and without hesitation gestured for Luo Lanqing to enter as well. Come in, quickly. Luo Lanqing followed little Shui's words and slowly walked in. The young princess was looking all around, saying fearfully, Little Shui, this courtyard is terrifying. There are so many powerful gazes. Luo Lanqing felt as if many eyes were staring at her, a feeling of being seen through completely. Seeing the princess so frightened, Mirang Shui ran over to comfort her. Relax, the senior gave us permission to enter. They won't make things difficult for us. Senior, actually, this time my friend wanted to pay you a visit, which is why I took the liberty of disturbing you. Seeing her friend was scared, Mirang Shui pushed her toward Chen Ping'an to introduce her. Luo Lanqing blushed, shyly stuttering her greeting. Senior, you are indeed just as little Shui described. Your power is truly profound and unfathomable. Standing before such a powerful expert, she seemed to have forgotten that she too was the princess of a nation. Luo Lanqing had thought he would be a white-haired old man, not so handsome. Seeing how embarrassed the young lady was, Chen Ping'an also felt a bit helpless. Miss, there's no need for such formalities. Please make yourself at home. Even though I'm used to being called senior, I really don't have a shred of power. Chen Ping'an thought in shame. Little Linger peeked her head out from behind a tree, curiously inquiring. Brother, who are those older sisters? Seeing Linger for the first time, Mirang Shui also asked curiously. Senior, this is, Hearing this, Chen Ping'an took the opportunity to introduce them to each other. This is little Linger, my little sister. Little Linger, you can just call them sister. Little Linger obediently and politely greeted them. Hello, sisters. Mirang Shui and Luo Lanqing's eyes widened when they saw little Linger. As expected of the senior's sister, her power is so strong, but she's too cute. Little Linger was so adorable that both beauties were completely smitten, running over to shower her with praise. Standing to the side, Chen Ping'an also felt a little stir in his heart, and felt a bit embarrassed. They're quite beautiful, but it's not good to keep staring. I should just try out my flute. Chen Ping'an looked at the flute, a slight smile playing on his lips. He began to play. He had only played a few notes when Mirang Shui suddenly sensed something unusual. This flute music, every single note seemed to contain a peculiar power. Upon hearing the music, Mirang Shui suddenly felt a strange sensation, the signs of an epiphany. Luo Lanqing found it strange. This isn't right. I haven't even circulated my cultivation technique, yet I've already entered a state of enlightenment. A sword in the corner, hearing the flute music, also discovered that the melody contained the essence of the Tao. Truly profound. After listening for just a short while, the cracks on the sword's body had already healed by more than half, its slow mending visible to the naked eye. I never thought that not only is Chen Ping'an terrifyingly powerful, but he also possesses such heaven-defying skills. No wonder there are so many divine artifacts in this courtyard. It turns out they've been listening to such music for a long time. The treasured sword thought happily, doesn't that mean if I stay here I too can become a divine artifact one day? I've decided not to leave. I'm going to become the strongest divine artifact. As it was happily scheming to latch onto Chen Ping'an, a sharp rebuke suddenly came. Shut up and stand properly in the corner. The treasured sword, hearing this, quickly apologized. Yes boss, no problem. Mirang Shui hurried over, clapping and praising. That flute music is so beautiful. Chen Ping'an was very happy to be praised and said with a smile, really, that's great. Luo Lanqing stood to the side, overwhelmed with happiness. She never would have imagined in her life that just one piece of music could help her advance so much. From the first layer of the core formation stage, she had leapt to the 6th layer. The same was true for Mirang Shui, who had leapt from the 5th layer of the nascent soul stage to the 9th. It seemed Mirang Shui still hadn't truly understood the senior's power. The two young women immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle and said respectfully, "Thank you, senior, for this opportunity." The protagonist at this point was also completely baffled, not understanding what the two were talking about. "Huh? Opportunity? What opportunity?" Chen Ping'an asked, confused. "I didn't give you anything." To thank Chen Ping'an, Luo Lanqing said, "Senior, I have no way to repay this immense kindness." Seeing the princess blush and stammer, Mirang Shui also looked at her friend in surprise. Before Luo Lanqing could finish, Chen Ping'an cut her off. "You can't offer yourself in marriage." After hearing this, the princess was mortified and ran away. Chen Ping'an watched the two of them leave and sighed. What are these cultivators thinking, always wanting to offer themselves in marriage to a mere mortal like me? The protagonist stroked his chin, pondering, could it really be because I'm too handsome? Chen Ping'an thought, smiling smugly to himself. At this moment, Luo Lanqing was utterly ashamed. She covered her face and lamented, "My first confession in my life, and I get rejected so bluntly. I'm a princess, for crying out loud." Mirang Shui could only follow behind and comfort her. All right, the senior is an immortal after all. It's normal for him to not be interested in us." Hearing the word us, the princess turned her head and asked, "Us? Don't tell me you confessed too." Having been found out, Mirang Shui's face turned beet red as she turned away and denied it. "Oh, of course not. Why would I say something like that? Anyway, you got an opportunity from the senior, and you got to hear such powerful music, so you shouldn't worry about it so much." Luo Lanqing nodded in agreement with Mirang Shui's words. "Right, speaking of the music. This is a sound recording stone I bought with my father at an auction before. It can record sound." After speaking, the princess took out a piece of quartz that emitted a mysterious purple light. "When the senior said he was going to play earlier, I secretly recorded it." Mirang Shui was ecstatic, as if she had found a priceless treasure. "Really, you're so smart. Let's hurry up and find a place to listen to it." A short while later, the two were sitting under a tree deep in the forest cultivating, surrounded by the sound of Chen Ping'an's flute music emanating from the stone. Mirang Shui broke through directly from the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage to the peak of the nascent soul stage. She opened her eyes and said excitedly, "I can't believe this trick works too. If we keep listening like this, won't we become immortals soon?" Luo Lanqing also broke through from the 6th layer of the core formation stage to the peak of the core formation stage. "Let's continue, we'll break through in one go today." As she was happily stroking her precious stone, it suddenly began to vibrate violently, showing signs of abnormality. The stone suddenly exploded with a bang. Seeing this, both of them were shocked. What happened? It exploded? Was it a one-time use item? Could it be that the senior found out and is punishing us? What is this black smoke? In the black smoke, their clothes were gradually being corroded. Luo Lanqing finally noticed her clothes slowly disappearing and shouted, "This is bad, this stuff corrodes clothes." The two young women hurriedly used their hands to cover their bodies, blushing as they said, "This is not good." Luo Shaoji was scheming something in his mind. "I am one of the 3 great geniuses of the royal city after all. Don't think that just because you ditched me I have no way of finding you." He was planning something, holding a map in his hand that seemed to be pointing to a certain location or person. What else was he planning? "Luckily, to prevent getting separated from the princess, I placed a tracking spell on her clothes earlier. Finding you is as easy as turning over my hand." Luo Shaoji asked in confusion, "Are they still in that spot? It's been a while. Why haven't they moved? How strange." Did he suddenly realize something was wrong? Why did he have that expression? Luo Shaoji said angrily, "When did their positions disappear? There are 2 girls running away behind them. Were they eavesdropping? Those 2 must be Luo Lanqing and Mirang Shui, right?" Suddenly, one of them stepped on a twig and the sound alerted Luo Shaoji to their presence. "Why are their clothes so tattered?" And the sound of the snapping twig also caught Luo Shaoji's attention. Realizing they'd been discovered, the 2 of them cowered in fear. Luo Shaoji shouted, "When did you get here? What happened to your clothes? Why are they so torn up?" Su Ling and Luo Lanqing turned around. He was startled to see the two girls in such revealing clothes. He looked away, his face flushing red with embarrassment. Xiao Linger said to him, "Look away, don't look, or believe it or not, I'll destroy you." Luo Xiaoji thought in astonishment, "Am I seeing things? How did their power become like this?" The two girls quickly ran out of his sight. They were incredibly fast and their strength had increased significantly. Luo Xiaoji thought, their rapid increase in power must be related to the place they were just at. "I have to go check it out." He walked to the courtyard where they had been. Seeing the gate ajar, Luo Xiaoji stepped inside and said, "Doesn't look like anything special." Suddenly, a rooster and a broom appeared before him. But what was strange was that these objects were surrounded by some kind of power. They launched an attack at Luo Xiaoji and he had no choice but to block it with his hand. Caught off guard, he propped himself up with one hand on the ground and managed to say, "What are these things?" This power forced Luo Xiaoji to his knees. He thought, "What kind of monsters are these? Their sheer presence is immobilizing me. My whole body aches as if it's been flogged." He was drenched in sweat, but he forced himself to say, "This feeling isn't half bad." He licked the corner of his mouth, about to do something. The rooster seemed to sense something. Is he excited? "Why do I feel this kid's chi and blood surging?" It had a bad feeling and backed away. Even the broom became afraid of Luo Xiaoji. Thought, "Gods, this kid doesn't have some kind of special fetish, does he?" Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an and Xiao Linger were digging up sweet potatoes. He said, "We dug up a lot of sweet potatoes today. I'll make you a snack later." Xiao Linger replied happily, "Okay." Suddenly, Chen Ping'an returned home and saw a man collapsed in front of his courtyard. He was very surprised and didn't know who this person was. Chen Ping'an thought, "How did he end up falling over while kneeling?" And Chen Ping'an thought in bewilderment, "My threshold isn't that high, is it?" Chen Ping'an went over and asked Luo Xiaoji, "Brother, are you alright?" Luo Xiaoji, however, seemed to be pleading for help. He went to help Luo Xiaoji up, saying, "Get up, don't kneel like that." The moment he touched me, all the pressure on my body was instantly lifted. "It seems the owner of this courtyard has returned." Luo Xiaoji quickly thanked him. He went to help Luo Xiaoji up, saying, "Get up, don't kneel like that." The moment he touched me, all the pressure on my body was instantly lifted. "It seems the owner of this courtyard has returned." Luo Xiaoji quickly thanked him. Suddenly, in Luo Xiaoji's eyes, the image of a celestial being appeared. Luo Xiaoji knelt and said, "Greetings, senior. Please forgive this junior for trespassing in your courtyard. I hope you can pardon my offense." "How come there's another one?" Chen Ping'an looked helpless. He sighed and said, "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you must be a relative of the Murong family, right? Your family visits so often that I'm used to it. Don't worry about it." Luo Xiaoji suddenly beamed and said, "Senior is truly a master of divination. There's no way Xiao Shui could have mentioned you to me. Yet Senior knew all about me with just a single glance. Such deductive power is simply terrifying." Chen Ping'an felt a bit awkward from the praise. Suddenly, Xiao Linger came in from outside and said, "Brother, I'm back with the sweet potatoes." Luo Xiaoji didn't know who this girl was. Something suddenly flashed in his mind and he took a step back in shock. Seeing Xiao Linger, Luo Xiaoji guessed, "This little girl looks to be about 12 years old, right? How can she possess such strength?" After realizing the girl's power, he trembled all over. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger was angry that someone was underestimating her strength. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoji bowed to Xiao Linger, calling her senior because her power was greater than his. Seeing this, Chen Ping'an chided him, "That's enough. Don't go around calling everyone senior." Chen Ping'an took Luo Xiaoji's hand and said, "Get up quick." Chen Ping'an encouraged him, saying, "You're weak, so don't be too hasty. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Besides, your constitution is already poor, so you shouldn't be kneeling at the drop of a hat. A man's knees are precious as gold, you understand?" Luo Xiaoji's legs were trembling with fear. Hearing this, Luo Xiaoji cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for the advice, senior." Although he didn't fully understand, a question formed in his mind. "Precious as gold under the knees, what's the story behind that?" Senior said, "My constitution is poor." Did he see my weakness? When Luo Xiaoji knelt, his knees bled profusely, which Chen Ping'an saw. Luo Xiaoji thought, "Although I am one of the 3 great geniuses of the royal city," images of the other 2 appeared in his mind. "I'm eternally in 3rd place. The most fundamental difference lies in my movement technique. I've never been able to improve my movement martial arts. Could Senior's words just now have been a pointer for me?" Luo Xiaoji closed his eyes, savoring the words Chen Ping'an had said to him. Suddenly, a miraculous power gathered at Luo Xiaoji's feet. The chi under his knees sank and collected in his calves, just as Chen Ping'an had said. Luo Xiaoji was channeling his internal energy. A yellow power emerged, clashed, and merged into one. After hearing Chen Ping'an's earlier advice, he seemed to feel the power within his body. What made Chen Ping'an so surprised? Luo Xiaoji successfully channeled his energy and instantly leapt high into the air in front of Chen Ping'an, greatly astonishing him. Chen Ping'an looked up at Luo Xiaoji and said, "How is this a cultivator's martial art? It looks pretty amazing." Luo Xiaoji couldn't believe his eyes. He had actually managed to do something like this. "I succeeded my self-created martial art. Although it was with Senior's guidance, this is still a monumental achievement. Only those in the tribulation transcendence stage can reach this level." Chen Ping'an shouted up to him from below. "Remember to balance work and rest when you get back and nourish your body. You knelt for so long that your blood and chi circulation is blocked. Don't do any strenuous exercise or you might run into problems." Chen Ping'an was reminding him to pay attention to his health. Luo Shaoji wondered, what kind of problems? Suddenly, Luo Shaoji felt a pain in his legs, likely from channeling his energy too fiercely. He thought, could it be that Senior has already seen the flaw in my martial art? That it requires maintaining a cycle of spiritual energy. Luo Shaoji understood Chen Ping'an's advice and immediately flew back to his residence. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will be careful. Chen Ping'an on the other hand felt helpless. I was just telling him to nourish his kidneys. That counts as guidance. I'm speechless. In a place called Ping'an Town, which seemed to be a market near Chen Ping'an's residence, he was taking his sister Xiao Linger to get something to eat. What do you want to eat today? Xiao Linger's mind was filled with images of watermelon. She loved watermelon, but Chen Ping'an felt exasperated. Watermelon again? Suddenly, Chen Ping'an overheard something from some sneaky-looking passers-by. They were saying, "Are you sure the treasure is around here?" A guy in a green hat and a blonde fellow with his hair in a bun were whispering to each other. That's right. A lot of big shots have already come this way to investigate. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an thought, are there more cultivators here now? Why are they all flocking here? Under a blooming changzi tree, a few figures were talking. Zhao Fei, the number of cultivators around here has increased. They must have been drawn by that strike of yours. The one speaking was the rooster that protected Chen Ping'an's mountain courtyard. If these people investigate this area, many will linger and disturb the peace. You deal with it. A burly man was talking to the rooster when suddenly a carp from the lake also poked its head out and said, exactly, this is all your fault. You fix it. Zhao Fei scratched his head in frustration and said, this is definitely the trashiest immortal emperor I've ever seen. He also complained. Besides, the master hasn't given me permission to go out, so I can't leave. How am I supposed to solve this? A sword seemed to be eavesdropping on their conversation. Trashiest immortal emperor. Big shots really do speak differently. Zhao Fei spotted the sword hiding behind the door, startling it. Just as I thought. Zhao Fei ordered Xiao Zhao, come here. Xiao Zhao, how about you do something for me over there? Xiao Zhao's small helpless body felt resigned. Xiao Zhao came over and trembling accepted the order. Big shot, just give the word. I'll take care of it perfectly. Zhao Fei smiled and said, don't be nervous, it's nothing difficult. It looks like your injuries are almost fully healed, right? You should be able to use your transformation and immortal artifact abilities. Just go out and pretend that you were the one who delivered that strike, he said in an insidious tone. Then just find a way to lead those people elsewhere and your mission will be complete. Xiao Zhao said tearfully, even though I'm just basking in your glory, this is also a great opportunity to make a name for myself. But making a name for myself? Isn't this just making me the scapegoat? Zhao Fei placed his hand on the sword's body as if encouraging Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao tremblingly accepted the command. Understood, mighty big shot. This little brother will go complete the mission right away. Xiao Zhao quickly flew off to carry out the mission. In the place where the mystic realm had previously descended, a terrifying thing had landed. A huge crater now marred the ground and the surrounding trees had all been knocked down. This was the aftermath of the sword landing in this place. It surveyed the destruction it had caused, pondering. The blade light from that day should have reached the ends of the continent. Many mountains must have collapsed. If they trace the destroyed mountains, they'll definitely be able to pinpoint this vicinity. It observed its surroundings with a profound gaze, and since this place is also a ruin flattened by the mystic realm's pillar of light, it will surely become an area of focus. As soon as it finished its thought, a golden light flashed and a pair of legs gradually emerged from it. A golden-haired youth appeared. This was the human form of the golden sword. The artifact spirit said mischievously, let's cause a ruckus right here. The youth leaped into the air and with a casual wave of his hand shot 2 rays of golden light toward the ground. Needless to say, earth and stone were blasted to bits by the 2 golden rays. Dust and smoke filled the air, but he showed no intention of stopping. Instead, he laughed triumphantly, showing off his skills. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a crowd of people appeared out of nowhere, pointing at him. Look, an artifact spirit in human form. It's an immortal artifact. Seeing a youth hovering in midair, everyone was incredibly excited. It seems that strike came from it. A treasure has truly been born into the world, Passerby A said. It's an immortal artifact. If I could gain its recognition, wouldn't I be invincible on the continent? Passerby B said, but how do we catch it? Said Passerby C. He heard the people discussing him non-stop and grew more and more excited. Ah, they're finally here. Just as the people below were still chattering, footsteps stopped beside them. It was the master of Tianjin Pavilion, Long Aocean. He had a scar over one eye and a serious expression. He spoke as he walked over, holding something in his hand. Everyone, I have a plan. He revealed a round, exquisitely carved object and said, this treasure is called the Immortal Trapping Array. It requires a massive amount of spiritual energy to activate. All of you are masters at the Tribulation Transcendence stage. If we work together to power this treasure, trapping the immortal artifact won't be a problem. Afterward, who the artifact recognizes as its master will depend on individual fortune. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, everyone agreed. They nodded and said, all right, we don't have any other options. Since you're willing to offer your treasure, we'll do as you say and trap the immortal artifact together. The artifact spirit who had been left hanging was like a puppet and just let out an "oh" without another word. Long Aocean focused his mind and executed his technique. A red stream of energy gradually spread out from around him. The coin from before gradually enlarged beneath the artifact spirit's feet, surrounded by a giant bagua array. Seeing this, he still didn't look worried in the slightest. "Immortal trapping array," he sneered contemptuously and provoked them. "It's been a while since I've seen one of these. I'm actually looking forward to it." 4 hours passed. The artifact spirit yawned so much his mouth went crooked, yet nothing had happened. He watched the ground with his arms crossed, bored. One of the masters could no longer hold on and collapsed to his knees. "Why isn't it working yet? I can't hold on much longer," another shouted. "My spiritual energy is almost depleted too. Take this." A foot stomped down heavily, accompanied by a powerful roar. "This is the last of my spiritual energy." With that, the master shot all his remaining energy toward the artifact spirit. Seeing this, the others also released their spiritual energy with all their might. In midair, the artifact spirit looked annoyed, resting his chin on his hand and looking down. "It's just a shoddy piece of junk. You guys still haven't filled it with spiritual energy? So boring. Maybe I should go down and help them fill it up." Long Aocean was already feeling discouraged. He struggled to channel his energy. As expected of an artifact used by immortals, even my spiritual energy is almost completely drained. Luckily, the immortal artifact hasn't left yet. As long as I persevere, I'll have the best chance of it recognizing me as its master. At this point, he was the only one still holding on. The other masters had long since collapsed. His efforts finally paid off. The center of the coin reacted, emitting a dazzling golden light. "It's working," he gritted his teeth and continued, his hands constantly forming seals. From the center of the coin, countless chains appeared and wrapped around the artifact spirit. Before he could react, his arms were bound by the numerous chains. Seeing this, Long Aocean was overjoyed and shouted in excitement, "Success!" The artifact spirit curled his lips smugly and said, "Now this is a little more interesting. It's my turn to perform." As he spoke, he prepared to counterattack. "Ants!" He let out a great shout, and the coin shattered into pieces that scattered on the ground. The chains also began to fade away. Long Aocean was now in despair when he heard the artifact spirit say, "My power is beyond your imagination." He collapsed to the ground. He looked speechless, only able to stammer, "This," the artifact spirit sneered confidently. "I don't kill ants, but I might as well tell you, the reason I descended to the mortal realm is to find a master with whom I have an affinity." As he spoke, he pointed a finger to the sky. "1 month from now, at the center of the continent, I will make my appearance. For the person who has an affinity with me, I don't mind helping them become the strongest in this world. Even in the immortal realm, I can secure a place for them." He said this, but his heart was anything but calm. "This should be fine, right? As long as I lead them away, it's all good. Time to slip away." With a flash of thought, he turned into a ray of light and flew away. The people below scrambled to their feet. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Too powerful. That aura was so oppressive I couldn't breathe. I thought I was a goner. My pants are wet." All the masters were dizzy and staggering as they spoke. They supported each other as they headed back, talking as they went. "We have to go back and tell the Sect. In 1 month, the entire Sect will head to the center of the continent, right? If we're lucky enough to be chosen by this immortal artifact, the future is limitless." Long Aocean listened to all this, and could only sigh helplessly. The world is vast, whether in terms of power or influence. He looked up at the sky and continued to think, "I thought I was unrivaled in this world. How laughable that seems now. I haven't been home in several hundred years. I wonder if that little town is still there. I remember it being somewhere around here." He slowly walked away from the place, moving forward. Scene changed to outside a room. The door was being opened by someone. It was the artifact spirit. Why did he have such a fawning expression, so unlike his arrogant demeanor from before? He said in a low voice, "Big shot, it's done. Those mortal cultivators shouldn't be coming back." From the kitchen, Zhao Fei said with satisfaction, "Not bad efficiency, but I have to remind you, your master is coming back soon. When you go in and out of the courtyard, don't let the master see you. From now on, just act like an ordinary weapon. Otherwise, if you accidentally reveal your spirit form." The artifact spirit had also walked into the dining room. Hearing this, his face turned pale, and he looked back at Zhao Fei. "If Senior sees me using my immortal power, will he kill me instantly?" The kitchen door was suddenly pushed open, scaring the artifact spirit to the point of tears. "Xiao Linger, you go wash the vegetables first. I'm going to get some firewood." It was a case of speaking of the devil. As soon as Chen Ping'an's voice sounded, the artifact spirit instantly reverted to its original form, a sword, and leaned against a corner of the kitchen. Hearing this, Xiao Linger obediently replied to him, "Okay." Chen Ping'an had already entered the kitchen. He was looking in the artifact spirit's direction, wondering, "Strange, where did I put the axe I bought in town last time?" It turned out he hadn't noticed his own sword sitting right there in plain sight. The artifact spirit was worrying non-stop, its eyes following his every move. Why have the Tao rhymes on Senior's body disappeared? Is it because his cultivation is so high that he's concealing them? Chen Ping'an was rummaging through a bamboo basket when he suddenly turned his head, giving the artifact spirit a fright. It seemed he also hadn't noticed why his sword was here. He happily picked up the sword. "Let's give you a try today." The artifact spirit's inner thoughts. Give me a try." The artifact spirit speechlessly watched him chop down trees in the old forest. Among the tall trees stood a large house, a dilapidated one. Long Aocean had also walked into the house, filled with emotion. "I can't believe this place is still here. Hundreds of years have passed and my parents have been gone for many years. As he spoke, he brushed the thick layer of dust from the table. I've grown old too, but coming back here, he paused, his eyes glinting with memories of the past. I can still recall the good old days. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged from Long Aoshin's body, enveloping him. He said in surprise, has my Tao heart improved? At the same time, he thought to himself, the bottleneck seems to have vanished, so cultivating the heart is this important. He looked up and said, I always thought that diligent cultivation was the only way. I was wrong all along. He continued walking forward, muttering, I no longer belong here. He said one last thing before leaving. Father, mother, your son is leaving. His face was filled with regret. I will definitely fulfill the promise I made to my parents back then and become the strongest on this continent. He continued on his way and saw a young man holding a sword, splitting a tree in two. To his horror, he realized it was the same immortal artifact from before. Chen Ping'an held the sword and praised, as expected of a cultivator's weapon, it's so convenient for chopping trees. Long Aoshin was stunned for a few seconds, thinking, that person is using an immortal artifact to chop firewood. Did I get beaten so badly earlier that I'm hallucinating? The immortal sword, which had just been used for chopping wood, thought, to think that I, a renowned immortal artifact of the immortal realm, would one day be used to chop firewood. It's a good thing no one saw. Suddenly, the sword seemed to sense something. The immortal sword's gaze met Long Aoshin's, and he was so scared he fell to the ground. It's not a hallucination, it's the same immortal artifact from before. Just then, Chen Ping'an noticed him. He tossed the sword aside and went to help him up. Old sir, are you all right? Seeing him toss the immortal artifact on the ground, Long Aoshin's face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. He just tossed it aside so casually, he thought in terror. He helped Long Aoshin up. Long Aoshin asked him, young man, why are you using a weapon like this to chop firewood? He replied, are you talking about that sword from just now? He answered nonchalantly, leaving Long Aoshin stunned for another few seconds. This thing isn't very useful, so I just use it to chop firewood. His lips trembling, he mumbled, not very useful? He picked up the firewood he had just chopped and invited Long Aoshin, if you don't mind, please come to my house for a bit. Let me just gather this bundle of firewood first. He walked over to gather the firewood, paying no mind to Long Aoshin, who was still on the ground. Long Aoshin looked at the sword. Is this really an immortal artifact? He pondered to himself. This person has a transcendent air about him, but I can't detect a shred of cultivation on him. He seems like a clueless youth who has mistaken an immortal artifact for a regular weapon. Could the artifact have acknowledged him as its master? Why? But even if it did, how could it not throw a fit after being used to chop firewood? Chen Ping'an had already gathered some firewood and tied it into a bundle. He asked the old man, Elder, could you please help me hold that sword? At this, the old man trembled and said, I'm afraid I can't do that. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, it's fine, just be careful not to cut yourself. The old man glanced at the sword, thinking, is this just a matter of getting cut? Why do I feel such a palpable killing intent from this sword? He thought, if I so much as touch it, it will take my life instantly. He prepared to pick up the sword, but for a divine artifact like this, who wouldn't want to hold it? I'll risk it. He gripped the sword tightly. Before he could get a proper hold, the sword began to resist violently. Why are you here? Die. He was scared out of his wits and hastily said, I was wrong, your master asked me to hold you. Only after he said that did the sword become obedient. Then the sword showed no further reaction. Leaving Long Aoshin bewildered, Chen Ping'an turned back and said to him, all that work has made my throat a bit dry. He continued walking forward saying, follow me. Watching Chen Ping'an's back, he wondered, what kind of aura does he possess to make a divine artifact so obedient? Just what sacred being is he? The scene shifted to Chen Ping'an's home. The sword was leaning against the freshly cut firewood. This is my home. It's a bit run down, so please don't mind. He pushed open the door and invited the old man in. The old man's eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. He immediately clasped his hands in a salute and said, this humble one Long Aoshin pays his respects to senior. He thought to himself, compared to this courtyard, that divine artifact is practically the most useless thing here. It seems the senior is cultivating his mind. If he were truly immortal, then I'm afraid I wouldn't even be worthy of being called an ant. Chen Ping'an turned around, thought for a moment, and then said, didn't you just call me young man? How did I suddenly become senior? Elder, there's no need to be so formal, I'll just call you Old Long. Old Long, you must be a cultivator, right? Do you happen to know Murangong? Murangong, the old man was shocked to hear the name. That's the founder of my heavenly venerate tower, but he clearly ascended thousands of years ago. Could it be that Senior deduced that I am the current master of the heavenly venerate tower? Senior's divine calculations are truly admirable. This junior is in awe. He thought, admirable, my foot. Are all people related to Murangong's family like this? Xiao Linger, we have a guest. Xiao Linger opened the door, revealing an incredibly cute face. Brother, you're finally back. The girl greeted him politely, and the old man, surprised, also greeted her. Chen Ping'an said, is the watermelon we bought earlier cut? Bring it out so we can treat our guest, the girl said coquettishly. But that watermelon isn't very big. It's not even enough for me alone. He reached out and gently stroked her head, saying, be good, you can't be so selfish, understand, please come in. Xiao Linger looked unhappy while the old man's face showed clear terror. Do I dare go in? He thought. He said timidly, Well, Senior, Xiao Linger's displeased expression made him want to retreat. I've suddenly remembered something important, and it's getting late, so I'll take my leave now, Chen Pinggan said with regret. Something important so suddenly? He clasped his hands and said, yes, it's just that sudden and that urgent. Since he put it that way, I can't very well insist he stay, but I should still ask Old Long if he's heard of any treasures that can cool things down. A treasure that can cool things down, he asked. I happen to have one, he said. But for a senior like you, it might not be much of a treasure, it's merely the guarding treasure of our tower. He replied with a smile, as long as it can cool things down, it's fine. He then tactfully asked if Old Long was willing to sell it. The old man immediately replied, Senior, you're too kind, this item is of no use to me. If you want it, Senior, I'll gift it to you. It should be delivered by tomorrow. How could I accept that? Why don't you stay for a meal before you leave, Old Long? Xiao Linger shot him a warning glare which truly made the junior remember he had something important to do. His face filled with worry, he flew into the sky at the speed of light taking his leave. It seemed he was in a real hurry. Xiao Linger, on the other hand, celebrated happily. The next morning the sun had risen over the mountaintop. Birds were chirping. Woken by Xiao Linger's call, he mumbled, Brother, get up. It's so early. Let your brother sleep a little longer, she reminded him coquettishly. Promise to take me to buy a new dress today. He jolted awake. That's right, I did say that yesterday. I almost forgot. He immediately sat up and said, right. How could I forget? Let's get ready and go. Xiao Linger's cheeks flushed with excitement. They both walked out of the room. The senior has finally left, a voice said. The fake sword cracked open. Pretending to be broken to avoid being taken along was exhausting. The two of them walked out happily hand in hand. Suddenly, the sword seemed to see something. Another small group of cultivators had arrived. 3 halos of light appeared in the sky. It seems yesterday's handling of the situation wasn't good enough. I need to make the big shot satisfied. A burst of energy appeared at the door. Bosses, there are still some small fry that haven't been cleaned up. Your little brother will be right back. The kitchen knife sensed something. Something seemed off. A large crater appeared deep in the forest. The spirit form wondered aloud. Strange, I've been making a ruckus around here for so long. How has no one shown up? A stranger's voice sounded out. I was just wondering why a familiar scent would appear in this mortal world. The spirit form turned and said, So it's you. The scene shifts to a dim room where sunlight through a window illuminates bloodstains on the floor. The spirit form was bound in iron chains, his body covered in whip marks. A man with a scar near his chin was smiling, holding a whip and looking at it. Isn't this the golden spirit divine artifact? Long time no see. He suddenly remembered that this was a person from the Blood Moon sect. The golden spirit green sword had met its nemesis not long after taking human form. It couldn't help but step back, saying in disbelief, The mortal realm is so vast. Even if you found the right world, it's impossible to pinpoint my location so quickly. How did you do it? This old man had his hair tied up high and wore a set of blue hanfu. He looked a bit like a senior disciple, but the kind who bullies the weak. Holding the whip, he sneered and replied, We placed a scent marker on you before. As long as you use your power, we can find you anywhere with a tracking spell. The golden spirit divine artifact's face turned pale in an instant. He had never expected this. Was it because yesterday's strike leaked my aura? You've underestimated the extent of our affection for you, he taunted. A chill ran down the golden spirit's spine, a danger signal that meant, I have to escape now. He secretly hid his hands behind his back, preparing to cast a spell. A white light ignited like a flame at his fingertips, but the other party wouldn't let him escape so easily. Once again, he seemed to see through the golden spirit's intentions. He held a paper talisman between his fingers and said in a low voice, trying to run. Myriad bolts of lightning shot out from the talisman, illuminating his tyrannical face like vines as he muttered an incantation. Ancient characters appeared on the ground. A magic circle formed rapidly, trapping the golden spirit in the center. Then, with a loud boom, a white light shot into the sky. It was as if an immense magical power was pressing down on the golden spirit's human form, making him incredibly heavy. So heavy that when he supported himself with his hands, the ground sank beneath them. A piercing hum echoed. The old geezer's mocking voice rang out. Familiar, isn't it? This formation was tailor-made for you. He flicked the whip lightly on the ground, his expression one of extreme arrogance. Of course it's familiar. If this formation hadn't sealed my spiritual energy, a trash sect like yours wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Although he was in a dire situation, the golden spirit still held his head high with pride. He answered defiantly. The old geezer laughed loudly. Say what you will, so what if I'm trash? I have ways to make you powerless to resist. Are you not going to surrender obediently? The golden spirit divine artifact was weary, but had not given up. He struggled to push himself up with his hands, letting the magic of the formation press down on his whole body. Fine, you're not expecting someone from this broken mortal world to save you, are you? Too bad for you. In this world you speak of, you aren't even as good as trash. The old man from the sect was stunned by this and asked in return, Are you saying I'm inferior to the people of this mortal world? Of course, the golden spirit replied firmly and loudly. That man's figure is leisurely and at ease, yet incredibly stable. An ordinary person can't discern his true chi and inner strength, and his power is so unfathomable that even I can't grasp it. Just being by his side is an unattainable luxury. Suddenly thinking of the senior houseboy with pink hair, the golden spirit seemed to gain strength and courage. He managed to slowly get to his feet, gritting his teeth. Once he was standing straight, he cursed loudly at the old man from the sect. "You're just scum that crawled out of the dirt, not even as good as trash." This sentence successfully hit a nerve with the sect disciple. Veins bulged on his forehead in anger, his brows furrowed, and he shouted, "You're so noisy," while forming a hand seal and chanting. In the azure sky, a strange light appeared at the summons of the evil sect disciple. The true chi of the immortal slaying sword condensed into a giant spear which descended from the sky and pierced through the golden spirit's body. The golden spirit could barely move after a great struggle, so he had no time to react. The chi spear pierced his chest and blood gushed out. As expected, I'm still not worthy. If the senior wanted to save me, he would have acted long ago. The big shots can't step out of the courtyard because of the restrictions set by the senior. It seems my journey in the mortal world ends here. The golden spirit divine artifact closed his eyes in sorrow and grievance, seemingly having given up on the mortal world. In the residence's courtyard, where a cherry tree bloomed brilliantly year-round regardless of season, an anxious female voice suddenly called out, "Kitchen Knife, we can't go out without the master's order." Kitchen Knife was the man under the cherry tree. He had a strong build, bronze skin and pink hair tied in a braid. He replied just as anxiously, "I know, Kitchen Knife, you know the rules. Leave the courtyard without permission and at best you'll become a mortal object. At worst your body and soul will be annihilated," a rooster said in a very serious tone. "I know, but he's one of mine," Kitchen Knife replied urgently, then resolutely turned and walked towards the courtyard gate. He added, "Even if it costs me my life, I'm going to save him." In the azure sky, a strange light suddenly appeared. Compared to the light from the old sect man, this blood-red light was 10,000 times more powerful. The light shot towards the ground like a meteor. The power was immense. It exploded, and a fierce wind swept up dust and debris 8 feet off the ground. "Who?" The old sect man felt a powerful aura approaching, and doubt and worry grew in his heart. "The pressure is too strong. What realm is this being at? When I get angry, even gods and Buddhas must kneel." From within the swirling fog-like dust, a manly figure emerged. It was Kitchen Knife, with his burly build, bronze skin and pink hair. He was furious. True chi erupted from his blood-red eyes and blazing flames ignited in his palms. Kitchen Knife glared at the sect disciple as if he were a thorn in his side. "A mere immortal Yuan realm guy like you dares to touch my people?" The golden spirit divine artifact suddenly noticed some cracks in his primordial spirit, like shattered porcelain, likely due to the severe damage to his spirit body. Clutching the wound on his chest with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he looked up in surprise and said, "Boss, a trashy formation like this could trap you?" Kitchen Knife turned slightly, looked at the golden spirit's weak and trembling body, sighed and reached out his arm, clenching his fingers in front of the magic circle's barrier. "You really are a piece of trash," he said, though his tone didn't sound like a reprimand. With a flick of his finger, Kitchen Knife shattered the magic circle's barrier. The next second it dissolved into a gust of wind and vanished into thin air. Then he slowly turned to the sect disciple, whose face suddenly went deathly pale, as if he'd seen a ghost. Despite this, his pride wouldn't allow him to back down, so he shouted loudly, "Make your move." Kitchen Knife scoffed in a low voice as he walked closer, a blood-red true chi already erupting from his fingertips. "You think you're worthy?" Before the sect disciple could react, he saw a streak of blood-red light flash past his face. His whole body went instantly cold, as if submerged in the deep sea. With what was essentially a flick of his finger, Kitchen Knife sent a flash of blood-red light that, like a gunshot, easily took the sect disciple's life, blowing his head to smithereens. Boss, how did you get out?" the golden spirit, still confused, asked hastily. Kitchen Knife looked at the golden spirit as if he were a complete idiot, veins bulging as he barked in a low voice, "Shut up and come back with me." The golden spirit was momentarily stunned. Then a strange warmth enveloped his entire body. He smiled faintly, gave a sound of assent, and followed Kitchen Knife back to the residence. Under the warm sun, the young man knelt at the kitchen door. Beside him was an equally dejected rooster. The golden spirit divine artifact looked on, bewildered, not quite understanding what was happening. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, his abdominal wound was healed by Sister Peach Tree, while Boss Kitchen Knife went into the kitchen alone with a grim face as if he were being punished, which was indeed the case. Kitchen Knife knelt respectfully, not saying a word. Across from him, the figure of a woman glowing with green light, somewhat like multiple illusions, spoke coldly with her back to him. "There will be no more exceptions next time." Kitchen Knife immediately understood and nodded. The Blood Moon Sect in the immortal realm. Mountains towered, the scenery was dreamlike, and birds flew amidst blue skies and white clouds in the courtyard of the Blood Moon Sect. A male disciple hurried over to an old man, bowed respectfully, and reported, "Sect Master, Zhu, whose life tablet has shattered." The old man's expression changed drastically. He turned around and exclaimed reflexively, "What shattered? Who could make an immortal Yuan realm expert's body explode and kill him?" The Blood Moon Sect Master's face instantly darkened, and large beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. "Even someone at my immortal venerable realm can't do that. Could it be related to the immortal emperor's search for his daughter? A mortal world that can shatter the light pillar of an immortal emperor-level secret realm must have a figure comparable to an immortal emperor. It seems I'll soon be sharing this world with the immortal emperor." The old sect master gave a mysterious smile. In the mortal world's residence, Chen Pingan turned to look happily at Xiao Linger and asked, "Did you have fun today? This big bag is full of your new clothes." I had a lot of fun today," Xiao Linger replied obediently. She looked especially beautiful today. perhaps because of her new clothes, or perhaps because Chen Pinggan had spent more time with her than usual. Neither of them noticed anything until the old man walked out. He clasped his hands in a salute. "Greetings, Senior." Chen Pinggan looked at the master of the heavenly venerate tower with a quizzical expression. "Old Long, why don't you come in and sit down? Have you been standing here waiting for me all this time?" Chen Pinggan asked enthusiastically. Long Aoshin gave a dry laugh and while taking something out of his pocket replied, "You weren't here, Senior, so I didn't dare to enter. I've brought the item you needed." Taking out a wooden box, Long Aoshin opened the lid, revealing a brilliant blue light. "This is a heavenly mystic ice crystal. Its effect is the same as what you need, Senior." Chen Pinggan had never heard of it before and praised it loudly. "What an amazing thing." Then he pushed open the main door and said, "From now on when you come, Old Long, just come right in and wait." Xiao Linger followed behind Chen Pinggan like a shadow, while Long Aoshin stood respectfully at the door, bowing. "Thank you, Senior." Chen Pinggan replied magnanimously. "You've helped me so much. You left in such a hurry yesterday, Old Long, so this time I must treat you properly." A bolt from the blue. One day the main gate of Chen Pinggan's residence finally understood this truth. A white light flashed like thunder. A man landed lightly on the tips of his toes. Emerging from the light, he was middle-aged, with sharp eyebrows and phoenix eyes, dressed in exquisite and tidy treasured robes. His eyes were very similar to Xiao Linger's because this man was none other than her biological father. The hegemon sky immortal emperor glanced around, frowning in bewilderment. "I sensed an immortal Yuan realm cultivation base here just now. Why can't I feel it anymore? It should be in this run-down courtyard." The hegemon sky immortal emperor thought to himself as he stealthily pushed open the door. The hegemon sky immortal emperor suddenly froze. In the living room, Long Aoshin had also chanced upon an unimaginable truth. Food could enhance one's cultivation. Long Aoshin sat on a chair, looking at the cup. What was rising from it wasn't steam but the abundant true qi in his dantian. He began to doubt his entire existence. This tea can improve one's spiritual roots, therefore he held the teacup without daring to let his hand tremble, afraid of spilling a single drop. Spilling one drop would be like shedding a tear. These things alone have completely shattered the bottleneck of my peak Mahayana stage. This is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Trembling with excitement, Long Aoshin secretly shifted his gaze behind him. Could it be that Senior is thanking me for giving him the heavenly mystic ice crystal? He saw Senior Chen Pinggan open a wooden cabinet. The heavenly mystic ice crystal was stuck to the cabinet wall, emitting waves of cool air, chilling bright red slices of watermelon. I just didn't expect the Senior's use for it to be so peculiar. Long Aoshin stroked his chin, pondering. Chen Pinggan picked up a plate of chilled watermelon, very pleased with his self-invented wooden refrigerator, and chuckled. "I didn't expect this thing to be so useful. I've wanted a refrigerator for a long time. Chilled watermelon is so much tastier." He then placed the watermelon on the table across from Long Aoshin and invited him warmly. "Old Long, don't be shy." Long Aoshin suddenly felt a bit troubled. He subconsciously glanced to the side and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The killing intent radiating from Xiao Linger made it clear she was not pleased with Long Aoshin and had no good impression of him. Xiao Linger frowned, puffed her cheeks and glared at him. "Don't stare at our guest like that. And you can't eat too much chilled watermelon, it'll give you a stomachache." Seeing this, Chen Pinggan rapped Xiao Linger on the head in disapproval. Xiao Linger sniffled and replied obediently, I know." Then Chen Pinggan pushed the plate of watermelon over and said, "Old Long, please." When in Rome, Long Aoshin didn't dare to resist or refuse. He awkwardly picked up a slice of watermelon. "Thank you." The tea and food were already so miraculous. What will this slice of watermelon be like? Half worried and half expectant, Long Aoshin took a bite of the watermelon. A refreshing sweetness filled his mouth and the universe instantly exploded. Long Aoshin felt a surge of dantian energy fill his entire body, and only then did he realize his dantian was turning into an ocean. Gathering spirit to form an infant, this is a sign of breaking through to the earthly immortal realm. Am I about to reach that realm? Long Aoshin's spirit body reached out to welcome the condensing infant. But how could an ordinary slice of watermelon have such an effect? Then, like a bolt from the blue, Long Aoshin realized. Could it be that the powerful kitchen knife was in the senior's room, and when the watermelon was cut, it was imbued with kitchen knife's aura? As expected, kitchen knife was lying exhaustedly on the cutting board, covered in watermelon juice, cursing to himself. "Being all sticky is so uncomfortable. When can I finally take a bath? Thank you, Senior, for this opportunity. I can never repay this great kindness. If you need anything in the future, this humble one will do everything in his power." Chen Pinggan had just picked up a slice of watermelon and hadn't even taken a bite when the master of the heavenly venerate tower suddenly placed the watermelon rind on the table and said, "This breakthrough will cause a massive energy eruption. I can't disturb you here, Senior." His mind made up, Long Aoshin resolutely turned and walked away quickly, saying his farewells. "This humble one has urgent matters to attend to now." "Oh, in such a hurry?" Chen Pinggan said, a bit surprised. Long Aoshin opened the door only to find another man kneeling in front of it. No matter how he looked, he had no impression of the man's appearance or clothes. He raised an eyebrow and asked himself, "Who is this? His strength feels immense. It seems he trespassed into the courtyard and is being punished." Long Aoshin was also in a hurry, so he just guessed wildly. He didn't expect that the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground was the hegemon sky immortal emperor. "My friend, I'm sorry, but this old brother doesn't have time right now," Long Aoshin said hastily, then quickly left. The hegemon sky immortal emperor was dumbfounded and incredulous. Watching Long Aoshin leave, he wondered to himself, "Strange, that person is about to break through to the earthly immortal realm, but he doesn't seem to be the master of these three powerful existences. Hey, we have a bathroom at home. You don't need to run that far," Chen Pingan shouted loudly. The hegemon sky immortal emperor jumped in fright and looked over nervously. That was Chen Pingan walking out of the room. In the eyes of the hegemon sky immortal emperor, he was a blindingly brilliant white light of rare genius, a god of the great Tao. No wonder everything in the courtyard is such a terrifying existence. It turns out I've mistakenly entered the treasured land of a supreme master. The hegemon sky immortal emperor had a sudden epiphany. Large beads of cold sweat began to form. Then a question suddenly popped into the hegemon sky immortal emperor's mind. But how could such a supreme master appear in this mortal world? Chen Pingan looked a bit concerned. Seeing the hegemon sky immortal emperor, he said hastily, "Did you trip and fall? Is my doorstep too high?" The hegemon sky immortal emperor's eyes narrowed. He realized this couldn't be a case of cultivating the mind. The secret immortal text record. The hegemon sky immortal emperor imagined the young man before him having the air of a spirit immortal senior, able to walk lightly upon the surface of a lake. His temperament was calm and at ease, yet he seemed to foresee everything. The hegemon sky immortal emperor pondered, could this be a game of chess that affects hundreds of millions of lives, using people as chess pieces and the myriad realms as the board? The senior is playing against a supreme expert for control, and I am one of the senior's chess pieces. A magnificent immortal emperor, revered by all. Realizing this, the overlord immortal emperor couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Bro, are you alright? We have to replace this threshold someday. What if you get hurt?" Chen Pingan asked with anxious concern, secretly breaking out in a cold sweat. Such a grand salutation, could he be from a powerful faction I can't afford to offend? What Chen Pingan hadn't expected was that the man already kneeling would suddenly kowtow forcefully, nearly scaring him half to death. "I am Su Yi. It is an honor to meet you, senior. He's a cultivator too." Chen Pingan thought with frustration, his tone growing more urgent. "Alright, wait, Su Yi, you must be here for Su Ling, right?" Hearing this, immortal emperor Su Yi quickly looked up. "Is my daughter really inside?" Feeling a bit guilty, Chen Pingan scratched his cheek and pursed his lips. It's no use being reluctant, after all her own father has come looking for her. If I didn't let him know, what would be the difference between me and a kidnapper? After a moment's thought, Chen Pingan finally sighed, bent down to help immortal emperor Su Yi up and said, "Get up, Su Ling is in the house." Immortal emperor Su Yi followed Chen Pingan into the guest room. He called out loudly, "Little Linger, come quickly and see if this is your father." Little Linger scampered over. Seeing the middle-aged man across the tea table, her expression changed instantly. She frowned and hid behind Chen Pingan, saying loudly, "No, I've never seen him. I have no memory of him." Su Yi was stunned. Immortal emperor Su Yi stared intently at the little girl, who was only as tall as Chen Pingan's waist, his suspicion growing. He asked in a trembling voice, Linger, is that you?" Hiding behind Chen Pingan, little Linger immediately retorted nervously, "I don't know you." Chen Pingan frowned in confusion and turned to ask Su Yi, "What's going on with you? Are you really little Linger's father or not?" Suddenly questioned like this, Su Yi was startled. He looked at Chen Pingan guiltily and stammered, "Well, Linger was afflicted by the werewolf immortal venerable's curse, so I had no choice but to trap her in a secret realm for 1,000 years. Could it be that Senior has already calculated the fate of every chess piece? Am I just an insignificant piece? Is Linger the real piece Senior is playing?" A wave of sorrow washed over Su Yi, though he wasn't sure if it was for himself or for his daughter. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yi squeezed the fist resting on his thigh and answered, "Before meeting you, Senior, Linger and I hadn't seen each other for some time. Logically, she should be more mature, but her appearance now is the same as before, which is why I was a bit doubtful." Chen Pingan was silent for a moment before saying irritably, "You can't even remember your own daughter clearly. I'm starting to doubt your identity. If you claim to be her father, do you know if Linger has any birthmarks? And where?" Chen Pingan suddenly stood up, startling Su Yi, who quickly answered, "Yes, on the back of her neck there's a snowflake-shaped birthmark." Chen Pingan was inwardly surprised. This guy really was little Linger's father. He turned around, ruffled little Linger's hair and asked, "Little Linger, do you really have no memory of him at all? Then do you still want to stay with me?" The little girl answered decisively, "Yes." Chen Pingan nodded and turned to Su Yi. "Little Linger has no memory of you yet. Perhaps she was traumatized when you separated. If you don't mind, let her continue to stay with me. She's at an age for learning and I'll take good care of her. I will also do my best to pass on my knowledge to her." Su Yi was astounded. He stammered about the matter, thinking with frustration, Senior is going to pass on all his knowledge to Linger. Not only has he cured her, but he's also bestowing such a great blessing upon her. Su Yi hesitated, unsure of what to do, but made a decision in an instant. "I'll entrust Linger to you, Senior," Su Yi said, thanking him on Linger's behalf. "On behalf of Linger, I thank you, Senior." As soon as he finished speaking decisively, he immediately left his seat and knelt down with a practiced motion, startling Chen Pingan. "You don't have to do this." He probably heard me lecture in town, or maybe I've just been bluffing too well. Chen Ping'an scratched his cheek, completely baffled. In a certain dense forest, the whistling of true qi swept through like a gale. Long Aoshin sat cross-legged, surrounded by a bloody glow, his fingers tracing a magic formation as he broke through to the earth immortal realm. The burst of true qi uprooted the surrounding trees. The cultivator himself remained as steady as a mountain. Long Aoshin let out a sigh of relief and chuckled, feeling incredibly pleased. I actually broke through. I finally reached the earth immortal realm. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps approached. The newcomer was the same bro Long Aoshin had met in Chen Ping'an's courtyard. He smiled and clapped. Congratulations on your breakthrough, fellow Taoist. Long Aoshin quickly cupped his fists. Greetings, senior. My apologies for the lack of courtesy during my urgent breakthrough. Don't be so formal. We are both fated to know senior. If you don't mind, you can call me bro, and I'll call you little brother. How about it? Su Yi waved his hand and laughed heartily. Bro. Long Aoshin cupped his fists respectfully, thinking, this man's aura is even stronger than Senior's wisp of cyan immortal energy. This is a great deal. Little brother, you've just reached the earth immortal realm, which is only half a step from the immortal soul realm. Su Yi walked over and patted Long Aoshin's shoulder. With Senior's guidance, I'm sure you'll break through to the immortal soul realm soon, and then it will be time for your ascension. Su Yi stood tall, looking at the master of the heavenly venerate tower. All right, with that he took out a token and handed it to Long Aoshin. Take this as a meeting gift. In the future, when you ascend to the immortal realm, you can use this token to find any major power, visit any major city, or even go directly to an immortal emperor's nation. It will be easy to find me then. Long Aoshin accepted it and said softly, thank you, bro. Carefully tucking the token away, Long Aoshin said magnanimously, by the way, my name is Long Aoshin. I have yet to ask for your esteemed name, bro. Su Yi turned slightly and replied in a casual tone, of course. My name is Su Yi. In the immortal realm, people call me the Overlord Immortal Emperor. Perhaps because his tone was as casual as a friendly greeting, Long Aoshin didn't pay much attention, or rather his brain hadn't processed it yet. Good name, a very good name. His brain continued to process the information, digesting Su Yi's words one by one until 4 keywords suddenly surfaced. Long Aoshin's steps came to a grinding halt. Overlord. By then, Su Yi had already left, his voice echoing through the forest. The words Immortal Emperor reverberated through the sky. Long Aoshin was petrified on the spot. The immortal realm. Su Yi returned to his court, strolling leisurely down a long corridor, feeling delighted. I can't believe I actually saw Ling her after 1,000 years. Although her memory is damaged, with Senior's help she'll surely recover soon. He's allowing me to visit once a month. Senior is truly a good person. Su Yi smiled blissfully. Just then, the figure of another old man suddenly appeared from behind a pavilion pillar. It was the master of the Blood Moon Sect. Without a word, he immediately bent his knees and knelt, calling out respectfully, Greetings, Immortal Emperor. The smile vanished from Su Yi's lips. He looked at him with a dark expression and asked, What is it? To think this guy would actually come find me here. The Blood Moon Sect master kept his upper body raised but remained kneeling, cupping his fists. I wonder if the Immortal Emperor has found Lady Su Ling. No, Immortal Emperor, Su Yi replied, Kudi walking past him nonchalantly. The Blood Moon Sect master turned his head in shock to look at the Immortal Emperor, saying loudly, What, Immortal Emperor, how about I send some men down to help you search? We will definitely find her in that world. The Blood Moon Sect master was extremely anxious and suddenly lunged toward the Immortal Emperor. Su Yi turned his head slightly and frowned. Scram! With a sharp shout from Su Yi, a blast of internal energy sent the Blood Moon Sect master flying 3 feet, slamming him hard against a pavilion pillar and cracking it. Zhao Shao, let me remind you, from this day on, if you dare to come to my residence again, I'll beat you every time I see you. Immortal Emperor Su Yi snapped, coldly watching as Zhao Shao's body fell to the ground with a thud. And whether you're looking for an immortal artifact or something else, if I find out that anyone from your sect dares to go down there again, I will annihilate your entire sect, understand? As Immortal Emperor Su Yi issued his warning, Zhao Shao lay on the ground trembling, weakly replying, Understood. Immortal Emperor Su Yi turned and left, thinking, while kneeling in the courtyard, I sensed the aura of the Golden Spirit immortal artifact. Luckily, Senior didn't hold his mistake against me, and he still dreams of sharing in my great fortune. Dream on. The mortal realm, Guangzhou City, the usually quiet Book Mountain Immortal Academy, was suddenly filled with a man's loud cry of surprise. A Confucian sage talent, the scholars in the academy, all with their hair tied up and dressed in blue robes, said in astonishment, It's actually a Confucian sage talent. All of you shut up. Suddenly, an old man's angry voice cut through the chaotic air of the academy. Walking in here with slippers, what's all this ruckus? What kind of behavior is this? Even if a Confucian sage talent has appeared, we must not lose the dignity of our Book Mountain Immortal Academy. Understand? A few scholars stared blankly at the old man who had walked in, momentarily silenced. Zhen Danteng, the old man, had a strong build. His lower body was wrapped only in a bath towel. He was still covered in soap bubbles, and he held a back-scrubbing brush. So much for the dignity of the headmaster of Book Mountain Immortal Academy. So where is the Confucian sage talent? He asked, turning to a scholar. The scholar frowned and replied, Headmaster, you're one to talk. A young man stepped forward, his hair neatly tied up high, dressed in an elegant light green robe. He bowed slightly. I am Guo Zimo. Greetings, Headmaster, said the scholar from the Book Mountain Immortal Academy. This was the one with the Confucian sage talent. Guo Zimo was handsome and bright, with the distinct air of a scholar. Indeed, he was the Confucian sage talent. Zimo, were you self-taught from a young age, or did you have a great teacher guiding you? Answering Jen Dangtung, Zimo cupped his fists and replied, I began my studies at 13 and for 4 years have been learning from a Mr. Chen in town. That gentleman's knowledge is so vast it seems to encompass heaven and earth. If he had a cultivation base, I would even believe he is the Confucian sage incarnate. Hearing Guo Zimo praise the man so highly, the old headmaster Jen Dangtung became curious and asked in a deep voice, Have you learned any poems from him? Could you recite one for me? He thought to himself. Vast knowledge, I've yet to hear of such a person in the immortal realm. Mr. Chen, I wonder which backwater bumpkin was lucky enough to find this piece of precious jade. His future is limitless with the potential to become a Confucian sage. I just hope he hasn't been taught a bunch of nonsense that might ruin him. Guo Zimo smiled brightly. Mr. Chen has composed countless poems. I will recite one he gave me as a farewell gift. Confucian sage incarnate, you say? I'll have to correct his mistakes. Jen Dangtung thought. Guo Zimo's face was flushed, full of excitement and satisfaction. I left home young and returned an old man. My accent is the same, but my hair has grown thin. The children I meet do not know me. They smile and ask, Stranger, where are you from? Suddenly, Jen Dangtung fell to his knees before Zimo with a thud, startling him. Headmaster? The old man's mind reeled in disbelief. The wisdom in this poem is truly profound, leaving young and returning old. In just 4 lines, it captures the fleeting nature of life and the vicissitudes of the world. Damn it, he really is a Confucian sage incarnate. Zimo, this Mr. Chen you speak of is no simple man. You must know where he is, right? I feel I must pay him a visit, if possible. Our academy would like to invite him to teach. No, to be our headmaster. Hearing this, Guo Zimo looked horrified, not understanding the headmaster's words. Let's go at once. Jen Dangtung grabbed his disciple's collar, looking fierce. With no time for preparations, the old headmaster, wrapped only in a bath towel, hurriedly flew off. Hey, new mission, establish a new sect and name it the Ping'an sect. Reading the notification, Ping'an felt like he was going crazy. Are you kidding me? Last time making a mortal like me join the backing sect was ridiculous enough. I only got through it because the Murong family was even more ridiculous. And I'm the patriarch of the backing sect now. Isn't this just stealing their livelihood? I don't care. The deadline is 2 months. You'll bear the consequences. You're clearly trying to kill me, aren't you? My only choice is to swallow my pride and go ask Murong Gong and the others. Dispirited, Ping'an said this while dragging a rake. Suddenly someone called from outside the courtyard gate. Is Mr. Chen home? Ping'an pushed open the door to look. Seeing the person who walked out, Zimo greeted him respectfully. Hello, Mr. Chen. Zimo, didn't you go to Guangzhou City? How did you get back so quickly? This is the headmaster of the Book Mountain Immortal Academy. He flew me back. He said he wanted to pay his respects to you, Mr. Chen, Zimo said, gesturing to introduce him. Ping'an was shocked. The headmaster of the Book Mountain Immortal Academy. Zimo wouldn't lie to me. This is a top figure on the continent. I must treat him with respect. Can't afford to offend him. Jen Dangtung bowed low. This junior, Jen Dangtung, pays his respects to senior. The statement stunned him. Another one. And Jen Dangtung, you don't have to kneel. Suddenly, Ping'an blushed as if he realized something. Wait. Murong Gong and the others I can understand, but why is a top figure on the continent also calling me senior and kneeling? Could it be, I'm invincible, since when? He had a look of utter confusion on his face. Headmaster Jen, I have a question for you. Do you think I'm very strong? In Jen Dangtang's eyes, the senior was emanating an aura of the Tao as he spoke. He replied, trembling, I beg for senior's forgiveness, spare my life. Why go this far, Headmaster Jen? Just explain it to me in detail. Jen Dangtung thought in terror. Senior is angry. Could it be that he's living in seclusion here to secretly cultivate a world-shaking genius, keeping it from outsiders, or is he cultivating his heart in the mortal world? Must have divined my intention to invite him to be the headmaster of the Book Mountain Immortal Academy, which would have disturbed his cultivation. If I tell him the truth, beads of fearful sweat rolled down his face as he replied, Not strong at all. I can't detect any cultivation whatsoever. In my eyes, Senior is but a mortal. Ping'an looked skeptical. Then what's with all the drama? Are you just bored? Senior can just call me Dangtung or Little Tang. There's no need to be so formal, Chen Ping'an said with confusion. That sounds really awkward. I'll just call him Old Tang. Suddenly, Zimo, watching from behind, shouted, Why are the headmaster's hands shaking? Is he unwell? Old Dangtung was startled and said softly, I am content just to have met you. As he finished speaking, he grabbed Zimo's hand and they shot up into the sky and flew away. Farewell, Senior. He looked back worriedly. He's not chasing us. It seems Senior has spared my life. Luckily, I knelt quickly. Otherwise, if I had angered him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. No, perhaps Zimo's talent isn't just because he's a Confucian sage talent, but also because of his connection to Senior. I must focus all resources on training him. The real headmaster had a look of determination. Jen Dangtung flew away, leaving a bewildered Ping'an below. Could it be that Zimo recited the poem I taught him, and that old fellow thought I wrote it? saw me as a literary master and thus felt such admiration, but this reaction is way too exaggerated. He pushed the door open and went inside. Forget it. I should think about how to complete the mission. For someone like me who knows nothing about cultivation, to establish a sect is the biggest joke ever. I'll go to town and buy some books on cultivation. Ping-an strolled alone down an alleyway leading to town. There was no one else around. Chen Ping-an walked to the bookstore entrance, pushed the door open and said, "Is Boss Duan in? I'm here to buy a book." A book was closed and a woman's voice rang out. "Mr. Chen is here?" A voluptuous lady sitting on a counter said. "It's been a long time since you've come to see me. What have you been busy with lately?" Ping-an greeted her happily. "It has been a while. How's business?" Boss Duan sighed and stood up. "Same as always, just barely getting by, you know. It's hard for a weak woman like me to live alone. I really want to find a good man to marry." Mr. Chen just smiled kindly and replied jokingly, "I'm afraid no one is worthy of you, Boss Duan." The boss's pretty face drew closer to him. "Who says so?" She approached, placing a hand on Ping-an's lips, and the atmosphere grew intimate. "Isn't there one right in front of me?" A man like Mr. Chen could only turn his face away shyly. "Ahem, Boss Duan, let's not talk about that. Do you have any books about the cultivation world here, preferably about basic knowledge of cultivation?" Boss Duan feigned annoyance. "You're no fun. Every time I bring this up you change the subject, but I do have that book. Why do I feel like you have every book imaginable?" The lady took a book from the shelf. "Of course. Don't you know what kind of shop I run? A cultivation manual even idiots can understand. This one's on me. Just consider it a token of our love." Boss Duan winked flirtatiously at him as she handed over the book. Chen Ping-an quickly took it, saying with a bashful face, "Thank you, and I'll be sure to help you promote this place." "Boss Duan, no need for promotion, just come by more often." "Why does it feel like I get teased by Boss Duan every time I come here?" he thought as he pushed the door open to leave. "But Boss Duan really does feel very familiar." Suddenly, Mr. Chen realized something was wrong. A familiar feeling. He quickly turned back to look at the woman before him and called out, "Boss Duan, you." The lady sat leisurely in her chair and replied, Has Mr. Chen changed his mind and decided to take me home as his wife?" Ping-an scratched his head and said awkwardly, "You're joking again, Boss Duan. I was going to say, since you've helped me so much, you should come over to my place sometime. I'll be sure to treat you well." The boss replied, seeing him off. "Well, thank you very much for that, Mr. Chen. I'll definitely visit if I have the chance. Take care." On his way back, Chen Ping-an thought intently. What was I even thinking? She just looks familiar, that doesn't mean anything. Boss Duan stared intently at the doorway where Mr. Chen had just left, a dark expression on her face. "I'm sorry, but the time is not yet right." As soon as she spoke, a stunning golden power erupted from within the bookstore, scaring a passing black cat so much that its fur stood on end. In the blink of an eye, the entire bookstore vanished without a trace. The black cat, witnessing this, stared blankly, doubting its own eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Ping-an was sitting leisurely under a tree reading a book. A serendipitous gain during cultivation that leads to an increase in cultivation level is a fortunate encounter. So, for cultivators, a fortunate encounter is basically a lucky break. Ping-an was puzzled. Then what is this fortunate encounter that Murangong and the others are always talking about? Could it be that just having a meal at my place can lead to a breakthrough? What a joke. You'd only have a sliver of a chance of breaking through by eating heavenly treasures. The rice and flour at my house are all bought from town. If these are heavenly treasures, then what kind of place is this town? It seems they just really like the tea and food I make, thinking it's so delicious it's like a rare once-in-a-lifetime encounter. And old Long was so polite, which must mean his status is high and he's eaten such delicacies before, so he wasn't surprised. But I must ask Murangong about it when I get the chance. I also need to ask about establishing the new sect. Knock knock, Murang Shui called from outside. "Is Senior home?" Hearing Little Shui's voice, Chen Ping-an was surprised and said, "How, what a coincidence. Little Shui, you've come at the perfect time. I have something I want to discuss about establishing a sect. See if you can relay it to your grandfather." "I was hoping to discuss it," Shui said in surprise. "Senior already knew my purpose for coming. I'm actually here today to pass on a message from my grandfather. He wanted to ask Senior about merging our backing sect with the Ruan Yu sect to establish a new sect. What does Senior think? If it's agreeable, we hope Senior would be willing to name the sect. If Senior disapproves, we will resolutely drop the idea." "Oh, what a coincidence. Can I really name it?" "Of course. Senior is still the patriarch of this sect, so the entire sect belongs to you. The name should naturally be chosen by you, Senior." "That's great. As for the name of the sect, I've thought about it. What do you think of the name Ping-an Sect?" he thought with some worry, hoping it wouldn't sound too tacky. Little Shui looked at him excitedly and said, "Yes, that's a great name. For Senior to be willing to name it after himself in the future. Just hearing the sect's name will make one feel very safe and at peace." Hearing the little girl's words, Mr. Chen felt that something was fishy again. Is this considered sucking up? Why does it feel like no matter what I say they think it's good and the coincidences are just too strange? "Little Shui, I've actually always wanted to ask something. You all keep calling me Senior and are so polite. What's the real reason?" Murang Shui answered like an innocent child. "Of course it's because Senior's cultivation is so powerful." After speaking, Shui suddenly realized she had let the cat out of the bag, and her eyes widened in terror. In the little girl's eyes, Ping-an was now furiously questioning her. Powerful cultivation, but I'm really just immortal. Murong Shui trembled with fear, her eyes darting away as she thought nervously. I let it slip, asterisk. Oops, I misspoke. How could I forget that senior cultivates the mind? I shouldn't have casually mentioned cultivation levels. Chen Ping'an looked at Murong Shui's reaction, utterly puzzled. He had a vague premonition but still couldn't figure it out. He felt that if he asked any more questions she would just start kneeling again. Let's leave it at that. He had no choice but to speak softly, extending a polite invitation. I'll have to trouble you with the sect's repairs. Why don't you eat before you go? But this sentence frightened Murong Shui so much that she dropped to her knees. We can't, senior. We were too greedy before. I've learned my lesson from the yin-hiding stone incident. We will never covet such fortunes again, he asked in surprise. The fortune you're talking about is the food? Hearing this, Murong Shui was petrified on the spot, thinking she had misspoken again. Flustered, she scrambled away. I'm sorry, senior. I have something else to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. She left a thoroughly bewildered Ping'an behind. What's going on? After asking a bunch of questions, it felt like the problem had only gotten bigger. She even said I was strong. Mr. Chen walked inside, dejected. Sigh, if only I really were that strong. A dazzling light suddenly appeared in the azure sky. Beyond the Earth in the boundless cosmos, a massive meteor was hurtling toward the planet with the force of a thunderbolt. The meteor pierced the atmosphere, streaking through the night sky as it plummeted toward the ground. A couple was nestled together, enjoying the view. The woman spoke. Can you really take responsibility for me? In the intimate atmosphere, the man lifted the girl's chin and said, Of course, my heart belongs to you, a fact as clear as the sun and moon. For my feelings for you, even a falling meteor can bear witness. The couple, lost in their love for each other, was completely smitten. Suddenly a loud noise came from behind them. The man turned his head. Ha, speak of the devil, a meteor was actually here to bear witness. The man screamed, What the hell, there's really a meteor falling, a real meteor. The pair of lovebirds were terrified and hastily grabbed hands to flee. Run. Only Long Aoshin remained standing calmly to watch. He observed it intently, thinking to himself, to think that thing is a Hongzhe fortune stone. The small piece I gave those three was enough to bring immense luck to an entire region, yet this one is so massive. It seems a world has detected the senior's presence. I wonder if I'll be fortunate enough to witness the senior take action. The chicken saw the meteor and said in a panic, Not this again. Did master accidentally leak his fortune again? This one seems even bigger. Little goldfish, it's up to you, the goldfish responded upon hearing this. Then watch closely. With that, it transformed from a small goldfish in the pond into a gigantic golden dragon. Displaying its divine power, the little goldfish shot into the sky, striking the meteor with its body and sending it flying back the way it came. Witnessing the scene before him, the master of the Tiansun Tower was dumbfounded and utterly shocked. There's a dragon in the senior's courtyard. This is simply an unbelievable sight. But it seems the senior has other plans for this meteor. As he spoke, he returned to his room. Whichever family gets hit by that is probably going to ascend to immortality. At the same time, the meteor crashed, striking the Tianwu kingdom. Overnight, the Tianwu kingdom became incredibly powerful. The Tianwu princess awakened a super-powerful constitution, becoming one of the top prodigies on the continent. The Grand Emperor successfully broke through to the Mahayana realm. Within a month, the Tianwu kingdom had been renamed the Tianwu Empire. It became one of the top powers on the continent. Half a month later, voices could be heard from a room. So that's the gist of what happened. We thought this matter had nothing to do with us folks living deep in the mountains. Who knew that a few days ago, the princess of the Tianwu Empire would show up with her men, saying there was a treasure nearby and demanding our cooperation in digging for it. Their strongest cultivator is at the tribulation transcendence stage, and we couldn't resist. So now both we and the Phantom Moon Sect have been conscripted by them, Ping'an said angrily. So you're saying the sect repairs have been put on hold? Murong Gong replied with difficulty. Yes, the basic parts were already repaired, but now it seems it won't be completed anytime soon. Ping'an was devastated and couldn't believe it. He thought to himself, the mission deadline is in half a month. Why did something have to happen at such a critical moment? Isn't this a death sentence for me? He feigned composure and asked, By the way, the Shushan Immortal Academy should be more powerful than the Empire. If I ask them to intervene, that should solve it, right? The senior is willing to ask the Shushan Immortal Academy to act. Wait, I don't have a way to contact that big shot, do I? This is, Ping'an's face suddenly lit up. Right. Su Ling's father seems like a big shot or a person of power in some faction. He should be able to help, right? A look of admiration flashed in Murong Gong's eyes. The senior knows powerful figures from other factions as well. That won't work either. Su Yi just visited half a month ago, so we'll have to wait another half a month for him to return. Senior, can you please just say everything at once? My heart is going to stop at this rate, Murong Gong thought dejectedly. Princess Lu Yuxi of the Tianwu Empire sat high above, shouting incessantly, Put your backs into it, didn't you eat? The old lady on the side of the road has more strength than you. Murong Yunhai, Zhang Qingyan and Zhang Xiaofeng dug furiously below, glaring at her with resentment. Seeing this, Lu Yuxi said arrogantly, What, not happy about it? If you're not happy, how about a fight with the man next to me? Standing beside her was a tribulation transcendent stage cultivator, who looked terrifying and fierce, not someone to be trifled with. Just then, Murong Shui walked up to her with a plate of watermelon and said, "Your Highness, what you asked for," Lu Yuxi said tyrannically. "Oh, still putting on airs? Is this all you're good for? You're this slow even when cutting a watermelon? The people here truly are a bunch of trash." Hearing her words, Murong Shui trembled with anger but could do nothing about it. Lu Yuxi took a small bite of the watermelon, spat it out immediately and threw the slice directly at Murong Shui. She bellowed, "This is disgusting, go cut another one." Treated this way, Murong Shui's hands clenched into fists as she gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Yuxi. Right now she wanted nothing more than to teach her a lesson. Lu Yuxi remained smug, smiling as she said, "What, you're not happy about it either?" Murong Shui closed her eyes, trying hard to control the boiling rage in her heart. "I can't get angry. I can't bring trouble upon the sect." As she looked up, she happened to see Murong Gong walking over. Murong Shui hurried over to him and asked, "Grandpa, what did the senior say?" Murong Gong replied with some disappointment, "It's not convenient for the senior to intervene. I'm afraid he has other arrangements." Upon hearing this, Murong Shui's face fell, filled with sorrow. Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Murong Gong said in a panic, "Is this an earthquake?" Lu Yuxi on the other hand ran out excitedly. "Is the treasure about to emerge?" Immediately after, something burst out from under the ground. It shot straight toward Lu Yuxi. She said in shock, "Oh, what is this?" "Wait, no!" The monster attacked her, leaving a huge gash on her face not far away. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes widened in surprise. "It's a black flood dragon." Appearing before them was a huge black flood dragon, looking incredibly powerful and ferocious. The others scrambled to flee for their lives, while Lu Yuxi fell to the ground screaming, "You stop right there!" Just then, Long Aotian walked over and said, "Stop, as long as I am here, you will not kill anyone." When Lu Yuxi saw him, it was as if she had found a lifeline. She said happily, "It's the master of the Tian Sun Tower." She quickly ran to him. "Master, I am the princess of the Tianwu Empire. Get me out of here quickly." Long Aotian thought with displeasure, "This girl really acts as if I'm not here. Who knows what terrible things she's been up to these past few days. I haven't had a chance to fight since my last breakthrough. A peak Mahayana realm demonic beast will be perfect for some practice." Long Aotian laughed excitedly. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The black flood dragon glared at Long Aotian, its killing intent palpable, but in the next second its attitude did a complete 180. The black flood dragon was a little annoyed. It said unhappily, "What the hell, did I kill anyone? When did I say I was going to kill anyone? I'm a believer in Buddhism." Long Aotian froze on the spot, dumbfounded and unable to believe his ears. He stammered, Even so, they are innocent. If you try to harm them, I must stop you." The black flood dragon said angrily, "Hey, did I say I was going to harm them? Can I just come out to sunbathe? You're so nosy. If you've got a problem, let's fight. I've schemed an immortal beast to death before, so don't think you're all that just because your cultivation is higher than mine." Long Aotian looked at the crazed black flood dragon before him with disgust, cursing inwardly, "For crying out loud, aren't you a demonic beast? What's with this attitude of trying to reason with me? Can't you be a little more bloodthirsty and savage? It would make it easier for me to kill you with a clear conscience." In the awkward atmosphere, Lu Yuxi quietly approached, tugged on Long Aotian's sleeve and whispered, "Sen, senior." As if trying to add fuel to the fire, she whispered in his ear, "This flood dragon is clearly afraid of you. That's why it's talking so much nonsense. I'm afraid that after you leave, it will slaughter everyone here and then go on to harm other places. We must kill it now." Long Aotian glared at her with disgust. He violently shook off Lu Yuxi's hand and said unhappily, "HMPH, trying to use me as your blade? What a fine Tianwu Empire. I don't know what your father is like, but seeing you now, I doubt he's much better. Little girl, you'd better remember this. Many things can be given to you by others, but if you insist on courting death, but existence can also take it all back. You'd be wise to watch yourself." After rebuking her, Long Aotian quickly left without a second glance. Treated in such a manner, Lu Yuxi felt immense resentment and gritted her teeth. "Very well. The Tian Sun Tower is it? One day I will make you all kneel at the feet of our empire." Just then, the black flood dragon approached from behind her and asked coldly, "You seem to be bad-mouthing me just now. Were you?" Lu Yuxi flinched in fear, turning to see it, and cowered in terror. She trembled and said, "No, please don't." On the other side, as Long Aotian walked away, he thought angrily, "You want to trample my Tian Sun Tower under your feet? I only indulged you because of the fortune stone. I thought it was the senior's arrangement, but it seems that's not the case." With that he shouted, "Men!" Suddenly, a man in a cloak leaped down from a tree and knelt respectfully. "Your subordinate greets the tower master," Long Aotian said to him. "Immediately mobilize all members and affiliated forces of the Tian Sun Tower to completely suppress the Tianwu Empire. At the same time, intimidate all forces allied with them. Anyone who dares to cooperate with them will be an enemy of my Tian Sun Tower. I want the Tianwu Empire to be back where it started overnight. Can you do that?" The subordinate replied confidently. "Rest assured, Tower Master. It will be as easy as turning over my hand." Long Aotian smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Oh, right, and deliver a message to their emperor for me." That night, the Tianwu Empire was engulfed in raging fires and blood flowed everywhere. The people of the Tianwu Empire lay dead and wounded, their bodies strewn all over. the subordinate said to the man before him. You have a good daughter. Long Aoshan was sitting and drinking tea with Chen Ping'an. He scratched his head anxiously, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking up. Senior. However, before Long Aoshan could continue, Chen Ping'an interrupted him. Elder Long, you've come at the right time. Do you know about the Tianwu Empire situation? The moment Long Aoshan heard Tianwu Empire, he jumped with guilt. He lowered his head and said, Your foresight is divine, Senior. I came today precisely because of the Tianwu Empire. Their actions were vile and far too arrogant, so I took matters into my own hands and suppressed them overnight. I have come today specifically to ask for your punishment. Chen Ping'an laughed happily. You've already suppressed them. I didn't realize you had such means, Elder Long. A good suppression indeed. But why do you need to apologize to me for it? Chen Ping'an asked back, puzzled. Faced with his question, Long Aoshan froze, not knowing how to answer. This, Chen Ping'an grew a little suspicious and pressed on. Elder Long, I actually have a question. When you first called me senior, I didn't pay much mind to it, thinking you were like those from the Kaoshan sect, but you have the ability to suppress an entire empire. So why do you also call me senior? Long Aoshan panicked, thinking, this is the senior testing me with these words. Could it be that the rise and fall of the entire Tianwu Empire was a test the senior prepared for me? After a moment of thought, he stood up and said respectfully, Since the senior wants me to say it out loud, then it is only natural. It's because you are very strong, senior, Long Aoshan said sincerely. Hearing his firm reply, Chen Ping'an laughed happily. Oh, so that's how it is? Thank you, Elder Long. I have something to do later, so I won't be able to entertain you today. Haha, Long Aoshan quickly responded. No, not at all. The suppression is one thing, but I also have many matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. With that, he quickly departed. As Long Aoshan walked away, he thought nervously. Thankfully, the senior doesn't seem to be angry. It looks like I wasn't wrong. This was all a test from him. After he left, Chen Ping'an said, System, get your ass out here. He yelled furiously and the system appeared. It said directly, What is it? Chen Ping'an unleashed his fury. I could never figure out why they were so respectful to me. I almost started to believe I was strong, but you keep telling me I'm weak. How do you explain this now? The system mocked him directly. Then go find someone to fight. If you can win, I'll eat my dinner standing on my head. Chen Ping'an was immediately enraged by its words, roaring like a madman. I refuse to believe it. Today I'm going to see just how you eat. After speaking, Chen Ping'an felt a bit lost, thinking, but who can I test this on now? The Murong family only treats me with reverence. They wouldn't even think of fighting me, but if I go find some street thugs and I really don't have any power, won't I just get a beatdown? He paced back and forth as he thought, extremely anxious. Who should I find? Suddenly, Chen Ping'an looked outside and saw little Linger sleeping soundly. An idea flashed in his mind. Ah, I've got it. Chen Ping'an quickly ran out and said, Little Linger, do your big brother a favor. Little Linger stared at him blankly, looking utterly confused. What is it? Chen Ping'an said shamelessly. Have a little fight with your big brother. Little Linger stared at him without moving, her face full of confusion. What's wrong with you? Why are you acting so crazy in the middle of the day, big brother? The other beings in the yard thought speechlessly. Master, you are so shameless. I'm embarrassed for you. Chen Ping'an smiled and pointed to a nearby flute. Just use that bamboo flute as a weapon. That should be fine, right? Hearing this, Little Linger ran over, picked up the flute and replied, That's not a problem, but do you really want to fight, big brother? Chen Ping'an said firmly, Of course we're fighting, just wait for me to take off my clothes first, Little Linger said worriedly. But do you really want to take off that robe, big brother? What if I hurt you? Chen Ping'an slowly set his robe aside. It's fine, go ahead and don't hold back. I'm just afraid of getting the robe dirty. In his heart, he thought confidently. How much can a little girl like Linger hurt anyone? I refuse to believe I can't even beat her. Today I'm going to make the system eat its words. Hearing him say that, Little Linger also agreed without worry. All right then, Chen Ping'an said happily. Let's begin when you're ready. However, as soon as he turned around, the bamboo flute in Little Linger's hand was already right in front of him. Caught off guard, Chen Ping'an stood frozen. He thought blankly, what's happening? The little girl's bamboo flute instantly sent Chen Ping'an flying. Utterly unprepared, he landed face first in the dirt, writhing in pain. Little Linger asked worriedly, Big brother, are you okay? Chen Ping'an said in a daze, I'm fine, I just wasn't ready. Though he said that, he was utterly shocked inside. Is Little Linger really that strong, and I couldn't even dodge it? Could it be true what the system said, that I'm so weak I can't even beat a little girl? That's impossible. Chen Ping'an gathered himself and roared with renewed vigor. Again, however, Little Linger's next attack was a bucket of cold water on his hopes. The little girl smacked Chen Ping'an right across the face with the bamboo flute. Chen Ping'an couldn't bear the pain and cried out. After a struggle, Chen Ping'an finally accepted the harsh reality. He lay on a chair, his face black and blue, and said angrily, If anyone calls me strong again, I'll fight them to the death. At that moment, the system appeared and mocked him. So do you believe me now, host? Chen Ping'an cursed angrily. Shut up, I need to be alone. And don't ask me who Alona is, that joke is ancient. Just then, Little Linger stood to the side and said worriedly, Big brother. Chen Ping'an glanced at her and thought, Judging by Su Yi's demeanor, Little Linger is probably from a family of cultivators. It's natural for her to be stronger than ordinary children. But am I really weaker than Little Linger? But Elder Long had no reason to lie to me either. Little Linger asked guiltily, Big brother, are you really okay? Chen Ping'an suddenly shouted in surprise. Could it be that I'm just a bug? The cultivation manual said that cultivators can sense each other's strength through their aura. Even though my actual strength is weaker than Su Ling's, because of this bug, they can sense a very strong aura from me. That's why they call me senior when they see me. And no matter how much I insist I'm immortal, they don't believe me. Doesn't that mean I can ride on their coattails from now on? Chen Ping'an was ecstatic. Beside him, little Linger looked at him blankly, not understanding what was happening. That night in the forest, the black flood dragon was curled up in a pit, fast asleep. On the other side, Chen Ping'an was also sound asleep in the courtyard. Grandpa Chicken said, "Little goldfish, that black flood dragon today had the aura of your dragon clan on it, right? But it felt strange. It has a lot of dragon blood essence in its body but hasn't utilized it fully." The little goldfish then said, "It must have eaten a dead dragon of a fairly high level. It was probably injured by those scumbags from the god realm, accidentally fell into this mortal realm, and the dragon was lucky enough to find and eat it. It can't absorb the essence on its own, but if it stays here with me for a while, it might have a chance to absorb all the dragon essence and become a true dragon." The phoenix at the side then said, "Should we capture it and train it? We could use another errand boy in the future." Grandpa Chicken, little goldfish, and Sister Peach Tree all agreed in unison. The golden immortal artifact inside poked its head out and chimed in. "Agreed." Seeing this, the little goldfish said, "In that case, you little piece of trash, you make the trip. Have it absorb this thing, let it take human form, and then bring it here. If it doesn't obey, you should know what to do, right?" The golden immortal artifact replied with a smile, "Understood. Your little brother will get it done right away." That night in the quiet forest, a streak of light suddenly flashed across the sky. After arriving, the golden immortal artifact shouted, "Don't panic, I'm not here to kill you. You should know that hiding is useless." Hearing this, the black flood dragon had no choice but to crawl out trembling and say, "Big shot, what business do you have with me?" The golden immortal artifact smiled smugly. "Haha, someone finally called me Big Shot." Seeing its strange attitude, the black flood dragon thought in confusion, "How did I say something wrong?" The golden immortal artifact let out a fake cough. "Ahem. Then what did you call me just now?" the black flood dragon asked blankly. It was Big Shot. Hearing this, the golden spirit immortal artifact writhed with pleasure. For so long it had been pushed around by the big shots and had never felt this way before. The black flood dragon said helplessly, "Big Shot, please stop joking." The golden spirit immortal artifact felt a little embarrassed and quickly composed itself. "Ahem, let's get down to business. A group of big shots wants to take you on as an underling. I've also thoughtfully prepared 2 options for you. 1, you obediently agree. 2, you get beaten up by me and then agree. Choose for yourself." The black flood dragon stared at it speechlessly. That was clearly just one option. The golden spirit immortal artifact said, "What, you got a problem with that?" As soon as it spoke, a loud crash echoed from the sky. The black flood dragon was scared out of its wits. It quickly said, I submit, this little brother agrees." The golden spirit immortal artifact continued with satisfaction, "Good, you know what's good for you. Now eat this." With that, it tossed the bubble from the little goldfish right into the black flood dragon's mouth. The black flood dragon was astonished, thinking, "This bubble contains such pure dragon chi, it let me absorb 1/10 of my body's dragon crystal in an instant, and it seems to contain a secret transformation art. Could it be that I can transform too?" Suddenly, with a poof, the black flood dragon found itself with 2 floppy ears and a tail that wouldn't stop wagging. It let out a soft cry. Woof woof. It was so shocked it couldn't believe its eyes. "How did I turn into a dog? What in the world is going on?" Seeing the black flood dragon transformed into a puppy, the golden spirit immortal artifact could no longer hold back and fell to the ground laughing. It quickly explained, "I'm not laughing at you. I just thought of something happy." But its laughter only grew louder, completely out of its control. Asterisk peeved something happy. "Ha ha ha." The black flood dragon thought resentfully, "You're clearly laughing so hard you can't stop." After a while, the golden spirit immortal artifact said, all right, come with me. I'll show you what a real big shot is." After a while, the 2 of them finally returned to the courtyard. The golden spirit immortal artifact shouted cheerfully, "Big shots, we're back." As soon as it entered, the black flood dragon was stunned by the sight before it. It thought in terror, Asterisk WH, what the hell is this place? I thought it was just one powerful being. At that moment, all the big shots were staring intently at it, each of them exuding a terrifyingly baleful aura. The black flood dragon trembled all over, thinking in fear, "I can't believe the entire courtyard is like this." It stammered, "Gee, greetings, big shots." The kitchen knife sitting to the side commented, "Oh, looks like little golden spirit trained him pretty well." The golden spirit immortal artifact replied modestly, "Not at all, it's all thanks to the big shot's excellent teaching." The kitchen knife turned to the black flood dragon. "Get up. From now on in this courtyard, especially in front of our master, you'd better act like a proper dog. If our master notices anything amiss, we'll have no choice but to put you down humanely. Understand?" The black flood dragon, terrified by its aura, trembled and quickly replied, "You understood." The kitchen knife continued, "If you understand, then come here. Your ancestor is here, so consider this a great opportunity for you." The black flood dragon was still shaken. It slowly dragged its body closer. The ancestor, the little goldfish, said cheerfully, "Yo, hello there." The black flood dragon was stunned. "What's happening? Just one look and I can feel the dragon crystal inside me boiling." The little goldfish said to it, "Don't worry, you'll get used to it after a while. Many with dragon bloodlines feel this uncomfortable when they see me. It'd be the same even if the primordial dragon himself came. You've done pretty well, all things considered." At this point, the black flood dragon was on the verge of tears. The primordial dragon would feel uncomfortable too. "Big shot, what kind of existence are you?" The little goldfish smiled and replied, "My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. In a certain place, many people call me the Saint Dragon." The black flood dragon thought blankly. Saint Dragon, the purple dragon I devoured, had a secret history of the dragon clan. I remember seeing on it. That said, he turned to leave. Xiao Linger looked at the seedlings with some longing but had to accept reality. She was about to turn away, but she glanced back at the bag of fertilizer, still not satisfied. So she applied another round of fertilizer. Huffing and puffing, she fertilized every single plot. The watermelon vines grew at an incredible speed, instantly sprouting long tendrils with a rustling sound. Hearing the noise from the house, Ping An came out and asked, "Xiao Linger, what's that sound?" Xiao Linger froze, realizing she had overdone it. She quickly put the fertilizer bag down, took a few steps back, and explained nervously to her brother, "Big brother, look, the watermelons suddenly grew so big, we can eat them now." Looking at the watermelons, each one gigantic, he too gaped in shock. "Is this for real? This fertilizer is even more amazing than I thought. I only used a little bit and they're already ripe. I have seen this name before. Born at the dawn of the world, coexisting with endless time, living as long as heaven and earth, the true progenitor of the dragon clan. An existence like that is actually here in this courtyard disguised as a goldfish. Then just how terrifying is the master they speak of?" Just then, the peach tree nearby also began to sway, and a young woman walked out. "So Sister Peach Tree is such a beautiful and charming lady," the woman instructed softly. "Little Linger, tomorrow do your best to get master to take in this little black ball." Little Linger nodded in response. "Okay, I got it, Sister Peach Tree." The scene cuts to the Tianwu Empire, where a room echoed with harsh scolding. "Give me an explanation now, why did this happen?" Lu Guangpu was roaring endlessly, driven mad with anger. The emperor of the Tianwu Empire, Lu Zhengtao, was so scared his face turned pale and sweat poured down like rain. He stammered, "Father, you need to calm down. I only remember Yuxi went to a remote backwater to search for treasure. I don't know anything else," Lu Guangpu roared. "Then why did Tianjin Tower launch an all-out crackdown on us overnight? All those powers that used to work with us are now avoiding us like the plague," Lu Zhengtao said in a panic. "Sob, I really don't know." Just then, Lu Yuxi walked in from outside. "Father, grandfather, I'm back." She sat down in a chair and sighed wearily. "Phew, these past few days have been quite the thrill. Luckily this princess is a genius. Why is the palace so quiet today? Servants, bring this princess the finest tea, quickly." Hearing her words, Lu Zhengtao's expression darkened, and he said angrily, "Is this really the time to be asking for the finest tea? Let me ask you, what exactly happened during your trip south?" Lu Yuxi, oblivious to the severity of the situation, still said arrogantly, "Don't even mention it, father. The master of Tianjin Tower is incredibly arrogant. Our empire needs to develop quickly so we can treat them like dogs in the future." Lu Zhengtao's eyes widened in fury, and he said through gritted teeth, "So it really was you who caused this mess?" Lu Yuxi looked bewildered and asked, "How, father, what happened?" Lu Zhengtao trembled with rage, clenching his fists. "Father, can I hit your precious granddaughter?" Lu Guangpu said flatly, "No." Seeing this, Lu Yuxi smiled happily and said with emotion, "Grandfather, I knew you doted on me the most." But her happiness was short-lived. The next second her grandfather said coldly, "I'll discipline her for you." The scene changes. The next morning, Xiao Linger shouted cheerfully, big brother, time to get up." Chen Ping'an woke up, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and said softly, What is it, Xiao Linger?" Xiao Linger smiled. "The sun's already baking your butt and you're still not up, big brother." Chen Ping'an caught sight of the black flood dragon next to them and cried out in shock, "Oh my god, Xiao Linger, where did you get this dog?" The black flood dragon smiled at him in a friendly manner. Xiao Linger burst out laughing. "Haha, isn't it cute? It was waiting at the door looking like it got lost. Why don't we keep it, big brother?" Chen Ping'an asked her curiously, "But it was just at the door. How do you know it was lost?" Xiao Linger replied innocently, "It told me so itself." Her words surprised even the black flood dragon. When did I say that?" Chen Ping'an gently patted her head. "Don't be silly, it's probably just someone's dog that ran out to play. Let it stay in the yard, it'll probably go home on its own when it gets tired," Xiao Linger said reluctantly. Alright then." Watching the little girls retreating back, Chen Ping'an thought, "Xiao Linger seems to really like it, but a dog of unknown origin from these mountains might still be wild. It's best not to adopt it rashly." The moment she stepped outside, Xiao Linger's attitude did a complete 180. She said to the black flood dragon with a look of disdain, "My job is done. It's his business if he doesn't want you. It has nothing to do with me. Go play by yourself." The black flood dragon thought blankly. Whoa, her mood changes faster than flipping a book. The black flood dragon thought in confusion. "Aren't you supposed to be acting all cute and pouty? You're giving up just like that. Oh well, at least they didn't kick me out. Staying quietly around here should be fine." A little while later, Chen Ping'an came out of the house and saw the black flood dragon still lying there. He said puzzled, "Ha, it's still here, has it decided to latch onto this place?" Chen Ping'an walked closer and asked it unhappily. "You're not planning to sneak a bite of the chickens in the yard, are you? I should probably just chase you away." At this, the black flood dragon was already crying a river in its heart. Senior, please don't, it's already a great mercy that I'm not eating your chickens. Sob, sob. Just then, a system notification appeared. Chen Ping'an froze, thinking, a new quest, I haven't even finished the last one and a new one is here already. It's the first time this year, what could it be? The notification board displayed, within 10 days establish a sect and recruit 10,000 disciples. Chen Ping'an was dumbfounded and yelled, 10 days, 10,000, if you want to kill me just say so. How many people are there in all of Qingyuan town? Where am I supposed to find that many cultivators? The system displayed another line of text. The penalty for failing this mission is not obliteration. Chen Ping'an said irritably, if it's not obliteration, can I just not accept it? What is it? Your little brother will shrink by half. Seeing this line, Chen Ping'an was instantly speechless. He grabbed the system in a rage and slammed it violently on the ground, cursing, "You're truly twisted." Just then a voice called from outside the gate, "Senior, may I come in?" Chen Ping'an quickly responded, "Is that Elder Gong? You've come at a perfect time, please come in. Seeing you look so well, has the matter with the Tianwu Empire been resolved?" Gong said gratefully. "With Senior's intervention, they've been severely suppressed. Many of the procedures for building the sect are complete, and we can start recruiting disciples soon." Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "Oh, so Elder Long is that capable?" Inwardly he thought, "Looks like my background halo is pretty strong, even though I can't even beat Xiao Linger. It can intimidate figures like Elder Long who can suppress an empire at will." Gong continued happily, "Haha, of course he is, Senior, you should have seen it. The other day a demon beast even appeared at the treasure site, and it was so scared it wet its pants on the spot." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed something, the moment he saw the black flood dragon lying nearby. Gong jumped in fright. Seeing this, Chen Ping'an looked at him, puzzled. What's wrong, Elder Gong? What's come over you?" he asked curiously. Gong thought in a panic. The aura on that black dog, it's the black flood dragon from that day. Why is it here? I was just bad-mouthing it in front of Senior. I wonder if it will retaliate. The black flood dragon looked at him blankly, not understanding. Chen Ping'an asked him, "Elder Gong, are you afraid of dogs?" Gong quickly replied, "No, it's nothing. Since it's here, it must have been tamed by Senior. I have nothing to be afraid of." "Let's talk about your matter instead, Senior," Chen Ping'an said with an embarrassed smile. "I do have something, but it might be a bit difficult. Can we recruit 10,000 disciples in 10 days? Upon hearing this, Gong immediately said, "Of course we can, but we'll need Senior's help. If Senior personally makes an appearance, I'm afraid all the powers and cultivators in the world would be breaking down the doors to join." With that, he pointed at the black flood dragon and said, "As long as Senior lends it to me for a few days, I guarantee I can recruit 10,000 disciples. Otherwise, I'll bring you my head." Seeing this, the black flood dragon thought in a panic, "Hey old man, what are you playing at? Give me a break." Gong rejoiced inwardly. This clearly goes against Senior's principle of cultivating his mind. Having this black flood dragon will be enough. Chen Ping'an asked doubtfully, "This black dog," he mused. Just now Gong seemed very afraid of this black dog, and he also mentioned a demon beast appearing recently. Could this black dog be a demon beast? The black flood dragon thought wearily to itself, "Woof, I just want to be a quiet dog. Why is that so hard?" Chen Ping'an thought with some concern. That cultivation manual I read said that some demon beasts might look ordinary, but they are often bloodthirsty and violent. Eating chickens is a small matter, but it would be terrible if it went after Xiao Linger. I should test this out. So he asked Gong, "Elder Gong, what do you need this demon beast for?" "To preside over the recruitment, of course," Gong replied frankly. Chen Ping'an thought in surprise. "So it really is a demon beast," he said with disgust. "Then take it away quickly." Hearing this, Gong smiled happily, picked up the black flood dragon and turned to leave. "All right, 10,000 disciples in 10 days, I guarantee it. You can rest assured, Senior." The black flood dragon cried out in terror for help. The big shot, the little goldfish, comforted it. "Don't be afraid, you can sneak back at night." Gong soared into the sky. Chen Ping'an thought worriedly, "I wonder if this can be completed successfully in the end. I'd like to go to the site myself. With my background halo, I might be able to attract a lot of people and enjoy the feeling of being admired by thousands. But I haven't tested if it works on everyone. What if others can't see it?" He imagined everyone talking about him like he was a clown. "Who's that idiot?" Chen Ping'an sighed and said, "For now I can only trust Elder Gong." The scene changes. Gong lands on the ground and says, "We're here. This will be our new sect." The black flood dragon now said angrily, "Hey, do you have any idea how many opportunities I'm losing because you took me away?" Seeing it so fierce, Gong took a fearful step back. "Don't be angry, I'm helping you. That Senior doesn't like greedy people. If you just freeloaded there, you would have been kicked out anyway. And this place is actually the Senior's sect. If you help the Senior out, I can put in a few good words for you when we go back. How does that sound?" Only then did the black flood dragon have a revelation. "Oh, so that's how it is?" The black flood dragon bowed its head gratefully. "That Senior did seem like he wanted to chase me away. So it was Brother Gong secretly giving me a pointer. I've learned a valuable lesson. Since this is the Senior's sect, I'll do my part. This is the sect protecting formation. I've already filled it with spiritual energy. Once activated, it can withstand an attack from a peak Mahayana stage cultivator. And this pile of junk like formation plates, I stole them a long time ago. I have no use for them anyway, so you can have them all. As it spoke, a pile of treasures materialized. Murunggong said, "Thank you, Brother Zhao, but we'll have to rely on you for the show of force," the Black Flood Dragon replied confidently. "No problem, no problem. It's a small matter." In the next second, the Black Flood Dragon transformed back into the fierce and majestic Black Dragon. Murunggong exclaimed in admiration, "I can't believe it's only been a few days and Brother Zhao has already become like this. You must have received a great opportunity from the senior." "That's wonderful." As the sun rose, the Ping An sect began to recruit disciples. After settling matters, Murunggong left satisfied. Just like that, a formation seal appeared again, blanketing the entire area. Admiring the beautiful scene before him, Long Aoshin said happily, "A peak Mahayana-level grand formation with a Mahayana stage flood dragon guarding the mountain." It seems the senior felt that the Kaoshan sect suffered because of him, so he gave them some opportunities. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat and retorted, "No, that's not right. The senior controls everything. How could he make a mistake? It can't be that simple." Then his eyes widened in realization. Could it be? This is a god-level test for 3 parties at once. First, the Tianwu Empire. The senior must have foreseen their arrogance, but he gave them a chance, wanting to take them under his wing. Unfortunately, they were still courting death. Second is me. The people of Kaoshan sect and I are both under the senior, so this was a test to see if I would go and help them. He gestured animatedly as he spoke. And at the same time, take the initiative to suppress the Tianwu Empire. If I had stood by and done nothing, my test would have certainly been a failure. Looking at the coiling flying dragon, Long Aoshin continued, "The third is the Kaoshan sect, which obviously passed the test as well, which is why the senior granted them such a great opportunity. Everything flows as smoothly as clouds and water, with no trace of his involvement, yet he holds everything in the palm of his hand. The senior is truly terrifying." He smiled as he analyzed the situation. "Men," a voice reported. "Prepare a super grand gift for me," Aoshin ordered the subordinate behind him, who quickly accepted the command. He then asked for his opinion. "What level of gift does the Tower Master require?" Aoshin turned around, his face beaming with joy, and smiled. "The kind of grand gift befitting the birth of a top-tier continental power." In a certain house, the protagonist was resting after completing his task, happy that it was done in half a day. Chen Ping'an sat on a wooden chair rocking, his chin in his hand, looking completely at ease. "Now I just have to wait for the disciple recruitment mission to be completed. I didn't expect Murunggong to be so efficient. I'll have to treat him well next time." With that, he commanded the system, "Let's do the lottery draw." During the draw, the protagonist even made a prediction. "It's not like I'll get anything good anyway. The Qingqi sword I picked up on the mountain is better than anything I've drawn. The stuff I get is worse than that sword." The blonde-haired young man standing inside was stunned to hear this. After the draw, the reward was gradually revealed at the system's gate. "Congratulations, the protagonist has drawn a heavy bag." He felt a great weight press down on him, almost crushing him on the spot. He was wondering what it was when the word super fertilizer came into view. His face lit up with joy. "This is great. I was just thinking of planting something in the yard. It looks like modern fertilizer, so the effect must be excellent," he shouted into the house. "Xiao Linger, from now on, do you want to have endless watermelons to eat in the yard? Let's go to town with Big Brother to buy some seeds." Hearing this, Xiao Linger's eyes lit up behind the door. She ran out and shouted, "Okay." She followed her brother full of joy. The sunlight outside gently fell upon the scenery below. Chen Ping'an was smiling as he bought watermelon seeds from the shopkeeper. Back home, he and Xiao Linger tilled the soil and sowed the seeds, working together to plant their garden. After making the ridges, he began to spread the fertilizer. After a lot of hard work, the two of them looked at the results of their morning's labor. Though their faces were smudged with dirt, they were grinning from ear to ear. Finally done. Just as the protagonist said this, he paused and looked at himself, covered in filth. "I feel like I'm straying further and further down the path of a mountain bumpkin." Suddenly, Xiao Linger's voice broke Ping'an's train of thought. "Big brother, look," she said, pointing ahead. The protagonist asked, "What is it?" Right there on the ground, the seeds they had just sown had already sprouted into small seedlings, shocking him. "What, they've already sprouted?" His eyes shone like stars as he picked up the bag of fertilizer as if it were a precious treasure. "So super fertilizer means it can make plants grow quickly. Finally, I got something much better than the useless junk from before." The little fish in the lake and the broom felt their hearts tighten when they heard this. So were useless junk. Brother Kitchen Knife in the kitchen was also at a loss. Xiao Linger was so happy she could barely contain herself. She asked, "Big brother, does this mean we'll have watermelons to eat soon?" But Ping'an explained, "Not yet. Even though this fertilizer is amazing, we can't use too much of it. We'll have to wait at least another half a month. I'm going to go change my clothes and get ready to cook." He was a little confused and turned to look at Linger, only to see her drenched in sweat. When he saw that only a third of the fertilizer bag was left, his face darkened as he asked, "Little Linger, explain to me what happened to this fertilizer." She turned her head away, feigning innocence and denying it. I don't know either. Maybe the wind blew it away." The protagonist was at his wit's end with his little sister. Seriously, just how much do you love watermelon? Inside the house, the sword-wielding young man was the same as ever, always hiding behind the door crack to eavesdrop on others. Ping An told her to go wash her hands. Hearing this, Ling beamed with joy and accepted the order. Yes, the protagonist couldn't help but remain suspicious. Holding a slice of bright red juicy watermelon, he thought to himself, with so much potent fertilizer, is this watermelon even edible? He said cautiously. Little Ling, don't eat it yet. Let your big brother try it first, before he could finish his sentence. He turned his head and saw that she had already taken big bites out of 2 slices of watermelon, her face covered in seeds. The protagonist was stunned. She had already eaten it. He was completely helpless with his little sister and could only ask, "Is everything okay? Do you feel unwell?" Ling smiled. "No, it's very sweet. You should eat some too, brother." He sighed helplessly and advised her, "Eat slower, no one's going to steal it from you." But she only ate with more gusto. What if maybe her brother would give some to the person outside the door later? "Person outside the door?" he asked as he looked outside, and sure enough he heard a sound at the door. He immediately went to open the door. There really was someone there. He looked at the little boy in front of him in surprise. The little boy seemed very scared because Ping An was exuding an extremely powerful aura. He looked at the boy in confusion and asked, "Little boy, what is it?" The little boy remained motionless. His dazed expression made the protagonist think, *HMPH, did I scare him? So he immediately smiled and asked, "Little boy, are you a cultivator?" The little boy nodded lightly. Ping An sighed in self-reproach. "Geez, it seems my aura scared him. I can even suppress Elder Long, let alone a child this small, but why isn't he saying anything? Could he be mute?" As he thought this, he saw the child trembling pitifully, and handed him a slice of watermelon. "Take it and eat, I won't keep you." The little boy's hand trembled as he reached out and took it. He instructed, "Hurry home now, don't make your family worry, okay?" He nodded lightly, but still said nothing. So he slammed the door shut with a bang. Only then did the child let out a sigh of relief. He said fearfully, "Phew, that scared me to death." At that moment, the protagonist suddenly peeked his head out. "Oh, so you can talk." This made the little boy jump in fright. Then he immediately slammed the door shut again with a bang, leaving the little boy to mutter, "Is there not a single cultivator in this world with a normal personality?" He took a step back, then immediately broke into a run, fleeing the place as fast as he could. Gotta go," he comforted himself. Even with the most precious treasure for concealing one's aura, he was still discovered. This was the first time he'd ever been too scared to even speak. Recalling the time he secretly tailed the protagonist, he never expected such a master to be living in seclusion in this small town. He was probably discovered the moment he started following him. As he ran, he secretly rejoiced that the senior hadn't blamed him. Stopping somewhere in the forest, he happily took a big bite of the watermelon. As he savored it, he thought, "It seems that senior doesn't want to be disturbed by others. Just observing from a distance is satisfying enough." Suddenly, the little boy froze. A light shone from his body. "I've advanced a whole major realm." A miracle happened. He had actually advanced from the first level of foundation establishment to the 5th level of core formation. Staring at the watermelon in his hand, he was stunned. Is this the fateful opportunity the senior gave me? To casually bestow such a heavenly fortune upon someone? I've completely underestimated this senior. Thinking this, he took out a jade pendant. The sudden rise of the nearby sect was likely related to this senior. He clutched the jade pendant to his chest and thought, "Grandfather, that sect is probably not as simple as it seems. Remember to prepare an extraordinary gift." He paced back and forth, calculating. "Next time I have to remember to keep the door shut tight. This fertilizer is truly a divine artifact. If word got out and someone saw it, it would probably cause a lot of trouble." Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. Wait a minute. How did little Ling know there was someone outside the door just now? Could it be? Suspicion grew in his heart. So he called Ling over to confirm his guess. He questioned her seriously. "Tell me the truth. You have a cultivation base, don't you?" Ling broke out in a cold sweat, pondering the matter internally. "I just wanted to get along with my brother as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was suspicion." But seeing the serious look on Ping An's face, she knew she couldn't hide it anymore and had to tell the truth. "That's right, I'll come clean. I do have a cultivation base." When Chen Ping An heard little Ling say this, he was utterly shocked. "Is what she's saying true?" Chen Ping An was astonished that little Ling had a cultivation base while he himself did not. He was too shocked after learning this fact. Little Ling scratched the back of her neck and said, "But I'm very weak. I'm no match for those who are stronger than me." Ping An said fearfully, "You've been hiding this from me for so long. What realm are you at now? Tell your brother quick." Little Ling seemed to be afraid of something and didn't want to say. She just stammered, "Immortal venerable. No, I mean immortal venerable. No, I mean the chi refinement stage." Chen Ping An was extremely surprised by the realm she had reached. However, behind an old tree, another person was eavesdropping on Chen Ping An and little Ling's conversation. The girl had pink hair. Who could she be? Suddenly, something startled Chen Ping An and he turned his head to see if something had just moved. The girl behind the tree quickly vanished. "Does she have any ill intentions?" Chen Ping An asked little Ling. "So when did you start cultivating?" She stammered in reply. "Ah." Suddenly, the pink-haired girl appeared again holding a sign. "Not long ago." Chen Ping An turned back to see what was happening, but when he looked back he saw nothing. The girl had vanished again. He didn't know if he had seen things or heard things. Chen Ping'an asked himself, why does little Linger always look in that direction when she speaks? Is someone coaching her on what to say? Chen Ping'an quickly turned and went into the house. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, but who else could be in this yard? I must have seen things. The girl quickly hid behind the tree to avoid being seen. He picked up the plate of watermelon from the table and murmured, something's not right with her. It seems Chen Ping'an is planning to do something. The person Chen Ping'an was talking to was none other than little Linger. He threatened her, saying that if she didn't come clean, her brother would confiscate all her watermelons. You'd better confess everything now. Little Linger was terrified by his threat and said, what, brother? This has nothing to do with me. Little Linger pointed at the peach tree, shifting the blame to the towering tree. It was all Sister Peach Tree who taught me don't take my watermelons. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment, stunned. Sister Peach Tree? He recalled some things written in that cultivation book he had. He thought to himself, asterisk all things in this world, if they live long enough or encounter a great fortune, can gain sentience, transform into spirits or immortals, take human form and even learn to speak. Chen Ping'an looked up at Sister Peach Tree and said, although the sapling was a gift from the system, I've watched it grow for years and never noticed anything special. What kind of tricks could this peach tree pull? He squinted one eye, thinking. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Did Chen Ping'an discover something? He said that just like the fertilizer, the seeds from the system were also different from ordinary seeds. Sister Peach Tree thought with a headache. Did little Linger really sell me out for a few slices of watermelon? Don't do this to me, little Linger. Suddenly, a dark force warned her. Peach Tree, figure out a solution quickly. If this gets exposed, you will bear the consequences yourself. Sister Peach Tree cried out in a panic. Hey. She seemed to be using some kind of power. Did she think of a spell to use? This is the only way. A ray of light shot straight at little Linger's head, causing her to feel a sharp pain and scream out loud. She began to tremble from the force and cried out to her brother for help. Brother? Little Linger rubbed her head and said, my head suddenly hurts so much. Actually, it's not just Sister Peach Tree who talks to me, but the white clouds in the sky too. Even the watermelons are calling out to me. Brother, why are such strange things happening to me? Chen Ping'an ran over in a panic to check on his little sister. He said, little Linger, what's wrong? How are you feeling? He placed his hand on her forehead and said, why is it so hot? She has a fever and is covered in sweat. Chen Ping'an held little Linger's hand tightly, thinking, could this be a side effect of the fertilizer that made her like this? He carried his sister back to her room to rest, telling himself, so it was just a fever. What was I guessing about all this time? At this moment, little Linger's face was full of exhaustion, her cheeks flushed from the fever. This was precisely the effect of the spell gasped by Sister Peach Tree. Chen Ping'an carried his sister into the room, comforting her. Little Linger, just hang in there, we're almost there. In a desolate, overgrown place, an old man was cultivating his energy. A red power emanated from his entire body. Who is this character now? It turned out to be the master of the heavenly venerable tower, Long Aocean. He was in the middle of cultivating something when something made him pause. A massive earthquake suddenly erupted and all the trees there were sent flying into the air. Everything was gradually being destroyed. Suddenly, a man appeared in the mist and said to Long Aocean, you shameless old coot. He immediately stood up to teach the audacious person a lesson, saying, you dare show off such petty tricks before an expert. His face was full of anger. The white-haired, white-bearded old man said to Long Aocean, you old fossil, I heard you've advanced to the earth immortal realm. So it's Bai Gufeng. He crossed his arms and said, am I not allowed to come and say hello? Long Aocean was furious because of what Bai Gufeng had done. He was extremely annoyed. You call this saying hello, making such a mess? Bai Gufeng calculated in his mind, surprised by the previous attack. That last strike involved a top-grade Dharma artifact worth 300,000 spirit stones, plus a movement technique worth 500,000 spirit stones, and a worth 400,000. He actually dodged that move so easily? Long Aocean also thought to himself, it seems Shao Chun didn't lie to me. This old fossil must have received a fateful opportunity from that senior, which is how he broke through to the earth immortal realm. Flames of anger burned around his body. He turned his head away and said, but I can't be bothered to get angry with a peak Mahayana fellow. The mere peak Mahayana cultivator dares not lose his temper before this immortal. He had a smug look on his face. Long Aocean even teased Bai Gufeng, the last time I saw you, you were at the peak Mahayana stage. Turns out you're still at the peak Mahayana stage. Have you gotten so used to being at peak Mahayana that you can't bear to leave it? The old man was so angry his face turned red and his eyes blazed with fire. Bai Gufeng said, if you can't phrase it properly, then don't say it. If you have any guts, stop mentioning peak Mahayana. The two faced off at the bottom of a huge crater surrounded by fallen trees. Long Aocean said, well, you're not as handsome as me either. Hearing this, Bai Gufeng was so enraged he gave him the middle finger and said, bullshit. Little Linger lay listlessly in bed, with Chen Ping'an taking care of her. She seemed to have a high fever and looked extremely tired. Chen Ping'an was very worried about his sister. He sighed and said, how did she suddenly get a fever? Did something happen? He guessed. Could there be a problem with these watermelons? But I ate a lot too and nothing happened to me. Chen Ping'an was very worried, not knowing what had caused his sister's condition. He stared at the watermelon slices he had prepared for little Linger. It must have something to do with Linger being a cultivator. The sliced watermelons were placed on the table looking very sweet and juicy. Suddenly someone came and knocked on the door. "Is the senior home?" Someone was calling for Chen Ping'an. He heard the knock and prepared to go out and greet the guest. Chen Ping'an knew who it was and invited him in. "Elder Gong, please come in. You don't have to ask every time." The man pushed the door open himself and walked in. His steps were so steady. It turned out to be the former patriarch of the backing mountain sect, Gong. He seemed to have seen something and was very surprised by it. He saw that quite a few watermelons were planted here. Gong thought to himself, "Amazing, there was nothing here when I came a few days ago, and today the senior has planted so many watermelons in the yard." The old man was stunned by what he saw. Many streams of yellow energy flowed around these watermelons. The amount of this vast spiritual energy is 10,000 times stronger than even the top-tier spiritual medicines I've ever seen. Suddenly Chen Ping'an stood before him and asked, "It seems Elder Gong is also interested in these watermelons?" Chen Ping'an stroked his chin and thought, "That's right, the book said that if cultivators absorb too much spiritual energy that they can't refine, they will also experience symptoms like Linger's fever." He then scratched his head, seemingly scheming something. He asked Elder Gong, "Old sir, do you think these watermelons are spiritual medicine? That fertilizer is so magical, maybe it can grow spiritual medicine." "I don't know the first thing about cultivation, so that would be troublesome." Hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the old man said, "Senior, you must be joking. How could this be spiritual medicine? It's just an ordinary fruit, but in reality this is basically an immortal medicine." Gong's expression was strange when he spoke of this immortal medicine. Was he afraid of something? After learning that the fruit was not spiritual medicine, Chen Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness it's not. I'm completely clueless about cultivation. This is getting harder and harder. In that case, little Linger probably just has a fever from an upset stomach. Nothing to worry about. I must make her control her intake strictly." Gong didn't know what Chen Ping'an was thinking because his expression was very strange. Gong said to Chen Ping'an, "To get to business, today is the sect's opening ceremony. I came specially to ask if Senior would like to go and see it." Chen Ping'an immediately refused Elder Gong, giving his reason. "Little Linger suddenly fell ill with a fever and is lying in her room. I have to stay and take care of her, so I can't go." The old man felt helpless at Chen Ping'an's words. Very well then, but in his heart he thought, even the senior's excuses are so stylish. How could someone with little Linger's cultivation base get sick? Chen Ping'an is truly joking. Suddenly Chen Ping'an walked over to the watermelons and picked a few. He said, "Oh right, take these 2 watermelons with you. I can't let little Linger eat any more." The old man's expression at this moment was one of great surprise. Why would he give these watermelons to him? Chen Ping'an held up the large watermelon and handed it to Elder Gong. He asked the old man to take the watermelon back and share it with everyone at the ceremony. The old man seemed to have some unspoken difficulty and was trying to find a way to refuse the gift. This, then, holding 2 watermelons, Gong said, "All right, since it is the senior's arrangement, it would be disrespectful of me to refuse." At this time, Elder Gong thought to himself, "These may be useless to you, senior, but to us they are a heavenly opportunity. I cannot refuse." Suddenly, he cast some sort of spell and the watermelons flew automatically into the ring on Elder Gong's hand. Gong thanked him profusely. "Thank you, senior. I shall return to the sect and continue with my duties." Chen Ping'an smiled happily and said to him, "All right, don't forget about recruiting 10,000 disciples. I'll have to trouble you with that." Elder Gong replied with a determined gaze, "I will not fail my mission." This place was a bustling scene. People were bustling about in this market square. Shui is Gong's granddaughter. She asked him, "Grandfather, will the senior come today?" The old man answered her sadly, "No, I'm afraid the senior has other matters today and won't be coming. I didn't expect the princess to be here as well." Gong was very surprised that the princess had come today. This was Princess Luo Lanching, a woman of exquisite beauty. As soon as she arrived, Shui ran over and hugged her, saying, "This time, Xiao Shui wants to play with you." Gong walked out and announced to everyone, "Let the celebration begin." A stranger came up to Gong and said, "Sect Master, greetings. I am the Emperor of the desolate ancient empire. I'd like to have a word with you in private." This person startled Elder Gong. Suddenly another man came over and said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm the Supreme Emperor of the mountain-suppressing empire. I'd like a word in private." A masked man stood outside the gate and said, "The sect master is only at the soul division stage, and there are no great powers in the entire sect. Besides that formation and that flood dragon, they have almost nothing. A formation unfurled here." He was the young master of the purgatory sect. "This is what you called having an immortal's help? Just this?" He curled his lip in contempt. Seemingly looking down on Gong, his subordinate said, "Young master, I really didn't lie to you. Otherwise, just think about it. Why would the backing mountain sect rise so suddenly and have so many empires fawning over them?" The young master of the purgatory sect was very angry with cannon fodder number 1. He scolded, "This is all a trick to swindle disciples and gifts. They'll return the money once they have enough and split the rest 70-30. It's the old routine, don't you get it, you idiot?" cannon fodder number 1 seemed to want to say something, but he immediately said, "Enough, I'm in no mood to listen to your nonsense. Infiltrate the sect now. Even if that mountain guarding formation is activated, it won't affect us. No matter how big these empires are, they pose no threat to our purgatory sect." Suddenly, a yellow dragon appeared before them. He said, "Luckily the flood dragon in the sky is only at peak Mahayana. I can still put up a fight. Don't forget your mission for today." A cunning look appeared on his face. He planned to capture Murangong's granddaughter, Murang Shui. He said, "Luckily the flood dragon in the sky is only at peak Mahayana. I can still put up a fight. Don't forget your mission for today." Princess Luo Lanqing and Murang Shui were laughing and playing, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. The purgatory sect's intention was to kidnap Murang Shui. Now I finally have a chance to capture her and refine her into a corpse puppet. Suddenly someone approached, catching Murang Shui's attention. Could it be someone from the purgatory sect? Yes, it was him. He gave Murang Shui a treacherous smile. But she had no idea who this old man was or what he planned to do to her. Suddenly, several names that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard them were announced over his head. The master of the heavenly venerable tower, Long Aocean, the young master of the purgatory sect's face was filled with terror and astonishment, and the master of treasure gathering hall, Bai Gufeng, as well as Yi Min by his side. The three of them had come to attend today's banquet to offer their congratulations. The young master of the purgatory sect was terrified after hearing these names. "What? Why are the top experts from the three major powers here? What should I do?" The three of them walked into the courtyard with solemn expressions. Long Aocean was very angry because his old rival was also here. No wonder this guy suddenly showed up here. Did he hear about the senior? Murangong came out to welcome the three distinguished guests. He cupped his hands in a salute and welcomed them, saying, "Seniors, your presence honors us. Please forgive me for not welcoming you from further away." Long Aocean said, "Brother Murang, you're too polite. This is only the second time we've met." Murangong said gratefully, "Yes, thank you for saving my life last time, senior." Long Aocean immediately said, "Let's dispense with the pleasantries. If you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Long from now on. I am the headmaster of the Book Mountain Immortal Academy, Jen Tanting. If you don't mind, just call me Old Brother. I came uninvited. I hope Brother will forgive me. I am Bai Gufeng, master of Treasure Gathering Hall. If you don't mind, you can call me." Suddenly Long Aocean shouted, "Just call him Suck Up." Bai Gufeng's face flushed with anger. "You just wait," he said. Murangong ignored the squabble and said, "I presume the three of you are here for the senior. Please come inside." Suddenly Jen Tanting opened a box and a golden light flashed. "Wait, Brother Gong, please accept this before we go in." He opened the case and a scroll painting was presented before him. This was the painting titled, "Dragon and Phoenix Bring Auspiciousness. A red phoenix and a water dragon converge. Observing it for a long time can lead to enlightenment and improve one's cultivation." Murangong was stunned by the sight. Elder Gong said, "Could this be the ultimate treasure of the Book Mountain Immortal Academy?" Jen Tanting immediately said, "That's right, Brother Gong, your sect has just opened. A treasure like this is perfect for your esteemed sect." Bai Gufeng also came over with a box to give to Murangong, saying, "Since we're giving such valuable gifts, my treasure gathering hall is known throughout the continent. When it comes to business, I can't lose to anyone." He brought over another box. When he opened it, a surge of cyan energy appeared before their eyes. Bai Gufeng said, "Brother Gong, I noticed the spiritual energy on your mountain isn't all that great. This is a high-grade spiritual vein, which should help improve it." Long Aocean stood to the side watching his friends present these rare gifts to Murangong. Suddenly Long Aocean spoke up, "Spiritual veins are divided into 5 grades, low, medium, high, supreme, and peerless. You actually have the nerve to offer a high-grade one?" Bai Gufeng was furious at Long Aocean's words. "You?" Long Aocean also brought out a gift box and said, "Brother Gong, you can toss that thing of his in the latrine. Only a peerless-grade spiritual vein is worthy of this place." Bai Gufeng raged. "You old fossil, you just have to oppose me, don't you?" Long Aocean replied. "It's just that you can't compare to me." But he had brought not one but 2 treasures. "I have a second gift. You now possess the Treasure Gathering Hall's purple gold card, which grants a 10% discount on any purchase." Was that a discount coupon? Heavens, that 10% discount was like giving him half the Treasure Gathering Hall. "Please accept this gift," Long Aocean said. "Still trash. My celestial lord tower is at senior's beck and call. You'd dare charge him money if he wanted something? How ridiculous." Bai Gufeng was enraged by his humiliation. He was so angry he wanted to leave. "I'm also bringing out my granddaughter to join the peace sect starting today." His granddaughter, standing nearby, had no idea what her grandfather was talking about, her face a mask of innocence. Yi Min couldn't believe her ears. Her grandfather had actually said such a thing. It looked like Bai Gufeng and Long Aocean were about to come to blows right then and there. "You shameless old coot, you obviously planned for your granddaughter to join all along. Are you playing dumb now?" Bai Gufeng said. "You old fossil, if you've got the guts, bring out your grandson then." Jen Tanting watched the 2 men, both several hundred years old, bicker. "If you two keep arguing, it puts me in a difficult position." The 2 continued to argue. "You're at the peak Mahayana realm. I dare you to say that again," Bai Gufeng taunted him. "So what if I say it again, you old geezer?" The people from the purgatory sect were utterly surprised by the appearance of these 3. Top-tier experts had arrived and were now vying to give priceless treasures to Gong. Could what they were saying be true? His face was filled with alarm and terror. He was still thinking, asking himself, could there really be such a terrifying existence behind this sect? Cannon fodder number 1 leaned in and whispered to the young master, "Young master, what should we do now? Do we stick to the original plan?" The young master of the Purgatory sect looked like he wanted to curse out his subordinate. You? After seeing these three, they still hadn't given up on capturing Gong's granddaughter. Shut your mouth. The commotion caught Shui's attention, and she overheard someone mention her name. The Purgatory sect's young master pulled his subordinate aside and said, "Why don't you look around to see who's listening when you talk?" He was in a panic. They had almost been discovered, and the plan was about to be ruined. However, it seemed Shui had already heard the two villains' conversation. She immediately told her grandfather, "Grandpa, there are two guys here planning to cause trouble." The faces of the Purgatory sect's young master and his subordinate changed drastically, for she had discovered them. Hearing Shui's words, the three immortal-like figures reacted. What causing trouble? Their eyes filled with fury, turning red and brimming with killing intent. Suddenly a hand landed on the Purgatory sect young master's shoulder. A voice said, "You dare to make a move on Brother Gong's granddaughter?" It seemed to be Long Aoshin's arm. The three men's gazes were dark, their anger soaring. It was indeed Long Aoshin who had his hand on his shoulder. "What did you just say?" he asked. The Purgatory sect's young master was terrified by these three. Long Aoshin's bloodshot eyes were horrifying. He asked the young master, "Judging by your appearance, you're from the Purgatory sect, aren't you? Didn't you know this is my younger brother's sect? You dare trespass here? You dare to run wild in this place? Are you looking down on my celestial lord tower?" Bai Gufeng and Zhen Tantang were also furious at his presence. The Purgatory sect. "Not much money, but a lot of nerve. It seems you're looking down on my treasure-gathering hall as well." Zhen Tantang stated coldly and decisively, "Let's just annihilate them." The Purgatory sect's young master was terrified. He was about to get beaten until he coughed up blood by these three big shots. "Three big brothers, there must be some misunderstanding here." "It's really a misunderstanding. I'm just a guest here, not the person from the Purgatory sect you mentioned." Gong came over to mediate, saying, "Oh, so that's how it is. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's just drop it. After all who come are guests." He then asked the Purgatory sect's young master, "Since you've come to visit our sect, you must have brought a congratulatory gift, right?" The young master was taken aback. He hadn't prepared for this. He was expected to bring a gift. "Well, Gong said softly to the Purgatory sect's young master, "It's all right, we don't need any grand gifts. If the quality is lacking, you can make up for it with quantity." The young master was at a loss, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, rare items and treasures appeared. How did he have so many treasures on hand? The four of them stared, dumbfounded. They hadn't expected so many treasures. Long Aoshin, with his arms crossed, commented, So. Zhen Tantang said, "It's acceptable." Meanwhile, Bai Gufeng seemed envious of the treasures. "Is that all?" The Purgatory sect's young master clenched his fists in anger. He thought to himself, "This damn pathetic sect. Under the circumstances, he had no choice but to take out these treasures." He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Just wait until those three leave. I'll annihilate all of you. You just wait. How can treasures like these be given to people like you? All I need is your granddaughter, Shui." Long Aoshin draped an arm warmly around Gong's neck as he left, saying, "Little brother, your big brother will be on a nearby mountain peak. Come visit when you have time." The Purgatory sect's young master was stunned. Long Aoshin was staying nearby, which meant it would be difficult to make a move. Gong replied happily, Of course." Suddenly, the flood dragon guarding the sect gate was sent crashing down after colliding with a wolf-like creature. It came hurtling straight toward the sect. Gong was surprised to see it return in such a state. "Brother Zhao, what happened to you?" Brother Zhao said. "The person in the sky, I couldn't defeat them." It seemed to be injured, panting heavily. Suddenly, a blonde-haired man appeared in the sky, forcing everyone to look up. Who was this person? Was it an immortal? The immortal was none other than Chen Yanming. "I didn't expect to reap such a reward on a trip to the mortal realm," the immortal said. "That flood dragon has a partially digested dragon crystal in its body. In the future, it could transform into a true dragon." Brother Zhao was shocked to hear the immortal say this about him. The immortal, Chen Yanming, said angrily, "Listen up, you ants below." Gong felt a force envelop his body, immobilizing him. "If you don't want your formation destroyed, obediently deactivate it and hand over the black flood dragon. Otherwise, I will annihilate your entire sect." Everyone below was unable to move. Gong knelt and said, "Great Immortal, this flood dragon belongs to a certain powerful being. It is not our sect's guardian beast. If you desire it, perhaps you should ask for that being's opinion." Chen Yanming's expression grew more stern and furious. He said, "So you're refusing to hand it over? Mere ants. I'll give you 3 breaths time to reconsider." The immortal began to count down. 2. Gong didn't know what to do next. He was extremely worried. The immortal had just counted to 1 when suddenly another blonde-haired man appeared and challenged him. "Go on, try and make a move. I'd like to see it. Chen Yanming was so surprised he couldn't believe this person was here. Golden Spirit Immortal Artifact, he roared at the person before him. Why are you here at a time like this? The Golden Spirit Immortal Artifact said. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? This place is under my protection now. A piece of trash at the mere immortal spirit realm dares to shout and cause a scene here? Chen Yanming thought. He's protecting this mortal sect. What on earth happened? What's wrong with this mortal realm? The Golden Spirit Immortal Artifact crossed his arms, wondering what he would do next. Was his power at the immortal venerable realm? Suddenly, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It seemed he was scared and preparing to flee. Oh no, it was true. Faced with the Golden Spirit Immortal Artifact's power, Chen Yanming chose to flee. Did this mean the sect was saved? You dare run? Chen Yanming, you came to my sect's territory to run wild, and now you dare run when I show up? You bastard! A stream of red energy like fire swirled around the Golden Spirit Immortal Artifact. It was his rage. Even though Chen Yanming had a head start, the Golden Spirit Immortal Artifact pursued him at a divine speed. Did I say you could run? Chen Yanming's face was filled with terror because this guy had caught up to him in a single instant. Golden Spirit Immortal Artifact delivered a heavy kick. You lawless rogue, Chen Yanming. A world-shaking kick sent Chen Yanming flying far into the distance, giving him a taste of the consequences for bullying the weak of the sect. The kick slammed him into the ground, creating a massive crater, with flashes of the Golden Spirit Immortal Artifact's power glowing around it. The Golden Spirit Immortal Artifact gently placed his foot back on the ground and said, "Get yourself back to the sect. Kneel and apologize to the people there for the sin of your arrogant words." Chen Yanming lay collapsed on the ground. A kick had blasted a large hole, and there he was, lying inside it, his face covered in blood. Yet he still had the audacity to say shamelessly, "You want me to apologize to a bunch of ants?" He still steadfastly refused to apologize. What else was he planning to do? With a slap something fell to the ground. For his arrogance he was beaten black and blue by the Golden Spirit Immortal Artifact. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, please spare me." He trembled all over from pain and fear. Chen Yanming knelt and apologized to everyone in the sect. The Golden Spirit Immortal Artifact handed a bag to Gong and said, "Everything he had on him is in here. It's all for you." Gong immediately accepted it, grateful for the gesture. "Thank you." Then he turned to Chen Yanming and said, "Now scram. Go back and tell them that this sect is under my protection, you hear me? No one is to touch this place." Chen Yanming could only nod in obedience, no longer able to resist. "Yes, Lord Jin. Yes, Lord Jin, no problem." And with that, Lord Jin vanished before everyone's eyes. He, however, seemed unafraid, still shamelessly declaring, "I will be back." Gong seemed to be signaling for everyone's attention. He addressed all the guests present. "I believe everyone has gotten a general idea of our sect situation. From this moment on, we are officially recruiting disciples. The time limit is 3 days, with 10,000 slots available." 3 days later, a notification suddenly appeared on the panel. The task to recruit 10,000 disciples was complete. Chen Ping'an was the one who received this message. He said, "It's finally done. Old Gong really didn't lie to me." A look of clear surprise appeared on his face, then the system panel popped up. "Congratulations to the host for completing 900 tasks. The system is upgrading to its final form. Future rewards will have selectable paths and can undergo qualitative transformations depending on the items or cultivation level chosen by the host." Chen Ping'an was immediately curious. "Cultivation, I can finally become strong, awesome, let's go." The system upgrade progressed from 1% to 50%, then to 90%, and finally to 99%. Would it reach 100%, or just 99%? Why is it stuck here? Why won't it just hurry up and get to 100%? I've been waiting for so long, I'm about to die of anxiety. Chen Ping'an clutched his head in frustration. What the hell is this thing? How long does it take to upgrade? Next to him was Xiao Linger, who was heading toward the watermelon patch, about to do something. Suddenly Chen Ping'an whipped around, his eyes red. He told Xiao Linger to stop and get away from the watermelon patch immediately. Chen Ping'an said, "You're not allowed to sneak watermelons. Didn't you learn your lesson from the fever you had a few days ago?" Xiao Linger said shyly, "Brother, that really had nothing to do with these watermelons." With ****, the system notification sounded. Upgrade complete, catching Chen Ping'an's attention. He turned back to his computer desk and let out a sigh of relief. Finally finished. Meanwhile, his sister had been ignored. Xiao Linger walked sadly into her room. Suddenly the system panel turned gold. Seeing this, Chen Ping'an remarked, "So in the end it just turned gold." 1. Task Trigger Mode. The host must wait for tasks to be triggered. Upon completion, random items will be awarded. 2. Conquest Mode. The system will automatically select 100 stages across the world. The host can teleport to each stage and conquer it by clearing it. After completing the remaining 100 tasks or stages, the host will be invincible. Chen Ping'an sat and thought carefully about these words. Conquest mode, does that mean I'll have to fight people, or are you expecting this body of mine to go fight someone? Option 2 can grant the host initial cultivation. Given that the host has no spiritual root and cannot upgrade on his own, the spirit energy gauge will always remain full. With each cleared stage, your cultivation level will increase. Chen Ping'an was startled. My cultivation can increase? What is there to even think about? I choose the second one, and so he chose the second option. Mode changed. Granting host initial cultivation, core formation, first level. Suddenly a glow appeared on Chen Ping'an's body, enveloping him. First level of core formation, I finally have cultivation. Chen Ping'an was so happy he could cry. It's been 5 years. Do you have any idea how I've lived these past 5 years? Chen Ping'an realized that there seemed to be a controllable flow of energy inside him, a power that swirled around him. This must be the spiritual energy that cultivators see through introspection. A surge of power manifested in his palm. He seemed to want to use his power right away. A burst of power gathered at his 2 fingers. Let's give it a try. Chen Ping'an flicked a finger and the power shot out from his hand. It was indeed an extraordinary power. With just 2 fingers, Chen Ping'an punched a hole through the corner of the wall. It seemed he really could use his cultivation now. It really is powerful. Let's go. Suddenly, Xiao Linger peeked her head out from behind him. She saw what her brother could do, but to her, wasn't this rather weak? Chen Ping'an said, Xiao Linger, come here for a second. Hearing him, Xiao Linger replied, coming. He handed a wooden stick to Xiao Linger and said, just like last time, hit me with all your strength. Don't hold back. I promise I won't dodge this time. Xiao Linger was worried about her brother, but she could only obey. Okay. Suddenly, a purple aura appeared around Xiao Linger, and a cunning expression spread across her face. A chance has come, Xiao Linger muttered complainingly. You confiscated my watermelons these past few days. Right now you'll face the consequences. She raised the wooden stick, flew straight up into the air, and prepared to strike Chen Ping'an. He was astonished by what he saw, thinking, heavens, Xiao Linger can channel spiritual energy too. Chen Ping'an narrowed his eyes and thought, it's fine, he shouted happily. I don't feel a thing. I really am amazing. Xiao Linger, on the other hand, was stunned and yelled, put on that robe, you shameless rogue. Chen Ping'an laughed smugly. Your big brother is amazing, right? The little chick watched this scene and thought in despair, when will Master ever recover his strength? It looked at Chen Ping'an. Seeing Master like this is still a bit hard to watch. Gazing at the sunlight filtering through the blossoming peach trees, the chick thought, after so many reincarnations I feel like this time the Master. I'm afraid that even if he recovers his former strength, he won't be as cool as he used to be. A handsome man crossed his arms and sighed, it is the Master's choice. We have no right to interfere. He tilted his head back, recalling the past. But speaking of the Master's invincible former glory, a long, long time ago when heaven and earth were still in chaos, he still remembered it clearly. Beneath a pavilion a man was leisurely sipping tea. A mere ripple in his teacup was enough for him to sense a disturbance. The man raised his teacup and chided in a low voice, who dares to disturb my peace? This was the former Chen Ping'an. It was hard to imagine he once possessed such a noble aura. Back then, Chen Ping'an stood alone against a group of beings who could destroy myriad worlds with a wave of their hands. Even then he maintained a calm and composed demeanor, his expression unchanging as he said lightly, all of you can come at me at once, I don't want to waste time. He reached for his teacup. No one saw Chen Ping'an make a move, yet blood was already spraying through the air. Those beings were no match for him at all. Bodies piled up like mountains lying in mottled pools of blood. This was the consequence of opposing him. Despite his ruthless actions, Chen Ping'an was completely unconcerned, as if killing these traitors was as easy as eating a snack. Still toying with the teacup in his hand, he turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. However, that was all in the past. The current Chen Ping'an couldn't even compare to a fraction of his former self. After learning this story, the Golden Spirit Immortal artifact was utterly astonished. Oh, so Senior was once that powerful. How did he end up like this? The reply he received was a sharp rebuke. Don't ask what you're not supposed to ask. Meanwhile, the system screen displayed, first stage is ready. Enter now. Chen Ping'an glanced at it, puzzled. That was arranged quickly, much better than waiting for tasks to refresh. Suddenly a voice called out, is Senior at home? Chen Ping'an turned to look. It was Old Gong's voice. System, wait a moment. The door opened automatically. It was indeed Old Gong. He was holding Brother Zhao in his arms and greeted with a smile. Senior, I've brought him back. Brother Zhao jumped down from Old Gong's arms. Old Gong said, our disciple recruitment is over, and he also wanted to spend more time with you, Senior. Chen Ping'an looked cautiously at the black dog and asked, is he powerful? Does he bite? After asking, he thought to himself, I have cultivation now, not to mention my fortune, I should be fine, right? Old Gong replied with a smile, he is very powerful, but rest assured, Senior, he's a vegetarian and a Buddhist. He would never harm anyone. Chen Ping'an found this hard to believe. A vegetarian Buddhist? Is this a demonic beast? He was still skeptical. Old Gong, are you serious? Under Chen Ping'an's scrutinizing gaze, the black dog nodded firmly, as if promising it wouldn't bite. He tried giving it a command, and to his surprise, Brother Zhao understood his words and offered a paw to shake. Chen Ping'an finally believed Old Gong's words. He praised it. Such a good boy. From now on your name will be Little Black. You can stay by my side. Seeing this, Old Gong remarked in amazement, only a senior like you would dare to play with Brother Zhao like this. He then asked Old Gong, by the way, Old Gong, there's something else I need your help with. Could you lend me some 3rd and 4th grade medicinal pills? Old Gong was stunned when he heard this. 3rd and 4th grade pills, Senior, what would you want with such trash? Watching Chen Ping'an happily holding Brother Zhao, Old Gong thought, and Senior has also concealed his Dao charm to reveal a cultivation at the first level of core formation. Does he have some new plan? Although he didn't understand what Chen Ping'an was planning, he still handed him a ring and said, Senior, this storage ring contains 3rd grade healing pills and some 4th grade healing pills. Old Gong handed him the ring filled with items. Take them all. If you need anything of higher quality, I'll go back to the sect and fetch it right away, Old Gong added. There's no need to say lend. The entire peace sect belongs to you, senior. What are a few pills in comparison? Chen Ping'an took the ring and scratched his head, embarrassed. Thanks, this is more than enough, but in his heart he was thinking, I don't feel like the peace sect is mine. On the contrary, I've been thick-skinned and troubled them a lot. When I become truly strong, I must repay them properly. With that in mind, he looked toward the watermelon patch. By the way, how were the watermelons I gave you last time? Why don't you take a couple more back with you? Old Gong said shyly. Is that all right? In the garden, the well-tended watermelons lay big, round, and succulent. Chen Ping'an laughed heartily. It's just a few watermelons. Besides, Xiao Linger doesn't eat that much. You've helped me so much, don't be polite. Hearing this, Xiao Linger quickly retorted, Hey, I eat a lot. Faced with Chen Ping'an's invitation, Old Gong no longer stood on ceremony. He picked up a watermelon. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, senior. But inwardly he was overjoyed, thinking, I traded 3rd and 4th grade healing pills for an immortal medicine. It seems senior wanted to grant us a fortuitous opportunity but couldn't find a reason, so he used borrowing pills as an excuse. Old Gong felt he had figured it out, believing the watermelons were immortal medicines Chen Ping'an wanted to bestow upon him. He thought, Senior is truly a great person. Contrary to Old Gong's joy, Chen Ping'an was worried, thinking, I traded 2 watermelons for 3rd and 4th grade pills. I'm afraid Old Gong only accepted them reluctantly because he was afraid of seeming impolite to me. Watching Old Gong's retreating back, he also thought, Old Gong is truly a great person. Chen Ping'an patted Brother Zhao's head in reassurance. With the pill already acquired and the aid of a demon beast like Little Black, he was sure passing the trial would be much smoother. However, he was still missing a weapon. The image of Chen Ping'an charging into battle wielding a sickle would surely be bizarre. He stroked his chin, thinking it over. It did seem a bit unsightly. The door was pushed open from the outside. Chen Ping'an walked into the room, seemingly looking for something. It turned out what he wanted was a sword that gleamed with a golden light. Chen Ping'an made his decision. He would take it with him. Holding the newly acquired sword, Chen Ping'an stroked his chin and mused. It's been put away for a while, but it seems to have gotten sharper. But I don't think we have a scabbard at home. Will it be convenient to carry? Suddenly, the blade began to glow, much to his surprise. A strange checkered pattern emanated from the sword in Chen Ping'an's hand. A gleaming scabbard appeared, fitting the sword blade perfectly. Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in delight. The scabbard appeared on its own. It can do that, truly worthy of being a high-grade magic artifact. He sheathed the sword. With all the necessary items prepared, Chen Ping'an hung the sword at his waist and walked out with confident strides. System, let's get started. Hearing that they were leaving, Brother Zhao thought with dissatisfaction. Boss, I just got back. Where are we going again? Chen Ping'an replied. Just follow me and don't ask so many questions. A golden system interface appeared before Brother Zhao. Suddenly, the cyan sword vibrated slightly. A warning popped up from the system. I have concealed your true power. Do not act too strong in front of the master. It is enough to display your might from the shadows. The golden spirit immortal artifact was also astonished by the system's powerful aura. This pressure is overwhelming, it thought. Could this be the mistress the other masters spoke of? The system girl stretched and let out a sigh of relief. We're finally moving on to the next stage. I didn't expect so many difficulties. She smiled and snapped her fingers. It took so much time. A gentle, shy expression appeared on the girl's face. She thought to herself, soon I'll be able to go find him. Meanwhile, in the magnificent capital of the northern domain, the sounds of hawkers and merchants echoed through the air. For someone like Chen Ping'an, who had spent so long in the countryside, this place was incredibly lively. He sighed in admiration. It's so bustling. Truly a great city. The system said the trials were scattered all over the world. I thought they'd be in some remote wilderness, but I didn't expect one to be inside a kingdom. The system appeared and provided Chen Ping'an with information, saying, in this kingdom your name is Long Aocean. Your mission is on the screen. Let everyone in this kingdom know of your existence. Along with this is the reward for completing the mission. Upon completion you will be rewarded with 1 major realm advancement, and the next trial will be unlocked. Seeing this, he said in surprise. How so the trials aren't about killing monsters and leveling up? Oh, and why use Old Long's name? Chen Ping'an crossed his arms and pondered. Make everyone in this country know I exist. I'll just give it a try first. He grabbed a resident of the kingdom and asked, Brother, do you notice anything different about me? The young man turned to look at Chen Ping'an and yelled angrily, Are you nuts? Chen Ping'an rubbed his head and muttered to himself, Well, that's fair. It seems the aura of a sovereign doesn't work on everyone. Can't cheat the system. Suddenly, a hand landed on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, answering his question. Different. Very different. He turned his head in confusion. It was a man, he said to Chen Ping'an with a cheerful smile. Brother, my name is Wang Degi. I can see that your bone structure is extraordinary. You must be a once-in-a-generation talent for cultivation and are destined for greatness in the future. Why don't you? Before Wang Degi could finish, Chen Ping'an waved his hand in refusal. No money, not buying any secret manuals and not buying any portraits. Seeing that Chen Ping'an had misunderstood him, he quickly explained, Wait, I'm not a merchant. He said he just wanted to ask if his fellow Taoist was interested in forming a team for the upcoming martial arts tournament. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an asked in confusion, A tournament? Wang Degi explained. That's right. Seeing as you're an unfamiliar face, brother, you probably don't know the situation. Our Zhanwu kingdom values martial prowess above all else, and a martial arts tournament will be held soon to celebrate the crown prince's birthday. The tournament requires teams of 5, and Wang Degi's team already has 3 people. He continued, I see your cultivation is at the first layer of core formation, and you're not yet 30, so I wanted to ask if you're interested in joining. Chen Ping'an pondered silently. A tournament. If I can place well, I'll be able to complete the mission. I'll also have a chance to spar with some peers of the same rank. This is a good opportunity, but one should never let their guard down. I should investigate a bit before deciding. He gave Wang Degi an answer. Brother, I happen to be interested in this tournament, but I have other matters to attend to right now. I'll need to consider it. He agreed. All right then, he said to Chen Ping'an. If you make up your mind, you can find us at this tea house later. Chen Ping'an waved goodbye. Okay, see you later. Only after he had walked a fair distance away did Wang Degi sigh. What a pity. He walked into the house with his hands behind his back, thinking it seems he rejected the offer. Tian Shan was drinking tea. Hearing him, she grunted in agreement with his guess. She made a decision. Let's go find someone else. Walking down the street, Chen Ping'an suddenly saw a crowd gathered up ahead. He thought, HMPH, looks like there's a spectacle to watch. The sounds of an argument reached him. I've bet 5 times, how come I haven't won once? Hearing this, he guessed it was a scam. It turned out the one being accused was a blue-haired young man. He was Lu Shuai. Despite being insulted like this, he didn't seem angry at all, merely responding in a soft voice. Fellow Taoist, don't be angry. This is all a matter of luck. How can you say I'm scamming you? Lu Shuai said, if you want to use force with my core formation stage, I'm indeed no match for your nascent soul cultivation. As he spoke, he pulled something out of his pocket. It was a certification jade tablet. Lu Shuai was actually a 3rd-grade formation master. He asked confidently, but what about with this? The jade tablet seemed to make everyone change their attitude. They exclaimed in shock, heavens, a 3rd-grade formation master at such a young age, who would dare to provoke him? The man who had been cursing non-stop saw this, had no choice but to apologize, and then left in a huff. Suddenly, Lu Shuai turned to Chen Ping'an, who was watching from a distance, and asked, fellow Taoist, you look quite intrigued. Care to give it a try? He thought about it and replied, I am a little interested. How do you play this? Looking at the 2 spheres on the table which contained different formations, Lu Shuai explained the rules. It's simple. These 2 shields change randomly. One has the defense of the foundation establishment stage, and the other has the defense of the integration realm, he continued. Pick one of 2. If you shatter it, you get 10 times your bet back. How about it? A glint flashed in Chen Ping'an's eyes. Full of interest. Sounds simple enough. I can make some money this way. I'll give it a try. But Chen Ping'an suddenly scratched his head in embarrassment. But I don't have any spirit stones on me. He held out his hand, revealing a pill. This is a 3rd-grade healing pill. How many tries does that get me? Lu Shuai smiled and replied, 3rd-grade healing pill is worth about 60 low-grade spirit stones. I can make an exception and let you play 13 times. Chen Ping'an happily agreed. Suddenly, Lu Shuai's expression changed. He smiled contemptuously and thought, another rich fool. This time I'll clean him out. It turned out his so-called luck was actually just a scam, he thought to himself. A simple choice of 2. No matter which one you pick, I can instantly switch it to the integration realm's defense. Chen Ping'an drew his sword menacingly to take on the game. Unexpectedly, something startled Lu Shuai. Looking at the sword in Chen Ping'an's hand, he thought, he's holding a low-grade magic artifact. The aura it's giving off is faint, but why does it feel so familiar? Could it be? The seemingly ordinary sword created a massive explosion when it swung down. A feat owed to the golden spirit immortal artifact. Lu Shuai couldn't seem to believe his own thoughts. Is he holding that immortal artifact? Impossible. I heard that some time ago, the immortal artifact of the southern domain submitted to a certain existence, and he's only at the 1st layer of core formation. How could he make an immortal artifact acknowledge him as its master? His face instantly turned incredibly grim. In any case, he's already paid. I'll just switch both spheres to the highest level. Even if he uses his full strength, he definitely. The sword descended with astonishing power, cleaving the formation-infused sphere in 2. Lu Shuai was stunned, his eyes wide. It really is the immortal artifact. Chen Ping'an, on the other hand, was completely bewildered, not understanding a thing, oblivious to the fact that he had just beaten Lu Shuai's scam. He thought nervously, how did I break the stand underneath it too? Did I swing crookedly just now? Lu Shuai thought in silence, how should I handle this? If he finds out I'm not some senior, he probably won't hit me right. If he finds out I was cheating, he probably won't kill me, right? And so he made a decision. Let's just say you won everything. He took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it to Chen Ping'an as a reward for winning the game. A total of 600 spirit stones. Please count them. He reached out and took it. Seeing as you're doing business here, there's no need to count. I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving. Chen Ping'an turned around, sighing in relief. Phew, good thing he didn't ask me to pay for damages. Behind him, Lu Shuai was packing up his stall, having lost all his capital. Nothing to see here, nothing to see here. Packing up, Lu Shuai clutched his chest and thought, phew, lucky he didn't get angry with me. But this immortal artifact once said it would guarantee its master's ascension to immortality. Regardless of that man's current strength, his future is absolutely limitless. I have to find a way to befriend him. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he looked at the person who had just walked away. He thought, here's my chance. As Chen Ping'an was walking, he worried. Those people have been following me this whole time. Could it be that the stall owner from before sent people for revenge? Suddenly Lu Shuai jumped out and clapped him on the shoulder, startling him. He smiled and said, "Oh, it's you again, fellow Taoist. What a coincidence." Chen Ping'an was confused and asked nervously, What do you want?" He replied, "Don't worry, I'm not with that gang of robbers behind us. I feel a connection with you, so I wanted to give you a hand." He glanced back, me covering for him. Let's see who dares to make a move. It turned out that the ones following Chen Ping'an all this time were a group of robbers, and it seemed they were intimidated by Lu Shuai's words. Lu Shuai put his arm around his shoulder in a familiar manner. "Let's go, I'll walk you part of the way. No one will dare to do anything." Chen Ping'an thought Lu Shuai was kindly helping him and was very grateful. "Thank you very much, brother." He clasped his fist and said, "No need to be so polite. My name is Lu Shuai. May I have your name, brother?" Chen Ping'an happily replied with the fake name the system had given him. "My name is Long Aotian." Lu Shuai thought in confusion. Long Aotian? He seemed extremely surprised to hear the name. He looked at Chen Ping'an and wondered, isn't that the name of the Tianjin Pavilion's master? Is it just a coincidence? Then he dismissed his own thought. No, what cultivator would dare use that name? I've heard there's an extremely powerful existence behind the Tianjin Pavilion. This person before me is holding an immortal artifact and using the name of the Tianjin Pavilion's master. He must be. While he was lost in thought, Chen Ping'an looked back at him and asked with concern, "Brother Lu, why are you sweating so much?" Lu Shuai took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and stammered, It's nothing. I was probably just standing for too long." At the tea house at the end of the road, Wang Degi was waiting. Chen Ping'an greeted the people inside. "Hello everyone." Wang Degi in the tea house was very happy to see Chen Ping'an. "It's you, have you agreed to join?" Tian Shan saw Lu Shuai standing behind him and asked, "And who is this behind you?" A man looked at Lu Shuai with apparent displeasure. This was Pan Hong, a cultivator at the 5th layer of core formation. He questioned, "Why did you bring someone else? Lu Shuai, what are you doing here?" Faced with this rude attitude, Lu Shuai remained calm. "I'm not particularly interested in this competition. I wanted to join your team with Brother Long here." Upon hearing this, Tian Shan clapped her hands and stood up happily. "That's wonderful. With Brother Lu joining, not only is our team full, but our chances of winning the championship are much higher." Pan Hong heard this, gritted his teeth and thought angrily, "I was originally the one with the highest cultivation in this team. I only joined to win Shanshan's favor." Looking at Lu Shuai's brilliant smile, he grew even more jealous. "I can't believe this piece of trash actually dragged Lu Shuai here." Suddenly his gaze fell on the black dog Chen Ping'an had brought with him. Pan Heng pointed at the dog and shouted, "Is this your dog? What's it doing here?" Chen Ping'an scratched his ear, embarrassed. "Yes, but it's not an ordinary dog, it's a demon beast." Hearing this, he laughed contemptuously. "What a country bumpkin. A demon beast? If this piece of trash is a demon beast, then the streets are full of them." Before he could finish, Brother Zhao revealed his true form. The massive head of a flood dragon carried a terrifying menace. Pan Heng was stunned, his eyes wide, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. The enormous body of a flood dragon appeared in the air. He couldn't believe the ferocious demon beast was disguised as a harmless little black dog. Lu Shuai looked at the dog that had terrified Pan Heng, lost in thought. In the face of Brother Zhao's aura, Pan Heng was so frightened he fell to his knees. His sudden action surprised everyone. Lu Shuai's lips curled into a smile. Although it feels no different from an ordinary dog, if even the aura of an immortal artifact can be concealed, then this dog is very likely a demon beast. Watching the harmless-looking dog reveal a smile, he made his assessment. This one is indeed not simple. Pan Heng struggled to sit up, thinking in confusion. Did my eyes deceive me just now? He looked at Brother Zhao and thought, why did I feel an extremely terrifying pressure for a moment, but this dog is clearly no different from an ordinary dog. Chen Ping'an looked at Pan Heng with disdain and mocked. Are you trying to scam me for damages, or are your kidneys failing? He retorted angrily. Failing your ass, I just slipped, didn't you see? Tian Shan clapped her hands, stopping the argument. Stop fighting, she said wearily. There's not much time left before the competition. Let's hurry to the Demon Beast Mountain Range to train a bit. And so, the group headed to the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Chen Ping'an looked around at the dense forest. Strange, isn't this the Demon Beast Mountain Range? How come I can't see a single demon beast? Tian Shan replied. I'm afraid we've come at a bad time. We can't even see a low-level one. Usually when this happens, it might mean a powerful demon beast has appeared here. Her expression instantly turned fearful as she instructed Chen Ping'an. You have the lowest level. If a powerful demon beast appears, we'll hold it off. You find an opportunity to provide support. He grunted in agreement. Pan Heng said arrogantly, Don't worry, Shanshan. With our strength, the demon beasts in this mountain range are nothing to fear. Besides, we came out here for training. There's no need to protect this good-for-nothing. His words made Chen Ping'an glance at him. Tian Shan turned back angrily and warned Pan Heng, say one more word. Chastened by her, he took his anger out on Chen Ping'an, gritting his teeth and hmping at him. Chen Ping'an turned his head in confusion. Me? Pan Heng asked himself. Is he strong? Seeing his constant hostility. He thought, it's a pity I don't have spiritual roots so I can't perceive others' levels. But why do I always feel like this guy is targeting me? Suddenly, the little horn sword on Chen Ping'an's back communicated with Brother Zhao through their minds. Your draconic might didn't leak out, did it? The little dog responded. Can't you feel it? Little horn continued. My level is higher than yours, so I wouldn't notice if it was just a sliver, but even if you only leaked a tiny bit, they won't be encountering any demon beasts on this trip. Brother Zhao laughed and replied to the sword's thought. Simple. In a bit, I'll send a clone to grab a few small fries for them to practice on. The little dog also found that fellow named Pan Hang to be a constant eyesore. Besides, I happen to find that kid really annoying too. In another location not far from the group, a demon beast's leg was trembling. It said, Big brother, let's run. It was the two Shang brothers talking. Shang sensed Brother Zhao's power and cried out anxiously, There's an extremely terrifying being over there. It's truly horrifying. Shang Da laughed and put his arm around his timid younger brother, replying with a smile, Don't be so scared. Fourth brother is already at the nascent soul realm now. What kind of existence would require fourth brother to act? What's there to be afraid of? Brother Zhao, sitting behind him, chimed in. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? Go out and meet him. Shang Da happily agreed. In an instant, Shang Da turned to see who had spoken. Something made his eyes widen in terror. The massive body of a flood dragon appeared in the sky with astonishing momentum. The powerful demon beast was actually hidden within the guise of a small black dog. Shang Da hugged his brother's head in fear. Oh my god, ignoring Shang who was nearly suffocating in his grip, he asked trembling, Big boss, what can I do for you? Brother Zhao put on his harmless expression and said with a smile, Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I just hope you'll follow my command and do me a favor. Back with the group searching for demon beasts to train against, Chen Ping'an looked over in surprise. He pointed and said, It looks like there's a demon beast up ahead. Before he could say more, Pan Hang had already rolled up his sleeves in a hurry to show off his muscles, presumably to impress Tian Shan. He called out, Where? Let me handle it. I'll give you all a demonstration. After gathering his power, he charged swiftly toward Shang Da, thinking, I must put on a good show for Shan Shan and take this kid and Lu Shuai down a notch. A light of cyan power enveloped Pan Hang's fist as he shouted triumphantly, Watch closely. With that, he slammed his fist into Shang Da. However, the force did absolutely no damage to the huge bear, shocking him greatly. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise, as he realized the cultivation of the beast before him was at the nascent soul stage. Shang Da gently lifted his clawed paw, then slapped the smug Pan Hang hard across the face, sending him flying far away. The group stared in horror at the spot where Pan Hang had landed. Tian Shan began to tremble all over. A more terrifying demon beast really did appear. Nascent soul stage. As she looked at the man lying unconscious on the ground with a swollen face, her thoughts continued. The highest cultivation among us, Pan Hang, is at the 7th layer of core formation. We have to find a chance to escape before they could prepare. Shang Da charged over with a terrifying roar without a second thought. Tian Shan turned and fled. However, contrary to Tian Shan, Chen Ping'an ran in the opposite direction. Chen Ping'an drew his sword and faced the ferocious beast before him without a trace of fear. The unyielding sword clashed with the sharp claws, causing a bead of sweat to trickle down Chen Ping'an's face. Tian Shan couldn't believe he dared to do such a thing and looked back in astonishment. Even Wang Digi looked up in surprise. Only Lu Shuai stood under a tree, arms crossed, smiling composedly, as if what was happening was all within his expectations. Shang Da, who was clashing with Chen Ping'an, was also thinking anxiously, Good thing I pulled my punch in time. The massive claw actually began to tremble before Chen Ping'an's sword. It turned out that Shang Da was under Brother Zhao's orders to feign a practice fight for them. It recalled the dog's warning, The big boss has given his orders. If I hurt this man, I'll die a horrible death. Facing the demon beast's claw wasn't easy for Chen Ping'an either. He thought, Good thing I blocked it. I thought I was going to be sent flying. Suddenly, he looked back at Tian Shan, who was hiding behind a tree. He thought in confusion, If even I can block it, why are they hiding so far away? Lu Shuai smiled and gave Chen Ping'an a thumbs up with a look of admiration and trust. I'll leave it to you, Brother Long. He couldn't believe his ears. They were actually leaving the task of dealing with a powerful demon beast to the weakest person on the team. Then Chen Ping'an smiled as if he'd had an epiphany, as if he understood something. I get it. This monster is actually very weak. They just don't think it's necessary for them to act, he thought. This bear is probably only at the 1st layer of core formation. They want me to show some strength, so they're leaving it to me. But what Chen Ping'an didn't know was that Pan Hang, with his 6th layer core formation cultivation, had been sent flying by it in a single blow. Chen Ping'an gathered power in his hand, thinking, Well, I can't let them down. He slammed a fist into Shang Da. With his meager cultivation, it naturally couldn't cause any harm to the powerful demon beast. However, Shang Da also feigned a howl and fell backward because it was thinking, I have to play along with this guy's act. After all, its life was still in Brother Zhao's hands. Seeing it fall, Chen Ping'an shouted, Good chance. As soon as he spoke, he planted his foot, gathered his strength, and leaped into the air. The dazzling sword carrying the pressure of an immortal artifact was drawn from its sheath by Chen Ping'an. The sword's light flashed, startling Shang Da. He raised his hand to block, cold sweat beating on his brow. Big boss, didn't you just say I had to play along? Why does it look like he's trying to kill me? Brother Zhao secretly stuck out his tongue. This is out of my hands. This left Shang Da fuming. He thought, This won't do. If I keep tangling with him, I might actually die. The bear turned and ran in another direction. It had come up with another idea. I'll just have to get past him and attack the others." Then it bared its sharp fangs and claws at Tian-san. Enraged, Chen Ping'an charged forward with his sword. "I'm here." He stood in front of the great bear and roared, "You're not getting past me." Seeing this, the bear came to a stiff halt and retracted its claws. Then, under everyone's baffled gazes, it turned and walked away. Pan Hang, who had been unconscious just a moment ago, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He clutched his head and said, "What just happened?" "All I remember is suddenly being sent flying." The bear that had just left reappeared before him in a flash. The sight of it made Pan Hang's face turn purple with fear, his expression utterly bewildered. "Ah!" His scream echoed throughout the forest. It turned out the bear had left a few bumps on his face as a souvenir. He rubbed his face in displeasure. "Why does it keep picking on me?" Wang Digi asked quizzically. "Did you offend that bear or something?" Tian-san, walking at the back, praised Chen Ping'an happily. "Brother Long, you're amazing. I was worried for nothing. It looks like we'll have to rely on you for this martial arts tournament." Hearing her praise, Chen Ping'an scratched his head in embarrassment. "You flatter me, Miss Tian." Pan Hang overheard their conversation and gritted his teeth in anger. How did he become the focus of the entire team? When the next wave of demonic beasts arrived, he would make sure that guy lost face completely. Just as he was thinking this, a large, furry, five-fingered hand landed on his shoulder. A giant gorilla had appeared behind him. Thinking it was Wang Digi, Pan Hang turned to look. "Wang Digi, what are you doing?" But when he saw the giant gorilla, the words caught in his throat. He was dumbstruck, and before he could react, the gorilla sat its huge rear end down on him, pinning him flat against the ground. The rest of the team wasn't faring much better. Giant green python was coiling around Tian-san. A wild boar was chasing the others, sending them scattering in all directions, leaving only Pan Hang flattened on the ground. A question was squeezed from his throat. "Why are you only targeting me?" He had been defeated so miserably. Tian-san pleaded in terror. Let's call it a day. She had wanted to practice their teamwork, but she never expected so many accidents to happen. Pan Hang was beaten unconscious, yet even in his delirium he kept complaining. "Why? All right, you're not seriously injured. You'll recover after a day of rest, so stop shouting." "Why?" Looking at Pan Hang's body, he only dared to think to himself. He was thrashed all over but not seriously injured. "I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky." Ping'an looked at the man on the stretcher, speechless. How pathetic. I thought he was strong. Turns out he can't even defeat a single demonic beast. Mr. Chen grabbed Pan Hang by the shoulders and shook him vigorously, saying, "Even as the weakest one, don't lose heart. Just train hard and try not to hold us back." Pan Hang startled awake. You? He was in too much pain to even get angry. His eyes rolled back and he gradually lost consciousness. Adding insult to injury, Pan Hang was covered in wounds, his soul nearly scared out of his body, but he still didn't forget to ask, "Why?" Lu Shuai, watching from the side, felt a chill. He thought to himself, not only defeating him but crushing his spirit too, as expected of a master. His revenge is ruthless. I'm glad I didn't offend him. Chen Ping'an turned and greeted him politely. "Brother Lu, I must take my leave. I need to visit the Alchemist Guild. See you tomorrow." The Alchemist Guild, what a coincidence. I was also planning to go there to buy some pills. Shall we go together? Lu Shuai asked amicably. Is Brother Long also planning to buy some pills? No, I want to sell some pills. The quantity is a bit large, so I figure selling them at the Alchemist Guild would be more profitable. That's great. I know someone at the Alchemist Guild, which should make things more convenient. The two arrived together at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, where a young woman greeted them in surprise. "Oh my, what brings young Master Lu here? You didn't even give us a heads up." Yi Min came out to welcome them, her face full of joy. She had a lovely appearance. As she came out, she saw a handsome, unfamiliar young master with him and sidled up to extend a friendly invitation to dinner. "And who is this handsome young sir? Would you be free to have a meal together later?" Young Master Ping'an simply hesitated and declined. "I'll pass on the meal. I have some pills I'd like to sell," Yi Min said enthusiastically. "Young sir, there's no need to be so formal with me. Take them out and let your little sister here have a look. I guarantee you a good price." "Thank you very much then." As Ping'an spoke, he took out an item with a large orange diamond embedded in it. He channeled his chi into the ring and said, "It's about." After a moment, Ping'an presented a pancake in front of Yi Min. "These pills." Seeing Mr. Chen take out a pancake, Lu Shuai and Yi Min asked in confusion, "Pills?" Realizing his mistake, Ping'an blushed and fumbled in embarrassment. "Wrong one, my apologies. I just recently got this storage ring and I'm not very proficient with it yet." The two could only respond awkwardly. "Is that so? Your friend, is he all right?" Lu Shuai sighed in embarrassment. "You fought a nascent soul, stage-old demonic beast. Aren't you overdoing this act a bit?" Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an was still fumbling frantically with the storage ring, trying to find his things. Not this one either." Suddenly, a golden medallion fell out of the storage ring. The medallion, lying on the ground, caught Yi Min's eye. She walked over, carefully picked it up and dusted it off, saying, "This medallion looks so familiar." Looking closer, Yi Min seemed to recognize something and gasped in shock. Could this be the Treasure Pavilion's purple gold medallion? But legend has it that only the master of the Treasure Pavilion has one. How could it be here? After fumbling for a while, the young master finally let out a sigh of relief. "Finally found them." Yi Min stood up and interrupted. "My apologies, young master. Please wait here for a moment." She hurried inside, shouting as she ran, "I'll be right back." Ping'an watched her retreating back, puzzled. Okay, Yi Min thought to herself non-stop, **A person with this kind of medallion must have an extraordinary identity. Whether it's real or not, I have to ask the guild president. 3 men who were playing chess were all surprised to hear Yi Min's account. The president of the Alchemist Guild pressed. A man named Long Aotian came to sell pills with the Treasure Pavilion Master's purple gold medallion. Ignoring Zimin Zhen's words, Long Aotian and Bai Gufeng were still in a heated argument. You shameless old fool, trying to take back your move, have you no shame, you old codger, you have the nerve to talk about me, if you hadn't taken back your move I would have won long ago. The guild president frowned. Are you joking with me? I wouldn't dare, your subordinate would never dare. Zimin Zhen, looking at the scene before him, said in annoyance, Nonsense, these 2 idiots are getting on my nerves, throw them out. Long Aotian suddenly reacted and spoke up. Wait, using my name? Bai Gufeng added. And holding my family's purple gold medallion. It seemed to dawn on both of them at the same time, they said in unison. It's the senior. Long Aotian suddenly grabbed Zimin Zhen by the collar in fury and under the president's astonished gaze roared, You will serve him like he's your own father, you hear me? Bai Gufeng threatened. Even if you have to sell this alchemist guild, not a word of this can get out, understand? Senior, could it be the one you 2 were bragging to me about knowing in the southern domain? Zimin Zhen picked up the medallion and shouted, Wait, you can't throw him out, this person must be treated with the utmost respect. Fulfill his every request, if there's the slightest neglect you can all pack your bags and get out. Yes, 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 yes. The 3 men calmed down and sat down to discuss. Bai Gufeng said with a thoughtful expression. Strange, I didn't expect the senior to have crossed the void to the northern domain in such a short time. Could he have a new plan? The guild president replied. Isn't it obvious? With the purple gold medallion in hand, the senior could empty out the entire treasure pavilion without issue. Would he be short on money from selling a few pills? The reason he's doing this is naturally because he needs me, even going so far as to cross the void to the northern domain's main branch to find me. Even though I wasn't here at the time, it's proof enough of my importance to the senior. Zimin Zhen boasted narcissistically. Hearing this, Aotian thought with a deadpan expression, What thick skin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Min held the medallion with trembling hands, thinking, What should I do? As she thought, her face flushed red as she imagined suggestive scenarios. Fulfill all his requests. I teased him for so long just now. What if he really makes those kinds of requests? Thought of that handsome face made Yi Min giggle with delight. Those requests, she ran out filled with romantic fantasies, thinking, That doesn't sound so bad actually. After returning, Yi Min asked shyly, Senior, would you like me to pledge myself to you? The question made Ping An's face turn green with shock. He asked back in a panic, How, pledge yourself to me? In another dimension, old man Duan watched all this, frowning in displeasure. Here comes another one. Chen Ping held up the bag of pills and looked at it happily. 10 third-grade healing pills. I can't believe they sold for so many spirit stones. I'm lucky Brother Lu helped me find someone he knew. I even bought these cultivation manuals on the side. I'll have to study them carefully when I get home. Mr. Chen, leading the black dog, stopped in a quiet alley with few pedestrians. He looked up at the sky and commanded, System, teleport me home, Roger. Brother Lu is a really nice guy, but I just don't get why the girls in this world are always trying to pledge themselves to me. Ping An continued smugly as he vanished into space. I'm suddenly feeling way too handsome. Teleportation complete. The scene shifted to Mr. Chen's residence. Chen, Ping An and the sword dog emerged from the completed teleportation array. But the hero's coolness didn't last 3 seconds before he plummeted to the ground. The senior roared furiously at the system screen. What's going on? Why did you kick me out in midair? Don't try to brush me off with a system error. You should reflect on your own actions. The sword dog looked at its master and thought helplessly. The one who should be reflecting is you, senior. Not wanting to argue further, Ping An walked into the house. Fine, I won't argue with you. I've been out for so long, little Linger must miss me to death. But contrary to his expectations, Su Linger was sitting leisurely in a chair, munching on a watermelon and saying, "Ah, it's so nice when brother isn't home." The words had barely left her mouth when the door slowly creaked open. The look of blissful leisure was still on Su Linger's face, but before she could enjoy it enough, she heard her brother's voice. "Little Linger, I'm back." She was so startled she immediately sent out a distress signal. SOS. Su Linger tried hard to control her emotions and put on an adorable expression. "Brother, you're finally..." But her foodie nature made her hiccup, cutting her off mid-sentence. "Back. Hic asterisk." Su Linger couldn't help but cover her mouth, trying to suppress the hiccups. "I missed you so much, I hic." "Oh no, hic." Watching his sister, who was a liability to his brotherly image, hiccuping nonstop, Ping An asked with a mix of helplessness and annoyance, "Just how much watermelon did you eat?" Night fell over a certain place in the immortal realm. In a secret chamber, a handmaiden was attending to a woman soaking in a blood-red bath. Her slender hand touched the crimson bathwater. The woman, with a strange mark on her face and a cold expression, asked, "Is the blood pool running low again?" As soon as she spoke, a burly subordinate appeared behind her. "Sect Master, what are your orders?" "Go to the mortal realm and slaughter a city to replenish the blood pool." The woman turned, her terrifying eyes giving the command. The next morning at Chen Ping An's estate, Mr. Chen had just woken up and was stretching in the courtyard, saying, "Having a cultivation base really makes a difference. I didn't sleep long, but I still feel full of energy." Suddenly, little Linger peeked out from behind a peach tree and said, Brother, are you going to leave me all alone at home again?" Seeing little Linger's sparkling eyes, Ping An thought with dread, is this girl still not done with her act? All right then, I'll break my appointment for once today and stay home with you. Hearing this, Su Linger was startled and stammered in reply, it's not good for you to break your appointment, brother. I'm fine really. I already have someone to play with. I see, Ping An thought to himself, I knew it. It's a good thing I didn't stay in that kingdom directly. Otherwise I wouldn't have been at ease with little Linger home alone. I might have to go out on business frequently for a while. Don't forget what happened last time you had a high fever. Eat watermelon in moderation. And make sure you eat your proper meals, understand? I know. After giving his instructions, Ping An walked to the gate and turned back to say goodbye. I'm off, brother, goodbye. Seeing her brother's figure disappear, a sly smile slowly spread across little Linger's face. She rushed into the kitchen and said cheerfully to the sword dog, sword dog, brother's gone, come out and play with me? In the bustling city of the martial kingdom, Chen Ping An, blending into the crowded streets, said aloud, I'm a little late. I need to hurry and meet up with brother Lu and the others. The sword sensed 2 streaks of red light flash past and instinctively detected a hint of abnormality. Someone from the immortal realm has come down, and they're from that organization. The black dog heard this and responded, What immortal realm, what organization? The sword explained grimly. An evil sect that cultivates by absorbing human blood. They must have their eyes on the blood of the mortals in this city. If they make a move, it will likely interfere with the senior's schedule. I'll send a clone to check on the situation. Suddenly, a man was hovering in the sky, his words sending the populace into a panic. Looks like this is some major kingdom. We should be able to collect a lot of blood. Let's choose this place then, the evil sect subordinate said as he cast a formation. The golden spirit immortal artifact appeared behind him with a frown, asking in a deep voice, Choose this place for what? The subordinate jumped in fright, shouting, Golden spirit immortal artifact, what are you doing here? Is that the only thing you people say when you see me? Isn't it annoying? Not giving the man before him time to prattle on, the immortal artifact drew its blade and said, Then let that be your last words. Seeing this, the man from the evil sect didn't even have time to prepare and yelled, Wait. Before he could finish, the golden spirit immortal artifact slashed fiercely, cleaving the subordinate's body in 2 and sending him offline for good. Farewell, this mortal realm is so vast, yet you just had to pick this place time and time again. The sword dog arrived just in time and said he really is unlucky. The immortal artifact replied, He is indeed unlucky, but he's not the only one who came down. We can't manage other cities without instructions. Meanwhile, Murong Gong was standing at the gate of Mr. Chen's house shouting, Senior, there was no answer. Could it be that the senior isn't home? That would be terrible. Just as Ancestor Murong was worrying, 4 beams of light appeared simultaneously. Duan Tang appeared and seeing the others asked, Even you guys are here? Bai Gufeng, Long Aoshan and Zimin Zhen had all come. Looks like there's no need to ask. We're all here for the same thing, immortals slaughtering a city. Aoshan asked Murong Gong, Brother Gong, is the senior home? I also came to see the senior about the matter of the immortals, but it seems he isn't here. Hearing that no one was home, the crowd shouted, He's not here. Just then, little Linger returned from playing outside. Seeing the esteemed experts, she greeted them politely. Hello, grandpas. Zimin Zhen glanced at the little girl and was stunned by what he saw. Ah, such a powerful aura, this must be the senior. I never expected her to be so cute. Long Aoshan furiously rushed over and gave Zimin Zhen a loving iron fist to knock some sense into him. Has your alchemist brain gone bad? Didn't you hear her call you grandpa? This is the senior's younger sister. Murong Gong asked softly, Little Linger, we have a very important matter we'd like to ask the senior for help with. Do you know where he is? Brother went out. He probably won't be back until evening. Hearing this answer, Murong Gong began to worry, imagining a series of tragedies. Evening? I'm afraid hundreds of people will die by then. Are you afraid of those guys in red clothes? You don't actually need to bother my brother. I can help you. Murong Gong looked at the little girl in astonishment and said, Ha, little Linger, can you see them? No problem. A fierce flame ignited in little Linger's eyes. Simple. If brother comes back early, my plan will be ruined. I'll help you with such a small matter. The little girl simply extended her hand gently, then clenched it into a fist. Hey, after she was done, little Linger cheered happily. All done, leaving 5 dumbfounded men behind her. 2 subordinates of the immortal realm's dark sect were conversing in midair. How are we too short? One is still on his way and we've lost contact with the other for some reason, one subordinate complained angrily. Can't even handle a simple task. Did he get attacked in this pathetic mortal realm? Suddenly, a giant water image of little Linger appeared behind the 2 of them. The 2 were startled. Seeing the colossal thing, their faces turned pale with fear as they screamed, Ah, what is that thing? Little Linger opened her hand and clasped the subordinate in her palm, but in another dimension that giant hand was merely the small hand of a little girl. Long Aoshan asked doubtfully, Is that it? Little Linger, you're not joking, are you? Linger replied with a determined look, Of course I'm not joking. Oh, I missed one, she said, looking at her hand. At that moment another person from the dark sect flew over. Weren't we supposed to gather around here? Where did everyone go? The guy suddenly stopped, looking at the thing blocking his path with a puzzled expression. Huh? The massive figure before him was approaching, making him tremble in fear. A crisp snap of fingers came from little Linger's direction as the little girl giggled mischievously. Her face beaming with radiance, she said, All taken care of this time. Behind her, Gong watched, feeling goosebumps rise. She's adorable, but how can we believe this? Bai Gufeng said. We can't delay any longer. Why don't we go to the northern domain to find the senior? Gong immediately objected. No, if we go looking for him directly, we might disrupt the senior's plans in the northern domain. Besides, for something this major, the senior must already know. We missed our chance to meet him, so perhaps the senior has already made other arrangements. A man from the backer sect came to report. Pavilion Master, what are your orders? Scouts from the branch pavilions report that a giant figure appeared during the immortal city slaughtering incident. And then in an instant they were all wiped out. Hearing the report, the Pavilion Master also asked in surprise, Really, all wiped out? He waved his hand dismissively. I understand, you may leave. It seems we were worried for nothing. Little Linger smiled triumphantly and stated her condition. Hee, since I helped you, you should help me too, right? Inside the estate, the sound of tired panting could be heard. Under the scorching sun, Duanteng was drenched in sweat, marveling, if the little sister is this strong, then how strong must the senior be? Zim and Jen added, It's beyond imagination. Have you guys noticed there are exactly 5 of us here, and we're all top figures from major powers? The great masters of our sects are now weeding for a little girl. Gong felt a pang upon hearing this. Me too, that's right. 5 people are like the 5 fingers of a hand, just enough to hold the world in our grasp. A long time ago, I suspected that the senior was playing a grand game of chess, and we are the pieces that will decide the outcome. Bai Gufeng spoke with pride. Everyone, it is an honor to serve as the senior's chess pieces alongside you all. The leaders of the continent's 5 most powerful forces, Gong, Long Aotian, Duanteng, Bai Gufeng and Zim and Jen, said in unison, It is our honor. On a dark night in the great hall of the immortal realm's evil sect, a subordinate was kneeling before the sect master to report, Bloodmaster, the people sent to the mortal realm to collect blood suddenly exploded and died almost at the same time, the Bloodmaster said with displeasure. Oh, it seems someone from the immortal realm is in that mortal realm below. This is a critical moment for my breakthrough, and I urgently need that blood. Go down there yourself and see. The Blood General accepted the order. Yes, little Linger walked out with a few slices of watermelon and said, Thank you for your hard work, Grandpas. Please share this watermelon. Aotian, seeing the plate of watermelon, asked with emotion, Can we really have this watermelon? It's fine. Helping you was just a small matter. But you helping me is a great favor. The little girl turned her face away, smiling cunningly to herself. When brother asks, I can just say they ate it *. The Pavilion Master reached out to take the plate of watermelon and said, So that's how it is. In little Linger's eyes, killing immortals was nothing compared to farming. Suddenly a voice called for Linger from outside the gate. She looked back to see her father standing at the entrance saying, May I come in? No, the hegemon immortal emperor looked bewildered. Don't be like that, Linger. We agreed you'd let me see you once a month. No, the rooster said with murderous intent in its eyes. Didn't you hear her? Both the little koi fish and the rooster flared with powerful chi. Linger said no, and master isn't home. Facing these spiritual beings of immense chi, the hegemon immortal emperor dared not say another word. Deng Teng and Zim and Chen were eating watermelon, extremely displeased with the guy outside the door. Who is that idiot? How dare he barge in with such meager skills? Gufeng, also eating watermelon, couldn't help but ask in irritation. His cultivation is so high it fried his brain. Long Aotian sighed and replied, He's an immortal emperor. Bai Gufeng paid no mind and continued talking. But when the words of Patriarch Aotian registered, the 3 of them froze in shock and screamed in horror, Huh? An immortal emperor. The Pavilion Master came out and greeted him politely. Elder brother Su, long time no see. Younger brother Long, what are you doing here? You and they are all the senior's chess pieces, the immortal emperor said with a puzzled look. I came this time because I had business with the senior. Elder brother Su stood outside the door and explained the whole story to the master of the heavenly sovereign pavilion. After the explanation, the immortal emperor cleared his throat and said, An immortal slaughtering a city is likely the work of an evil sect from the immortal realm. I've been investigating this recently, but have no leads. I just sent someone descending to the lower realm. Care to join me and take a look? The immortal emperor extended an invitation to the 5 people inside the residence. A red circular ring from an evil sect appeared in the sky above the war martial kingdom. A blood general under the blood lord appeared and said, This is where the first person disappeared. The immortals in the mortal realm will surely come when they sense my aura. Suddenly, something appeared beside her, making the woman turn her head involuntarily. Watching the 5 big shots from top sects approach, each holding a slice of watermelon, the blood general couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, What are these people doing? The senior's chess pieces were still enthusiastically eating watermelon, saying, This watermelon is so sweet, I've leveled up. Me too. The Batian immortal emperor suddenly appeared behind the blood general and said, Are you looking for me? The woman jumped in fright. An immortal emperor. The immortal emperor mercilessly reached out and choked the evil sect's subordinate. He lifted her high into the air and said, I'm not going to waste words on you. Tell me everything you know about your sect or I'll suppress your immortal soul for 1,000 years. The blood general's face showed terror. Why would an immortal emperor be in this rundown mortal realm? Even if the blood lord himself came, it wouldn't warrant an immortal emperor's personal descent right. Could it be? The Blood General's eyes widened as if she had sensed a hidden truth. The subordinate used an evil Sect technique, turning into a pool of blood and escaping the Batian immortal emperor's grasp. The immortal emperor watched the blood flow away and said, "A special secret art. Did you think you could escape my grasp in this world?" He folded his arms contemptuously and said, "The red vortex of evil arts has already teleported elsewhere." The Blood General emerged from it, jumping out and saying in despair, "With the immortal emperor here, I naturally have no hope of escape." The woman channeled her power, pressing her hand onto the grassy ground, and black flames rose. "Gradually the entire lower realm will be engulfed in this formation, but I will definitely take all the mortals within 100 miles down with me. If I die, they will be buried with me." The immortal emperor looked at the formation and said disdainfully, "A petty trick you dare show off in front of an expert. Behold my great mighty heavenly dragon." As he spoke, he conjured a golden suppression formation with his hand. But the immortal emperor suddenly realized something. "Crap, this won't work." The Blood General became tearfully triumphant. "Just as I thought. The immortal emperor appeared in this mortal realm because there must be something he cares about here. To think he would hesitate because of mortals." The Batian immortal emperor was worried and hesitant. *HMPH, should I act or not? Younger brother Long secretly reminded him. "Elder brother Su, if you let her go, I'm afraid even more mortals will die. Don't hesitate any longer." "No, saving those mortals isn't the problem, but among the hostages she wants to take is." Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, Lu Shuai and their group happened to be in the same forest where the Blood General was hiding. Seeing the woman in black from a distance, they trembled in fear and cried out, "Senior, why have you stopped walking?" Lu Shuai and Panheng also saw her and were stunned by her powerful aura. This terrifying pressure and killing intent were no less than the aura released by an immortal sword. Could she be an immortal? "I can't move." Panheng's body was stiff, he thought worriedly. Unable to even speak, was it because of the suppression or fear? "Move, I can't just wait to die." He struggled with all his might and looked back at the trembling frail girl. Made up his mind. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to at least get Sean out. Suddenly a calm figure walked past them. Panheng looked at him in confusion, thinking, "Hey, what do you think you're doing, kid? I don't like you, but don't go get yourself killed." The young man watched Mr. Chen's back as he walked step by step toward the woman. Sword Dog and Green Sword saw their master on the move and grew anxious. "What should we do? Although this person's strength is below mine, if I don't show myself, a fight might not even be possible, and it will be dangerous." The Blood General saw an unfamiliar young master approaching and watched him puzzled. This guy was only at the first level of core formation, yet he wasn't suppressed by her aura. Chen Ping'an opened his mouth with a serious expression. "Miss," but contrary to what one might expect, Ping'an had an innocent look on his face, and kindly walked up to ask, "Can I help you with something?" The woman was stunned. "Help me?" The senior's naive question left both Brother Zhao and the immortal emperor dumbfounded. "I've never seen such a bizarre situation." The Blood General was at a loss, stammering. You can be a hostage," she thought to herself. "What on earth is this guy up to?" Chen Ping'an disappointedly slapped his head. "A hostage? Did I run into bandits? To think that in this day and age, such things as abducting a common girl in broad daylight still happen in this world." The more nonsense she heard from the person in front of her, the more confused the Blood General became. "A common girl? What is he talking about? This guy is truly strange. I'll deal with him first." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged at Chen Ping'an. She struck the senior's shoulder with her palm, but Chen Ping'an seemed completely unharmed, not even feeling a hint of pain. Instead, the ground beneath his feet took the full force of the blow, cracking in two. Mr. Chen, still looking innocent, blushed slightly and smiled amiably at the woman. The Blood General was horrified that she couldn't even break through his defense. Ping'an gently took the woman's hand. "Miss, don't be afraid." Putting on the air of a true hero, he said protectively, "Take these spirit stones for now, miss. You're safe now that you've run into us. These people behind me are very powerful." The group behind him was startled to hear this. It seems the cold-hearted Blood General was flustered by Mr. Chen's chivalrous words. "He actually thinks I'm an ordinary woman? This hasn't happened in 1,000 years, and he's even giving me spirit stones as alms." Ping'an smiled and waved goodbye. "Hurry home now." The woman was so angry she crushed a spirit pill, thinking this guy must be seriously ill. "I'd like to see what secrets he's hiding." The Blood General leapt up to kick Ping'an, but suddenly time froze and everything stood still. This is a spatial lockdown. Everyone in the space seemed to be frozen in place. The Blood General was shocked, thinking to herself, even an immortal emperor can't lock down space. The woman frowned and looked around, searching. "Who is it?" In a city far from the forest, Boss Duan stood on a high place shouting angrily, "You're not worthy of touching him." Her finger was still pressing a button. A formation appeared under the Blood General's feet, causing her to panic. "No, don't." Waves of power gradually manifested, suppressing and harming the member of the evil sect. The Blood General was enveloped by the power and slowly vanished from the space. A moment later, the spatial lockdown disappeared. Mr. Chen and his group snapped out of it. The woman's mysterious disappearance made everyone look around in confusion. Where did she go?" Sean walked up worriedly and asked, "Brother Long, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "What happened?" The woman quickly explained the whole story to Mr. Chen. After hearing the explanation, Ping'an's attitude did a 180. "So you were all immobilized by the pressure." You were trying to kill me just now, the cultivator Panhang asked in surprise. Wasn't it you who took care of her? It's probably because I don't have a spiritual root and couldn't sense her level, so I wasn't affected by that terrifying pressure. How could I possibly have beaten her? Ping An could only force a smile. I'm very weak, so of course it wasn't me. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Lu. Of course not. The senior looked at Lu Shuai's expression and thought, why do I get the feeling he doesn't believe me either? Seeing this, Shan sighed and said, then I'm afraid some expert must have helped us in secret. I didn't expect to encounter something so dangerous. No one is in the mood to train anymore, so let's call it a day. Dismissing again, I haven't had enough training yet. Lu Shuai patted his shoulder comfortingly. How about I continue to walk around with Brother Long then? But suddenly, Lu Shuai's token began to glow. Seeing this, the young man thought worriedly, asterisk an urgent message from home. Meanwhile, the pavilion master was saying, such powerful strength, it's a pity we still didn't get to see the senior make a move. I'm afraid it was that immortal artifact showing its power in secret. The immortal emperor mused. No, that force of heaven and earth just now could easily pierce through the entire continent. It's definitely not a feat that Brother Zhao or the golden spirit immortal artifact could perform. Could it be that person? Murong Gong, Deng Tang and Zimin Chen spoke one after another. The senior is indeed in the northern domain, but to be in the barren mountains he must have taken a liking to those few core formation stage kids and wants to support them. He's with a second-grade formation master. That person is Lu Shuai. He's with a second-grade formation master. That person is Lu Shuai. The two asked back in unison. Lu Shuai, in a courtyard of the Lu Manor, a man approached with a group of followers. Lu Qi, don't force our hand, the great elder spoke. No matter what, we are all family. My strength now far surpasses yours. As long as you obediently hand over the position of patriarch, I won't make things difficult for you. Under my leadership, the family will surely become several times stronger than it does now. Lu Qi replied, Great elder, this patriarch position was entrusted to me by my father on his deathbed. Forgive me, but I cannot obey. Hearing this, the great elder's attitude changed, and he threatened, Then I'll take it that you refuse to do this the easy way. Lu Qi watched in shock as a blast of magical energy shot toward him. The cruel great elder attacked his own family with dozens of energy blasts, the powerful force knocking Lu Qi to the ground. I'll ask you one more time, will you hand it over or not? He said, approaching with a terrifying expression. Lu Qi was in agony but still answered resolutely. I will not. The great elder raised his fist in anger. Then this Lu family has no need for you. Just then, Lu Shuai returned in the nick of time, witnessed the scene and shouted, Stop! Worried about his son, Lu Qi yelled, Shuai, why are you back, father? Say no more. How could I not return for something so important? Great elder, are you trying to rebel? If you want to kill my father, you'll have to kill me first. The great elder merely sneered at this touching father-son scene, and here I was wondering who it was. So it's the young master Lu. Of course, no problem, but you think you can stop me with your mere core formation stage strength? Just as he was about to act and send the Lu father and son on their way, a servant reported from outside, the master of the Heavenly Sovereign Pavilion, the master of the Treasure Gathering Hall, and the president of the Alchemist Guild are here to visit. Hearing that these important figures had arrived, he wondered to himself, why would these big shots suddenly show up? The Lu family couldn't possibly have any dealings with them, right? Meanwhile, Lu Qi was panically scolding his son. Shuai, I told you to stop running that street stall, but you just wouldn't listen. You must have offended someone important. I didn't. Hearing this, the great elder seized it as a golden opportunity. He offended someone. I was just worried that some of the clan members wouldn't accept me seizing the patriarch position in broad daylight. This gives me the perfect justification. Bai Gufeng grew impatient. Where is the Lu family patriarch? Seeing this, Aoshin asked, puzzled, What's the hurry? The great elder walked out slowly and greeted them respectfully. The last few times that old coot beat me to it. Today I must be the first to present a gift in front of him. Seniors, my apologies for not welcoming you sooner. I am the great elder of the Lu family. Before he could finish, Bai Gufeng slapped him across the face. If you're not the patriarch, then get lost. I don't have time for this. The more Long Aoshin watched, the less he understood. What's your rush? We're here to pay a visit, and you just hit someone as soon as we arrive. Can't you show some manners? Gufeng cleared his throat, a bit embarrassed. Rana got a little carried away. He tightly gripped the great elder's hand, his eyes shining. I was a bit hasty just now and wasn't paying attention. Please forgive me. It's fine, as long as the senior is happy. Zimin Chen slowly walked forward and asked, You are Lu Shuai, then this must be your father, the patriarch of the Lu family, correct? Dean Zhen saw the father's injured state and asked, puzzled, Patriarch, who beat you like this? The great elder shamelessly confessed, It was I. This man offended you seniors and deserved to be punished, so I. Gufeng angrily grabbed the man's collar and roared, What did you say? You're the one who hurt him? The elder replied blankly, I think so. Without a single wasted motion, a perfect throw was executed from Bai Gufeng's position. Get lost after dealing with him cleanly, he said. HMPH, what bad luck. Lu Shuai politely stepped forward to thank them. Seniors, no need for formalities. A certain senior intends to nurture you, and we are merely here to pay a visit on his behalf. Long Aoshin took out a green ring and said, This contains half the assets of the western branch of the Heavenly Sovereign Pavilion. Please accept it as a congratulatory gift. Next, Hallmaster Gufeng took out a treasure and said, "This is half the assets of my treasure-gathering hall's branch as a congratulatory gift." Zimin Chen also took out a ring. "This is half the assets of the Alchemist Guild's main headquarters, also as a congratulatory gift." Seeing everyone presenting such valuable items, Dean Zhen felt a little indignant. "Are you all bullying me because my academy has fewer branches? This is a gift from my book, Mountain Immortal Academy." Seeing that everyone's gifts were so precious, Lu Shuai was at a loss and said, "How can I possibly accept these things?" Aoshin grabbed his hand, an aura enveloping them like a bodhisattva. "Accept them. This is all for the seniors' sake. We wish you a bright future." Behind them, Lu Qi thought with a dazed expression, "All this wealth added together is probably more than the entire kingdom's fortune, and it's all being given to Schweier?" The father hastily pulled Schweier behind him and whispered, "Hey, the senior they're talking about, is he the one you swindled at your stall?" "Yes, but I never expected to meet such powerful people. I'm definitely not setting up a stall anymore." But when Lu Qi saw the 3 big shots, he looked as if he'd struck gold and said happily, "Don't close it, there's money to be made. Open more branches." In the fresh air of the Qingping forest, Ping An, still unaware of what had happened, was excitedly admiring the things he had picked up. "I'm rich, I can't believe I found so many treasures just by wandering in the mountains. These must be things that cultivators drop all over the place, right? This kind of treasure hunting pays way more than chopping firewood in the mountains like I used to." Suddenly a sound came from behind a tree. At that moment, the crown prince of the War Martial Kingdom and his men were struggling against something enormous. "Damn it, why are there so many out-of-body stage demonic beasts here?" Before them was a giant black panther eyeing the group covetously like delicious prey. Yang Ming prayed silently in despair, "Am I going to die here? Any miracle will do. Can someone please save us?" Just then a pair of feet came running over quickly. Seeing someone approach, Yang Ming saw a glimmer of hope, but reality was cruel and slapped him in the face. "What the hell, a first-level core formation cultivator? He's just another meal for the beast." The pair of feet came to a stylish screeching halt, stopping expertly. The giant black panther beast saw Ping An raising a sword at it and froze for a moment, looking on in confusion. 2 seconds later, the beast was scared out of its wits, utterly terrified. Chen Ping An had a blank look on his face, not understanding what he had even done, when the sword dog behind him began to transform, its eyes turning crimson and its body emitting black flames. The dog had revealed its true form, a massive flood dragon, staring at the demonic beast with killing intent. This was why the Black Panther, after just 2 seconds of looking at Chen Ping An, went from a ferocious predator to a scared kitten. The beast's fur stood on end and it turned to flee. Mr. Chen shouted, "Stop!" but the demon panther continued to run for its life in a panic. Chen Ping An stood there stunned, a million questions running through his mind. The crown prince of the War Martial Kingdom looked at the young master before him, thinking in astonishment, HMPH was that guy bluffing the beast? A single shout made it stop, yet his cultivation is only at the first level of core formation. Ping An put on a cold expression and ordered, "Sit." The demonic beast, like an obedient kitten, dutifully sat down. Yang Ming's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? And it's like its entire species changed. Seeing the ferocious panther now lying obediently on the ground letting him pet it, Ping An said, "It was subdued just like that." Mr. Chen sighed sorrowfully. The demonic beast forced into service was now clingier than a house cat, acting cute. Too weak. I was hoping to run into a beast like the last one that could at least trade a few blows. Are you scared of me? The Black Panther was annoyed when the man placed a hand on its face, but when it warily glanced aside and saw Brother Zhao still observing its every move with a terrifying black aura, it thought, "He's the one who's terrifying me." As for Ping An, he was completely oblivious, still muttering to himself, "Is it really scared? But why? Could it be that my cheat aura is working? They said it was useless against people, but that doesn't mean it's ineffective against demonic beasts, right?" Yang Ming stepped forward, cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for saving us. It's good that you're all right. Esteemed expert, may I be so bold as to ask your cultivation level?" Yang Ming thought to himself. To be able to instantly suppress an out-of-body stage beast, his strength must be above the out-of-body stage. The first-level core formation aura he's emitting must be fake. Ping An blushed with embarrassment and replied, "My cultivation is as you see it. Don't worry about it. Maybe for some special reason I just seem a tiny bit stronger than you." "Just a tiny bit," Yang Ming replied with a look of sudden realization. "I understand now. I won't disturb you any further, expert." "Farewell. Take care on your way," one of the subordinates asked. "Your Highness, can even you not see through that person's cultivation?" The prince pondered and replied, "I can't tell. He is likely far beyond the out-of-body stage, perhaps even at a level beyond our comprehension. His telling us not to worry was likely a warning not to pry. Wasn't the expert's hint obvious enough? For him, this whole world is no bigger than the view between 2 fingers, but for an expert like him to appear in our kingdom is a matter of grave importance. I must report to my royal father at once." Meanwhile, Chen Ping An was still lost in his own thoughts. What should I do next? With this aura around, I probably won't find any beast to practice on. But it seems I can command these beasts to search the mountains for treasures. You're conscripted. Take me to find other demonic beasts, he said, turning to the little panther. And so the man and two beasts set off together to find other creatures in the forest. Along the way, they encountered a gorilla demon of the second-level nascent soul stage. Chen Ping'an faced the gorilla, ready to fight. First-level core formation Chen Ping'an. The gorilla was the first to kneel, taking -1000 damage. Chen Ping'an's search party gained a new member and continued their zoo expedition. An hour later, a great cloud of dust appeared, signaling a powerful army. The dust billowed as if tens of thousands of beings were advancing side by side. A few people at the edge of the forest erected a barrier on high alert. A man stepped forward and asked, "Where have they reached?" The sect master of the beast-taming abode came forward and replied, "Greetings, seniors. This beast tide is blocking the path. Thank you, seniors, for your assistance," the newcomer said. "We also happen to be here on other business, so let's skip the pleasantries. First, tell us the situation." Zimin Chen stepped forward to sense the situation and told Long Aotian and the others that things were looking quite bad. "A beast tide," Zimin Chen continued. "I remember the last one was decades ago, caused by someone hunting the cub of a peak Mahayana stage demonic beast. That beast led thousands of others to flatten half a kingdom, nearly wiping it out," the sect master of the beast-taming abode said worriedly. "The beast tide is heading toward the kingdom, but this time it seems to be controlled by someone. The numbers are estimated to be over 10,000. Zimin Chen, Long Aotian and Bai Gufeng were all shocked. "Oh, over 10,000, Bai Gufeng guessed. "Is this an attack aimed at the kingdom? Then who could possibly control such a large number of demonic beasts? Could it be an immortal?" Long Aotian replied. When elder brother Su left, he made it clear that there were no other troublemaking immortals left in the mortal realm. He looked at the approaching dust cloud and continued, "Although I'm also very curious, I can't just abandon the tens of thousands of lives in the city." As soon as he finished speaking, the dust cloud drew near, revealing thousands of ferocious beasts, tigers, leopards, oxen, bears, and more, charging toward them. In their midst was a young man riding a bear. Long Aotian and Bai Gufeng immediately recognized the person controlling the tens of thousands of beasts. The three of them turned around. Long Aotian clicked his tongue. "Suddenly I don't find it strange anymore. And I don't think we need to worry too much," the other two chimed in. "Indeed, it's not strange at all. In fact, it feels quite normal. Yeah, we've seen this sort of thing before anyway." The master of the beast-taming sanctum was stunned to see the three of them turn to leave. "Hey master, please wait up." "Oh wait, didn't you just say you wouldn't abandon them? Have even you seniors given up?" The three turned back and smiled. "Yes, we've given up. After all, the one controlling this beast tide is a senior." At that moment Chen Ping'an was sitting on his mount, ecstatic. This was an absolute blast. He rode along with the pack of beasts, laughing to himself. "This is way more fun than driving a car." Suddenly, he noticed a group of people standing ahead. Why are there so many people up there?" He immediately commanded his army of tens of thousands of beasts to halt. Chen Ping'an recognized a familiar face. "Elder Long, what a coincidence to run into you here." The others returned the greeting. "Senior," the master of the beast-taming sanctum stared in astonishment at the man who had just jumped off the bear. So he was the one controlling the beast tide. "As the master of the beast-taming sanctum, I consider myself proficient in the arts of controlling demonic beasts." Looking at the extraordinary young man before him, the master couldn't help but marvel. "How on earth does he control so many beasts? I've never seen a scale this large, and I can't even tell what method he's using to control them." Suddenly he noticed the dog that had gotten down with Chen Ping'an. The master of the beast-taming sanctum froze. The aura on that dog is. He recognized the aura on the little dog as that of a dragon. All his prior knowledge and assumptions were shattered. He stood there, dumbfounded. Long Aotian walked up to converse with Chen Ping'an. "We thought a beast tide was attacking, so we came here to defend against it. Looks like we were overthinking things." Chen Ping'an replied happily. "I gathered them for a small matter. Don't worry, there's no danger." Then Chen Ping'an turned to the horde of beasts, clapped his hands, and ordered, "All right, you can all disperse now." At his command, the tens of thousands of beasts turned and headed back into the forest, kicking up another cloud of dust behind them. The beast tide departed, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Chen Ping'an was a bit stunned when he saw the scene, not expecting the destructive power to be so great. He turned to the others and said, "Looks like it was pretty dangerous after all. You all better not try to imitate this in the future." The crowd could only nod, thinking to themselves, who could possibly imitate this? Afterward, Chen Ping'an returned home. "Damn, I didn't expect the beast tide to be that severe. I'll have to discuss the tournament with Miss Tian tomorrow. I can't be playing around like that anymore." He opened the door and said to the person inside, "I'm home." A young lady turned around happily. "Mr. Chen, you're back," Chen Ping'an said in surprise. "Boss Duan, what are you doing here?" Boss Duan replied, "Because I want to be here." Chen Ping'an was taken aback. "Here," Boss Duan answered. "To be honest with you, Mr. Chen, this was originally my uncle's house. 5 years ago, after getting my uncle's permission, you moved in. I haven't been back since, but my bookstore is being renovated again recently, so I have no choice but to come back here to stay for a while." Chen Ping'an was shocked. "Your uncle's house?" He then turned his head and asked the system. "System, what's going on?" The system immediately gave a response. "She's right. This courtyard was borrowed from her uncle, who moved far away to live in peace using a system function." Seeing this, Chen Ping'an asked angrily, "Then why didn't you ever tell me this courtyard wasn't mine?" Boss Duan moved closer to Chen Ping'an, making him blush, and said softly, "Mr. Chen, I couldn't find any other place to stay temporarily. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to make arrangements, Chen Ping'an found himself replying involuntarily. Oh okay. That night Boss Duan walked out of the bathroom. She was wearing a soft pink nightgown and said happily, "Ah, that bath felt so good." Chen Ping'an's face turned beet red seeing her like that. This woman must be doing this on purpose. My mind went blank at the door earlier. How did I subconsciously agree to let her stay? Boss Duan walked over and said, "Mr. Chen, you don't look so good. Are you unwell?" Then she hugged Chen Ping'an from behind. "Or are you thinking naughty thoughts, hum?" Chen Ping'an blushing yelled, "What naughty thoughts? There's a child here. Can you please dress and speak more appropriately?" Xiao Linger was on the side just enjoying the show, watching the drama between the two unfold. Boss Duan chuckled lightly. "Just kidding. Look at you getting all worked up. We're all familiar with each other. No need to sweat the details." Haha. She walked to the door and said, "I'm going to bed first." She turned her face and said to Chen Ping'an with a seductive look, "By the way, Mr. Chen, don't you go doing anything strange tonight." Chen Ping'an's face flushed crimson. Who would do anything strange? Don't get the wrong idea. Chen Ping'an was vexed, still thinking about what Boss Duan had said. Who would do anything strange? Who does she think I am? Xiao Linger watched the dramatic scene between the two just now, not knowing what to say. She thought to herself, those two were so engrossed in their conversation just now, they didn't even notice me enjoying the show on the side. Chen Ping'an walked to his bed, his mind still on Boss Duan's words. Dangerous. She's dangerous and I'm in danger. Recalling the girl, Chen Ping'an couldn't calm down, his face flushing red again. Every time Boss Duan sees me, she looks like she wants to tease me, although she probably just wants to see me make a fool of myself. What if she ambushes me in the middle of the night? Chen Ping'an tried to comfort himself. No, it probably won't come to that. Xiao Linger is home too. She wouldn't be that outrageous, right? My door is locked tight too. Chen Ping'an got into his quilt, still trying hard to reassure himself. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about it. I have to go out tomorrow. I'll figure out a way to get Boss Duan to move somewhere else later. That night passed peacefully. The next morning, sunlight woke Chen Ping'an up. Chen Ping'an found himself hugging Boss Duan as he slept. When Chen Ping'an came to his senses and saw Boss Duan lying in his arms, his face turned beet red. Chen Ping'an looked around in shock. Where is this? Why am I sleeping in Boss Duan's room? Looking at Boss Duan in his arms, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but ask himself, did I sleepwalk and end up sleeping here? With his face flushed, Chen Ping'an tried to move himself off the bed, thinking anyway I should slip away before I'm discovered. Chen Ping'an still couldn't believe it. What on earth is happening? Boss Duan turned over. MMMPH, Chen Ping'an jumped in fright. Is she awake? Seeing that Boss Duan was still sound asleep, Chen Ping'an tiptoed, walking only on the balls of his feet, trying to sneak out. Quick, get out before she finds out. Just as he tiptoed off the bed, Xiao Linger pushed the door open and said loudly, Sister Xinxin, are you awake? Chen Ping'an turned around, petrified on the spot. Xiao Linger was stunned to see Chen Ping'an there, then tried to close the door, saying to the people inside, I didn't see anything. I saw absolutely nothing, Chen Ping'an hurriedly explained. Brother didn't do anything, don't get any funny ideas. Just then, Boss Duan woke up. She walked over and said, Good morning. What are you two doing here? Chen Ping'an stammered. Gee, good morning. Chen Ping'an stammered out an excuse. I came to call you for breakfast. Boss Duan asked, Where's breakfast? This question made Chen Ping'an scratch his head awkwardly. It's not ready yet. A while later, Chen Ping'an was eating breakfast, secretly glancing at Boss Duan. Boss Duan had just opened her mouth to say last night. The moment he heard that, Chen Ping'an buried his head in his bowl and ate. Boss Duan continued, I slept so well last night. It was probably the best sleep I've had in months. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an's face turned red. Chen Ping'an could only let out a sigh of relief. Oh, so that's what she was talking about. It seems she hasn't found out. Xiao Linger leaned in and said to her brother, Brother, does this mean I'll have to call Sister Xinxin's sister-in-law from now on? As if his sore spot had been poked, Chen Ping'an spat out a mouthful of rice. Xiao Linger cried out, Brother, that's so gross. Chen Ping'an stuttered. Who told you to talk such nonsense? All right. Boss Duan wiped Xiao Linger's face and said to Chen Ping'an, Xiao Linger is just looking out for you, Mr. Chen. You're already in your 20s. It's time you found a wife. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an fell into deep thought. A wife, huh? In the past, I was worried about the system's obliteration rule, so I never considered it. Although that rule is gone now that the system has upgraded, he was starting to miss the real world. He recalled the neighborhood he lived in and his wife in the real world. But is it because I've been here too long? I can't even remember what she looks like. Boss Duan came closer, pulling Chen Ping'an back to reality. What are you thinking about, Mr. Chen? What did you think of my proposal just now? He asked in surprise. What proposal? Boss Duan replied. How about I become your wife? At these words, Chen Ping'an's face flushed crimson, and his heart pounded. He immediately put down his chopsticks. I'm done eating. Chen Ping'an ran out, blushing. I have things to do today. I'm heading out. Xiao Linger saw this and thought what a hassle they were. Brother and sister are so troublesome. Can't they just say it directly? Afterward, Chen Ping'an left in a hurry. Boss Duan pinched Xiao Linger's cheek and said, Don't worry, he'll understand one day. You keep trying to hint at him or I might confiscate your watermelons, she added. The time isn't right yet. In the Zhanwu Kingdom, in a small market, Chen Ping'an was walking while thinking about what Boss Duan had said. I'll put the matter with Boss Duan aside for now. The tournament is tomorrow and it'll be troublesome if I can't complete the mission. He was surprised to see Tian Shan walking with a dark-skinned man. Why is Miss Tian with that guy? Chen Ping'an walked up to greet them. Miss Tian, I was just looking for you. What a coincidence. Where are the others? The girl replied in surprise. Do we know each other? May I ask your name, sir? Chen Ping'an's eyes widened in surprise as he replied, Hi, it's me. Long Aocean. The man turned and asked the girl. Miss Tian, do you know him? The girl replied. No, I've never seen him before. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an was shocked. You don't know me, Miss Tian. What about the tournament? The man stepped forward, glared at Chen Ping'an and said, Get lost, kid, hitting on my martial arts tournament teammate right in front of me. You've got some nerve. Chen Ping'an was surprised. Your martial arts teammates. At this point, Chen Ping'an felt both angry and a little hurt. Did she find another team? Even so, pretending not to know me is going too far. He stepped forward and said, Miss Tian, if that's the case, then I must have mistaken you for someone else. Then he walked past them, leaving a parting shot. We'll see each other in the martial arts arena. The man heard this, turned around and sneered. Oh, a worthless piece of trash at the first level of the core formation stage dares to issue a challenge. Hearing this insult, Chen Ping'an stopped in his tracks. The little dog in the system immediately wanted to take care of this guy, to kill him. But we have to assess the situation. There are too many people here. It's not a good place to make a move. Chen Ping'an turned around and provoked. You're so tough. Why don't we have a little match? The man said contemptuously. Get lost. I can't be bothered to bully trash like you. Chen Ping'an retorted. Can't be bothered or don't you dare. Someone who calls others trash at the drop of a hat can't be much better themselves. Hearing these cool words, the little dog in the system cheered enthusiastically. The boss said it perfectly, the man said. Interesting. Since you're so eager for a beating, I'll grant your wish. Then he shouted to the people around, Could everyone please make some space? A passerby recognized the man. Isn't that the son of Prime Minister Mo Yi? Why is he getting into a conflict with someone at the first level of the core formation stage? The big guy walked over and asked, How do you want to fight? Chen Ping'an replied. How else do you fight? I'll count, and then we'll start. The guy looked very confident. Kid, you're asking for it. Don't blame me if you get crippled. Chen Ping'an counted to 3. Then he charged forward, gathering his strength. Before he had even finished speaking, a solid punch landed on the man's face. He was utterly shocked to be hit so suddenly. The powerful punch knocked him to the ground. He clutched his face and said to Chen Ping'an, Kid, aren't you supposed to be all righteous? Why the dirty sucker punch? Chen Ping'an replied, I said I'd count to 1. I didn't say I'd count to 3. Then he unleashed a flurry of kicks on his opponent. The onlookers were also stunned by this scene. Damn, what crew does this guy run with? The guy, being kicked repeatedly, finally unleashed his power. Enough, he stood up and roared. You're enjoying stomping on me, aren't you? I'm going to cripple your legs today. The man used the rushing thunder art, and a powerful lightning energy erupted around him, enveloping his body. Seeing this, Chen Ping'an recalled this kind of power. Martial techniques. The book said that martial techniques are the manipulation of one's own spiritual energy. He carefully observed how his opponent's power worked. The lightning on his body is where the spiritual energy is being manipulated. Seeing this, Chen Ping'an wanted to give it a try too. This doesn't seem so hard. When the guy charged at Chen Ping'an to attack, he also activated the rushing thunder art, instantly matching his opponent's speed and dodging the incoming attack. He looked at Chen Ping'an in shock. How does he know the same martial technique as me? He then saw Chen Ping'an lift his leg, preparing to attack. The guy predicted he would attack with his foot and took a defensive stance. Chen Ping'an slapped the guy across the face. A feint. Idiot. The guy fell to the ground flat on his back. The girl asked worriedly, Young Master Mo, are you all right? She helped young Master Mo up and shouted at Chen Ping'an. Who on earth are you, blocking our path and attacking us for no reason? Chen Ping'an replied, For no reason. Did I mistake you for someone else? Are there really 2 people in this Zhanwu kingdom who look exactly the same? Just then, a voice identical to the girl who had just spoken came from behind him. Brother Long, what are you doing? Chen Ping'an turned around, stunned, and finally understood that this was the real Tian Shan. Oh, so there really is another one. Chen Ping'an knew he had messed up. Tian Lichi walked over and asked her sister, Sister, is he on your team? Tian Shan replied guiltily. Yes, Tian Lichi replied angrily. I see, causing trouble for us before the competition. Is this your tactic, sister? Tian Shan replied guiltily. I'm not sure what happened either. Chen Ping'an watched the 2 of them have a tense conversation, thinking to himself that they really looked alike. They're twins. How could it be such a coincidence? He knocked his own head, realizing how foolish he'd been. So they really are a pair of sisters, and I misunderstood. Tian Shan tried to mediate. This must be a misunderstanding. Let's talk it over and try to resolve this. Young Master Mo stood up. A misunderstanding? He gritted his teeth and began to unleash his power. You humiliate me twice in the middle of the street and you're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Young Master Mo furiously unleashed the full power of his lightning. I'll take your life. Suddenly, the voice of someone who had just approached rang out. With Lu Shuai here, I'd like to see who dares to touch Brother Long today. Young Master Mo was stunned. He stepped forward and said, Greetings, Brother Lu. What is the meaning of this, Brother Lu? Lu Shuai replied matter-of-factly, This is just a misunderstanding. Why must we resort to violence? Young Master Mo was still furious. A misunderstanding, but he hit me twice. The Lu family must have gotten lucky somehow. Young Master Mo felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The Lu family went from an insignificant clan to an existence that one cannot afford to offend. Why did it have to be him? Seeing young Master Mo's displeased expression, Lu Shuai said, You don't seem convinced, do you? How about you and I have a couple of rounds? Lu Shuai continued, his expression growing more serious, but you'd better not hit my face because I have to go talk business with Uncle Emperor later. Chen Ping'an patted Lu Shuai's shoulder. Oh, impressive. Brother Lu can call the king Uncle Emperor. I didn't realize you had such a connection. Lu Shuai replied shyly. It's all right, he thought to himself. The big shot is really good at acting. Didn't he give me all these things? Although young Master Mo was angry, he still said, You jest, Brother Lu. This matter was indeed a misunderstanding. We'll be on our way. Then he left with Tian Lichi. Lu Shuai watched them go and thought, although Senior could have killed those two with a wave of his hand, he is, after all, playing the role of immortal. Killing people in the street would affect tomorrow's tournament. He probably calculated that I would arrive in time and thus felt at ease teaching them a lesson. Chen Ping'an turned around and said to the two, I'm sorry, Miss Tian, for causing such a bitter feud between you two sisters. The two replied, It's all right, it's all right. Tian Shan also explained, For some special reasons my sister and I were not on good terms to begin with. By now the sky had grown dark. At this moment, in the immortal realm at the location of the evil sect, Bashan Immortal Emperor, with his hands behind his back, observed the scene below, which was shrouded in the night's fog, and said, It seems this is the territory of the evil sect. Their cultivation methods are truly disgusting. It appears Senior has also discovered the existence of these guys. It must be heaven's will that I found them, wanting me to eradicate them. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled his spiritual energy. Looks like there's no need to notify them. Suddenly, a giant Bagua array appeared and Bashan Immortal Emperor on the ground remained focused, chanting the incantation for the seal. Let's wipe them all out in one go. From the center of the Bagua array a sword blade slowly emerged. Die. His heartless voice and expressionless face were chilling. A giant sword descended from the sky, plunging into the ground, sending earth and stone flying, followed by a tremendous boom. Suddenly a person nearby was running at extreme speed, their body radiating red spiritual energy. The owner of that red spiritual energy was a girl with rather eye-catching hair. She cried out in panic, looking back as she ran. No wonder all the people sent to the mortal realm died. I thought it would be an immortal venerable at most, but why? Why is Bashan Immortal Emperor himself taking action? While she was still lamenting, the tip of the sword rushed before her, scaring her into a standstill. As the dust settled slightly, she could see that the person before her was none other than Bashan Immortal Emperor. He held his sword to her neck and said cruelly, Did you think you could escape? The girl, realizing the peril she was in, stammered in reply, Be Bashan Immortal Emperor, you can't kill me. Do you know who is above me? If you kill me, you won't know peace either. Hearing the threat, he merely frowned. Then I shall wait and see. In a horrifying scene, the girl was sent out of this world by Bashan Immortal Emperor. Meanwhile, in the god realm, the sun shone brightly, painting a scenic picture. A hand was leisurely placing a piece on a go-board. A pot-bellied man said angrily, In some immortal realm another demon seed I planted has been extinguished and I can't even find the cause. A man with white hair and a solemn expression, calmly playing Go, replied, Is that so? Could it be the desolate ancient immortal realm? Hearing this, the pot-bellied man cried out in shock, How did you know? The other man slowly analyzed. One of my clansmen injured a dragon, but after tracing that dragon to the desolate ancient immortal realm the trail went cold. I even have a premonition that something terrible will happen if I continue to investigate. After listening, he picked up a game piece and asked, So you're saying there's someone stronger than us making moves in the immortal realm? It's time to send someone to take a look. He pressed the piece firmly onto the board, his face contemplative. In a place far from the immortal realm a person was walking forward at an unhurried pace. Bashan Immortal Emperor slowly turned back, looking at the ruins behind him with mixed feelings. Suddenly a bright light appeared in the dark sky, illuminating half of it. A giant portal appeared, suspended in midair, making it impossible for him not to notice. The portal slowly opened. Bashan Immortal Emperor was stunned. It's someone at the god realm level. Before him was a mysterious-looking girl who had emerged from behind the portal. She spoke, asking, Are you the little immortal emperor boy of this immortal domain? Then she landed lightly on the ground. As she had yet to receive an answer from Bashan Immortal Emperor, she continued, It seems you were the one who destroyed this place. Tell me, who is the person behind you? Bashan Immortal Emperor immediately drew his sword and assumed a defensive stance, shouting, In your dreams. The girl wasted no more words and immediately cast a technique. Impressive, impressive. You want to fight me? You've got some backbone. As she cast the seal, she continued to provoke him. I'd like to see which breaks first, your backbone or your body. As soon as she finished speaking, a giant formation enveloped Bashan Immortal Emperor, giving him no time to react. It is unknown if he can escape this time. The scene was set in a grove of blooming peach trees. Beneath one, Duan Shinshin sat quietly with her eyes closed. A god-level figure appeared in her mind as if she could see events unfolding 100 miles away. Sensing that something ominous was about to happen, she opened her eyes and said, Jiao puppet, come. A red light shot out from her room. The Jiao puppet instantly transformed into a dark-skinned youth, bowing respectfully. The woman continued, Go to the immortal realm and give him a hand. He accepted the order. Yes, at that moment in the immortal realm the situation was quite tense. The city-seizing realm expert taunted, Not bad to have lasted this long. In that case, take your backbone with you, she roared, and die. The Bashan Immortal Emperor below is about to collapse. Suddenly another figure appeared within the 8 trigrams formation. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. When did another one pop up? The Zhao puppet materialized as a dark-skinned, powerfully built youth. He sighed in disappointment. I thought someone of consequence was coming down, but it's just a small fry. He pointed at the city-seizing realm expert and warned, unfortunately, I don't have time to play around with you. A yellow talisman appeared with a small 8 trigrams pattern in its center. The city-seizing realm expert sensed danger. A series of talismans appeared surrounding her completely. All of them were seals. Within the 8 trigrams formation, the Zhao puppet answered softly. Yes, about 3,000 of them. Hearing this, she trembled all over, knowing she was at a disadvantage this time. Today I will only undo one. A spark shot across a talisman, splitting it in 2. The Zhao puppet said with a flourish, I've given you enough of an opening, haven't I? In his hand he held a red sword. Only then did the Batian immortal emperor stagger to his feet, blood still dripping relentlessly. He struggled to stand, looking at the youth and thinking, that's Senior's Zhao puppet. The city-seizing realm expert, still oblivious, shouted, Who are you? The Zhao puppet said contemptuously. You don't have the right to know who I am. A red light descended from the sky, charging straight for them. It was the Zhao puppet's sword, so powerful it sent everything in the vicinity flying. The city-seizing realm expert was now in a panic. Wait! Before she could say another word, a deafening explosion erupted, sweeping away everything nearby. The city-seizing realm expert gradually dissipated and the blast finally finished. Dust filled the air. The Zhao puppet lamented to himself, Tisk, to think it only produced this much power. I really miss the feeling of destroying an entire immortal realm with a single strike. Standing nearby, the Batian immortal emperor heard this and broke into a cold sweat. What Senior's household Zhao puppet is this powerful? Then what realm has Senior reached? He roared inwardly. After completing his mission, the Zhao puppet swiftly returned, remarking, That was satisfying. He landed gently in the courtyard. Duan Xinxin asked with a stern face, What are you being so narcissistic about? Hearing this, he put on an expression that said, Just say you were scared, little cutie. She continued, Be quicker next time. At some point, little Linger had sat down beside them, leisurely sipping tea. Hearing this, the Zhao puppet scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, Right. I'll head inside then. Duan Xinxin leisurely picked up her teacup, savoring it as she said, Go on in. She gracefully set the cup down, seeming to sense something. Oh, you followed me all the way here, well, might as well meet. Outside, the Batian immortal emperor was pacing back and forth anxiously. Sending the Zhao puppet to save me must mean Senior has returned. I should still inform Senior about the matters of the immortal realm and the person who secretly intervened in that kingdom. Just as he was about to knock, the door suddenly opened. Inside, Duan Xinxin opened the door and asked with feigned surprise, Can I help you? Seeing this unfamiliar girl, he trembled from head to toe. He recognized the person before him in a panic and quickly knelt in salute, his voice loud and clear. Greetings, master. Hearing someone address her this way, Duan Xinxin scratched her head in embarrassment. I'm not your master. Have you forgotten what I told you? He looked up, saying guiltily, I, Su, dare not forget. You told me to treat you as a stranger at all times, but the Batian heavenly art you bestowed upon me 10,000 years ago helped me achieve the rank of immortal emperor. This kindness can never be repaid. Duan Xinxin quickly helped him up. She said patiently, All right, I only passed on a technique to you. I'm not worthy of the title master. If you still remember, then just pretend you don't know me. Understand? He stood up. Yes, Ping'an won't be back until evening. Want to go in and see Su Ling? She said, opening the door wider and pointing to Xiao Linger inside, which startled the little girl. Realizing she was being used as a shield, she puffed out her cheeks in anger. Seeing this, the Batian immortal emperor quickly waved his hands in refusal. That, perhaps next time. Hearing this, Duan Xinxin immediately showed a disappointed expression. Kids throw tantrums. She'll get over it after a while. He sighed and said, I can only hope so. Linger's reluctance to see me probably has to do with what happened with her mother back then. Before he could finish pouring out his sorrows, Duan Xinxin raised a hand to stop him. Hold it. I know the truth crystal clear. I'm not interested in hearing you talk about it again. He quickly said, yes, of course. After speaking, he clutched his chest to calm himself. Senior is playing go with someone here. I was worried that Senior Duan was that Senior's opponent, but now that I see them together, I'm relieved. Wait, the two of them together asterisk. He imagined a scene of Duan Xinxin and Chen Ping'an holding hands, talking and laughing. At this moment in the god realm, a pot-bellied old man slammed his hand on the table in fury. How could this be? The person I sent to the immortal realm was killed not long after, and his soul was instantly annihilated. He didn't even have time to send back a spiritual message for help. Hearing this, the person sitting opposite him asked doubtfully, What? He pinched his fingers to divine the situation, then suddenly recoiled in shock, shouting, This is bad. The threads of causality are so close, yet they can't be investigated. That immortal realm is completely sealed off. The person we sent down was considered an outstanding figure in the middle to upper echelons of the god realm. Instantly annihilated and sealed off from causal investigation. The pot-bellied old man concluded urgently. With such power, there's likely only one person. Are you talking about the eternal god emperor? Could he have come out of seclusion? But what connection does he have with the desolate ancient immortal realm? An old man with a white beard and hair said. The pot-bellied old man slammed the table excitedly, pushing himself up to stand, and shouted, "I don't know, but we are the number 1 and 2 figures of these god and demon domains. For him to do this, what does he take us for? Let's go, we'll demand an explanation from him." The scene switched to the God Emperor's residence. "Oh, what brings you two to my place?" God Emperor Wushangqian said to them. "I've just finished my seclusion and am still consolidating my strength. If you have something to say it quickly." God Emperor, you govern the 3 domains of gods, demons and Buddhas in this god realm. You once said you would remain neutral and let us develop freely. What is the meaning of attacking my demon domain now? That's right, we came here precisely to seek justice. The God Emperor frowned. Attacking your demon domain? I'm not aware of any attack on your demon domain. The God Emperor tried hard to recall the matter. The fat man said angrily, "No recollection? Then how do you explain my subordinate sent to the desolate ancient immortal realm being completely annihilated and blocked from causal divination?" At this point the God Emperor's expression began to sour. "What did you just say?" The God Emperor's palm was ready to strike as he swiftly rushed in front of the fat man. "You said, severing causality?" "Why yes," Wushangqian sighed, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Haha, besides those 2 there is no one else who can sever causality. After so many years there's finally news of them," the God Emperor then said. "Tell me everything you know." Deep in the dense forest the group was in the middle of training. "Brother Long, are you sure this?" When they saw the so-called training, everyone was stunned for a few seconds. 2 enormous bears appeared before them. Chen Ping'an gently patted a bear's leg and said, "Don't worry, I used a secret treasure that allows me to command them for a short time. Everyone just focus on your training." A secret treasure that can control these demonic beasts? What level of treasure must that be? A scene shifted and the young man was sent flying by a bear's paw. The youth pointed accusingly at Chen Ping'an, unconvinced. "So you're saying the beatings I took the other day were all you're doing?" Chen Ping'an rubbed his hands together and said, "I only just discovered this a couple of days ago. It has nothing to do with me." The youth crossed his arms and said, "Fine, I was disrespectful to you that day, so I guess I deserved it. I don't know how many more secrets you're hiding, but with you here, our chances of winning the championship are pretty good. This martial arts tournament is very important to Shanshan." The brown bear launched an attack at Shanshan, but she dodged it easily with her agile movements. "You met Shanshan's younger sister today. They were once sisters, but now they are like mortal enemies." The bear's sharp claws struck Shanshan. She had just been hit. "The reason Shanshan formed this team is because her sister is causing trouble. You must be curious why they turned out this way, right?" Chen Ping'an hadn't grasped the situation yet. "How do I care?" His face was a picture of bewilderment. The youth gazed into the distance, about to recount the past. Before he could start, Chen Ping'an held up a hand to stop him because he wasn't interested. "I'm only participating in the tournament to achieve my own goals. Meeting you all was just a matter of fate. I'm just a mortal, I can't worry about so many things. In short, as long as we can win, that's all that matters, right?" On the second day, the sound of drums filled the air. A large crowd had gathered at the tournament arena. Chen Ping'an said to Xiao He, "You can't come on stage during the competition. Be good and stay here, you hear?" After speaking, he tied Xiao He to a tree in the shade. He petted its head. "Such a good boy, I'll come get you after this is over." As he turned to leave, he saw a pink-haired girl opposite him. Was it an accident or intentional? Their arms bumped into each other. Chen Ping'an scratched his head in embarrassment and apologized. The girl turned around, her cute face still sticky with bits of Tonghulu. She looked at Chen Ping'an's sword and thought, "The sword in that person's hand is no simple thing. I feel like I've seen it somewhere, but I can't remember where." After her memory failed her, she put a hand to her forehead and chided herself. "I can't get distracted again. If I don't catch the firebird this time, I'll get scolded to death when I get back." She watched his retreating back and thought, if that person's sword really is a treasure, maybe bringing it back can make up for losing the firebird. A martial arts tournament in the mortal world? Let's have some fun then. Her face was full of confidence. Banners hung high, fluttering in the wind. In the rest area by the arena, everyone was sitting and resting. The youth suddenly noticed someone. "This big brother, this young lady is named Guo Xian. Has the competition started?" "I'm not late, am I?" Shanshan then asked her. "Did you call for her?" The youth replied that he hadn't. "Never seen her before. Do you two know each other?" "Nope." The atmosphere was filled with confusion. Guo Xian executed a technique and a six-pointed star appeared in her eyes. "You guys are really joking. How could you not know me? I'm Guo Xian. I'm an important member of your team." She smiled insidiously. "Got him?" A voice came from the sword. "Oh, there are quite a few familiar faces in the mortal realm lately. Guo Xian from the Qing Yunji Sect of the Immortal Realm." Shanshan explained the rules to everyone. "This tournament is divided into 2 rounds. The first is the arena matches and the second is the team competition. We have the strength to take first place, but we still need to be cautious," Chen Ping'an said to her. "Shanshan, can I go first in the arena matches?" he then explained. "Other teams won't send their strongest members up first, so they can conserve their spiritual energy to get a higher score in the team competition. I have the weakest strength, so it's most suitable for me to handle this round." His sweeping gaze looked somewhat dangerous, but who would have thought Shanshan's attitude would be completely different? Since Brother Long is so eager, let's let Brother Long fight to his heart's content, Shan Shan added supportively. Is that okay with everyone? But isn't he the strongest among us? He revealed an excited expression. Excellent. I discovered during our last fight that I seem to be able to learn someone's martial arts just by looking at them. This tournament is the perfect chance to test it again. The more techniques I can steal, the more I profit. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The white-haired youth said, Brother Long, the Crown Prince is also participating in this tournament, so you should be careful. Chen Ping'an replied cheerfully, Don't worry, I definitely won't hold you back. The king asked me to tell you this, fearing you might accidentally beat up the Crown Prince. The first round began. Long Aocean versus the Crown Prince. Oh, so you're the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince looked bewildered. How, you're my benefactor, he thought to himself. With someone like him participating in the tournament, what's the point of fighting? Chen Ping'an was the first to provoke. Come on, since you're the Crown Prince. Your martial arts must be quite formidable, right? He struck a fighting pose, but before he could even display it, the Crown Prince clasped his hands and conceded. Benefactor, I forfeit. First round result, Long Aocean wins. This sparked a discussion among the crowd. The Crown Prince lost. I didn't expect that kid to be the Crown Prince's benefactor. Someone suddenly remembered something. Wait, speaking of a benefactor, I think I remember now. A few days ago, we encountered a demonic beast tied in the mountain range. A giant centipede was attacking, but someone riding a demonic beast flew past at high speed and saved us in the flashback. Chen Ping'an was riding a brown bear at an astonishing speed. Now, thinking back carefully, the person riding the demonic beast was the same person on the stage. Chen Ping'an looked baffled after hearing this. Everyone was astonished. How we were saved like that too, us two and us. Everyone clasped their hands and conceded. Benefactor, I forfeit. Although they didn't even know who that person was. What's the point of fighting? I forfeit. I'm not fighting. A foot stepped in front of him. That person made a heart shape with his hands. I thank you because of you. This made Chen Ping'an increasingly frustrated. This is too much, he thought in despair. Is this a martial arts tournament or a gratitude assembly? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone up first. Not a single person is making a move. What a huge loss. A powerful footstep landed on the stage. I don't care what tricks you're using, don't think I'll let you off. Finally, someone willing to fight. Golden lightning crackled around his sword as the red-haired youth said to him, This time I'll make you suffer. Don't think I'll let you sneak attack me like last time. You recognize this sword of mine, don't you? Faced with that cool demeanor, Chen Ping'an instead showed a disappointed expression. But it's you. I already learned your moves last time. Can we get someone else? This drove him crazy. What's with that disappointed look? He said calmly. The reason being because your sword isn't as good looking as mine. The guy yelled in fury. Who asked you if the sword looks good? Both of them grew serious, preparing for battle. How about this? Since we both use swords, I'll let you make the first move, just so people don't say I'm bullying you. This country bumpkin really doesn't know anything. The red-haired youth chuckled to himself. This sword of mine is a spiritual artifact I found in a secret realm. Even top-tier experts covet it. Chen Ping'an rushed forward and swung his sword, shattering the opponent's blade. His sword broke into 100 pieces before him, and when he looked again, only a bare hilt remained. Impossible. How could his trashy magical artifact break my spiritual artifact? He said to the man. A weapon like this is enough to make you so arrogant. You even got my blood pumping. Take this and I'll teach you a lesson while I'm at it. Mistaking you for someone else that day was my bad, but I hit you because you called me trash. Wait, you're using a weapon to beat me now. Don't you think that's an unfair victory? Chen Ping'an glanced at him and said, I've already been this shameless in front of everyone. Do I still care about an unfair victory? But just using one sword to cut you down does seem a bit off. Fine, as long as I don't use just one sword. A whirlwind surrounded his blade. Using two swords to cut you down should be fine, right? The red-haired warrior went cold all over, his expression dimming as he stammered. I forfeit. I love the sound of a surrender. I'll let you off the hook then. Chen Ping'an nonchalantly slung a sword over his shoulder. Golden spirit immortal chi swirled and sword energy flew. The red-haired warrior retreated in disarray, at a loss for what to do. He forfeited. The audience below was in an uproar. All the cultivating warriors wore looks of extreme astonishment. The Crown Prince glanced over and thought, his best weapon was shattered in a single strike. With a gap like that, if you don't forfeit, are you waiting to be cut down? That guy on the stage is something else. The warrior walked off the stage dejectedly. A stark contrast to how he had appeared when he got on. Chen Ping'an had won the match fair and square. I never thought the benefactor liked to play tricks on people so much. The Crown Prince, who had a large scar on the bridge of his nose, sighed helplessly and thought, but based on what they were saying just now, it seems those two have some bad blood between them. As he thought, the Crown Prince couldn't help but frown, suspicion growing in his heart. He glanced at the dejected warrior walking over and mused, the Chancellor's son. It seems I'll have to mention this to Father King. White clouds drifted across the blue sky. As time passed, the competition continued, until the announcer loudly called out the nth match. Match N, Long Aocean versus Guo Xian. Chen Ping'an focused his gaze only to see a petite foot step onto the stage, question marks popping up over his head. The little girl said, that sword in your hand really is something special. His pupils shrank and his brow furrowed. Chen Ping'an was suddenly startled. This person, he then turned directly to the audience and shouted in dissatisfaction, Hey, whose kid got lost? The little girl retorted angrily. You're the kid, your whole family are kids. Can't a girl be a late bloomer? Can't I be a little cute? Did I eat your family's rice? A barrage of attacks followed. Chen Ping'an clutched his aching head and muttered instinctively, is she a contestant so noisy? Hey, seriously, I'm quite interested in the sword in your hand. How about we make a bet on this match? Chen Ping'an heard Guo Shiyun's proposal. He asked with curiosity, what do you want to bet? Guo Shiyun's full lips parted slightly. You bet the sword in your hand, and as for me, Guo Xian leaned slightly toward Chen Ping'an, her cute face adorned with a pair of beautiful purple-pink eyes. The mark of a magic circle appeared in her left eye, and a red light burst forth as the girl whispered, how about I bet myself? 3 crows flew over Chen Ping'an's head. He raised an eyebrow and stared at her chest. No ups or downs, as flat as an international airfield, he answered swiftly, not interested. The words not interested hit Guo Xian like a ton of bricks. The girl's expression turned ashen and she stood there dumbfounded. Then she secretly gritted her teeth, feeling both angry and confused. How can this be? My control failed on him. No, that's not the point. The more she thought, the more irritable she became. Guo Xian clenched her fists and said viciously, since you're so tactless, then I'll just have to take it myself. The ultimate move the girl, surnamed Guo, used was called Azure Luan. Blue true chi erupted, and the phantom of a magnificent phoenix emerged from her fist, charging forward with her. Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled like stars. Seeing Guo Shiyun's beautiful move, he couldn't help but admire it a little. A new movement technique. Just as the wind from Guo Shiyun's fist swept over, Chen Ping'an's figure instantly vanished. The warrior surnamed Guo was momentarily stunned. It was Chen Ping'an who had appeared from the void behind her, holding 2 swords, his face showing no less surprise than Guo Shiyun's. I learned it just by looking. Am I a martial arts prodigy? Guo Xian was startled. She hurriedly turned back, directly unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, her true chi erupting as she attacked him. But this guy effortlessly dodged her attacks. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an's feet also became wreathed in the exact same blue true chi as Guo Shiyun's. Guo Xian grew even more bewildered. She unleashed one move after another, using both fists and feet, attacking Chen Ping'an while she danced. But he dodged with ease time and time again, and why was the movement technique he was using the same as hers? Finally, unable to bear it, Guo Xian shouted, Kid, where did you learn this movement technique? This is my sect's most guarded secret. Faced with Guo Shiyun's furious tone, Chen Ping'an answered honestly, I just learned it right when I landed a moment ago. You're lying. Guo Xian of course didn't believe him and retorted sharply. But Chen Ping'an just smiled innocently and replied, you'll know if I'm lying if you test it. Let's stop competing with movement techniques. How about we compete with martial skills? Guo Xian replied without hesitation, fine. She raised her arm, gripping the battle blade on her back, and gritted her teeth with determination. No matter what the truth is, the secret art has been leaked. This guy cannot be left alive. As the blade was drawn, a dazzling blue true chi immediately burst forth, sweeping across the stage like a storm of blue light. The weapon that little girl is holding is a top-grade spiritual artifact, a warrior in the audience shouted in astonishment. There aren't many weapons of this level on the entire continent, are there? Who in the world is that girl? Guo Xian closed her eyes, focused her mind, and circulated the chi from her dantian, enveloping her entire body. In a short while, the phantoms of several giant swords appeared in the air above the stage. Heeding Guo Shiyun's call, the sword formation turned into a fierce wind, and those swords of blue light phantoms surrounded Guo Xian, all pointing in one direction. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense. Only Chen Ping'an looked confused, concluding with bewilderment, so you cultivators all like to recite incantations? Then he also said with great interest, I might as well learn it. Chen Ping'an subconsciously began to circulate his true chi. His lips moved slightly, muttering the ancient words. A blue light, his true chi, manifested, lifting his feet off the ground. See that, kid? This is our sect's ultimate martial art. You probably can't even see what's happening over there for now, Guo Xian said with an arrogant smile. Each sword represented a realm, one step, one sword, one kill. The more she spoke, the more intoxicated she became with her own power, her voice growing louder and more fervent. It wasn't until Guo Xian fully opened her eyes and looked ahead that she was struck speechless on the spot. Something unexpected, something beyond her wildest imagination and predictions had occurred. The ultimate technique of her sect was being unleashed by her opponent. With a grim and mysterious expression, he was surrounded by a sword formation of blue light, the tips of the blades aimed directly at her. What had she just said? The next second, Chen Ping'an looked bewildered and scratched his cheek. Who on earth is this guy? Guo Xian couldn't control her emotions for a moment. The suspicion in her heart erupted and she shrieked aloud. The blue light swords multiplied, and even Chen Ping'an himself was somewhat astonished by his own ability. He was slightly taken aback by Guo Shiyun's question. Impossible, she thought. Even in the immortal realm, I've never heard of a genius of this caliber. The wind howled, whipping through Guo Shiyun's long pink hair, her words scattering with the breeze. She then drew her saber. A surging blue true chi erupted from the blade. Guo Xian announced with a solemn expression, I refuse to believe I'll lose to you today. Just at this most tense moment, a sound cut through the air by Guo Shiyun's ear. She instantly stopped, listening intently, her brow furrowed in displeasure. She looked up at the sky, appearing utterly helpless. Damn it, why did I have to sense the firebird's aura right now? She immediately turned to Chen Ping'an, wishing she could scream loud enough to shatter his eardrums. Don't you run. If you've got the guts, wait for me to get back and we'll fight again. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an panicked. Wait, if you're going to run first, tell me how to cancel this technique. Before he could finish his sentence, a burst of blue light enveloped Guo Xian, and in an instant she vanished from the arena. Wait! Chen Pinggan yelled in pursuit, but she was already completely gone. Chen Pinggan's mind was in turmoil. The sword formation still hovered around him, the blue true chi shimmering, a stark contrast to his grim expression. It's over, I'm so screwed. Cold sweat dripped down his face as Chen Pinggan peeked at the audience below. He saw every martial artist and cultivator, their faces filled with terror rendered speechless. An atmosphere of oppression, fear and panic enveloped the grim audience. Suddenly the scene descended into chaos. Amidst the clamor, people screamed in terror. Help, murder, what was that kid's name again? Long Aocean, everyone run, every man for himself. People pushed and shoved, trampling over one another. Startled, Chen Pinggan quickly said, "Wait," the familiar system notification sound chimed. Chen Pinggan wearily turned his head to see the golden screen had already appeared. Mission: make everyone in the kingdom aware of your existence. Complete. Congratulations. The system even set off celebratory fireworks. But Chen Pinggan suddenly roared in fury, "Congratulations, my ass. This is not how I wanted them to know me. Hurry up and help me figure this out." A moment later, the air returned to calm. Down in the tournament area, the Crown Prince announced loudly, "Since there are no other participants in the tournament, I declare that Tian Shanshan's team is the winner. Let's congratulate them." Only the whistling of the wind offered an awkward congratulation. As most of the martial artists and cultivators had already fled for their lives, this result is really unexpected. "I don't think I did anything, did I?" Tian Shanshan whispered shyly to Lu Shuai, who stood beside her with his arms crossed. Lu Shuai replied, "Who cares, as long as the big boss is having fun." Then he glanced back discreetly and added in a low voice, "I don't think he's having fun." He was looking at the worried expression on their big boss Chen Pinggan's face. After all, it was his first chance to show off in this cultivation world. He had wanted to present a cool image, but he ended up looking like a demon lord instead. As Chen Pinggan was brooding, the hosting Crown Prince cautiously approached. "Benefactor, please don't worry about it. I will arrange for people to go door to door to clear up the misunderstanding." Only after hearing the Crown Prince's words did Chen Pinggan breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you," he replied. "By the way, Benefactor, the royal palace is holding a birthday banquet for me tonight. I was wondering if you might be free." The Crown Prince extended a warm invitation, and Chen Pinggan was curious about the banquet. However, the system suddenly appeared. Seeing the teleportation countdown, Chen Pinggan felt conflicted, thinking it was probably impossible for him to go. So he cupped his fist and replied, "My apologies, I cannot attend in person, but I will have someone deliver a gift." Hearing this, the Crown Prince's face showed a hint of regret. Chen Pinggan turned to Tian Shanshan and Lu Shuai, cupping his fist. "Everyone, I've truly enjoyed my time traveling with you all, but for certain reasons I cannot stay long. I hope you can understand." Tian Shanshan politely returned the gesture, replying, "Since Brother Long has said so, how could we insist you stay? We hope you'll take care, Brother Long." Chen Pinggan nodded. As he turned to leave, he glanced back one last time and said, "We'll meet again." At that moment, back in Chen Pinggan's small courtyard, a fierce wind suddenly kicked up. Zhao Pei frowned slightly. A gigantic bird with feathers resembling both a stork and an eagle was seen soaring high in the sky, blocking out a portion of the sunlight. "Did you call it here?" Zhao Pei asked, looking at the big rooster beside him. The rooster turned proudly to the giant goshawk and answered, "Of course." The giant goshawk's feet landed gently on the ground. The rooster said matter-of-factly to Zhao Pei, "You all got underlings, so why can't I get one too?" Although the goshawk was enormous, it appeared extremely timid in the presence of these powerful beings, its voice trembling as it asked, "Greetings, big bosses, your little brother has arrived." The rooster, its big boss, nodded with pride and arrogance. "That's right, I called you here mainly to offer you a great opportunity. I guarantee you can transform into a phoenix, but on one condition. You must listen to my every command. Forgive my impertinence, big boss, but who are you?" the goshawk asked hesitantly. The rooster big boss paused, thinking that its current appearance was indeed a bit unimpressive. "I am," the rooster's eyes suddenly lit up. A dazzling metallic sheen appeared on its golden feathers, and a mysterious golden light enveloped its entire body, transforming it into a flaming celestial phoenix. Its majestic aura shook the heavens and the earth, leaving the goshawk utterly stunned. If the goshawk was the size of a house, the celestial phoenix was the size of 7 houses combined. The difference between them was like night and day. "I recruited a black dragon from the lake over there earlier. It's already halfway to becoming a true dragon." A black dragon, the goshawk curiously turned its head toward a lake near the large peach tree. There, next to a majestic black dragon, flew a red and white koi fish. The celestial phoenix explained, "That's right, your foundation isn't bad either. I guarantee you'll transform into a phoenix within a year. How about it?" The goshawk finally understood. The realization dawned on it, and it hastily stammered its agreement. I'm willing." Just then, the courtyard gate was suddenly kicked open. A young girl burst in recklessly, shouting, "Firecrow, don't think I can't find you just because you're hiding in a mortal's courtyard. You can't escape." The next second, Guo Xian fell silent. Perhaps it was because she felt the immense torrents of inner power radiating from every corner of the courtyard, far exceeding anything she could have imagined. Her limbs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Any single aura in this courtyard was tens of thousands of times stronger than an immortal emperor's. Shock quickly turned to fear. Guo Xian felt a chill run through her and she trembled uncontrollably. What kind of place have I come to? The celestial phoenix spread its wings in the air. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Pei stood up from his chair and went to check on the situation. Looking at the person in the phoenix, Guo Xian wondered to herself, who in the world are these divine beings? Suddenly, Zhao Pei's brow twitched as if he sensed something. He was startled and blurted out, oh no, the master is coming back." The celestial phoenix immediately reverted to its plain rooster form, its panic no less than Zhao Pei's. Zhao Pei, like a blood-red arrow, shot back to the kitchen to return to his original spot. The rooster phoenix flapped its wings, its feet scrambling in a panic. Only the fire-crow goshawk was left looking complete and bewildered. "What's wrong, big boss?" the fire-crow goshawk asked. The rooster phoenix snapped impatiently. "Cut the crap and find a place to hide." The fire-crow goshawk hastily scrambled to find a hiding spot. And now, taking the fire-crow's place in bewilderment was the girl. Guo Xian collapsed on the ground with a million questions in her head. The sound of footsteps grew closer. Guo Xian's heart raced in time with the steps, and a cold sweat trickled down the back of her neck. She wasn't ready to face the person behind her, nor had she recovered from the psychological blow. She could only sit paralyzed on the ground, trembling like a frightened fawn. What kind of person could make them so terrified? Despite this, her curiosity gave her the courage to turn her head for a glimpse of their face. Their eyes met. "I'm looking at you, you're looking at me." Chen Pinggan looked at Guo Xian. The man and the woman were both stunned. "Why is she kneeling there?" Chen Pinggan was surprised, thinking glumly to himself, "I heard the northern region is hundreds of kilometers away. I had to rely on the system to get back. Was she hiding her strength during the tournament? Is she here for revenge?" Chen Pinggan felt a knot of fear in his stomach, his face turning pale, though not nearly as pale as Guo Xian's. The pink-haired girl's face was ashen, and she was drenched in a cold sweat. To Chen Pinggan's surprise, Guo Xian suddenly burst into miserable tears and threw herself onto his leg. "Senior, I was wrong. It was all my fault for trespassing in your courtyard and speaking rudely to you." She was like a completely different person from the one at the tournament. Startled, Chen Pinggan felt a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. "I don't blame you. Please get up," Chen Pinggan said hastily. But Guo Xian just kept wailing miserably. "Mr. Chen?" Chen Pinggan froze on the spot. A cold sweat slid down his cheek as he turned his pale face toward the source of the female voice behind him. It was a graceful, alluring woman with long, voluminous black hair carrying a basket full of various grapes on her arm. It was Duan Xinxin. Beside her was a little girl with a basket on her back. Her face lit up with joy upon seeing her brother return. "It's little Linger. What are you playing at?" Duan Xinxin asked. "How you went to the market?" Chen Pinggan asked, somewhat dazed. At that moment, Guo Xian's even louder cries successfully drew the kind of attention Chen Pinggan had not anticipated. He immediately panicked and instinctively yelled, "Get up, will you? No wonder you were so cold to me. So this is Mr. Chen's type." Duan Xinxin's expression changed. She looked like she was about to be sick and began to slowly back away from Chen Pinggan. He finally replied nervously, "No, that's not it. Let me explain." On the other side, little Linger quickly covered her eyes, her action mirroring Duan Xinxin's perfectly. Chen Pinggan rushed forward, his voice cracking as he shouted, "Don't get the wrong idea," he sighed wearily. Slowly prying Guo Xian's hands from his waist, he then walked directly up to Duan Xinxin, gesticulating wildly, and said in a somewhat unnatural tone, "Boss Duan, please let me explain." Guo Xian remained kneeling on the ground, trembling, thinking to herself, "This is terrifying. For so many horrifying existences to call him master, this senior's first-level core formation cultivation must be fake. This hostess is also unfathomable. It seems she could obliterate me with a single thought. That little girl must be their daughter, right?" Guo Xian's gaze shifted from Duan Xinxin to little Linger, who stood with her hands on her hips and her cheeks flushed. She sighed again, thinking, "She looks to be only 12, but her cultivation has already reached the immortal venerable realm." Suddenly, a delicate hand reached out before Guo Xian, followed by a gentle female voice, "Are you all right, little lady?" Duan Xinxin helped Guo Xian up, curtsying slightly with a friendly and charming smile. "Hello, I don't think I've seen you in town before. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" For some reason, perhaps due to the immense psychological pressure, Guo Xian interpreted Duan Xinxin's kindness as a ruthless facade. "Little lady, dare to steal my man and I'll destroy you later." The words struck Guo Xian like a bolt from the blue. She froze instantly, then shook her head frantically, leaving Duan Xinxin somewhat bewildered. Guo Xian quietly took a few steps back, then resolutely turned and fled from sight. "Take care then. I won't see you out," Duan Xinxin said, puzzled. She suddenly covered her cheeks, a little dejected by the girl's reaction, and muttered to herself, Am I that scary?" Just then, Chen Pinggan approached as usual, saying with both embarrassment and hesitation, "Boss Duan, what happened just now wasn't what you think." Duan Xinxin paused, her gaze turning to Chen Pinggan. What are you thinking about? Duan Xinxin smiled mysteriously. Mr. Chen, I suddenly find you a little cute. Actually, you don't need to explain this to me. Seeing Duan Xinxin's charming demeanor, Chen Pinggan's cheeks instantly grew hot, his ears turning red, unable to hide his shyness. His words became jumbled as he thought, that's right. Why did I subconsciously want to explain things to her? By the way, we've known each other for a year. Let's change how we address each other. From now on I'll call you Ping An and you can call me Xinxin. Duan Xinxin said cheerfully. Chen Pinggan awkwardly managed to okay. Little Linger squinted, looking at the two of them meaningfully. Could it be that I've been smitten with her since that day? Chen Pinggan thought, conflicted, not daring to look her in the eye for a moment. Duan Xinxin continued to tease him. Well, Ping An, he stammered out. Xinxin. Suddenly, Chen Pinggan felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He realized a contradiction, as the name Xinxin felt strangely familiar to him. Wait, that name? A memory surfaced in Chen Pinggan's mind, a long white wedding train on a path strewn with flowers. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Memories from his past life suddenly flooded his mind, a scene of him marrying a girl named Zhang Yuxin who was dressed in a magnificent wedding gown. His parents were there along with his best man Zhao Pei and bridesmaid sister Dao. When he took the bride's hand, her face was none other than Duan Xinxin's. In that moment the scene of them together was one of pure happiness. The names Xinxin and Xinxin echoed in his mind. He remembered, "You're Zhang Yuxin." Hearing this, Duan Xinxin was startled and suddenly snapped her fingers with a pop. Chen Pinggan immediately froze. Time and space came to a swift standstill, leaving only Duan Xinxin, who sighed ceaselessly. I can't even make the slightest change. I never thought just changing our names would break his seal. She walked forward, caressed his face and said sorrowfully, I'm sorry, according to the plan it's not time for you to awaken yet. I can only continue to seal your memories. With that, she reached out and gently tapped the center of his forehead. Instantly, Chen Pinggan's memories were sealed once more. He jolted awake, looking completely dazed. Xinxin deliberately said, Just kidding, Mr. Chen. Why are you holding on to me? Chen Pinggan's face flushed and he quickly said, It's nothing. He then turned and walked away, feeling very confused. Strange, what was I about to say? I feel like I've forgotten something very important. He was suddenly startled as he remembered Little Black. The donkey was still tied to a tree at the tournament grounds all alone. He had forgotten to bring it back over here. Duan Xinxin spotted the firebird on the roof. The firebird also noticed it was being watched and broke into a cold sweat, trembling with fear. Is this scene you're telling me to leave quickly? If I get caught and taken back, I'll definitely be plucked and stewed. Duan Xinxin sighed. Forget it. I'll let it go as a small compensation for the myriad mechanism sect. By this time, Guo Xian had run a great distance. She was panting, thankful to be safe, when suddenly a system interface appeared before her. Guo Xian was shocked when she saw what Duan Xinxin had given her. The scene shifts to the immortal realm, where shouts of reprimand echoed through the main hall of the myriad mechanism sect. The one enraged was the sect's ancestor, Yu Donglai. He was berating Guo Xian's master, Zhang Linyi, because she had let the firebird escape, although she had sent Xian to retrieve it. Xian had not yet returned, leaving Zhang Linyi to face the ancestor alone. Yu Donglai blamed her for not going to catch it herself. Zhang Linyi hurriedly explained that after he went into seclusion, she was the only one managing the sect and thus could not leave. Besides, this was Xian's mistake to begin with. Yu Donglai abruptly pulled out a large club and roared, You are Xian's master, you should bear the responsibility for her mistakes. These words made Zhang Linyi tremble with fear, unable to speak, her mind in chaos. Damn it, I know the ancestor has always treated Xian like his own granddaughter, but he raised me too, how can he be so biased now? Just then, Xian's voice called from a distance, Master, I'm back. Zhang Linyi turned to glare at Guo Xian, thinking, This wretched disciple lost the firebird because she was too busy playing. Let's see how the ancestor punishes her this time. But Xian put on an adorable expression and said, Ancestor, you're out of seclusion. She then ran into Yu Donglai's arms and said happily, You've been in seclusion for over 10 years, I missed you so much. At this, he lovingly hugged Xian back. He stroked her head, praising her for being as obedient and cute as ever, completely forgetting about the escaped firebird. This infuriated her master, Zhang Linyi, who was standing on the side. She suddenly asked, Xian, did you catch the firebird? Guo Xian's face immediately fell. She admitted honestly that she hadn't caught it. In fact, she couldn't catch it at all. Hearing this, her master was secretly delighted, gloating as she waited to see how the ancestor would punish her. But Yu Donglai picked up his club and pointed it at the master, intending to teach her a lesson first, only to be stopped by Xian. Ancestor, don't be angry. She then turned and began to explain to him seriously, Although I didn't find the firebird, I obtained a great opportunity. This opportunity can help us reach a higher level. Hearing this, her master immediately flared up and accused, Ancestor, this little girl is lying through her teeth. If you keep spoiling her, she'll become uncontrollable. Yu Donglai closed his eyes, signaling her to be quiet and let Xian continue. I chased the firebird to Immortal's courtyard and saw that it was filled with spiritual energy. Every aura inside was stronger than that of the hegemon Immortal Emperor, and the master of that courtyard could destroy our entire immortal realm with a single move. Seeing the ancestor's look of confusion and disbelief, Zhang Linyi seized the opportunity to whisper in his ear, See, the child is lying. You should be used to it by now. to her surprise, Yu Donglai didn't scold her but instead gently taught her that lying was bad and no one would believe her in the future. He then walked over intending to punish the master first as a warning to others. Zhang Linyi couldn't stand the unfair treatment any longer and stepped forward pointing a finger at the girl's nose and scolding, "No matter what you say, it can't be true, admit your mistake now. The ancestor will forgive you." Guo Xian puffed up her cheeks in anger. "I'm really not lying, the master of that courtyard even compensated me with a copy of the *Hegemon's celestial formula." Upon hearing the words, Hegemon's celestial formula, the ancestor immediately smiled. "Could it be the cultivation manual of the Hegemon immortal emperor?" Guo Xian said proudly. "That's right." This left both her master and the ancestor feeling helpless, thinking she was still lying. Seeing her story become more and more outrageous, the ancestor walked over and placed a hand on Shiyun's shoulder, persuading her to stop making things up or else he would have no reason to hit her master. At this point, Zhang Linyi couldn't be bothered anymore. Since Xian had already spun such a tall tale and even fabricated *Hegemon's celestial formula*, she would surely be punished by the ancestor sooner or later. Seeing that no one believed her, Guo Xian happily handed a book to Yu Donglai. On it were written the characters for *Hegemon's celestial formula. After seeing it, her master was utterly shocked. Cold sweat dripped down her face, still refusing to believe it was real. "If this is real, I'll ram my head into a wall and die." Yu Donglai opened the book and read through it. It was indeed the *Hegemon's celestial formula. Hearing the ancestor's confirmation, Zhang Linyi with a bang slammed her head against the wall. Her entire worldview collapsed at that moment. Meanwhile, Yu Donglai looked at Xian with shining eyes. He fell into deep thought, analyzing the situation. If that's the case, then the person Xian met during the tournament is certainly no simple character. The Firebird's escape was also inevitable. This was all part of that being's plan. For a moment he sighed, not knowing what to do. Xian, being quick-witted, soon came up with an idea. "We just need to use the good relationship those friends and the Crown Prince have with Chen Pinggan." Yu Donglai immediately stroked her head, praising her profusely. Right, our Xian has really grown up. You really deserve to be commended." He then turned around and looked coldly at Zhang Linyi, saying, "You should learn more from your disciple in the future." Witnessing this blatant favoritism, Zhang Linyi was furious but could only endure it. Patience is a virtue, and taking a step back will open up a world of possibilities. Noticing her master's strange expression, Xian asked with concern, "Master, are you all right?" Although she was fuming, she had to force out 2 words through gritted teeth. "I'm fine." Meanwhile, in the courtyard in the Zhanwu kingdom, Shanshan asked helplessly, "This is what Brother Long asked you to buy for the Crown Prince?" Lu Shuai replied proudly, "Of course, isn't it special? The gift is 2 black unremarkable stones." Their friends standing by all thought he had definitely been scammed. Lu Shuai explained, "I bought them according to Brother Long's instructions. When he left, he gave me 110,000 spirit stones and told me to use 100,000 to buy a gift for the Crown Prince. Besides, these are the only 2 stones on the entire street worth 110,000, Lu Shuai said confidently. Certain no one could fool him, Pan Heng felt that something was off and asked, "What if he just wanted you to buy something ordinary? Did you two misunderstand Brother Long's intentions?" He retorted confidently. "How could that be? Brother Long is profound and unfathomable. You know as well as I do that he must have his reasons for doing this," Shashan urged anxiously. "Brother Lu, who exactly did you buy these 2 stones from?" Lu Shuai recalled carefully. "I've never seen him before." The man looked very ordinary. Hearing this, everyone was speechless at this guy. What they didn't know was that the person who sold the 2 stones was none other than Master Zhao, who was in disguise and wearing a fake beard to sell his wares. Shashan asked hesitantly, "But at the banquet, are you really going to present this as a gift?" Lu Shuai scratched his head in silence. "It is a bit tricky. In any case, I have no idea what that stone is for," the young man comforted him. "I don't think you need to worry." Hearing this, Lu Shuai was overjoyed. "How can you tell it's special?" The young man puffed out his chest and said decisively, "I can't, but with the Lu family having come so far, even the king is practically on brotherly terms with you. It doesn't matter what you give." Lu Shuai said helplessly, "Are you kidding me?" Then he closed his eyes to think. "Sigh, I'm afraid we'll only understand everything at the banquet." With that, he let out a weary sigh. After some time, it was finally the Crown Prince's birthday. Fireworks lit up the sky as everyone respectfully wished the Crown Prince a long life. The Crown Prince said magnanimously, "Dispense with the formalities. Everyone just relax and enjoy yourselves today." The eunuch loudly announced the gifts from the guests, the Prime Minister's gift. The spirit tool. Opening the box, one could easily see a treasured sword that glinted coldly, fitted with a rare jet black hilt. The Alchemist Guild's gift. A precious spirit herb. The Imperial Preceptor's gift. A suit of high-grade armor. Hearing the precious gifts from the crowd, Lu Shuai's face darkened with worry. "I'm screwed. How am I supposed to present my gift after all this? Maybe I should just give it to Brother Yang secretly." Seeing the Crown Prince's expectant gaze as bright as the stars, Lu Shuai averted his eyes, muttering to himself, "Brother Yang, please stop looking at me." But he had to present the gift sooner or later. "Forget it, I'll trust Brother Long." Lu Shuai had no choice but to place his hands on the table. Just as he was about to get up, something suddenly caught everyone's attention, making both Lu Shuai and the Crown Prince turn their heads to look. A huge spatial rift suddenly appeared in midair, and within it, the figures of several people were slowly walking toward the banquet. One of them stepped out. The aura he exuded was so oppressive that even the crown prince couldn't help but tremble. How terrifying! What level are these three at? It turned out to be Yu Donglai, Zhang Linyi, and Guo Shiyun's group. Lu Shuai silently watched the group walk past, his heart pounding in alarm. The aura of immortals, and that man is the one who fought Brother Long. Could they be here for revenge? Even the crown prince had to bow respectfully and introduce himself. I am the crown prince of this kingdom. Greetings, three seniors. May I ask what brings you three esteemed seniors here? Yu Donglai spoke in a relaxed and friendly tone. Everyone, there's no need to be alarmed. Young friend, no need to be so formal. We're here to attend the banquet, and while we're at it, present a gift. Hearing this, the crown prince was even more shocked. Attending my banquet? Looking at the benevolent elder before him, the crown prince was suddenly a bit puzzled. And this senior is so polite, even calling me young friend. Could it be because of my benefactor? Guo Xian suddenly spoke up. I would like to ask, has the one who dueled me come tonight? Lu Shuai, sweating profusely, answered, that senior hasn't come, but he entrusted me to bring a gift for Brother Yang. Yu Donglai sighed. He was somewhat disappointed and waved his hand. So that's how it is. It's a bit of a shame, but we didn't come just to see that senior. As I said just now, this old man also came to deliver a gift. As he spoke, a token materialized in his hand. He introduced it. This is an extremely rare gift in the immortal realm called a talent plate. This item is connected to my sect's talent mountain. Frequent contact with it will improve one's cultivation talent. After some time, one can even obtain an immortal physique, and future breakthroughs will be smooth sailing. After hearing this, the crown prince accepted the treasure, flustered. Thank you, senior. Yu Donglai smiled politely. No need for thanks. We are merely following that person's wishes. The crown prince's mind was still reeling, unable to process the shocking information he had just heard. Improving cultivation talent, and even obtaining an immortal physique. Suddenly, Lu Shuai's voice pulled the crown prince back to reality. He said, Brother Yang, I also have a gift that Brother Long asked me to bring. The crown prince looked blankly at the strange object in Lu Shuai's hands and asked, a gift from my benefactor, but what is this? Lu Shuai held up the stone and explained nervously, actually I don't know either. The circumstances under which I bought this stone were a bit strange. That senior gave me spirit stones and some instructions, and after thinking it over I ended up buying this stone. He smiled and continued. I think its purpose will only be revealed when it is given away, and just as I was about to present it, you appeared. You must know what it's for, right? This made even Yu Donglai break out in an unexpected cold sweat. He turned his head and sighed. I never thought that person could predict I would come to the kingdom and even present a gift in this manner. If I hadn't come, I'm afraid no one would have known its purpose. As he spoke, he patiently explained to the crowd, an intermediate energy conversion stone. It's the raw material for making talent plates. Judging by its weight, it can make 3 of them. He closed his eyes in resignation. However, having me appear here, he must want me to help you craft the talent plates. It's just that this gift overlaps with mine. I wonder what that senior's intentions are. The crown prince seemed to share Yu Donglai's question. That's right, I already have the talent plate from this senior. I wonder what my benefactor's intentions are. Suddenly he paused. Wait, this stone can make 3 plates. Besides Brother Lu, there are exactly 3 other people left in their team. My benefactor didn't give me a talent plate, but rather something for me to win over those 3 people. The crown prince blushed at his own deduction. Yes, that must be it. He then pointed at the 3 and announced loudly, Miss Tian, Brother Pan, Brother Wang, these 3 plates are for you. After he spoke, the trio stared blankly for 5 seconds. Shashan hurriedly asked the crown prince, This is Brother Long's gift to you, your highness. How could we dare accept it? The crown prince said confidently. It's all right. This is the senior's wish. With that, he turned to Lu Shuai. Brother Lu, I suppose the senior has already prepared something for you separately, right? Lu Shuai replied dazedly. Yes. Then he took out a small stone and asked Yu Donglai. Senior, I wonder if you know what this stone is for? When Yu Donglai saw what was in Lu Shuai's hand, he couldn't help but be startled. He immediately lunged forward, grabbing him by the shoulders. Young friend, are you willing to become my disciple? Lu Shuai was stunned. Yu Donglai's gaze was firm, a plan already forming in his mind. Not only did he understand the senior's intentions, but he had also obtained a rare energy conversion stone. Perhaps giving us the hegemon sky art wasn't just for the sake of that firebird. He hesitated for a moment, then immediately knelt and kowtowed to Yu Donglai. This disciple pays his respects to master. This made Yu Donglai stroke his beard smugly. All this guidance was to elevate him. Back at the protagonist's home, he was still groggy as he opened his eyes, only to find himself lying in his own room, which made him a little disappointed. I am not in the proprietress's room today. After a moment of thought, he felt shy and blushed. He slapped his head. Hey, isn't this a good thing? Why would I be disappointed? On the other side, Duan Xinshin smiled. Is that so, she thought. She happily watched Chen Ping'an through a device in her contraption, her mind filled with schemes. Suddenly, the system sent the protagonist a notification. Breakthrough mission rewards have been calculated. Initiating reward distribution. Starting stage. This startled Ping'an and a golden light emanated from around him. The system continued. Reward, half a major realm cultivation raised to nascent soul 5th layer +1 system function. Looking at the dazzling light, even he himself was astonished. I've only completed 1 stage and I'm already at the 5th layer of nascent soul? He excitedly looked over the notification again and again, saying happily, "If I complete 100 stages, wouldn't I be invincible? And I've activated a new function too. Maybe I can exchange for some world-destroying techniques?" Unsure of what kind of mission to expect, he scrolled to a reward for exchanging 3 wolves, which made him flush with anger and embarrassment. He then grabbed a corner of the system interface, tossed it aside, and cursed, "Is the system on drugs?" The system immediately clarified, "You ingrate, burning the bridge after crossing it." Only then did he compose himself, clearing his throat seriously before starting to browse the notifications. Countless modern advanced weapons that didn't exist in this era appeared. Pistols, rifles, and even bombs. The protagonist was amazed. There's even stuff like this, but to exchange for them. Suddenly his eyes fell on a motorcycle, and he then imagined himself gallantly riding a war steed with Linger, to the shocked gazes of everyone around. But he quickly dismissed this strange thought. Suddenly another notification appeared, startling him. "Host has completed the first mission. Please select a method to obtain exchange points." Various methods to obtain exchange points appeared in sequence, such as making people around you feel admiration or worship, or by asking someone, "Do you like me?" and if the answer is yes, you would gain exchange points. The protagonist was a bit puzzled. "I can't believe it's letting me choose my own method. I'll have to think this through carefully." He slowly and carefully considered his options, analyzing the levels and intensity of the 3 emotions. Like was the weakest, followed by admiration, and finally, worship. Like and admiration are obtained passively, while the third requires me to actively ask. I get points just by getting a yes. Besides, the third option can be cheated. It doesn't matter if the person likes me or not as long as they say yes, he smiled schemingly. With this process of elimination, the answer is clear. He immediately turned to the system excitedly and said, "System, I choose the third one." Elsewhere, Duan Shinshin was utterly exasperated by the protagonist's choice. She pressed a hand to her forehead. "Are you kidding me? I've done so much for him, how could he just eliminate the 2 correct answers?" she pouted. "Is he doing this on purpose?" A moment later, the system automatically confirmed the method. "Host, good luck." Outside the protagonist's house, countless sparrows flew and chirped around the peach tree, creating a tranquil scene. Linger had just finished making some steamed buns. She had just set the plate down when she suddenly heard a shout. "Little Linger!" She turned her head and was so startled she nearly suffered a critical injury on the spot. The protagonist, having learned it from who knows where, let out a creepy laugh as if he were high, accompanied by a silly question. "Do you like your big brother?" She dodged away in fear. When Ping An wasn't looking, she took off like a marathon runner, bolting out of the kitchen and screaming for help. "Sister Shinshin, it's bad, big brother has slept himself, stupid." But she was still caught by Chen Ping An. "What are you yelling for? Just answer me honestly." Xiao Linger said without hesitation, "I don't, big brother always scolds me and won't let me collect fruit." Hearing her reason, he was momentarily stunned. To get Xiao Linger to say the word like, he promised he would try not to pick on his sister anymore. But to his surprise, Xiao Linger covered her ears, refusing to listen and resolutely refusing to say it. Just then, Duan Shinshin pushed the door open and saw the 2 of them bickering. "Mr. Chen, what's all this noise so early in the morning? Is something the matter?" As she spoke, she reached up to brush back her hair. Duan Shinshin was wearing a very sexy nightgown. Seeing her, Xiao Linger quickly ran over. "Sister Shinshin," she then hid behind her, stuck her tongue out at Chen Ping An and said she only liked Sister Shinshin. He was instantly annoyed. It had only been a few days and this little brat had already switched sides. Duan Shinshin patted Xiao Linger's head, then said sadly, "Xiao Linger, you're so lucky. At least someone asks if you like him. Your big sister isn't so fortunate." After speaking, she deliberately glanced at Chen Ping An. The look made his face flush crimson and his heart pound like a drum. Flustered, he didn't know what to say. And just like that, he made an excuse about having to run an errand and once again dodged her advances. Meanwhile, at the Shenbao apothecary in Qingyuan town, the shop's apprentice Xiaojun was reading a medical book, but he found the book very strange. The doctor in the book was a traveling physician who could cure all sorts of difficult and complicated diseases, but there was one illness he was helpless against: a man loving another man. The protagonist of the book was very persistent, refusing to give up until he could cure it, but later he contracted the illness himself. After hearing his apprentice's summary, the master's face turned gray. "Are you sure this is a medical book?" the apprentice asked innocently. "Isn't it? It clearly calls it The Passion of Longyang. Does such an illness really exist?" the master said with grim helplessness. "There are indeed many records of it. It could appear right beside us and it is very cunning." Hearing this, the apprentice shivered in fear. Just then a customer walked in. "Sir, it's been a while. How has business been lately?" It turned out to be Chen Ping An. The shopkeeper was an acquaintance of Mr. Chen. Chen Ping An scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Old sir, I came to ask you something. I was wondering, do you like me?" The shopkeeper was about to happily praise him. After all, everyone knew Mr. Chen was a kind person who had helped many in town, but just as he was about to say yes, he suddenly remembered the strange medical book his apprentice had just mentioned. He immediately asked seriously, "Mr. Chen, the like you're talking about, it's the ordinary kind, right?" Chen Ping'an, thinking the like was for his mission, said sheepishly, "It's probably not the ordinary kind." The moment he finished speaking, the pharmacy owner recoiled. The apprentice next to him was also dumbfounded, completely shocked. The owner had a look of horror on his face in utter disbelief. "Mr. Chen, not only are you sick, but your tastes are quite heavy. Apprentice, you attend to Mr. Chen." He dropped those words and fled in a flash. Seeing this, Chen Ping'an understood and was speechless. He just wanted to earn some points. How did he get mistaken for liking men? He quickly forced an awkward smile and turned to the apprentice. "He's young, he probably won't think that way, right? Hey Xiaojun, what do you think of Brother Chen? Do you like me?" Before he could finish, the boy had already burst into tears, consumed by panic. "Stay away from me." He clutched the book and ran, not forgetting to leave a parting shot. "Mr. Chen, I won't fall for your tricks." Chen Ping'an was left standing there all alone, his face turned pale. "It's over. My reputation as a real man is ruined here." Just then, the system prompted that the second stage was ready, this time in Dansheng Town in the Imperial Kingdom. He was quickly transported there, but he was still covering his face in despair, wishing the ground would swallow him whole, not daring to look up. He felt like dying. Not only did he not get any points, but he was also completely misunderstood. He was so angry he thought the system was messing with him. Seeing this, the system clarified, "This method was chosen by the host himself and is not related to the system." With that, it shut off with a click. In short, the subtext was, "You deserve it." Hearing this, Chen Ping'an was furious and roared, "How was I supposed to know they'd think of asterisk that here too? Forget it. I can change their minds by asking around. Let's check the mission first." He held his head in his hands helplessly, then called out the system. The screen lit up. "Your name in this place is Zhen Danting. Using this alias, join the Danyuan Sect and astound everyone in the sect with your alchemy skills. If completed, the reward will be one major realm plus a special gift." He sighed in resignation. "Alchemy again. Anyway, for now I'll find someone to ask about the situation here." Suddenly, he heard the sound of a chase. A young man was being pursued by a group of buxom women. Running for his life, he realized he'd taken a wrong turn, bumped into Chen Ping'an and found himself in a dead end. Chen Ping'an went up to greet him. "Hey brother, need a hand?" Seeing his enthusiastic expression, the young man was secretly delighted. "This guy is perfect, right on time." He hurried to Chen Ping'an's side, grabbed his arm and said pitifully, "Sir, I really need your help, please save me." Seeing his pleading look, he immediately agreed and quickly summoned his sword. But when he got a clear look, he discovered that his opponents were a group of beautiful women. Seeing their sweet, juicy peaches, he blushed so hard steam nearly came out of his ears. The woman in the lead looked at the young man and said angrily, "Young Master Wan, we hope you'll make things clear this time." "That's right, this matter needs a resolution," the women said in unison. "Which one of us do you choose?" Chen Ping'an was instantly stunned. This was probably a fight he couldn't help with. But he still turned and asked, "By the way, how are you planning to resolve this?" The young man then stepped forward. "Ladies, thank you all for your affection." Suddenly he looked at Chen Ping'an and said shyly, "But my heart already belongs to someone. The one I like is this gentleman right here." After saying this, he immediately threw himself into Chen Ping'an's arms, causing the group of beauties to freeze on the spot, utterly devastated. At the same time, his points increased. Chen Ping'an was crying a river of tears. "So this is how you get points." He was speechless with tears, but I really didn't want to get points under these circumstances. The group of beauties blushed furiously, but then their lips curled upwards, revealing looks of infatuation. "This is even better." Chen Ping'an and Wan Xiaojun were dumbfounded as the group of beauties immediately swarmed them. "This gentleman is quite handsome too. They're both men anyway, so it should be fine, right?" They were surrounded by a group of charming beauties. He felt that things couldn't go on like this. This group was too enthusiastic. If this continued, there would surely be trouble. He quickly turned, patted Wan Xiaojun on the shoulder, and then, using his 5th level nascent soul cultivation, grabbed him and fled, shaking off the group. But how could the group of beauties let a chance to devour handsome men slip away? And so they gave chase. He had to carry Wan Xiaojun and run through several streets before finally losing them. By now he was panting heavily. He then asked, "What on earth did you do to make that group so crazy?" Little did he know, the kid was still enjoying the ride in his arms. Suddenly he felt something was not right. He looked back and his face instantly turned green. He threw the boy far away. "Good heavens, that's disgusting." He smiled, blushing. "I'm sorry, I've never been held like that in my entire life. It felt so good just now." He suddenly shivered all over and roared, "Stop talking, that's so weird. If you like being held like that, why were you running away?" He quickly explained, "I didn't want to either." It turned out that most of the women were his junior martial sisters. He would occasionally teach them alchemy, but he never expected that after a few interactions things would turn out like this. Hearing that he knew alchemy, Chen Ping'an asked, "Are you from the Danyuan Sect?" He replied, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an was ecstatic. "Excellent, I came here to join the Danyuan Sect. Is there a way to join?" Wan Xiaojun smiled and said, "Sir, you've come at just the right time. In 3 days, the Danyuan Sect is holding an alchemy competition. Anyone under 30 can participate. Placing in the top 20 will get you into the sect." He turned back to him happily and said, "The competition this time isn't too difficult. I'm sure it won't be a problem for you, sir." Chen Ping'an said sheepishly that he had never refined a pill in his life. The young man was shocked to hear this. "Then I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult," he said silently. "But just knowing this is enough, it saves me the trouble of asking around." Suddenly, he clapped him on the chest and thanked him. Wan Xiaojun instantly blushed. I need to prepare during this time. Farewell. Chen Ping'an was about to leave but was called back. Sir, please wait. He blushed and said, actually, I have a way for you to join the sect directly, sir. But there's something I'd like to ask your help with. Upon hearing this, he was overjoyed. How could there be such a good thing? What do you need help with? Continued, recently my family has been trying to recruit a live-in son-in-law for me, and I can't seem to refuse them. So I'd like to ask you, sir, to pretend to be with me, just like we did in the alley earlier. After hearing this, his face turned ashen. Could this guy really be into men? Without waiting for Wan Xiaojun to continue, he fled in a hurry, not looking back. After he left, the young man sighed, stroking her own short hair, reminiscing about the past, a time when she too was a charming and graceful girl with a slender figure and waist-long hair. At night, in a courtyard of the Danyuan sect, a young lady was praying, all because of an alchemy accident last year. Suddenly, the fire from the furnace in front of her lunged toward the seated girl. Unable to dodge in time, her hair was accidentally burned off. She stared blankly at the accident that had befallen her hair. To prevent this embarrassing matter from getting out, she chose to disguise herself as a man. Unexpectedly, one day her younger sister came to her and said, "Young Master Wan, thank you for guiding me in pill refining during this time." The young lady, with a shy expression, confessed softly, I like you." Hearing this, young Master Wan was startled and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "Actually, I'm a woman too." Hearing this rejection, the girl cried in sorrow. "To reject me, you'd even resort to such an excuse. I'm sorry to have bothered you." She ran off, crying her heart out. Even more unexpectedly, more and more young ladies in the estate began to develop feelings for young Master Wan. Looking at the pile of cheesy love letters on her desk, "Young Master Wan, I love you to death. Young Master Wan, he's so handsome." She didn't know what to do. A miserable wail echoed through the forest. "Oh heavens, why are you doing this to me?" The girl's cry made the trees tremble. "I'm a girl too, and all I want is a sweet romance with a handsome guy." Young Master Chen had finally shaken off the group of people, panting for breath. "Phew, good thing they didn't follow me here. What is wrong with this world? It's terrifying." Fortunately, the information he obtained from this kingdom matched the method to join the Danyuan sect. A pill refining contest, but I've never refined a pill in my life. I have collected quite a few books on pills and medicinal herbs though. Ping'an wore a troubled expression. But I don't have a place or a cauldron for refining pills. What should I do, right? Speaking of which, I still haven't visited the new sect. Elder Gong and the others must have a solution. Send me back first. Dusk fell upon the rooftops of the estate, where a magnificent mansion glittered. Arriving at the entrance, Chen Ping'an was bewildered. Had he come to the wrong place? This is the Ping'an sect. How did Elder Gong and the others manage this? He saw a crowd of people standing at the gate and wondered curiously. "Why are there so many people at the entrance?" A young master spoke up angrily. "When is Miss Murong coming out? I've been waiting for days. I, a prince of a kingdom, am reduced to guarding a gate here. This Ping'an sect is too arrogant." Hearing this, two other young masters unhappily berated the man in red. "Are you an idiot? How many princes are here? Even the crown prince of an empire doesn't mind standing here. If you don't want to wait, then get lost. A person with no patience like you, are you worthy of Miss Murong entrusting her life to you?" In the distance, two lavishly dressed people approached. "HMPH, look, why are they here too? The princess and crown prince of the continent's strongest empire, the Golden Feather Empire. That's Crown Prince Zhen Lingshou and Princess Zhen Shao." Zhen Lingshou looked at the group of people with their lowly statuses and felt a secret sense of superiority. "Haha, whether it's status or strength, they don't even measure up to half of mine. How dare this rabble pursue Murong Shui?" Chen Ping'an saw them and waved politely. Hello, and this country bumpkin is here too, what a joke. Just a bunch of riffraff. I'll definitely win Murong Shui's heart this time." Lingshou secretly rejoiced as he imagined this. Zhen Shao reminded him helplessly, "Brother, rein in that grin that's about to reach your ears. It's too unsightly. HMPH, you finally got a chance to get close to Miss Murong. Remember to control yourself when you see her later, understand?" "Haha, I know." Chen Ping'an walked up and struck up a friendly conversation. "Hello you two, I overheard you just now. Are you friends of Miss Murong? Do you want to enter the sect too?" Zhen Lingshou, with an arrogant look, yelled angrily, "None of your damn business." Zhen Shao, dissatisfied with her senior brother's attitude, punched him and reiterated, "Speak to him nicely." After dealing with Zhen Lingshou, she turned with a pleasant expression and replied, "I'm sorry he hasn't taken his medicine today. I'm a friend of Murong Shui's here to see her today." I see, I was just about to have someone open the gate. Since you're Miss Murong's friends, let's go in together later." Lingshou stood up. The siblings from the Golden Feather Empire thought in surprise. He can get the Ping'an sect to open its gates? Could this person have an extraordinary identity, with a special way to contact people inside the sect? But a shout shattered Lingshou's doubts. "Senior brother, Elder Gong, Miss Murong, is anyone there?" Zhen Lingshou thought with disdain. Mr. Chen continued to call at the gate. "Is Elder Gong in?" This act stunned the crown prince. "Is he an idiot? My God," the man in red burst out laughing. "You're new here, kid, aren't you? Go back. If you can call Miss Murong out like that, I'll stay right here on the spot." As soon as his words fell, the sect's main gate slowly opened. Murong Shui peeked her head out and said softly, "Senior, you're back." The young master was stunned. "Am I hallucinating? Kid, you can really call Miss Murong out?" Murong Shui walked closer, happily chatting with Mr. Chen. The young master, holding flowers, called out gently, "Miss Murong, I would like to invite you to dinner." Not just him but more than a dozen princes from various kingdoms rushed over. Miss Marang, Miss Marang. Seeing this group, Marang Shui's attitude was completely different as she replied curtly, "I'm busy." The group of young masters was astonished by how her expression changed faster than flipping a page. Marang Shui turned back and spoke enthusiastically to Chen Ping'an. "Senior, what brings you here today?" "I haven't seen everyone in a while, so I came to check on things." Jen Shao and Jen Lingshou stepped forward, interrupting their conversation. Miss Marang, my brother and I came specifically to see you today." Miss Marang glanced over. "Oh, it's Jen Shao, I don't have time for you two today. How about I have someone show you around later?" Rejected. The siblings' faces turned green with embarrassment at being turned down so directly. Marang Shui said excitedly, "Senior, is there something you need today?" Chen Ping'an replied, a bit embarrassed. "It's nothing major. I wanted to refine some pills here. The sect should have an alchemy room, right?" "Of course. Should I send a sound transmission to call the family head and the others back?" "No need. Let's not trouble Elder Gong again. Just take me to the alchemy room. I want to give it a try." "Haha, what? The legendary Miss Marang, who keeps princes from all nations waiting bitterly at her gate, is being so enthusiastic with a country bumpkin." In Lingxiu's mind, the man and woman before him seemed incredibly intimate. Could it be that Marang Shui is an alchemy fanatic and this kid happens to have a talent for it? Even though he's only at the nascent soul stage, he can refine 5th grade pills, which is why Marang Shui calls him senior, the crown prince thought, gritting his teeth. Jen Lingxiu stepped forward politely and asked, "Miss Marang, to be honest, I also enjoy alchemy and am a 4th grade alchemist. Might I accompany you both to the alchemy room to have a look?" The young lady hesitated. "Well, seeing this," young Master Chen said enthusiastically, "for this young master to have such a high level of alchemy at such a young age is incredible. Since you both want to come along, let's go together," he thought to himself. "Phew, this is great with a 4th grade alchemist here. Maybe he can give me some pointers." Crown Prince Jen looked smug. "Thank you, this guy's methods are quite clever. He's implying that he knows I'm here for Miss Marang, so he wants to take this opportunity to one-up me in alchemy. I'd like to see just how capable you are." Night fell. In the Grand Alchemy Hall, Marang Shui brought out a complete set of various pills and medicinal herbs. After laying them all out, she said, "Senior, the cauldron and pills you need are all ready." Ping'an thanked her. "Thank you for your hard work." Lingxiu looked at the pile of spirit herbs and thought, perplexed. They're all 1st grade spirit herbs. At most they can only produce 2nd grade pills. What on earth is he trying to do? The senior took out a pill book and said, "Hold on, I want to review the steps." Jen Lingxiu was shocked. A book? Could it be some mysterious pill formula? What, an introductory book to alchemy? He began to fall into a spiral of chaotic speculation. But I know this must be a deceptive tactic. Could someone Miss Marang fancies be an ordinary person? Although his cultivation is low, perhaps he can use some special flame for alchemy. Ping'an took out a flint and lit the furnace fire, saying, "First, light the fire." Lingxiu wanted to scream in frustration. "You're using this kind of fire for alchemy?" Jen Lingxiu forced himself to stay calm. "Calm down, I must be calm. Some rare alchemy cauldrons can be started with ordinary flames. It's not surprising for the Ping'an sect, which has developed to this extent, to have such a cauldron." Chen Ping'an began to raise his hands to channel spiritual energy. "At least he knows to use spiritual energy to intensify the fire." Mr. Chen read the words in the book. "To facilitate a smooth alchemy process, the spirit herbs must be separated later. The key to alchemy lies in the technique." After reading, he complained, "Isn't it too much trouble to refine each type of medicinal herb separately for several hours?" Ping'an picked up the basket full of various spirit pills and without beating around the bush dumped everything into one pot, saying, "Let's just refine them together." Jen Lingxiu watched dumbfounded. "No technique? Are you refining pills or making explosives? This thing is really going to explode. I have to endure it. I must endure it. Getting worked up is useless. Although I've never heard of processing all the herbs together. What if he's some kind of genius?" Chen Ping'an used chopsticks to pick up a lingzi mushroom from the pot as if he were eating hot pot, and said, "This lingzi needs to be cooked a little longer." At this point, even Zhou Derui could only say one thing: "He's a lost cause." Jen Shao noticed her senior brother was about to lose it and quickly rushed over to cover her brother's mouth lest those golden words of wisdom spill out uncontrollably. Lingxiu was pulled to the back, wailing silently, "MMPH, MMPH." Seeing Jen Shao and Jen Lingxiu's intense reactions, Chen Ping'an worried, "HMPH, did I do something wrong?" A fragrant aroma wafted out from the alchemy cauldron. Mr. Chen excitedly opened the furnace to check. "Is it almost ready?" Young Master Jen thought in astonishment. "How is this possible? This is the fragrance of a pill." A powerful aura rose from the furnace. "How can there be a pill and with pill veins?" "It has both the fragrance and the veins of a pill. This is a top-quality pill, and with this concentration of spiritual energy it's likely even a 4th grade pill can't compare." "Why?" Marang Shui's eyes widened as she said admiringly, "Wow, 2 pills as expected of you, senior. You're amazing." Ping'an scratched his head, embarrassed. Is that so?" He looked at the 2 pills in his hand and began to doubt himself. Why are there 2 pills? Did I do something wrong? Could it be? But no, this is our protagonist, so he became narcissistic again. "I am a one-of-a-kind alchemy genius." Jen Shao turned around and whispered to her brother, "Brother, I always see you working so hard on alchemy. How come I've never seen a scene like this?" Seeing no response, she looked up. Brother? She saw that Jen Lingsho was already stunned speechless, his soul seemingly having flown away at some point. Impossible, impossible, I can't understand. You're kidding, right? This works too, impossible, you must be kidding, I don't understand. His junior sister was frantic. Stop overthinking it. Brother, Lingsho looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Not only did he use an unheard-of alchemy method, but he also produced 2 pills. He must have cheated somehow. Suddenly, Ancestor Qian appeared from behind, walking in and calling out, "Senior." The Crown Prince of the Golden Feather Empire respectfully turned and bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master, I am," but received a heartless reply. "I'm busy," he thought dejectedly. "I was ignored." Could it be that even the Sect Master, Gong, was enthusiastically talking to Chen Ping'an? "Senior, you didn't even give us a heads up before coming, you're too spontaneous. I was just here to take care of a small matter, so I didn't plan on notifying anyone. I didn't want to disturb you either, Senior, but they wanted to see you." 2 young men walked in with an imposing aura. Lingsho thought in fear. Such a strong immortal aura. These 2 are immortals. The rumors that the Ping'an sect is backed by immortals are true after all. Mr. Chen asked blankly. You 2 are looking for me?" The 2 men said in unison, "Senior." You know me." One of them suddenly recognized the sword Chen Ping'an wore. He was struck by a memory of a golden arrow flying into the sky as he said resentfully, "I will be back." After returning to the immortal realm, Chen Yanming had wailed, "Big brother, you have to stand up for me." The man had said angrily, "Oh, such a thing happened?" Huang Zhengan, one of the 10 great immortal venerables of the immortal realm, slammed the table and shouted, "Who does he think he is?" The 2 brothers descended to the mortal realm for revenge, only to be beaten black and blue. With a gentle wave of the golden spirit immortal artifact, the 2 were left with their clothes in tatters. The memory ended. Huang Zhengan said, "Senior's aura is extraordinary, so naturally I recognized you at a glance," he thought to himself. A person who can carry a golden spirit immortal artifact with them. Could he be an ordinary person? Gong glared at the group and said, "Senior, these are the ones who caused trouble at the opening ceremony." Hearing this, the 2 were greatly startled. But now they know they were wrong. These 2 big brothers have a pretty good relationship with me, and they even promised to help us open another branch sect. Chen Ping'an gave an awkward laugh. "So that's what happened. It's good that you know your mistakes and can correct them," he wondered to himself. Even Elder Gong calls these 2 big brother. Are they that strong? How did Elder Gong manage that? Jen Lingsho had suffered too many blows. Not only the Ping'an sect's master, but even the immortals behind the sect called him senior. His 5th level nascent soul cultivation must be fake. What is this guy's background? No, what kind of being am I competing with for a woman? Ping'an went back to the pile of spirit herbs. We'll talk about that later. I still have a few more alchemy methods I want to try. Crown Prince Jen secretly speculated. He's refining more? This guy is definitely not human. Simple, I must study him carefully this time. Chen Ping'an's alchemy process was divided into 3 steps. First step, pour all the spirit herbs from the basket into the pot. Second step, add a brown frog for extra protein. Third step, what else can I add? And then it's done. Lingsho watched, his head aching. Something's wrong. I can't understand it at all. Chen Yanming turned to ask his brother, "Big brother, did you sense anything just now?" Huang Zhengan replied silently. Senior probably simplified the alchemy process because he was afraid of scaring the people in the room. The pill in that cauldron was suddenly downgraded from an immortal pill to a spirit pill. Yanming was puzzled. But refining an immortal pill from first-grade spirit herbs is just too terrifying, to say the least. It completely defies the laws of nature. Zhengan replied with certainty, "No, there's only one alchemy method in the immortal realm, which is to burn the pill while simultaneously replenishing the spiritual energy of the medicinal herbs. This way, not only are impurities removed, but the spiritual energy is also constantly replenished, reviving the herbs and ultimately raising their quality to an unimaginable level. Because this is the only method, it consumes a vast amount of spiritual energy. I'm afraid even an immortal emperor would exhaust all of his, and still find it difficult," Huang Zhengan muttered to himself. "We're lucky to be able to witness it here. Although the entire Ping'an sect is protected by a restrictive barrier with no phenomena inside, a heaven-reaching phenomenon has already appeared outside." Fear gripped Huang Zhengan's heart. It's too terrifying. Despite such strange actions, this senior acts as if nothing is wrong. He didn't affect others, yet deliberately let the 2 of us notice. He must be warning me. It's a good thing I chose to align with this sect back then. Otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died. On the outside, Ping'an looked like an expert, but in reality he was reading the book and still didn't understand. Why are there still 2? The book didn't say it would be like this. He looked at the spirit pill pot with a baffled expression. Ping'an naively turned to the crowd and asked, "Young master, did you notice any problems?" Seeing the senior asking him, Jen Lingsho panicked. This, I have truly had my eyes opened today," the young master said with his head bowed, trembling. The senior was speechless, unable to understand this group of people. "What's there to have your eyes opened about? I need someone to teach me." "Forget it." Since he said that, the alchemy assessment in a few days shouldn't be a problem. Mr. Chen closed the book and sighed. Gong spoke up, asking the siblings from the Golden Feather Empire, "By the way, I haven't asked yet, what is the purpose of your visit today?" Lingsho replied awkwardly, "Actually it's nothing important. Just wandering around, haha." Oh, is that so? Haha. Jen Xiao and Jen Lingsho felt humiliated as they were escorted out of the main gate by Sect Master Wufan. See you around, little sister, Jen Xiao said with dissatisfaction. Brother, you're too cowardly. Her senior brother avoided her gaze and said, I couldn't help it. That guy is too terrifying. Besides, whether it's those two immortals or the continent's #1 sect, the Ping'an sect, our empire can't afford to offend them right now. Lingsho suddenly remembered what his sister had said. He turned the tables on her. Besides, didn't you say you and Miss Morang were on good terms? It doesn't seem like it. Hee, actually I know Morang Shui through someone else in the Ping'an sect. It's a pity I didn't see that brother today. Young Master Jen sighed and said, I see. Father originally wanted me to get close to Morang Shui to foster a closer relationship with the Ping'an sect. It seems hopeless now. Jen Xiao replied in surprise. Oh, so that was Father's plan? A sly smile crept onto the little girl's lips. Actually maybe I can do it. Jen Lingsho was taken aback and retorted, huh? He looked in alarm at his little sister who was already beginning to understand love and thought, which brat has caught my sister's attention? Chen Ping'an and his group were walking down a corridor when Morang Gong spoke up. Senior, the sect is developing very smoothly now. The number of recruits has doubled since its founding. Once those two big brothers help finish building the sect, the numbers will grow even more. Morang Gong expressed his gratitude. I never expected everyone to develop the sect so well. I haven't really been of much help all this time. Thank you all for your hard work, the sect master replied joyfully. Senior, you're too kind. The entire sect owes its success today to you. All our achievements were only possible because of you. It was no trouble at all. Hearing this, Ping'an felt a bit awkward. It seems like besides having the title of ancestor, I haven't really done anything concrete, have I? How can they say it's all because of me? Right, since I'm here, maybe I can try to farm some points. Elder Gong and the others have always been reasonable. They probably won't overthink it. With that thought, he stepped forward and said, everyone, I've recently developed a divine ability that can increase one's fortune. Would you like to try it? Hearing this, Morang Shui asked curiously, increase fortune? What do we need to do? It's simple. In a moment I will ask everyone a question. You don't need to worry about the meaning of the question, just answer with 2 words that you like. Chen Ping'an blushed, embarrassed, and stammered, do you guys like me? Without thinking for more than 2 seconds, Miss Morang leaned in closer, her eyes hazy as she replied, like you. The screen displayed points +10. Ping'an was stunned and wondered, since when did you have emotions? Suddenly, Morang Shui had a strange sensation as if her whole body felt much more at ease. Could this be the effect of increased fortune? The senior was amazed. Seeing this, the surrounding people all said in unison with great affection, Senior, we like you too. Points +30. Oh, so each person can add 10 points? Morang Gong asked. Senior Chen, if we say it a few more times, will we get more? Mr. Chen thought smugly. Elder Gong, truly a natural-born theorist. Theoretically, yes, you can all give it a try. It doesn't cost me anything to use this divine ability anyway. Hearing this, the people in the sect became very excited. The entire sect echoed with praises interspersed with the chimes of +10, +10, +10. It was enough to surprise even Chen Ping'an. The system displayed the current score as 1,000 points. After completing his task, Ping'an was exhausted. It's finally over. If they keep saying that, I might become allergic to the word like, but the current points are enough, he confirmed the exchange. System provided a handgun. In the void, an image of a gun gradually materialized. This thing is way more useful than cultivation, Chen Ping'an said with great interest, holding the gun in his hand. Although he had used one at a shooting range before, it felt much lighter than he had imagined. The magazine is stuck. He tried to pull the slide to chamber around. The magazine was a fake too. Could this be a fake gun? Whatever, I'll try it out first. Ping'an raised the gun and took aim. Sighting his target, he pulled the trigger with his thumb. The handgun's power was astonishingly destructive, enough to blast through the trunk of an ancient tree. After firing a single test shot, Mr. Chen's face turned deathly pale. He said, holy crap, you call this devastating power a gun? It seems even stronger than my own attacks. But the projectile it fired didn't look like a bullet, which explained why it didn't have a magazine. Ping'an raised the gun and aimed like a professional. I should be able to accurately hit a pigeon flying in the sky. After a few loud bangs, the barrel was smoking. A whole swath of large trees had fallen, but not even the shadow of a bird was to be seen. Chen Ping'an examined the gun with great interest. As expected of a system product, it really did have infinite ammo. A strange figure spoke up from behind him. Oh, interesting. This caught Mr. Chen's attention, and he glanced behind him. It was the same young master who had been scared away at the sect gate. He walked out and said, I hid so well, yet you still discovered me. Chen Ping'an looked at the man before him, confused, and gave a blank cough. Who are you? The young master was a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and continued, who I am is not important. What's important is that I'm here to cause trouble for you. Morang Shui is the goddess of the Ping'an sect. Like snow on a high mountain, piercingly cold, countless imperial princes are smitten with her, lingering for days just to catch a glimpse of her. Yet you, a mere 5th-level nascent soul cultivator, a country bumpkin from who knows where, can actually have Miss Morang follow you around so obediently. Did you find out one of Miss Morang's secrets? The young master in red roared angrily. Chen Ping'an was sick of these people, thinking to himself, I get it. You're one of her simps, but is the Morang you're describing the same person I know? Mr. Chen was quite surprised. like snow on a high mountain, piercingly cold. The young man was furious and looked ready to make a move. The prince dropped all pretense of courtesy and said, "Today this young master will demand justice." His gaze was sharp as he looked ahead and said, "I've cultivated with the resources of an entire nation. I can take it." But before he could finish posing, Pingan shot him with the gun. The young master propped himself up with his hands clutching his chest in pain and gasped, "What is that weapon?" Pingan calmly reloaded and replied, "You don't need to know what this weapon is. What gave you such nerve? Hey, don't think that can defeat me." The cold barrel of the gun pressed against the young master's forehead. The man was terrified, shrinking back in fear and trembling as he said, I was wrong." Chen Pingan, expressionless, coldly ordered him to scram. Watching the guy run off, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems it's not safe in here either. I'd better head back early." After a long day, Mr. Chen finally returned home. "I'm back." Boss Duan was already sitting in the courtyard waiting. "Mr. Chen is back so early today." Seeing the woman in the house, Pingan thought embarrassed. Tisk, she must be doing this on purpose. Why does she have to have such a good figure? What if someone gets the wrong idea? Pingan lightly glanced at Boss Duan. His eyes went where any man's would go. "Anyway, I'm not going to." Boss Duan came forward, her body close, and spoke in a coquettish, ambiguous tone. "Mr. Chen is staring so intently. Just looking is no fun. Why not sit together?" "I won't sit. Xiao Linger is right here. Don't be a bad influence on her." Miss Duan looked at Xiao Linger meaningfully. Xiao Linger was no fool. She understood at a glance. "I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything." Seeing this, Pingan said angrily, "Why do you always have to involve her?" Mr. Chen tossed the handgun to Boss Duan and said, "Forget it. This is for you." She asked in surprise, "How, what's this, a type of weapon? It's not safe at all for a woman to be alone on the mountain every day." "This is for you to protect yourself," Pingan explained, blushing. Boss Duan looked at the weapon in her hand, her heart filled with joy seeing how much Chen Pingan cared about her. "I thought he would use it himself, but it turns out he was worried about me." She smiled and said, "But I don't know how to use it. Although this thing isn't very useful to me, it's the thought that counts." Chen Pingan grabbed Boss Duan's arm, pulling her along as he pretended to complain. "So troublesome," he added caringly without realizing it. "Come, I'll teach you." Chen Pingan and Boss Duan walked out holding hands. The young man spoke, "Let's go to the woods up ahead." The girl responded softly, "Okay, keep your voice down, Xiao Linger." She watched with a meaningful gaze. Boss Duan looked back and signaled to Xiao Linger to proceed according to the plan. A mutual agreement. On the immortal mountain of the Yunji sect, a powerful aura of magical art shot up into the sky. Donglai's expression was grave as he pondered. "This tyrannical heaven immortal art is truly powerful. I'm afraid it won't be long before I ascend to a new level and reach that realm," he said, looking at his body immersed in the magical artifact. Suddenly, someone approached from the distance and spoke. It shouldn't take much longer." Donglai turned toward the voice and knelt on one knee. The one who spoke was none other than the immortal emperor. He said, "You will catch up to me. Greetings, immortal emperor." Donglai calculated in his mind. "I just comprehended the immortal art, and his majesty appears. If I break through, it will surely shake his foundation as the immortal emperor. Could it be that his majesty came today to—" The immortal emperor kindly helped Donglai up, saying, "Elder Le, you're too polite. There's no need for such ceremony. It's a great fortune for you all to be noticed by the senior." Elder Le was confused. Senior, could the senior the immortal emperor speaks of be that person in the mortal realm? Even the immortal emperor has to call him senior. The tyrannical heaven immortal emperor continued, "I didn't expect you to obtain the tyrannical heaven immortal art. Your future achievements will likely be no less than my own." The immortal emperor suddenly realized and thought to himself, "Wait, senior passed this technique to Donglai. Could it be that he wants him to be the immortal emperor? No, for him to become the immortal emperor I would have to stop being the immortal emperor first. Doesn't that mean I'm useless now, or could it be that he wants me to break through to another level?" The immortal emperor gazed towards the god realm in the distant sky. In Chen Pingan's courtyard residence, the door was slowly pushed open a crack. Xiao Linger, with a panicked expression, said loudly, "Brother, something's wrong." Seeing the look on Xiao Linger's face, Pingan asked worriedly, "What happened?" Xiao Linger replied fearfully, "Our front gate was stolen." Pingan was startled and said angrily, "Are you kidding me?" Mr. Chen walked into the house and said, "The gate was stolen? When did this happen? What exactly happened? Explain it clearly." Xiao Linger began her story. "Shortly after you left, I was about to close the gate when a black shadow flashed past and rushed in. I didn't even have time to react. Before the black shadow tore down the gate and ran off with it." After hearing this absurd story, Pingan couldn't help but get angry. "Wait, that's just too ridiculous. What kind of thief has that much time on their hands? Don't tell me you two took the door down yourselves," Boss Duan said with an innocent look. "Well, Mr. Chen, you know I was with you in the little woods the whole time. How could I have gone to take down the gate?" Pingan's suspicious gaze fell entirely on Xiao Linger. She quickly explained, "Brother, you know it too. How could someone as weak as me possibly tear down such a big gate? Besides, I'm not that bored to go stealing gates. If you don't believe me, brother, you can go ask the other houses. I heard many of them had their gates stolen too." "HMPH, fine, I'll go. I don't believe there's a thief that idle." Mr. Chen really went to ask around elsewhere on the mountain. "Uncle, sorry to bother you. I heard a thief came and stole gates. I was wondering about your house. As soon as the man heard this, he became agitated. Yeah, I don't know if that thief is sick in the head or what, but they actually came to steal the gate. Hearing this, Chen Pinggan was stunned. Hi, it's real, the man continued his story. A little while ago I was about to go out when a black shadow suddenly rushed in. I wasn't paying attention and it slipped past me. The thief rushed into the house and targeted the gate. Their strength was astonishing. They tore the gate off with their bare hands. They looked small, but their strength was terrifying. After stealing it, they ran off carrying the gate while I just stood there stunned. I heard several other families had their gates stolen just like me. They even left a pile of money behind. The more Pinggan listened, the more he began to question reality. Wait, how is this getting more and more absurd? Is there really someone with this much time on their hands? Finally, night fell, blanketing the house in darkness. Mr. Chen was completely exhausted. I believe it now. A dozen or so families on and off the mountain had their gates stolen, and only the gates. It's too strange. Boss Duan gently stroked the little girl's head and comforted her. All right, a stolen gate is a small matter as long as Xiao Linger is okay. That's all that matters. She turned her gaze to Chen Pinggan and asked, by the way, Mr. Chen, don't you sleepwalk? Our rooms face each other. Without a door you can see a lot of things just by looking up. You'd better not look at things you shouldn't and then do something strange, okay? A proud man, Pinggan answered decisively, absolutely not. But the next morning, a curse came from Boss Duan's room. How annoying. Chen Pinggan found himself sleeping in the same bed as Miss Duan. What did the protagonist do to the young lady? He was stunned, thinking to himself, haven't I been sleeping just fine in my own room these past few days? How did I end up here this morning? It's just like before. I have to slip away quickly. He quietly lowered his feet to the floor, but suddenly a small hand grabbed the corner of Mr. Chen's clothes. Pinggan looked back in fear, only to see Boss Duan slowly waking up, her hand tightly gripping his clothes. He was startled and quickly said, Boss Duan, you have to calm down and listen to my explanation. Boss Duan's face was charming as she said just 2 words softly. Lie down. This left Pinggan at a loss. All right then. The morning sun was already shining through the room's window. The rooster outside the courtyard was already preparing to forage for food. In Miss Duan's room, Chen Pinggan lay awkwardly on the bed thinking, so what exactly is the situation now? Boss Duan said softly, Mr. Chen, you've been slipping into my room from time to time recently only to sneak away in the morning. I've known all along. If you want to come, you don't have to be so sneaky about it. Pinggan blushed beet red, his mind in a panic. How, what does she mean? Is she implying something? Surely she's not implying anything, right? In that case, Pinggan stared lovingly at the beautiful woman lying beside him. I'll just enjoy this a little longer. Lie here for a bit more. By noon the sun was high overhead. On the street outside a group of subordinates stood, seemingly having prepared everything for some kind of competition. The people below began to murmur, why hasn't the assessment started yet? It's already 2 full shichen late. Everyone was gathered in the Danwu Empire's pill refining plaza. Young Master Wan was anxiously looking down, searching, why isn't that young master here yet? Didn't he say he was going to participate in this competition? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Xiao Jun, I'm afraid the person you're waiting for isn't coming. Let it go, we can't delay any longer. The speaker was none other than Wan Xiaojun's father, Wan Badao, the sect master of the Danyuan sect. Xiao Jun replied awkwardly, but suddenly a figure rushed into the crowd at high speed. He's here. Chen Pinggan, panting, hurried to the assessment venue. Crap, I overslept. I'm not late, am I? The sect master of the Danyuan sect thought in surprise. It's actually Ling the Great Bellow, he declared. Listen to me, this alchemist convention is being held for one reason only. Everyone in the alchemist guild must obey this senior unconditionally upon seeing him. A subordinate asked, puzzled. But this senior likes to pretend his cultivation level is low and mingle with ordinary people. Zimin Chen said sternly, you are absolutely forbidden from exposing him. You must play along with the senior's act. At this moment, Wan Badao was dumbfounded when he saw Pinggan. Xiao Jun actually knows this senior. It can't be just a coincidence, can it? I'll have to ask him about it properly later. He walked up the steps with weary strides. Mr. Chen was out of breath by the time he arrived. Good thing I made it. I thought the mission was going to fail. The other contestants and the people below had been waiting for a long time and roared angrily. How could someone show up now, so irresponsible? Someone like him should be disqualified immediately. The sect master just clapped his hands calmly and said, all right, everyone's here now, let's prepare for the competition. The other students seethed with rage at Pinggan's naive and innocent look. He asked foolishly with a bewildered expression, what do you mean everyone's here now? Someone shouted. After waiting all this time, it turns out we were waiting for this guy. Everyone glared at him with resentment. Don't tell me they were really just waiting for him. What's this guy's background? Wan Badao realized with a pang. How could I have forgotten that? What if the senior gets angry because of my slip of the tongue and my sect gets implicated? How is this any different from putting the senior on the spot? No, I'm thinking about this wrong. President Zimin Chen once said that this senior is extraordinary. Everything he does must have a deeper meaning. His being late now must also have a hidden reason. And now, my slip of the tongue has caused everyone to point fingers at him. Could this also be within the senior's calculations? This must be the purpose of the senior's tardiness. He wanted to draw the hatred of everyone at the competition. Badao looked at the senior below with concern. It seems my guess was right. This great one is indeed a master strategist. Pingan just looked up and responded with a goofy smile. A notice was announced. Silence, the sect will be recruiting 100 people in total. The speed and quality of your pill refinement will be our criteria for judgment. The order has been given. The assessment begins now, the man watched with focused anger. Damn it, if it weren't for waiting for that late kid, at least half the contestants here would be gone. That way I would definitely be able to enter the Danyuan sect and receive praise from my imperial father. Since you're blocking my path, making it difficult for me to enter the Danyuan sect, don't blame me for using these despicable methods. Sun Ziging, the third prince of the Danwu Empire, continued to think, as long as I'm here, you can forget about succeeding in your refinement. This dragonfire pearl is a magic treasure I spent a fortune on. It can control all flames within a 10-li radius. You can just sit there and try to light your furnace. Sun Ziging held the magic treasure on his neck and thought to himself, let me see what skills a person like you who can make Sect Master Wan treat you differently really has. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan was focused on preparing his own ingredients. He opened the lid and dumped all the ingredients into the furnace at once. Seeing this, Sun Zigang's eyes narrowed and he shouted, do you even know how to refine pills? Hearing someone speak to him, Chen Pingan glanced back and said softly, how are you asking me? Looking at Sun Ziging, he suddenly remembered that this guy had been staring intently at him from the very beginning. Do all the men in the Danwu Empire have this strange fetish? He wondered with suspicion. At this moment, Sun Zigang's anger was visible on his face. If you can refine a pill by mixing a random mess of medicinal herbs together like that, I'll kneel down and call you Grandpa. Forget it. If I leave a guy like this alone, his furnace will explode on its own anyway. Suddenly, Sun Ziging turned his gaze toward someone else. He thought to himself, I'd better deal with this guy who poses a threat to me first. I'll start with you. So he picked up the magic treasure stone and summoned some kind of magic. A few seconds later, as soon as Sun Ziging grasped it, the young man's furnace began to smoke and then with a bang it exploded into pieces. The host's voice rang out. Number 15, Furnace Explosion. Ejected from the examination grounds. This was all part of the plan, all Sun Zigang's doing. If this wasn't cheating, what was? He only knew one thing. Anyone who stood in his way would be sent to their doom. Then the host's voice rang out again and again. Number 10, Furnace Explosion. Ejected from the examination grounds. Number 3, Furnace Explosion. Ejected from the examination grounds. From the beginning until now, many people's furnaces had exploded. Standing on the high platform, Xiaojun couldn't understand why this was happening, even though he could see clearly that they were performing every step correctly. Overwhelmed with doubt, Xiaojun had no choice but to ask his father, Wan Badao. He already knew everything and answered his son's question. It's just someone playing dirty tricks. He kept sighing to himself about that Sun Ziging. This prodigal prince playing these dirty tricks is just like his imperial father. Wan Badao walked down from his high seat. As he walked, he was amazed by Senior Chen Pingan. He believed this person was extraordinary. His pill refining technique is extremely masterful. The furnace is unusually stable, and refining medicinal herbs of different properties together in the furnace without an explosion. Just how exquisite is that level of control? And the senior allows such a person to stand beside him without fear of being affected. Truly his skill is high and his courage is great. Wan Badao thought, there must be a deeper meaning to this. Since it's the senior's plan, I cannot rashly expose such a masterful scheme. I should first see what the senior plans to do before making a decision. At that moment, at Sun Zigang's station, he was thinking to himself, all those who could have achieved a better result than me have been eliminated. Now as long as my pill is refined, I will definitely be selected as the first place winner. Hey handsome, that's not a very cool way to play. Not good at all. The people below saw it and shouted, that kid is really about to succeed. The pill's fragrance is so rich. Suddenly gusts of yellow smoke wafted over. This must be a 4th or 5th grade pill. Faintly hearing these words of praise, Sun Ziging went berserk with anger and cursed inwardly, damn it, on what grounds can this peasant outdo me? I won't accept it, I won't accept it. So he picked up his magic treasure and used it again. Unexpectedly, just like with the others, the flames began to grow, forcing Chen Pingan to dodge suddenly. He was a little flustered, not understanding why this was happening. His eyes were determined and he gritted his teeth. Chen Pingan swore that he absolutely could not let the furnace explode or the mission would fail and he'd be locked out. The fire grew larger and larger. If this continued, the medicinal herbs would be destroyed. Therefore, Chen Pingan had no choice but to use the force of the fire to form the pill ahead of schedule. Thanks to this, the fire became even fiercer. That Sun Ziging thought he could defeat Chen Pingan and was already starting to celebrate inwardly. The people below were also feeling sorry for Chen Pingan, but no one knew that this was precisely Chen Pingan's plan. Just then he smiled because the pills were formed. 2 of them had appeared. Chen Pingan handed the pills to Wan Badao and said, Examiner, please inspect them. He held the pills up, examining them closely, and discovered that both were supreme grade 5th grade pills, causing everyone to break into discussion, unable to understand. How could he refine 2 pills? But the furnace clearly exploded, someone in the crowd added. I remember the competition only provides 1st grade materials, right? Wan Badao thought to himself. I have been refining pills my entire life, and I have never heard of anyone who could create such a miracle. To witness it today truly puts me to shame. This senior is truly unfathomable. He gave a dry laugh and said to everyone, Haha, so I've passed, right? Wan Badao happily announced to him. Of course, these 2 pills are more than enough. Suddenly, an enraged person strode toward them. Sun Zigging shouted, "No, he can't pass, he's cheating. No one in this world can refine pills after a furnace explosion, let alone 2 at once. He must have hidden these pills in the furnace beforehand." Wan Badao immediately frowned. "Your Highness, watch your words. The furnaces were prepared by my Danuan sect. Is your Highness accusing my Danuan sect?" But the prince's words also made everyone feel that he had a point. Someone in the crowd spoke up. Well, if the alchemy cauldron hadn't suddenly exploded, who would have known what was happening inside it that had infuriated Wan Badao so much? But he suddenly realized something. Oh, so that's how it is. The current situation is exactly what the senior wanted. If I expose what Sun Zigging has done, I'm afraid I'll ruin the senior's plan. He had just glanced at Chen Ping'an. So the senior was deliberately warning me not to meddle. This puzzled him, wondering why the man had stared at him like that. He thought to himself, "Thankfully I reacted quickly. I hope the senior won't blame me." Suddenly, Wan Badao bowed his head before him, which startled him immensely, as he couldn't understand what was happening. Why is the sect master of the Dan Yuan sect suddenly bowing to me? Is he trying to let me handle this matter? Then his eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. Yes, that's it. This master knows best that the Dan Yuan sect didn't cheat at all, so he knows I refined my pill myself. Him asking me to handle this incident is probably a test of my abilities. Does he trust me? The 2 men, misunderstanding each other's intentions, nodded in tacit gratitude. So that's how it is? I understand. Immediately after, he turned his head with a look of displeasure and said, "This is simple. You think I cheated, so we'll just forget the previous result. I can refine another pill right here on the spot." Sun Zigging immediately replied, "Fine, but you must use an alchemy cauldron I designate, and the formula will also be provided by me," he answered impatiently. "Fine." Seeing this, the other man smiled sinisterly and thought, "You've fallen for it. This time I won't be as merciful as I was last time." He handed him an incorrect formula, falsely claiming it was the royal family's secret formula for the mirror-breaking pill. "If you can refine this pill, I'll believe you didn't cheat," he thought smugly. "I added an extra ingredient to the original materials, creating a fake list of materials. Once the 2 sides come into contact, they'll never be able to separate, and a series of countless explosions will follow, with the power increasing dramatically, while others won't be able to see the problem." Both Chen Ping'an and Wan Badao looked at the formula and both felt there was something wrong with it. He turned to look at Wan Badao, thinking, "Although I don't understand medicinal herbs, this formula gives me a sense of threat, but this master hasn't said a word." Meanwhile, Sect Master Wan was so frightened he was sweating profusely, at a complete loss. He thought, "Although I don't understand the senior, this is clearly a fake formula. Why isn't he saying anything?" Suddenly, it dawned on both of them. "I see this is a test for me." He felt that although it was a fake formula, it was actually just a difficult problem. The more fake it appeared, the more genuine the test. Presumably the master's judgment will be based on this test. But on the other side, Wan Badao's thoughts were different from his. How could the senior not see that there's such a problem with this formula? The senior must want to use this opportunity to teach this fellow a lesson. Sun Zigging looked at them both with a wicked smile as they spoke in unison. "There's no problem with this formula." Seeing this, the 2 men looked at each other and smiled, both relieved that they had guessed correctly. Seeing that the master had said the same, he thought to himself that he must have made the right choice. And the master also thought happily, "I really do understand the senior." Ping'an and Wan Diao's answers made him laugh even more excitedly in secret, and he then announced, "I just used this alchemy cauldron. I guarantee there's no problem with it. You can use this one." He immediately answered him, "Fine." The fire began to spread, and he had already put all the medicinal herbs from the basket into the cauldron. Seeing the pill concoction bubbling, he revealed a satisfied smile. Ping'an thought to himself, "Now all I have to do is wait for them to fuse together to form the pill. It's quite simple." Suddenly the alchemy cauldron exploded again, which shocked him greatly. As he couldn't understand what had happened, the cauldron exploded, and Chen Ping'an didn't know how it had come to this. He clearly hadn't done anything wrong. Sun Zigging had succeeded and grinned widely, thinking, "I refuse to believe you'll get out of this alive." He glanced at Sect Master Wan, reminding him to be careful. If he were to step in and help now, then even if the pill were refined, it would be difficult to escape the suspicion of cheating. He was acting all high and mighty despite his own wrongdoing, which infuriated Sect Master Wan. He lectured him, "Don't think I don't know you pulled some tricks. How could such petty schemes escape my discerning eyes?" He hoped the man would remember this. "You reap what you sow." These words stunned Sun Zigging, who thought his little tricks had gone completely unnoticed. Everyone in the entire space stared in astonishment at Chen Ping'an's alchemy cauldron. He opened the cauldron, and a light was still emanating from within. A massive pillar of golden light shot straight into the sky. To their surprise, not only had he not failed, but there were a full 2 pills. It seemed he was truly an alchemy genius. With the result in hand and the pills successfully refined, he became more confident and took them out for everyone to inspect. The entire plaza was in an uproar. No one expected the pills to be successfully refined. He must be a genius. Wan Mudao inspected them and was somewhat surprised. Sun Ziging contemptuously denied that the pills were real mirror-breaking pills and fumbled inside his sleeve. He took out a small box containing a real mirror-breaking pill and said, "This is the real one." He even boasted that it was a gift from his father when he came of age. He then closed his eyes very smugly, awaiting a response. Everyone was murmuring, offering countless opinions. "It does look a bit like it." Others thought the real pill was uglier than Chen Ping'an's. Could it be that the uglier it is, the better the effect? This comment made him both angry and annoyed and even more ashamed. So he closed the box. He said slyly, "Sect Master Wan must have also seen the difference between the two pills." Mocking the item in his hand as nothing more than a flashy but useless fake, he didn't vehemently refute these words, but instead admitted that the items in his hand indeed couldn't be called mirror-breaking pills. Wan Mudao's words threw Chen Ping'an into a panic. He explained that it could only help the user break through their current minor realm. It would only achieve its best effect when used by someone who had reached the highest realm. He clenched his fists and continued, "But the pills here are different." His face beamed with joy as if he were incredibly excited about what he was about to say. He declared loudly, "Contained within are 10 types of pure medicinal herbs with breakthrough properties, allowing the user to ascend directly to the highest realm. A user below the nascent soul stage can reach the heavens in a single step and become a 5th stage aperture-opening cultivator. The mirror-breaking pill is not worthy of being compared to this pill." Wan Mudao's words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. It was already afternoon. It was time. The person on the high platform announced that the list of recruited disciples was full. For everyone else who still wishes to join, the Dan Yuan sect welcomes you to try again next time. This result left Sun Ziging feeling bitter. He clenched his fist, deciding to get his revenge on Chen Ping'an next time. Cementing their feud, he stormed off, refusing to believe his luck would always be this good. Standing at the entrance was none other than Chen Ping'an. He was respectfully bidding farewell to Wan Mudao, not forgetting to thank him for allowing him to stay in the sect often. Wan Mudao replied that he was unworthy of such thanks. "With your alchemy skills, young brother, how could an old man like me accept being called master by you?" As Chen Ping'an spoke, he listened reverently. Then he added, "If you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Wan." Hearing this, Chen Ping'an replied a bit shyly, "Since Brother Wan has said so, then this young brother will shamelessly accept." But in reality, Chen Ping'an was overjoyed at heart to be able to call a great master brother. It was an immense honor for him. At the same time, Wan Mudao was secretly thinking, to be able to call a senior brother is truly a great honor. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an took something out again, saying it was the improved version of the mirror-breaking pill he had refined earlier, and expressed his desire to give it to his brother. Knowing that Wan Mudao would feel awkward about accepting his gift, Chen Ping'an tactfully said he had no use for it. He hoped Wan Mudao would take it without hesitation, confident that he would give it to someone who needed it. Hearing him say this, he no longer shyly refused. It turned out his cultivation base was all provided by the system. Taking this kind of medicine was useless, so he might as well give it to his new master as a sincere gesture. This was a truly brilliant and perfect plan. Suddenly looking up at the sky, Chen Ping'an saw that it was getting late and had no choice but to bid his brother farewell. But as he left, Chen Ping'an felt uneasy in his heart, because only 2 vulnerable women, Duan Xinxin and Linger, were at home. How could he protect them when he was away? Especially with the recent appearance of some strange aperture-opening stage thieves. Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an made a plan for himself. He had to find a deserted place to teleport back as soon as possible to feel at ease. Ping'an's figure silently faded into the distance, leaving Wan Mudao standing there in a daze, lost in thought. His mind was now completely preoccupied with who he should give the pill to. Wan Mudao believed that his senior, Chen Ping'an, certainly had a purpose for his actions, and since he had entrusted it to him. Thinking of this, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He was overjoyed because he knew who to give it to. The person he was going to give it to was Xiao Jun. Back with Chen Ping'an, he was strolling through a bustling street. He hadn't been out in a long time, and his eyes darted left and right, taking in many things, when he suddenly stopped in front of a toy cat. Chen Ping'an approached to take a closer look, thinking of buying it for Linger, because if he didn't bring something back home, she would surely have his head. As he was examining it, something suddenly came out of nowhere and hit him on the back of the head. It actually hurt. As a reflex, he turned to find the culprit who had just thrown something. At the same time, a soft voice uttered 2 words, "I'm sorry." It was a boy of about 7 or 8. He looked very remorseful and was trying hard to explain himself. "I didn't mean to. I was just too angry just now and my hand slipped. I didn't expect to hit someone. If you need spirit stones, brother, I can go home and get them for you. I won't run away." This innocent tone belonged to the son of the Danwu Kingdom's Prime Minister, Zhou Xiaoming. But Chen Ping'an didn't say a word in response. He just picked up the book and asked with concern if it was a martial skill manual. It was indeed a martial skill, but Ping'an didn't understand why the child had thrown it away. He held the book in his hands for a moment, constantly marveling. The name of this book is so magnificent. Faced with Ping'an's question, Zhou Xiaoming's small face turned slightly red as he explained, "Just now a swindler told me I was a martial arts genius. I believed him and spent all my money on this book. Then Zhou Xiaoming's tone suddenly became agitated and he jumped up and down with anger. The little boy continued. It turned out to be just a yellow rank low-grade martial skill. The money I paid was enough to buy a dozen yellow rank martial skills, so I threw it away in anger. Who knew it would hit someone? Chen Ping'an stood and listened to all of the little boy's grievances, just gently comforting him and telling him to be more careful next time. Then he suddenly seized the opportunity and asked in a warm tone, "You don't need this martial skill anymore, right? If not, I'll take it." Fortunately, the child agreed to let him take it. Chen Ping'an didn't forget to thank him. As Ping'an was engrossed in exploring the book and had no further business with Zhou Xiaoming, the little boy said his goodbyes. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhou Xiaoming ran off, but as he ran he was still pondering something. Zhou Xiaoming felt that Chen Ping'an, or the big brother as he called him, didn't seem to come from a well-off family to be so engrossed in a mere yellow-rank low-grade martial skill. But suddenly a gentle breeze blew past Zhou Xiaoming, making him freeze. He watched for a moment and guessed that this was the power of a yellow-rank low-grade martial skill. Indeed it was. It was emanating from Chen Ping'an, the person holding the book and muttering to himself. In fact, with just a slight modification from Chen Ping'an, this martial skill could be improved. But he mused to himself again, "I wonder how it will perform in actual combat. I'll go back and find a deserted place to test its power." Suddenly, a few steps behind Chen Ping'an, a man's shout was heard. "That's him!" The sound of footsteps grew closer and suddenly a group of strangers rushed over and surrounded Chen Ping'an. He had no idea what was happening nor where this group of people had come from. But walking behind the group was a young master with green hair. Seeing him, a disciple beside him said grimly, "Young master, he must be the person His Highness spoke of." Then the young master looked straight at Chen Ping'an and ordered, "Kid, get on your knees." Chen Ping'an hesitated and asked the people in front of him, "I don't believe I've offended any of you brothers. Why don't you all take a step back?" As he spoke, he took a few steps backward. Suddenly, his entire body bumped into something that seemed very hard, like a person's body. He turned to look and it was true. A senior disciple, taller and more muscular than Chen Ping'an, was staring down at him. It turned out he was with the young master's group. At the same time, the young master threatened loudly, "It seems we'll have to give you a taste of being beaten so badly your own parents wouldn't recognize you." At the same time, his disciples were ready with their clubs and axes, just waiting for the order to go and deal with Chen Ping'an. In the chaos, Chen Ping'an was at a loss, looking around desperately for any way to save himself. Suddenly seeing two men walking down the street, he hurriedly shouted, "Big brother's over there, help me. Someone's bullying a commoner here." In fact, those two men were good people and had intended to help him. But as soon as they saw the arrogant young master, all such thoughts vanished. So to protect themselves, they ducked their heads and ran, leaving behind a terrified Chen Ping'an. The arrogant young master was confident that they wouldn't dare to touch him. He then immediately shouted an order for his disciples to go and deal with Chen Ping'an. In this critical moment, with no one left to save his life, he could only resign himself to his fate. He covered his face with his hands, afraid of getting his handsome face hit. But he never expected that this very hand would instantly conjure the Tathagata's palm. A dazzling golden light shot out from his hands. He aimed the spell directly at the faces of the disciples who were trying to hit him. It had to be admitted, that move was powerful enough to send people flying. Even though his hands were fighting, he himself didn't actually understand what was happening to them or how they could do that. "If my hands have magic, I'll have to see if I can kill them. Otherwise, the lowly Chen Ping'an can only try to escape." Seeing Chen Ping'an ferociously counter-attacking with a spell, the group approached again with their clubs. So he punched the man in yellow in the jaw and then punched the man in green in the stomach. After a while, dusk had fallen. Several thugs lay on the ground, all of them injured. And this was the consequence of provoking Chen Ping'an. Standing in the middle of the group, he still didn't understand why he was so strong. To be able to do something like this, as if he were a god. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the young master, despite his bruised cheeks, still pointed at him arrogantly and cursed, "You stinking brat, how dare you hit me? My father is the town guarding general. You're finished. I will make sure you have no peace in the Danwu kingdom." Seeing this arrogant display, he thought to himself, "Since it has come to this, I might as well go big." Then he turned around, and that turn, along with Chen Ping'an's vicious glare, made the young master instantly understand what the person before him was about to do. Time passed. A white flag was raised, and holding it was none other than the young master who had wholeheartedly brought this upon himself. And at this moment Chen Ping'an was exhausted after the fight, and for those 3,000 points his hands were wrecked, so Chen Ping'an quickly found a deserted place to go back. Today seemed to have been an exhausting day for him. His face became flustered again. Could it be some general coming for revenge? He then thought hesitantly, and immediately turned his head to see who it was. He was walking along lost in thought when he suddenly sensed something was off, as if there were footsteps behind him. His face became flustered again. Could it be some general coming for revenge? He then thought hesitantly and immediately turned his head to see who it was. "Phew, you scared me." It was just the little boy he had met earlier. Zhou Xiaoming, running toward him like crazy with something to say, he panted, "Big brother, the martial art you used just now was the Tathagata's palm, right?" Chen Ping'an pointed to his own chest. "I can tell you, but you have to keep it a secret. I am an immortal who has descended to the mortal world this time. But before he could finish his boast, a commotion suddenly erupted from the crowd. One person shouted, "There's a sky stone. Ran Hong's fortune is too great. Hide, the imperial city is going to be destroyed." Amidst the panic crowd scrambling everywhere, Zhou Xiaoming suddenly grabbed Chen Ping'an's clothes. He stammered, "Big brother, hit it, quick." His finger pointed straight at the sky stone whistling down from the heavens. After hearing Zhou Xiaoming's request to shatter the sky stone, Chen Ping'an's face was a mask of shock. He never expected his own boastful mouth would get him into trouble. He fumbled awkwardly, pointing at the stone in the sky and stammering, "A sky stone like this." Before he could finish his sentence, the sky stone exploded into fragments in midair. Chen Ping'an was stunned. In fact, he didn't understand anything at all. Just a single finger of his had shattered it. It was simply unbelievable. In contrast to Chen Ping'an, the little boy Zhou Xiaoming was extremely happy and excited. He said gleefully, "That was amazing, big brother, you really are strong. You detonated the sky stone with just a casual point of your finger." Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an started to get cocky with the little boy, not even noticing he was getting carried away with his lies. "Luckily a man took action, otherwise I would have been utterly disgraced." He even spoke smugly. "Very good, a sky stone like this, I can turn it to dust with a single thought. I don't even need to lift a finger because I am an invincible existence that surpasses even immortals." Zhou Xiaoming naively believed him, and kept praising his abilities. Chen Ping'an of course shyly continued his boast, "Don't get excited, it's just a basic operation. Never mind this one sky stone. Even if another bigger one came, I would." He was cut off before he could finish his sentence by the crowd behind him. They were running for their lives, heads down. A few of them shouted, "Here comes another one, this one's bigger." They kept crying for help, and a few others said there was no point in running and they should just wait for death. At this moment Chen Ping'an peeked out and saw that it was true. Another sky stone, even bigger than the last one, had appeared. Zhou Xiaoming was also standing there witnessing it, and kept urging Chen Ping'an to quickly shatter that sky stone. "What do I do?" His face froze. In his heart, he was cursing the heavens for not even giving him a moment to finish his boast, but he still regained his profound and mysterious demeanor. He said to let the sky stone fly a little longer, then told Zhou Xiaoming to watch it carefully and see what he could discover. At this moment the little boy Zhou Xiaoming felt strange. "Big brother suddenly told me to seek enlightenment. What on earth does he mean? I don't get it at all." But he still tried to look, studying it for a moment. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, and Zhou Xiaoming's eyes widened as he shouted, "The fire on this sky stone is bigger, it's like a huge fireball. Its destructive power is definitely stronger than the last one." He voiced his genuine thoughts in a simple-minded tone. So innocent and simple that even Chen Ping'an couldn't help but give a wry smile. The little boy shyly stammered that this was all he knew and that he hadn't discovered anything more. Then he suddenly turned to his big brother and asked, "Why is the sky stone burning? Isn't it just a rock and rocks burn?" Such a child, so naive. Chen Ping'an just sighed and replied that it was because the sky stone was falling at an extremely high speed. As it falls, it constantly rubs against the air, heating up and burning. Zhou Xiaoming indicated that he sort of understood. But why did his big brother's heart always feel so uneasy? He was now secretly calculating, thinking that if no one else intervened, Chen Ping'an would use teleportation to take this kid Zhou Xiaoming with him. Although it would be a bit embarrassing, it would at least save 2 lives. Suddenly at that moment Chen Ping'an caught a flash of fire in his left eye. Turning to look closely, he saw that the little boy Zhou Xiaoming was surrounded by flames, a thoughtful expression on his face. Chen Ping'an didn't understand what this child was planning. In the end, what did Zhou Xiaoming comprehend? Suddenly a strange thought appeared in Chen Ping'an's mind. "Strange, it seems that people around me always have an epiphany because of a simple word or two from me. How can there be so many coincidences in the world, could it be?" Thinking of this, Chen Ping'an paused, his gaze growing sharper. "So it turns out I'm the only piece of deadwood without a shred of aptitude?" He fell to his knees in anguish. The little boy Zhou Xiaoming was enveloped in raging flames, his eyes slowly widened, now filled with understanding. "So that's it. I had to activate my spiritual energy to trigger the transformation of my latent fire spiritual root. Just by circulating it for a moment, as Big Brother said, I broke through directly." He then lunged at Chen Ping'an, thanking his brother profusely. At the same time, the sky stone in the heavens exploded into fragments. This left Chen Ping'an quite astonished, and so Zhou Xiaoming cheered. "Great, that's finally settled," he also thought to himself. "So Big Brother knocked down the sky stone just now to give me a demonstration." Chen Ping'an started bragging again. "A meteorite of this level is nothing to me." At that moment the little boy Zhou Xiaoming was still filled with admiration and envy for this braggart Chen Ping'an. That was all well and good, but one couldn't help but feel sorry for the innocent little boy. Suddenly, a rather mature-looking man walked up behind Zhou Xiaoming. The little boy turned around and saw that it was his father, Zhou Anping, the Prime Minister of the Shanwu Kingdom. With a concerned expression he asked his son, "Where did you run off to? Come with father quickly, it's dangerous here." Zhou Xiaoming quickly made introductions. "Dad, let me introduce you. This is the big brother who shattered the 2 meteorites. Thanks to him I'm okay." Then he turned to Chen Ping'an and said, "Big brother, this is my dad. He's the Prime Minister of the Shanwu Kingdom, and he's really powerful too." As soon as the introductions were over, Zhou Xiaoming's father respectfully said, "Thank you, senior, for protecting my son. I never imagined that someone so young could possess such astonishing strength." In response, Chen Ping'an felt a little embarrassed and said, "You're too kind. Your son and I were fated to meet. I just shattered those 2 meteorites in passing." At the same time, Chen Ping'an was inwardly sizing up Zhou Xiaoming's father. The prime minister of a kingdom seemed very clever. Would his scam be discovered? But Zhou Xiaoming found it a bit odd. The way the 2 adults were looking at each other seemed a little unnatural. Then Zhou Anping, the prime minister of the Shanwu kingdom, pulled his son Zhou Xiaoming along to hurry home. But after just a few steps, the little boy tugged on his father's sleeve and whispered, "I wasn't tricked. I saw Big Brother shatter the 2 meteorites with my own eyes just now, and he even gave me some pointers. Look, I've even made a breakthrough." Hearing his son's story, the father was also extremely surprised. He had previously hired several famous masters, but none of them could help Xiaoming overcome his spiritual root limitation. He never expected that Chen Ping'an could actually enable his son to break through this barrier. He truly held this young man in the highest esteem. He suddenly recalled that the Shanwu kingdom might have offended Chen Ping'an just now and worried, what if Chen Ping'an was angered? Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an stood behind them, watching the father and son's retreating figures, his mind racing. If he had let them continue talking, what if Xiaoming had stopped believing him? In that case, wouldn't Chen Ping'an have to make a living on his own? Thus, Chen Ping'an decided to approach the little boy Xiaoming again and asked, "Chubby kid, didn't you say you wanted that martial technique a while ago? I can give it to you, but I need you to do one thing for me." Zhou Xiaoming nodded repeatedly, telling his big brother to just say the word. "Actually, this will benefit both of us. It can help improve your fortune. All you have to do is answer 'I like it' after I ask my questions." Xiaoming was incredibly excited and kept saying he understood. Chen Ping'an then continued to sweet-talk the little boy. Of course, Xiaoming happily agreed. But he was just a little boy, whereas the king of Shanwu, a man with enough life experience, became suspicious. He thought to himself, can doing this really improve one's fortune? Isn't this method a bit like a scam? The more Chen Ping'an talked, the more points he earned. +10, and many more +10s. When his points reached 4,000 and his goal was achieved, he had no reason to stay any longer. Before leaving, Chen Ping'an added a reminder, "Alright, I can't help you improve your fortune anymore. I'll deliver the martial technique to your house tomorrow. I'll take my leave for now." Ping'an's figure quickly disappeared, leaving behind an innocent Xiaoming who thought to himself, "I'll get that awesome martial technique tomorrow. I hope Big Brother delivers it early." As he said this, the little boy suddenly remembered something, gasped and cried out, frantically running after Chen Ping'an. It turned out he hadn't told his big brother his home address and was worried he'd be finished if he couldn't be found. But by the time he ran into the alley, there wasn't a soul in sight. After shaking off that group of people, Ping'an let out a sigh of relief. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he said glumly to himself, "Good thing I slipped away fast. Otherwise, with my crappy luck, it would have been really hard to explain things clearly to everyone." His cheerful mood then returned, and he joyfully called out for Linger, saying he had brought them some food and snacks. The moment little Linger heard Ping'an's voice, she broke out in a cold sweat. She furtively hid something behind her back and then called out in a sweet voice, "Brother, you're finally back." Meanwhile, Xiao Xin, all smiles, offered him some papaya. Seeing Linger's dirty face, which looked like a greedy little cat's, there was no way she could escape Ping'an's sharp eyes. He scolded his gluttonous little sister, "Go wash your hands, you're not allowed to eat any more today." The little girl, like a deflated balloon, obediently listened to her brother. After lecturing his mischievous sister, he turned to Xiao Shui, his face as red as a young boy in the throes of first love, and stammered, "You should eat a little less too." He was truly a dragon on the streets, but a worm at home, trembling like a tree about to fall in front of a great beauty. At this, Duan Xinqian smiled shyly at him and said, "What's wrong, don't you like fruit?" Seeing the faint glimpse of her fair full figure beneath her high-slit cheongsam, his face turned as red as a ripe tomato. He only managed to stammer out the word, "I." His mind filled with nothing but certain images. Feeling like his head was about to explode, Ping'an turned away, covering his eyes, which had seen far too much just a second before. He then tried to explain in a fluster but couldn't get a single word out. Our poor innocent young man was being played like a fiddle. While he was blushing, the two sisters giggled at their accomplishment. They truly loved to watch the drama unfold. As if her brother didn't have enough trouble already. At this point, Sister Linger kept protesting that her brother was being too mean and unfair. Why could Sister Xinqian keep eating while she couldn't? Faced with a table full of delicious food, Ping'an kept telling himself to calm down. He recalled the scene in the courtyard that afternoon with a blush, and then told himself that he should be used to being teased by now, shouldn't he? But others teased him with words. How many were like Xinqian, using her precious body to provoke this innocent young man? The poor inexperienced youth could only sit there awkwardly, not knowing how to process that scene. At this moment, Ping'an was asking himself where his eyes had been looking to have seen such a shocking sight. She had done it on purpose, so how could he have unknowingly not known? It was truly unfortunate for a straight-laced guy like him. His eyes had seen it, but now he had to pretend nothing had happened. Just as he was recalling that awkward moment, Xinqian added fuel to the fire by asking with concern, "Is something on your mind, Mr. Chen?" Seeing her slightly revealing outfit, Ping'an couldn't bear to keep up his gentlemanly facade any longer. So he slammed the table with a bang, startling everyone, and said he had something to take care of outside. What business could he have? He was just trying to escape from Xinqian. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is indeed the best policy. He'd deal with the difficult stuff later. Then, blushing like a monkey, he said he would be back late today. He had just finished speaking and hadn't even had a chance to escape when Shinshin told him to wait a moment. It seemed there was something on his face. Before the young Ping An could react, she had already closed in on him, suggesting he stand closer so she could help him get it off. Truly, the monk can run but the temple cannot. At that moment the two of them were pressed closely together as she reached out a hand to touch his cheek and remove the object. It turned out to be just a grain of rice, but their posture was far too intimate. "Officer, someone is being indecent here. This is not suitable for children. Come rescue little brother Ping An." After Shinshin whispered to him that she had gotten it, he blushed so hard he nearly fainted. Without even managing to say a word to her, he shot off like an arrow released from its bow. But he didn't forget to say, "I'm off now," poor young man, to not do that thing, even when faced with such stimulation. What a good boy he was at that moment. As Ping An ran for his life, he grumbled to himself, "Honestly, that girl is way too bold. Sooner or later I have to take back the initiative. Otherwise, if an opportunity is handed to me and I don't seize it, it would be hilarious if people misunderstood and thought I had some unspeakable problem." He then thought with shame, this seems to be the first time he's encountered such a situation. But then Ping An came to his senses. Something didn't feel right. He slowly slackened his pace, recalling that it all felt strangely familiar. He felt like he had experienced a similar scene before. Since he was an experienced man, why was he acting so strangely? People would think he had never been in a relationship, acting like a country bumpkin who had never seen a woman before. At this moment, he asked himself why Boss Duan looked so much like his wife from Earth, Zhang Yuxin. Zhang Yuxin, the thought was so shocking that even Ping An, who had just thought of it, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Back with Shinshin, she was muttering to herself that she had already been holding back a lot, but it still caused a seal on Ping An to break. Sure enough, there wasn't much time left. At this moment her face was pale and she was covered in a cold sweat. She muttered to herself again that it was time to slowly let some things go. Who gave you the right to decide the fates of others without any regard for their feelings? At this, she turned around and assigned a task to her two beast pets, telling them to go and say what needed to be said, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Hearing their master's command, the two of them happily accepted the order without a single question. What a bunch of sensible subordinates. Before them the mountains and rivers were serene, but the hearts of men were in turmoil. Just then Ping An discovered its presence. He asked it why it was in this desolate place of barren mountains and unruly rivers. And why was there a bird on its head? Xiao He opened its mouth and said, "Of course I was waiting for you to arrive, Master Ping An." Hearing it speak, his soul nearly fled his body in terror. What a strange tale, a dog that could speak human language. Or had Ping An suddenly gained the ability to understand the language of dogs? Seeing his face as pale as a sheet, the bird on Xiao He's head even hopped and said, "That's right." Seeing that everything could speak human language, he was badly frightened and stammered, asking what on earth was going on. At this moment the little horn sword hanging from his waist also emitted an orange glow and comforted him. "Master, there is no need to be afraid. They are just what? Who knew? Suddenly seeing things that shouldn't be able to speak do just that in the middle of nowhere. Should he be happy instead of scared? Ping An was terrified now. Seeing yet another thing speak human language, he was so scared his courage was about to shatter. Little Horn transformed into a human and reassured him. "Master, don't panic. Actually, we've always been able to speak, but we were afraid you would react like this. Besides, you never spoke to us, Master Ping An, so we could only remain silent. It was only after spending a long time with you that we realized you are a kind and approachable person, so we dared to speak up. If you had a conversation like this in the 21st century, a van would probably show up immediately to take you to a mental hospital, buddy." At this point his head was full of question marks. He could understand Xiao He speaking since it was a demon beast, but legend had it that only extremely powerful demon beasts could talk, and only immortal artifacts could take human form. Could it be that this sword he had casually picked up was an immortal artifact? What kind of earth-shattering luck was this? Holy crap, this is too surreal. Young Ping An now put on an act as if he had known all along. That in fact he had always known, but he had been treating himself as a mortal and thus couldn't reveal the truth. My ass, who was it that was pale with fright just now and now is so keen on acting? Then he mused to himself that it seemed the visual system loophole on his body had kicked in again, which was why he could trick these powerful underlings. The act wasn't over yet. It was truly hard to get off the tiger's back now. At this point, Ping An told them that since they had already revealed their true forms, they should introduce themselves. This would also give him a chance to give them nicknames. That seemingly small bird turned out to be the mythical fire phoenix. And Xiao He was a black dragon, one of the 4 great divine beasts of China. It was too fantastical, hidden in the form of a black dog. Truly, when the false is taken for the true becomes false. Seeing the true forms of the two beasts, Ping An was so shocked he froze, unable to react for a moment. What kind of character had Chen Ping An transmigrated into to have such a massive system loophole? He casually picked up 2 of the 4 great divine beasts. It was too fantastic. At this moment the 2 divine beasts landed on the ground and bowed to Chen Ping An, greeting their master. Chen Ping An stared blankly at the 2 divine beasts. Those were a dragon and a phoenix. Just how unreliable was this visual bug of his? Seeing Chen Ping'an in a daze, the black dragon knew this was a golden opportunity. It nudged Chen Ping'an and then asked if he wanted to go to the Ping'an sect. If so, the black dragon would serve as his mount and carry him there. The moment it finished speaking, it had Chen Ping'an sit securely on its head and then flew off with a swoosh, leaving its friend the fire phoenix behind. Seeing its treacherous friend pull a fast one to curry favor with the master, the fire phoenix was furious and shouted, "How dare you run off first, you shameless creature!" Meanwhile, Little Horn, both angry and jealous, said to Chen Ping'an, "Master, what's so fun about riding a dragon? Why not try sword flight? Sword flight is what's truly elegant." With that, he immediately gave chase to the black dragon that had tricked them and left them behind. "This kind of competition isn't fair, that black dragon." The black dragon, however, was laughing triumphantly, saying it was their fault for being too slow. They were all such noble beings, yet now they were competing for favor. If outsiders saw this, they would probably start questioning their reality. At this time, the Ping'an sect was bustling with excitement, as many distinguished guests were arriving today. In the sky were flying vessels riding the clouds, arriving on the wind, looking extremely magnificent. The great and powerful families were not to be trifled with either. Today was an important day. Ling's matchmaking event, gathering beauties from all over. Every one of them was a peerless beauty. The difference between a 9/10 and a 10 out of 10, the laughter and chatter of princesses and young ladies made the place extraordinarily noisy. The air was filled with the melodious voices of women. The sect master of the illusory moon sect and ancestor Gong of the Backer sect were presiding over this grand event. Gong asked if they should have informed Senior Ping'an about Ling's matchmaking event. The sect master believed that for a trivial matter of romance like this, there was no need to disturb the senior. He added that for such an important event, the senior surely already knew and would naturally come if he wished, although he said that if Ping'an didn't come, it would probably still be a bit of a pity. He glanced sideways at Ling, whose appearance made the sect master's blood boil. He had gone to great lengths to organize this matchmaking assembly for this brat, yet he didn't even lift his head, calmly eating at the banquet as if nothing was wrong. In the end, he didn't even want to be here. The nerve of him not appreciating the good fortune he had. In truth, he had long been interested in Xiao Shui. The sect master knew this full well, yet Ling still had to make things difficult for him. Ling, looking displeased, grumbled resentfully, as if he had done nothing wrong. This look made the sect master want to punch him a few times. "You grew up with Xiao Shui. When has she ever shown any interest in you? This grand event is for your own good and the family's." Suddenly, a familiar call of brother made him subconsciously pay attention. A slender, fair hand rested on his shoulder. Who else could it be but Mirang Shui? Only she would dare to be so familiar with Ling. All along, Cher had only regarded him as her own brother, loving and valuing him greatly. She had come to cheer Ling on, hoping he could find a sister-in-law worthy of him, her face beaming with smiles while he was frozen like a statue, dumbstruck. Shower and Wanpei watched from a distance, feeling a little uneasy. She seemed extremely nervous about this golden opportunity to confess to Ling today. Mirang Shui left to find a seat to watch the show. Shower called out to her from a distance to come sit with him. It seems the two of them were close friends. Behind them they left Ling's dried-up husk of a body. His heart had died for a moment. Who could understand this pain? Seeing this, the sect master softly comforted him. "I already probed Xiao Shui about it. Your relationship with her is only on the level of a relative, a brother. It's best you give up. I must also remind you that your father is waiting to hold a grandson. His neck has grown long from waiting. You should consider the future. The sect needs an heir." Even after all this was said, he stubbornly stuck to his guns, saying, "I don't care. If you want to get married, you do it. I'm no longer interested in finding a wife." He was really going to drive him mad. Was he trying to play dumb now? Regardless, great effort had been spent organizing the matchmaking party, and the guests were all important figures. If you don't choose, how will this drama conclude? He also said that finding a way to save face wouldn't be so easy. Hearing this, Ling gave a sly, cunning-looking smile. He spoke up, asking for everyone's attention. He had something to say, and it looked like more trouble was brewing. Ling loudly announced that he would introduce everyone to the peerless expert behind the Ping'an sect. He expressed his immense admiration for this person, saying that if the senior told him to marry someone, he would do so without a second thought. He also asserted that with the senior's predictive abilities, he must already know about his current predicament. If the senior didn't come, it meant he didn't approve of him getting married. Ling was quite clever, coming up with such a method to escape. After a long-winded speech, he was finally about to state his intention to stop the matchmaking. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone was captivated, staring intently at the sky, each with a look of astonishment. It was none other than the peerless expert behind the Ping'an sect, and he had actually appeared in the nick of time. What surprised them was that he could use a true dragon as a mount. This was no ordinary person. Ling's expression was the same as theirs. He thought he was seeing things. He had assumed the senior wouldn't come, which would have been the perfect opportunity to do things his way. The sect master and ancestor Mirang hurriedly ran to welcome him. Ping'an dismounted from the dragon, looking solemn and dignified like an honored guest. The people around were all in awe of his abilities. Anyone who could ride a dragon through the clouds must be a supreme master. The two men respectfully welcomed the senior, and he humbly replied that such politeness made him feel embarrassed. He seemed completely unaware of the matchmaking assembly being held for Ling today, and was curious why the sect had so many guests. The sect master respectfully explained the reason for the day's events, thinking to himself that this was no coincidence. The senior must have wanted to personally select a wife for Ling. He too was at a bit of a loss, as he had no idea about this matter, so he turned and asked Ling how the selection was going. Startled by the senior's sudden question, he also began to stammer. Seeing this, the sect master stepped in to help him out. Ling wishes for the senior to decide on his marriage. Only your word can determine whether he marries or not. Ling thought to himself, the senior and I must have some old grudge for him to pick this exact moment to embarrass me. On the other hand, Ping-an had no idea things would be so coincidental, and had no time to meddle in this affair. He tactfully declined this honor, saying that Ling's marriage should reasonably be his own choice and that it would be inappropriate for him to interfere. His words seemed to be interpreted in two different ways. The sect master and Gong thought that the senior felt these women were not worthy of Ling and would find a better match for him in the future. It was quite impressive they could think that far. Ling, however, thought something closer to the original meaning. The senior was clearly trying to help me out of this predicament from a distance. Wanpei was also caught up in the excitement, thinking that the senior's predictive ability was extraordinary, as he had appeared the moment Ling mentioned him. Seeing how divine the senior was, the wife he found for Ling would have to be of equal social standing. Wanpei felt a little discouraged and said to Shower that it was best they withdraw, as there was truly no one here suitable for Ling. Hearing this, Shower felt very defiant. Was there really no way? So she made a brave decision. She had to take this gamble. An opportunity missed would never come again. Looking at Ling before her, her will seemed stronger than ever. So Shower stood up and said to everyone that although she was very shy, she would regret it for the rest of her life if she didn't speak up. She told the senior that she liked Ling. Wanpei beside her was stunned by her actions. I hope the senior can grant us his blessing. These were the most sincere words that Shower had kept hidden in her heart until now. Everyone was surprised by this. Just as Ping-an was about to get away, he was dragged back into the predicament. His face paled, not understanding why they were asking for his opinion again. Seeing Shower's sincerity, should he refuse? So he decided to be a matchmaker and put in a good word for the two of them. He already knew Shower and knew that such a good girl was a perfect match for Ling. Hearing the senior's hint, the sect master and Gong immediately seized the opportunity, concluding that this woman was the most suitable choice. The two of them glared at Ling with a murderous aura, determined to see him in the wedding hall soon. In front of everyone, Shower has confessed her feelings for you. What are your thoughts on this marriage? Ling was being spun around like a top up one moment and down the next. He thought he could choose freely, but who knew the heavens could be so unpredictable? Ling was sweating profusely. He quickly clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. This junior is willing to try getting to know this young lady. Hearing this, a blush crept onto Shower's cheeks. She said shyly, thank you, senior, for making this happen. Seeing this, Ping-an could only force a smile. No need to thank me. Ling must have feelings for you too, he thought to himself. Good thing he didn't refuse. I guess this doesn't count as randomly playing matchmaker. With that thought, Ping-an quickly turned to leave. All right, I have something to attend to in the alchemy room. There's no need for you to follow me. In the alchemy room, after placing various precious herbs into the pill furnace, Ping-an thought to himself, Brother Wan mentioned before that there will be a national alchemy competition in the imperial city next month. Alchemists and alchemy sects from all over the country will be there. If I want to gain the recognition of all the sects, then this competition is the best opportunity. Before that, I must refine a 6th grade pill to be eligible to participate. He watched the roaring flames in the pill furnace and the rich aroma wafting out. Ping-an quietly closed his eyes to feel it. As a result, his spirit became more invigorated than ever before. Excellent. As expected, I can rely on the unlimited spiritual energy provided by the system to refine a pill that surpasses my level. Now I just have to wait for the pill to be completed. Suddenly, Ping-an seemed to sense something. He walked to the door and looked up. Strange. Wasn't the sky clear just a moment ago? How did it suddenly turn so menacing the moment I started alchemy? The people outside are all talking amongst themselves. What's going on? It looks like someone is undergoing a heavenly tribulation. Qingxian frowned with worry. That's the direction of the alchemy room. How could it attract a thunder tribulation? Xiaofeng also voiced his concern. Could it be that the senior failed in refining the immortal pill this time? Just then a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, striking straight down at the ground. Seeing this, Qingxian and Xiaofeng hurriedly shielded their eyes. The lightning bolt caused a massive explosion, destroying an entire room, leaving only 2 spirit pills floating in the air. The 2 pills quickly flew past Xiaofeng and straight towards the couple. At this, Xiaofeng had a sudden realization and hurriedly said, so that's it, the senior must have come without a gift. So he specially refined these immortal pills as a congratulatory present for you. Sect Master Shan also urged the 2 young people to swallow them quickly. so as not to disappoint the senior's kind intentions. Hearing everyone say this, Ling no longer hesitated and immediately swallowed the spirit pill. After swallowing it, his body immediately underwent a significant change. Shower was no exception, of course. Both of their bodies were enveloped in a halo of light. Seeing this, the surrounding people were all amazed, never expecting to witness the awakening of a special constitution. Now, the Ping and Sect has two more promising prospects who are destined to become immortals in the future. Xiaofeng also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the senior is very satisfied with Ling's marriage. At this moment, Jin Yu had the same thought. It seems the senior is very satisfied with Shower's marriage. Just then, a hand grabbed onto the rock wall. Ping An stood up looking disheveled and dirty. The pills were successfully refined, yet I was sent flying by the lightning. What kind of rotten luck is this? Seeing Ping An, Ling and Shower immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, senior. Ping An walked over in embarrassment and helped them up. What are you two doing? I didn't do much, just gave you a little help. There's no need for this. Get up, he thought to himself. Perhaps they chatted for a while and found a kindred spirit in each other, which is why they're so grateful to me, the matchmaker. I've really done a great deed, Ping An suddenly realized. Wait a minute. With so many people here, isn't this the perfect opportunity to rack up some points? Thinking of this, he said in a loud voice, Everyone, our meeting is fate. I have a secret technique that can enhance a person's luck. If you are willing, I can perform it for you all once. Hearing this, everyone happily thanked the senior. Ping An continued, the rule is simple. Just answer yes when I ask a question. Hearing this, Jin Yu seemed to recall something. I think I've heard of this secret technique before. Ping An shouted, Does everyone like me? Hearing him say this, the crowd replied in unison, Yes. At this point, the analysis points had reached 10,000 N. Ping An gave an awkward smile and said, All right, the secret technique has reached its limit. Saying any more won't help. He thought to himself, I should know when to stop. After all, as a great senior, I wouldn't just keep boosting people's luck indefinitely. With that thought, he waved goodbye. My purpose for coming here has been fulfilled, but at that moment Jin Yu spoke up to stop him. Senior, this junior boldly has something to ask you. May I ask if Senior has ever been to the imperial city of the Manhwa Empire? Hearing this, Ping An's expression immediately changed. I have indeed been there. How does he know? He glared at Jin Yu, grinding his teeth. I've never mentioned it to anyone. Seeing the tense situation, Jin Yu immediately knelt down. Senior, please quell your anger. This junior only heard that some time ago 2 fragments of fortune fell in the Manhwa Empire, one in the Danyuan sect and the other in the Prime Minister's residence. When I went to deliver the edict, I heard Prime Minister Zhou mention that 2 great experts had once performed a secret technique for him. I have absolutely no intention of disrupting Senior's plans. Hearing this, Ping An waved his hand in relief. I was just asking casually. Get up. Jin Yu quickly obeyed. Yes, thank you for your forgiveness, Senior. If my delivery of the edict has affected you, Senior, I am willing to swear an oath to never set foot in the Manhwa Empire again. At that moment, Ping An placed a hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, I do have some small matters in the Manhwa Empire, but as long as the alchemy competition in half a month goes without a hitch, everything else is none of my concern. You can go about your business without worry. After all, he's Ling's future father-in-law, so I should be a bit nicer, he thought. He then took a book out of his robes. It just so happens that I have something I want to give to Prime Minister Zhou's son this time. If it's convenient for you, you can help me deliver it, saving me a trip. Jin Yu bowed his head and immediately accepted it. Yes, this junior will not fail the mission. After hearing this, Ping An turned to leave. I'll be going then. You all continue the banquet. Ping An quickly climbed onto his divine dragon. He thought to himself, although the pills flew away, at least it proves I can perform alchemy beyond my level. This alchemy room is ruined anyway. I'd better go back quickly, buy an alchemy furnace and do it myself. At this moment, Shower's father also bowed his head and said, Sect Master Zhang, I shall take my leave as well. Xiaofeng replied, Please, your majesty, we mustn't delay the senior's command. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Yu immediately boarded a nearby flying ship. Gazing at the departing flying ship, Xiaofeng thought, if I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid the Manhwa Empire is about to undergo a major change. On the other side, Ping An looked worriedly at the system panel. I have to set off for the Manhwa Empire again soon. It's not convenient for the Black Dragon to reveal its true form, so I need to exchange for some powerful items for self-defense. Looking at the sniper rifle on the screen, Ping An said happily, The points are exactly 10,000. After successfully pressing the exchange button, Ping An excitedly hugged the gun and quickly pressed the test button. As expected, its attack power was extremely fierce. In an instant, a hole was blasted through the mountain peak in front of them. This greatly shocked Ping An. So powerful, he happily hugged the gun. This time, even if that so-called state-guarding general really comes looking for me, I won't be afraid. Ping An then reached for the system panel. It was when he registered for the national competition in the Manhwa Empire. The small dog next to him was secretly alarmed. This Dharma treasure is terrifying. Even I wouldn't dare to face such power head-on. In the imperial city of the Manhwa Empire, Ping An bent down to carefully leash his dog. He suddenly recognized someone. Isn't that the son of the state-guarding general who came to trouble me last time? How did he end up like this? On the other side, a green-haired man was being escorted away in handcuffs. At that moment, a person nearby quickly responded to Ping An's words. What general? Just a disgraced official from the previous dynasty. A few days ago, the new emperor held a public trial and found his family guilty of over 300 crimes. The man looked at Ping An with a puzzled expression. Where on earth did you crawl out from? Don't tell me you don't even know that the Danwu Empire has had a change of dynasty? Hearing this, Ping An seized the opportunity to ask. Brother, I'm from out of town. How about you tell me about it? The man began to puff out his chest proudly. Seeing as you sincerely want to know, I'll tell you. You should know about the 2 stones that suddenly fell in the Danwu Empire 2 months ago, right? Ping An replied. Yes, I know about that. He thought to himself. I know about that all too well, the man continued. The stones that fell were actually the legendary Hongzhe fortune stones. One of them fell into the prime minister's residence at the time. As a result, this good fortune made the previous emperor suspicious, and he wanted to get rid of the prime minister. However, the protection of the fortune stone was really strong. At a critical moment, it attracted Emperor Jin Yu. After Emperor Jin Yu repelled the assassins sent by the previous emperor, he also formed an alliance with the prime minister, agreeing to lend him troops to retaliate against the former ruler. Hearing this, Ping An was very surprised. Emperor Jin Yu isn't that Dailing's future father-in-law. Could it be because he helped me deliver that book? The man continued excitedly. The imperial army is so powerful. They easily overthrew the rule of the previous dynasty. Prime Minister Zhou then took the opportunity to ascend the throne and become the new emperor. Ping An was stunned on the spot. Just for helping me deliver a book it caused such a huge incident. It's only been half a month. Just then, another man walked over and said with a smile, Brother, you're really knowledgeable. I wonder if any alchemy geniuses have appeared in the Danwu Empire recently, the man replied. You've asked the right person. The Dan Yuan sect has indeed recently accepted a peerless genius. As soon as he heard about alchemy, Ping An immediately paid close attention. The green-haired man's eyes also lit up with anticipation. Brother, please continue, the man said. I have personally seen that person who was still using a common entry-level cooking-style alchemy technique half a month ago, actually able to directly improve his alchemy method. At this, Ping An's face immediately darkened. A common entry-level cooking-style alchemy technique. He's not talking about me, is he? The other 2 also started talking and laughing. I wonder what this genius's name is. Zhen Tancheng. My idol is named Zhen Tancheng. Just listen to how profound that name is. Meanwhile, Ping An looked away helplessly. I'll thank you on behalf of Dean Zhen. Suddenly, the man put his hand on Ping An's shoulder and asked in a low voice, Brother, have you heard of Zhen Tancheng? If not, I can tell you about my idol. Ping An immediately refused. No need, I know him. We're very close. Suddenly, another voice rang out. Old brother Zhen Tancheng, you're finally here. Come in quickly. I've already registered for you. Ping An also immediately recognized old brother Wan. At this, Ping An turned to say goodbye. Well, brothers, I'll be going now. The 2 men were so shocked that they were already petrified. The green-haired man then realized the other guy was bluffing. Didn't you say you'd met Zhen Tancheng? The guy no longer argued, just had tears streaming down his face. If I had stood a little closer, I would have recognized him. What a great opportunity to get my idol's autograph. Gazing at Ping An's departing figure, the green-haired man thought, Zhen Tancheng, could you be the alchemy genius I foresaw in the immortal realm? Don't let me down. After entering, old brother Wan said, Little brother, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Please make yourself at home. Ping An replied, Go ahead, old brother Wan. Don't worry about me. After bidding farewell to old brother Wan, Ping An observed his surroundings. There are so many people. This competition must have a lot of skilled people. Suddenly a voice called out, Young master, a voluptuous girl said shyly. Thank you, young master Zhen, for the 2 pills you gave me before. They allowed me to break through to the soul separation realm and participate in this competition. Ping An looked completely bewildered with a big question mark above his head. Who are you? The girl blushed and explained. Young Master Zhen, you once helped me out in the imperial city, and you were the one who told me about the entrance examination. Have you forgotten? Hearing this, Ping An's mouth fell open in surprise. You're a girl? The girl began to cry aggrievedly. Yes, I once cut my hair short due to an accident during alchemy, and I've been mistaken for a boy ever since. I didn't mean to deceive you. Ping An had no choice but to apologize. That wasn't the right reaction from me. Hearing the apology, the girl's mood improved significantly. It's okay. My father says my alchemy skills are very strong. Let's have a match in this tournament. If you lose, you have to agree to one condition of mine. At the competition venue, the host announced the official start of the tournament. Ping An had already taken his position at his station, reaching out to examine each medicinal herb. The green-haired man from before was also present. He thought to himself, Let me see what you're really made of. Jin Yu said in surprise, Old brother Zhou, who is that kid next to the senior? To be a 6th-grade alchemist at such a young age, he must be quite famous. Hearing this, old brother Zhou hurriedly checked the roster. No, I've never heard of this person. He's not in the registered alchemist list at all, old brother Wan interjected. I have seen him register with the senior, chatting and laughing. He must have come for the senior as well. Jin Yu sighed. The senior's every move is truly hard to fathom. At this moment, the green-haired man thought, Although it's an unimportant competition, as a proud immortal I absolutely cannot lose. I'm sorry Jen Tancheng, but I must get first place in this competition. I'm sorry to crush your confidence, but this is also—" He looked over at Ping An, his mouth agape in shock. Ping An noticed his gaze and looked back, asking, "What's wrong?" The green-haired man exclaimed. "You've already formed the pill," Ping An replied calmly. "Ha, what else?" Hearing this, the green-haired man clenched his fists in anger. "Just a little faster than me. It won't affect the competition ranking. The grade of my pill is definitely the highest. Injecting sufficiently pure spiritual energy can raise the pill's grade. Let me show you all me refining an immortal pill." After a moment he smiled smugly. "Next, please enjoy the thunder tribulation that accompanies the birth of an immortal pill." He suddenly found it strange. My cauldron only contains spirit herbs. How could it attract a thunder tribulation stronger than that of an ordinary immortal pill? At this moment increasingly fierce lightning appeared in the sky, striking down continuously. The green-haired man quickly put up a protective shield. "You attracted this thunder tribulation. It's not the first time." After the lightning was blocked by the shield, it struck straight towards Ping An. Ping An was immediately sent flying. The green-haired man was also surprised by this. An explosion occurred where the lightning struck and the pills once again floated in the air. The cauldron glowed and 2 pills quickly flew away. Fortunately, Ping An managed to grab them in time. Ping An struggled to steady himself. For something as bizarre as my cauldron being struck by lightning to happen a second time, at least I didn't lose the pills this time. Hearing this, the green-haired man asked in astonishment, "You attracted this thunder tribulation? It's not the first time you've refined an immortal pill." But Ping An himself was also surprised that he had refined an immortal pill, but the books didn't say spirit herbs could be refined into immortal pills. "Did I comprehend the art of alchemy on my own?" the green-haired man continued. "My alchemy skills are actually inferior to immortal cultivators." He squatted on the ground in dejection. Is he really immortal? Am I still dreaming? Seeing this, Ping An thought, it seems he doesn't know either. He then stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying loudly, "Standard procedure. Do not panic." At this moment the system popped up. "Host has completed the mission. Mission rewards can only be distributed in a less crowded place." Ping An thought, it's finally done. Now Suddenly the green-haired man spoke up. "That's not right. It was clearly I who refined the immortal pill. Why isn't the thunder tribulation striking me? Is heaven?" Before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning struck him directly, leaving him in a miserable state. "That works too." Seeing this, Ping An was a little worried. Is there something wrong with this guy? Is he blind? I'd better stay away from him. At this moment the green-haired man cupped his hands and said, "Brother Jen, I understand now. Your alchemy skills are by no means mortal. It is I who am too far behind. I hope you will no longer hide your true abilities. My name is Mo Chofei from the immortal realm at the immortal spirit realm." Hearing this, the surrounding people were all astonished. Immortal spirit realm? It's actually the immortal spirit realm. Chofei earnestly requested, "I only ask that Brother Jen reveal his cultivation level now, so I know what kind of person I have lost to." Hearing this, Ping An thought, why do immortals from this world descend to the mortal realm so casually? Chen Pingan looked defeated and exhausted, thinking, this is troublesome. I don't have a spiritual root and can't sense cultivation auras. But since he's an immortal, it shouldn't be fake. The green-haired man's eyes were filled with adoration and anticipation for Chen Pingan. He began to speak. "I already know your cultivation level and background, so revealing your cultivation based on just this information is not enough. However, the black dragon didn't react at all, so he must be stronger than that guy." Chen Pingan asked him, "First, tell me your purpose for descending to the mortal realm." He was calculating in his mind. "First, I'll trick him into talking more. If I find out he's not a good person, I'll have the black dragon take action." The green-haired immortal stammered, I came down secretly." Little Black, on the other hand, had an innocent look on his face, as if he didn't understand their conversation or Ping An's reliance on him. The green-haired immortal continued, "I descended this time because I foresaw that an alchemy genius would appear in the Danwu Empire, and I wanted to bring him back to the immortal realm for proper cultivation. I used to think this genius was you, Brother Jen, but it seems you are much stronger than me. Now I have no idea where he is." Hearing him say this, Chen Pingan was very surprised. Being taken to the immortal realm for cultivation is a great opportunity. As he spoke, he thought again. "It's a pity I still have little Linger and Shinshin here. Otherwise I'd really like to see what the immortal realm is like." Chen Pingan glanced at his old brother and said, "Thanks to you, old brother, this mission went so smoothly. Why not take this opportunity to repay him?" Wan Badao watched from a distance, curious about their conversation. He continued, "This genius is actually in the Dan Yuan sect. If you stay here for a while, you will surely find him." The green-haired immortal seemed to find this hard to believe. Chen Pingan assured him, "Why would I lie to you?" His eyes lit up and he happily agreed. "All right, then I'll wait here." As he spoke, he excitedly grabbed Wan Badao's hand and said gratefully in a loud voice, "Mo will likely be troubling Sect Master for some time. I hope Sect Master will not mind." Wan Badao was overwhelmed with flattery. Of course not, of course not. I couldn't ask for more." Chen Pingan watched them shake hands, thinking, now the Dan Yuan sect will have an immortal guarding it for a while. Whether you can seize this opportunity to rise or not is up to you. Suddenly the immortal turned to him and said, "Senior, now that I have told you everything, may I ask if you could reveal your cultivation level?" Chen Pinggan was startled to hear this. Can't you just forget about it? Are you forcing me to lie to you? So he pretended to sigh and said, do you still not understand? When you are able to perceive my strength, you will naturally be able to see it. It is simply that your time has not yet come. Chen Pinggan's words left the man both stunned and surprised. He turned and encouraged him. Keep it up, you still have a chance. The immortal pondered for a moment before having an epiphany. Fate has not yet arrived. So that's how it is. No wonder when I first met the senior he was surrounded by the Tao rhythm of heaven and earth. But today I can only see the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Seeing that he had achieved great enlightenment, Chen Pinggan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. It seems you understand now, however. He was breaking out in a cold sweat inwardly, finally managed to fool him. This way, even if the visual effect wears off in the future, I can still handle it. He patted Little Black's head and said, I've finished what I came to do in the Manhwa Empire. I probably won't be coming back again. Black Dragon, let's go. At Chen Pinggan's command, Little Black's entire body suddenly shone with golden light, and then he transformed from a small dog into a majestic giant black dragon hovering in the air. Chen Pinggan stood beneath the dragon, leaving a final word before departing. If fate allows, we shall meet again. He's putting on quite a show. Chen Pinggan's heart was in his throat. The more I say, the more I risk slipping up. Better get out of here fast. The imposing presence of the giant dragon as it flew away forced even the most surnamed immortal to put up a defense. He thought to himself, this black dragon is clearly much stronger than me, yet it's willing to transform into a small dog. Suddenly, his gaze became incredibly solemn. Gazing at Chen Pinggan's departing figure, he asked himself, Senior, what kind of existence are you? Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, comforting him. Immortal, don't be sad. Seeing the immortal turn to look at him, the person continued. The senior himself said that he is an invincible existence above immortals, so the divine beast he brings is naturally not weak. There is no need for the immortal to be sad, a person next to them chimed in. That's right, Sect Master Ping even personally witnessed the Batian immortal emperor kneeling at the senior's feet. As the person spoke, she recalled the past scene and suddenly realized, by the way, how did the immortal meet the senior? Perhaps the immortal's descent to the mortal realm this time was also prompted by the senior. Her words startled the immortal. It was just when I was registering, the senior happened to be standing in front of me. He recalled the scene at that time. And I happened to hear someone say that a genius named Zhen Tancheng had appeared in the Dan Yuan sect. Suddenly his expression changed as if he had a realization. Yes, how can there be so many coincidences in this world, she affirmed the immortal Mo's thoughts. The senior was definitely waiting for you there on purpose. Then she continued to sigh. Old brother Wan, you are so lucky. Now that the Dan Yuan sect has an immortal guarding it, its future is limitless. Wan Badao didn't think so. What good luck do I have? It was my little Jun who fell in love with the senior at first sight, and forced me to delay time, which led to this fate. It's just a pity that she later suffered from the pain of longing. Immortal Mo spoke up. Sect Master Wan, is the little Jun you mentioned the one who broke through her cultivation and refined a 7th grade peerless pill during the competition? Wan Badao did not hide it and asked, how did the immortal know? He stroked his chin and smiled. I saw that her appearance was somewhat similar to the sect master's, however, this whole affair was single-handedly orchestrated by your daughter. He slowly voiced his guess. You think the genius from the Danyuan sect could be? He dragged it out for a moment before finishing. The sect master's daughter? His guess stunned Wan Badao for a moment. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Ping'an called out his system. System, quick, show me the rewards for this mission. The system interface appeared and replied, given the host's excellent speed in clearing the trial, you are specially awarded half a major realm, from the 5th layer of the nascent soul realm to the 1st layer of the spirit severing realm. Chen Ping'an instantly lit up, with rings of power circling his body. The system's voice continued, activating auxiliary function, system loot drop. The host will randomly obtain items upon defeating any enemy. The stronger the enemy, the better the loot. Even Little Black will be affected. Additionally, after defeating an enemy, you can use points to increase the drop rate and quality of the loot, however. Chen Ping'an sighed. A pity I used all my points on a spear. I can't try it out right away. I'll head home for now and find Little Linger for a head pat. In the bustling kingdom, calls for Chen Ping'an could be heard one after another. Mr. Chen, he looked back, confused. Caught off guard, a man suddenly rushed over and said urgently, it's all over town, you and Miss Duan are getting married. This is a potency tonic I made. You must use it. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an was shocked. I'm getting married, how come I don't know about it? He thought for a moment. Could it be Little Linger? He wondered. It must be Little Linger spreading rumors again. Sir, you should head back for now. I'll come find you when I have time. After hearing this, the old man thought to himself,